As before, we're staying in the interface.dwg file, as this chapter is all about diving deeper into the AutoCAD interface. Now, this particular video, we're going to take a look at the Quick Access toolbar, and you'll find that top left of your AutoCAD application window. It's just up here. So you can see there, if I hover over these icons, I can create a blank new drawing file, open an existing file, save and save as. I can also open from web and mobile in the cloud. So if I've saved a drawing to the cloud, to my web and mobile folders, which we'll cover later, I can also open it. I can save to web and mobile, which refers obviously back to this one. I can also plot quickly just by clicking on the plot icon there, and I've got the good old undo and redo there as well. The little flyout arrows there allow me to go back to a specific command that I may have used, so I can undo back as far as I need to. Same with redo. Now, if I just hit escape to lose that little flyout menu for a moment, you'll also notice that I've got share here on the Quick Access toolbar. That allows me to share my drawing using AutoCAD on the web, which is the browser-based version of AutoCAD. We'll cover a little bit of that later on in the course, but just in between share and undo and redo, there's this one here, and it looks a bit like an eject symbol from an old CD player, for those of you old enough to remember CDs. Now, CDs were basically like a player. You put the CD in, listen to the music, and you had an eject button, a bit like an old cassette deck as well. If I click on that, it allows me to customize my Quick Access toolbar. Now, you'll notice there's all the commands that are there already. There you go, they're ticked. But I can add other commands that I might want to access quickly, hence the name Quick Access Toolbar. A really good one that you can add there, and I stress that you try this out at some point after you've watched the video, is layer. So now I've added my layer drop down to my Quick Access toolbar. There it is there. There's my layer drop down right there like so. So you can see there now that I can get to my layers quickly and easily right at the top of my AutoCAD screen. Now my suggestion is that you leave that there as well. Don't change it, it's really useful. I'll also explain why in some other videos in a little while. If I want to get rid of it though, I click on the little eject symbol again, click on layer to untick it, and there you go, it disappears again, like so. But it's worth leaving that one up there. Let me show you what I mean. If I do that again and add layer, and then I go to, let's say, the Insert tab on the ribbon, I don't have a Layers panel on the ribbon where I can access my layers. In the Home tab I do, it's right there. There's my layer drop down there. But if I go to any other ribbon tab, it's not there. But hey ho, look at that. It's up there on the Quick Access toolbar for access anytime, regardless of what ribbon tab I'm actually using. So my suggestion is, when you've got a moment, just make sure that you leave that up there at the top of the screen in the Quick Access toolbar. Now I'm going to switch it off. You'll see why for various reasons when we come to other videos later on. But the whole idea is that you're customizing the interface, the Quick Access toolbar, to make your life easier so that you can work smarter, not harder, with AutoCAD. We're staying in our interface.dwg file, and we're going to take a little look at the ribbon and the ribbon panels in this particular interface video. Now, the ribbon itself is the main fundamental part of AutoCAD that allows you to work with all the different AutoCAD commands. And by default, it's normally at the top of the screen. You can't miss it. It's that great big long bar at the top, absolutely covered in commands, icons, drop-down menus, and everything else. Now, we're going to take a little look at the ribbon and how it works. I'm not going to worry too much about commands themselves and how the commands work, but more how the ribbon itself works. Now, the first thing I want to show you is how you can change the ribbon appearance. Now, I want to show you this first because it's the sort of thing that somebody new to AutoCAD will click on and they'll think, oh my goodness, I've broken AutoCAD. You haven't broken it, all you've done is change the ribbon appearance. And it's this little white up arrow button here. Can you see if I hover over it, it says minimize to panel buttons. If I click on the little flyout next to it, you'll notice I can cycle through all, or I can specify what I want to do with the ribbon. Leave this set to cycle through all. Then click on the little white up button. You'll notice the ribbon style changes. click on it again, the ribbon style changes again, click on it again, and it looks like the ribbon disappears. It hasn't. All you've done is you've set it so that when you click on each individual tab, obviously they show on the screen. One more click on the white button, and there you go. You're back to your regular ribbon. So in essence, there are 4 different ways of viewing the ribbon in AutoCAD. And it's really important that you know that, because it's so easy to click on that little white up arrow button and suddenly think, oh my goodness, what have I done? So that's changing the ribbon appearance. Now the ribbon itself is incredibly easy to use. You click on a tab and there's all your ribbon panels: draw, modify, annotation, etc. Now there are some tools in the ribbon interface that you need to know about. Now one of these is the flyouts for each of the ribbon panels. So we'll go to the Home tab on the ribbon. If I click on the little arrow there next to draw, there's the flyout on the ribbon panel. And if I click on it again and pin it, this time it won't disappear back into the ribbon. So when I'm using those commands there, you'll notice that they're now pinned out. If I click on the pin, they pop back into the ribbon again. And be aware that any ribbon panel with that little arrow, that little flyout arrow, you can pin it open to find more commands. So there's the modify flyout pinned open. So this is normally the case on the ribbon, whichever tab you're in as well. So if you go to something like the Insert tab, you'll see that Block Definition has a flyout. I can pin it open. So it's pretty much all the way across the ribbon in all the different ribbon panels. Now, what else can you do with the AutoCAD ribbon? Well, obviously you've got all these different commands on the ribbon. Now you'll notice the commands also have flyout arrows. If I click on Arc, you've got a flyout there, and there's all your different Arc command combinations. You've also got drop downs here. So if I click on a drop down, there's all my different layers. If I click there, there's all my colors. If I click there, there's all my line types, and so on. So you've got drop downs, icons, flyouts, and you can pin those flyouts open. Now, the one more thing that I want to show you that's really, really useful in the ribbon is the ability to utilize a thing called sticky panels. Now, if I'm in the Annotate tab on the ribbon, I can't get access to my draw tools unless I go back to the Home tab, and there's the draw panel. Wouldn't it be nice if I could just click on the draw panel there on the title bar of the draw panel and drag and release, and there you go. My draw panel is now in the drawing area. If I go to the Annotate tab now, I can work on my annotation, but I've still got the ability to draw geometry in AutoCAD. Now, that's really useful, and you can do that with any ribbon panel, by the way. It doesn't matter which ribbon panel you choose. You can do that with any of them. But more importantly, what you've got to think about here now is, how do I get that back into the ribbon? I'm in the Annotate tab right now, so you'd think that if I put that back into the ribbon, it would appear here on the left-hand end of the Annotate tab on the ribbon. That's not the case. AutoCAD remembers where these panels go. So if I hover over the panel, you'll notice there's some icons here. That's just the orientation of the panel, but the little T-shaped one is Return Panels to Ribbon. Click there, it goes back into the ribbon, but it doesn't go into the Annotate tab. Click on the Home tab, it's back where it started. There's your Draw panel in the Home tab on the ribbon. So that's incredibly useful, isn't it? Now, one of the things that you can do with the ribbon, which I do not recommend if you're new to using AutoCAD, is you can drag the ribbon around as well and place it in different positions on the screen. I don't recommend that. You can do it, no problem, but I just do not recommend it. Keep it at the top of the screen in the default position. It is so much easier that way. But that's pretty much the ribbon in AutoCAD. And you'll be using it all the time. I'll be telling you to click on things and go to drop-down menus and everything else. But try and keep it at the top of the screen, and with the ribbon appearance as well, with the little white up button here, remember to keep it just in the default setting like it is at the moment, because that's how I'll be using it throughout the course as I'm teaching you how to use AutoCAD. As before, we're staying in the interface.dwg file, and what I want to take you through this time are known as workspaces in AutoCAD. They don't get used that often and they're quite underrated and underused, but they're incredibly helpful if you want to save a particular interface configuration that you're using in AutoCAD. Now, right now, with our interface.dwg file, we're using the drafting and annotation workspace. So how do you get your workspaces to show what they are and what they're doing? Well, if you go down to the status bar, bottom right, there's a little gear cog. If you click on the flyout arrow next to it, that allows you to look at your workspace switching there. So we're using the drafting and annotation workspace. It's ticked at the moment. Now, if I selected 3D Basics, watch what happens. The ribbon changes and various things kick in AutoCAD. So you'll notice here, Activity Insights has kicked in. That's a new thing for AutoCAD 2024. I don't have any location or activities or anything at the moment, so I can close that particular palette. I don't need it right now. But that's a default palette that pops up with that particular workspace. But you'll notice now, the ribbon has changed completely. We're now in the 3D Basics workspace using a different type of ribbon. If I go back to the flyout and select 3D modeling this time, again, the activity insights kick in. I haven't got any activity insights or a location for them, so I'm going to close that again. But as you can see, the ribbon changes again now to the 3D modeling workspace. So you'll notice I've got some very different tabs there on the ribbon itself. Now, if I come back down again, click on the flyout again and select drafting and annotation, again, I get my activity insights. Now, the activity insights can be a little bit annoying, and I've got no events yet, so there's nothing showing in the activity insights right now, so I'll close that. So what I can do is I can save myself a workspace that has information on it that I want to see. So the activity insights, I don't need those right now. I'm not using them. So I don't want them to keep popping up. So I've closed the activity insights in my current workspace. But I want to make some changes and save the workspace as my own workspace. How does that work? So what we'll do now, we're going to do a little bit of sticky panels like we did in previous videos. So I'm going to click on the draw panel, click on the title bar there, drag and release. I'm going to do the modify panel as well, drag and release like that. So I've got this draw and the modify panel, sticky panels floating in the drawing area. What I'm going to do now is pop down to my little workspace switching icon again and click on the flyout. And I'm going to save current as. So all of the settings in this workspace are going to be saved. Now I'm just going to call this SCB, my initials, dash, and then AutoCAD like that. I might even save it as AutoCAD 2D. It's my 2D workspace. I might change it to a 3D workspace later with a different 3D ribbon, etc. So I'm going to save that now and click on Save. Now, nothing looks any different, but if I click down here on my workspace switching on the flyout, I'm now using my SCB AutoCAD 2D workspace that I've saved. Now, here's the interesting thing. Up on the Quick Access toolbar, we talked about that earlier, I can add workspace. And there's my workspaces right there if I need them. So I can use them on the Quick Access toolbar if I want to. I'll click on the little eject symbol there and just turn workspace off for the moment. But you can see how that works. Now, something else that I mentioned about the Quick Access toolbar was layers. Let's pop layers onto the Quick Access toolbar. So there's layer. So now our workspace is set up like so. Now, I've already saved the workspace, but I've changed the layer setting in the Quick Access toolbar. So I come back down here. I go Save Current As. And if I click here, and select the one that I've already saved and click on Save, I can replace it. So I can make more changes to it. So I'll replace it now. So when I click on the flyout here now, there's SCB AutoCAD 2D, all ready to go. Now, here's the clever bit though. If I wanted to get this all back to where I started, I simply go back to drafting and annotation. Now, the activity insights kick in because the drafting and annotation workspace has that switched on. If I close that now, just for a moment, and go back here to my AutoCAD 2D, my activity insights don't pop up. I've got my two sticky panels and I've got my layer drop down. So what I've done there is I've changed the interface, customized it, and saved it as my own workspace. Always do that when you make the changes, and don't make any changes to any of the default ones like drafting and annotation. So we're back now to our drafting and annotation workspace. I'm just going to close the activity insights. I don't need those, but you'll notice that the layers have stayed up there. They always will for the quick access toolbar like that. Now, if you don't want them there, that's fine. My suggestion is leave them up there. Always handy if you need them. And if you want to leave that up there throughout the course, that's entirely up to you. But that's how you can change your workspaces to alter your interface configurations within AutoCAD. Once again, we're staying in our interface.dwg file, and we're going to be taking a look at how palettes and dialog boxes work in AutoCAD. Both of them are methods of setting things up in your AutoCAD and in your AutoCAD drawings, but they work slightly differently. What I'm going to do is go to the View tab on the ribbon, and you'll notice we've got a palette panel. And what this allows you to do is open up some of the various palettes that are available to you in AutoCAD. So we've got things like tool palettes, properties, blocks, counting blocks, command macros, sheet set manager, and so on. One of the best palettes is your layer manager. Now you'll find, if we look here, is your layer manager in here. We've got a markup set manager. We've got a layer properties, maybe that's what it is. And there's our layers right there. Now that's the same icon that you would find on the Home tab on the ribbon as well. So if I just close the Layer Properties Manager palette and go Home here and click on Layer Properties there, it's exactly the same palette. Now the Layer Properties Manager palette is one that you would use all the time. Setting up new layers, setting up the properties of existing layers, and so on. And you can tell it's a palette because the title bar runs down the side vertically. As you can see, Layer Properties Manager. Now there are some great tools in palettes that allow you to change the settings of the palette. One of them that's really good for screen real estate is this one. See this little icon here? Auto Hide. If I click on that, it automatically hides the palette. If I hover over it though, it comes back again. So if I click on it, there we go. It comes back like so. As soon as I move away, disappears. Click on it again, comes back. So I can jump in there, just hover over it, and there it is there. I don't even need to click, to be honest. I always click on it just to be on the safe side, but that's just me. That's force of habit. But you can see there that obviously it's available. If you want that auto hide to turn off, click on the same icon again, and it's permanently on. Now the palette can be resized very quickly and easily. Just hover over a corner, click and drag, just like a dialog box. You can do that as well. So there you go. You can make it bigger and smaller. That's how quick and easy it is. Now, if you go to the settings little cog here, the properties, because there's two, there's properties, and you'll also notice there is also settings as well. So you can change the settings of your palettes if you want to. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to cancel that. But all the settings are in there for you to have a look at, change, tweak, and work with. It's this one here, the properties, that I'm more concerned about. So you can move it, you can size it, you can close it. You can allow docking, which means you can actually dock any palette on the screen in AutoCAD. You can anchor it left or right. Auto hide we've talked about. You can also make it transparent. So docking is allowed. So if I just move away and hit escape once to lose that menu, if I click and drag now, you'll see that when I dock, you get this funny little ghosting image, and it's docked over there on the left-hand side. Now, if I want that to start floating around again, can you see these little dots here? Little bunch of dots there. Click, drag, release, and you'll be able to move that around again. So as soon as you release it, it comes back again like that. So it's just a case of clicking on it, dragging it, and releasing it in the screen area where you want it to be. So that's utilizing a palette in AutoCAD. Now, there's lots of different palettes. If I close the Layer Properties palette, go back to the View tab, all these different palettes here are available. So for example, you've got properties. So if I opened up the properties palette, there it is there, and I selected an object like a dimension, it gives me all the properties of that dimension. I can then close the properties palette, hit escape to deselect the dimension, for example. So palettes are incredibly useful in AutoCAD. What about your dialog boxes though? What about a dialog box? Let's go back to the Home tab on the ribbon. And what we'll do is we'll start thinking about creating an AutoCAD block. Now there's lots of blocks already in this drawing, but what we'll do, I'm going to go to the block panel on the Home tab on the ribbon and click on Create. Now you can see the block definition dialog looks different to a palette. Title bar is at the top. You can still click and drag on the title bar and move it around, but these don't dock. They just kind of go off the screen. Palettes are a little bit more flexible. You can dock them, move them around. So I'd put in my block name, set up my settings, click on OK or cancel if I want to close it without the settings kicking in and changing anything. So that's the difference between a palette and a dialog. A dialog, you input information, click on OK and say thank you. A palette is more of a settings thing. It has settings or information in it that you might need about geometry and tools in AutoCAD. So that's kind of the difference between a dialog and a palette. Palettes can be resized, as can dialogs. So I click and drag, as you can see, and just click and drag on the edge, click and drag on a corner like that. But palettes can be made really small. Watch what happens with a dialog when I resize it. If I click and drag, I can only go so far with it. And then it gets to like a minimum size and I cannot make it any smaller. Palettes I can make really small and then they look really silly as well. But the whole idea is that palettes are more flexible and more easy to manipulate. A dialog has to be a certain size to fit all the information on it, as per the block definition dialog that you're looking at the moment. You'll get used to the palettes and the dialogs in AutoCAD as you start getting used to the software and also working through this course with me. We're staying in our interface.dwg file. And what I want to show you this time about the AutoCAD interface is the command line. Now the command line used to be the original way of inputting everything in older versions of AutoCAD. Way back when, 34 years ago, I started on AutoCAD for what was known then as MS-DOS, Microsoft DOS, Disk Operating System. And that was all we had, a command line. We didn't have a ribbon. We didn't have Windows back then. Windows came along during my working career and was a complete game changer when it came to things like AutoCAD. But the command line still exists, and Autodesk have kept the command line in AutoCAD, basically because it's such a fundamental part of AutoCAD. It's down here at the bottom of the screen where it says type a command. So I can click there, type in, say, the line command, and I get a suggestion menu pop up, which is quite handy. So what it does there is it finds all the commands that have the word line in it. Line is at the top there. I even get a little sort of icon there of the line icon, and when I hover over it, it tells me what the line command does. So I can click on the line command on the suggestion menu there, or in here, what I can do is I can type line. Notice I've hovered over something and clicked on it there, so I'll type line again, and I just press enter, and as you can see, it's prompting me to specify the first point of my line. When I move into the drawing area, the dynamic input is allowing me to specify the first point. Now, if the dynamic input wasn't switched on, I wouldn't have that specify first point near the crosshair. And we touch on dynamic input in a moment. But let's get back to the command line. I'm going to hit escape a couple of times just to cancel that line command. Now, one of the nice things about the command line is this little arrow on the right hand end. Click on that, it expands the command line so you can see things that are going on. So you'll notice there, look, there's our workspace, drafting and annotation when we touched on workspaces earlier. And you can see there's my line command that I put in there a moment ago. Click on the arrow again, and it minimizes the command line. You've also got the settings, this little sort of wrench spanner symbol. I can customize the command line. There's the input settings. I can have lines of prompt history. I can input search options. I can change the transparency. I can go and set the options for the command line as well. I'm not going to change any of that, but you can see how easily that can be done. Last but not least, I can click on these little dots here and drag the command line around and dock it wherever I want it to go. Personally, I like it down here, where it should be. That's kind of where I like it in AutoCAD, down at the bottom in the middle. It's up to you. You can dock it as well. It's entirely up to you. Go away after this video, play around with the settings, tweak it if you want to. But remember, you need to make sure that the command line stays on the screen. Don't close it, because if you do, click on that little crosshair there, it closes the command line, and you don't want to lose the command line. It's useful. And you'll see that when you don't have the dynamic input on, it's even more useful as well. But the command line is there. It's a legacy part of the AutoCAD software. My suggestion is just leave it where it is and use it when you need it. Once again, we're staying in our interface.dwg file. And what I want to take you through this time is something that relates to the command line that we talked about in the previous video, and that is dynamic input. Now, dynamic input is on by default in later versions of AutoCAD. But the problem is you don't know whether it's on or off because it's not actually displayed down on the status bar at the bottom right part of your AutoCAD application window. So let's go to the customization button here. These three little lines here. Click on that and you'll get a big long list of what is displayed on the status bar. And if you're using the default settings in AutoCAD, you will notice that dynamic input there isn't ticked. It's not switched on. So just click on dynamic input, little tick appears next to it, come down to the three lines again, click on the three lines again to close the customization menu. And you'll notice now you've got a little blue icon here on your status bar, and there's your dynamic input, letting you know that it's on. It's called DIN mode, as in dynamic mode, and by default it is normally on in your AutoCAD. So what will happen is if you start running something like the line command from the draw panel here on the home tab on the ribbon, click on line, and as you can see, the dynamic input is asking you to specify the first point by the crosshair as you move it around on the screen. It's also appearing down there on the command line as if you were using the command line to obviously input the command as well. Now, one of the things is if dynamic input isn't on, you won't get that prompt by the crosshair. I'm going to hit escape a couple of times just to cancel the line command. If I turn dynamic input off on the status bar here, so now it's off, and I go back up to that line command, notice there's no prompt now on the crosshair. All I've got is specify first point on the command line. And that's why you need to leave your command line on, because you never know when you're going to need it to input something for a specific command. Dynamic input or no dynamic input, it doesn't matter. The command line reflects everything that you're doing in AutoCAD at any given time. I'll just hit escape a couple of times to cancel the line command, and I'm going to come down here and switch on dynamic input again. There you go, it's blue again on the status bar. Now, there are a lot of dynamic input settings that you can fool around with as well. Personally, I don't touch them. I never change them. But you can just right-click over the dynamic input icon, and it prompts you for your dynamic input settings. Click on it, and there you go. It opens up the drafting settings dialog at the dynamic input tab. We will cover more of the drafting settings when we talk about the status bar later on in the chapter. But I just want to show you the dynamic input settings. I don't ever change these. I can't remember the last time I did change these, to be perfectly honest. But you can if you want to. It's entirely up to you. So you've got settings for your pointer input. You can change the format and the visibility. I'll cancel that. You've got settings for dimension input when you're working with dynamic input. So you can show dimension input fields. You can switch things on and off. Now, it's entirely up to you how you set up your dynamic input. But as I said, I'm going to click on cancel because I don't ever change any of these things. There's various checkboxes that are available to be checked and enable different things with dynamic input as well. You've also got your drafting tooltip appearance. So this is all of the colors and the sizes and the transparency when you're working with dynamic input as well. So when you're in the model tab or a layout tab, this is how they will appear. You can change the colors. As you can see, it goes into the drawing window color settings there for 2D model space and the drafting tooltips. I'll cancel that for the moment. And again, you've got transparency, and you can apply that to override your operating system settings for all drafting tooltips as well. I'm going to cancel that as well. I don't want to make any changes to my dynamic input, so I'm going to click on cancel. I like my dynamic input exactly as it is, as it comes out of the tin. But you can make those necessary changes if you want to. So there are two things. Make the changes you want to, but always, always, always leave dynamic input on because it's incredibly useful. And one more extra thing, if it's not on your status bar, remember to go to the customization menu, the little three lines, and just tick it here on the menu, and then click on the three lines again to close the menu. Because then you know on your status bar here whether your dynamic input is on or off. We're staying in the interface.dwg file. And what I want to talk to you about now is what I mentioned in the previous video, which is the good old status bar on the bottom right part of your AutoCAD application window. It's down here where you've got all these different little icons where you can switch your drafting settings on and off. Now there's a lot of settings down there that you probably won't use, and what I'm going to do is as we work through the course, I'll point out which ones we need to use and which ones we don't need to use. But what I do want you to do is customize your status bar for me first. So ideally, make sure you've got the interface.dwg drawing open in AutoCAD. And in your version of AutoCAD, just follow along with what I'm doing here. It's a good little muscle memory exercise so that you remember how to do it for future reference. So on your status bar, you're going to click on the little three lines here. That opens up your customization menu. Now, I want you to switch on some of the drafting settings in the list. So right at the top, we're going to click on coordinates. We want our coordinates to be on all the time. Now, dynamic input, if you watch the previous video, should already be on. There's dynamic input. So I want you to make sure that that is ticked as well. And then coming down here, we want line weight. Make sure that that one is on as well. We're then going to come down here to the little three lines and click on it again, and that closes the customization menu. You'll notice now that your status bar is a little bit longer. That's because we now have coordinates here. So if I right click on those, we can set different types of coordinates. And you'll notice as well, dynamic input is over here. I'm just going to hit escape to lose the coordinates menu. There's dynamic input. We've got our polar tracking, which is normally on by default. We've got our object snap tracking or auto snap, which is on by default, and our object snaps as well. I'll touch on object snaps in a moment. And then line weight is here. Now line weight toggles basically with lines that are on layers that have a line weight. So if I click there, can you see various lines have a line weight? They're thicker, they're bolder, but you can turn that off so that when you zoom in and look at the geometry, it's easier to see. So line weight is a good one to have because then you can highlight objects and geometry by giving it a line weight. But when you're working and creating that geometry, you can work with a default line weight that's easier to see. So the status bar is incredibly clever. There's a lot of tools in here that you can use. So for example, you've got things like snap and grid here. So there's grid. If I switch it on, can you see the grid appear like a sort of mathematics exercise book with the squared paper? And then you've got grid here, which allows you to turn the grid on, but then you've also got snap, which allows you to snap to that grid. So if I start drawing lines, you'll notice as I zoom in, I can start snapping to the grid. Now at the moment, it's not up to much really. Why not? That's because I need to right click, and on any drafting setting, I can set my snap settings. So at the moment, can you see they're all a bit small? So I'm going to change these now. I'm going to change my snap spacing here to 100 and tab that so that my Y spacing is 100. Same with the grid, change that to 100 and tab again. If I OK that now, you'll notice, can you see it's jerking around on the grid? So I can now click on a grid, go to another grid intersection. I don't need object snaps at this point and press enter. And there you go. Can you see I'm going from one grid point to another? But it can be a bit clunky sometimes. In this particular drawing, I wouldn't really need grid and snap. So I'll just click on the line. I'll hit the delete key to get rid of that, and I'll switch off grid and snap. But that's basically what you're doing. You're switching these drafting settings on and off on the status bar. I'll just double click on the wheel there to just make sure that we've zoomed extents in the drawing as well. So that's another thing we'll touch on. We'll touch on how to navigate the drawing, how to zoom and pan, all that kind of stuff is in this AutoCAD Essential Training course. We're staying in our interface.dwg file for the moment, and I just want to talk you through AutoCAD and the fact that it is now a subscription-based application. So basically what you're doing is you're subscribing to use the AutoCAD software. Now, if you go to the Start tab here, you'll see that it's saying welcome Sean, and there's my email address. But you'll notice I'm in AutoCAD and I'm obviously in my Autodesk account because I'm subscribed and I'm in AutoCAD and using AutoCAD at the moment. I'll go back to the interface drawing now. Now if you go up to the top of the ribbon here in the info bar, can you see there's a little head and shoulders icon? And I'm signed in to my Autodesk account because I'm subscribed to AutoCAD. If I click on that little fly out there though, I can check my account details. I can explore my purchase options and purchase other Autodesk software. I can manage my AutoCAD licenses, I can check my privacy settings, and I can sign out of my Autodesk account and quit AutoCAD. But bear in mind, if you do that, you obviously can't use AutoCAD because you're not signed in using the subscription tools that you use to sign into AutoCAD on a regular basis. So basically, your subscription to AutoCAD is controlled by your Autodesk account. I'll just hit escape there to lose that menu. Now, the other thing that your Autodesk account gives you access to is what they call AutoCAD, Web, and Mobile. This is all part of your AutoCAD subscription. So you get your AutoCAD desktop software, which is what we're using right now, but also we can save to the cloud and use AutoCAD on the web and AutoCAD on mobile. AutoCAD on the web is a browser-based version of AutoCAD. AutoCAD on mobile is a smartphone and tablet-based version of AutoCAD. And I do touch on these in this course, much further down in the course, but we do talk about using the web and mobile folders and using the cloud to store drawings. So if I go up here to the quick access toolbar, you'll notice there I can open drawings from the cloud using my web and mobile folders, and I can also save to the cloud using my web and mobile folders. And the access to those is through my Autodesk account and my subscription with AutoCAD. That's how easy it is. That's basically how your Autodesk account works. It's subscription software now. You need to sign into that subscription using your Autodesk account details. Once again, we're staying in our interface.dwg file, and as I mentioned at the beginning of this course, we're using the latest version of AutoCAD, which is AutoCAD 2024. Now, there's some really nice new tab tools available in AutoCAD 2024. Be aware of that. They're only available in AutoCAD 2024, not in previous versions of AutoCAD. So just be aware of that. They are AutoCAD 2024 specific. Now, these tab tools are available in the AutoCAD interface where the file tabs are up here. See the little three lines there? If I click there, there's one of the tab tools there. So I can go to the Start tab or the interface drawing or any drawing that I'm actually using in AutoCAD at that given time. So any file tab along here at the top, I can get into it there. I can generate a new drawing. I can open a drawing. I can save all the drawings at any given time. That's really useful. And I can close all of the drawings that are open in the little file tabs line here, which is underneath the AutoCAD ribbon. Really useful when you think about it. They're just neat little tools, and if you don't know they're there, you're not going to be able to use them to enhance your productivity. I'll just hit escape there to close that file tabs tab tool, I guess we could call it. Now, we've got another tab tool down here bottom left. We've got another three lines here. Now, this one works with the model tab and the layout tabs and what's going on at the bottom of your AutoCAD application window. So you'll notice now when I click on this one, I can create a new layout. I can create a new one from template. I can go to my page setup manager. I can select all of my layouts at any given time. I can also dock this above the status bar or in line with the status bar. And I can also jump between the tabs as well. There's model, ISO A1 landscape and layout 2, which is what you can see here. Notice they highlight in blue when they're in use as well, which I think is a really nice touch from Autodesk. So I'll hit escape to lose that one. Notice when I click on here, that one also goes blue when I'm using it. So these tab tools are just nice little productivity tools. And if you don't know they're there, you just think, oh, there's just 3 lines. You don't know what they are. So one of the things I suggest with AutoCAD, if you're using a new version, is investigate the interface. Check what these little buttons do. But bear in mind that these little tab tools are only available with AutoCAD 2024. They're not available with previous versions of AutoCAD to that. But it's just a really nice feature, and if you don't know they're there, you won't use them. And as far as I can see, they're just really nice little productivity tools that allow you to do things in AutoCAD that you might spend a bit more time doing. So check those out, those little tab tools available in AutoCAD 2024. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to start taking a look at how we use our units and our options in AutoCAD. Now we've got a new drawing for you. It's called units and options.dwg, and as usual you can download it from the library to follow along with this particular video. We will be using a few different drawings in this chapter, especially when we talk about units, but for the moment we're using units and options.dwg. You'll recognize it. It's the floor plan with the grids, the dimensions, etc., and you can see it on the screen at the moment. Now the first thing we're going to take a look at is our units in our AutoCAD drawings. Now units are not units that basically you set, so to speak, and everything works fine. The whole idea of units is basically you're setting how the units display in AutoCAD and in your AutoCAD drawings. So you can't say to AutoCAD, oh, I want to work in millimeters. Make sure that everything is millimeters for me. It doesn't work that way. You make it millimeters by drawing everything in the model space full size to those millimeters. So you'll notice in the drawing at the moment, if we look at the dimensions between the grids, those are in millimeters. So if you look at something like between grids 2 and 3 at the top there in the middle, you've got 10,363. That's 10,363 millimeters, which is 10.363 meters and so on. And basically I've set the drawing up that way, and I'm drawing everything full size in the model tab, and that's traditionally how you work. But how do you get those units to display the way that you want them to display? Well, that's what we need to work on. Now the best way to do this is literally to type the word units, and as you start typing you'll see the units pop up there, but also on the dynamic input next to the crosshair you can see the suggestion menu kicks in. So it's picking up every single command, system variable and so on that has units in it. You want the one at the top, the little 0.0 icon, units. So if I click on that one there, there's units, and it'll bring up the drawing units dialog box like so. Now what you're doing here is you're setting up your display of your units and how the units operate within AutoCAD. You're not saying to AutoCAD, oh, I want that to be millimeters, please. It doesn't work that way. So let's have a look at how the drawing units dialog box works. So we're looking at length, so we're talking lines, dimensions, like I mentioned earlier, and how do we want them to display? Well, this particular drawing I've been working in metric millimeters. So if I click on the down arrow there, the flyout menu appears like normal, and I've got 5 different options. If I went for architectural, you can see it's pretty obvious what I should be working in, which is feet and inches. And I can change the precision of those feet and inches by clicking there on that flyout arrow. If I go to decimal, you'll see, there you go, there's my decimal and my decimal places, and 0.00 is 2 decimal places. I can go up to 8 decimal places in AutoCAD quite happily for precision. Just so you know, AutoCAD measures up to 20 decimal places in the background. You wouldn't know it, but your little processor in your computer is actually calculating distances to that accuracy. Crazy, huh? But it is true. Now, obviously I've got other settings there. I could go for fractional, so obviously 0 1/4, that's feet and inches again. I can also go for scientific. Now, if you know what exponential functions are, that basically there is 1 times 10 to the power of 1. And you can see there that I can then go sort of 1.00 times 10 to the power of 1, etc. So it's all to do with exponential functions and very large distances. Now, I'm going to jump here and go back to decimal, like so. Now, as a rule of thumb, if I'm working in a metric millimeters drawing, I normally leave my precision at 2 decimal places. Now, I know that might sound a little bit too precise, but that then allows you to have that little bit of coverage where perhaps somebody's drawn something wrongly and you measure it and you go to 2 decimal places and you don't see something like 15.00. You might see something like 15.01 or 14.98. So that's where that precision is very useful. Now, the other one that you've got is your degrees, your angles. Now, as a rule of thumb, I would go with double the precision. So I'm using decimal degrees, as you can see, and I'm doubling the precision there because like an angle, like a slice of pie, as it goes further and further out from that vertex on the angle, the distance gets bigger, doesn't it, going across the angle at the top. So it's always worthwhile to have that extra precision in your angles. Like I said, I'm using decimal degrees, but there is degrees, minutes, and seconds. You've got your gradians and radians there as well. And you've also got your surveyor's units as well. Now, gradients and radians are basically all to do with a circle and pi and that kind of thing. So just be aware of that. And surveyor's units, as you can see, work with points of the compass. So we've got there north, 0 degrees east. Now, just to make life easy throughout this entire course, we are going to use decimal degrees, and the precision is going to be double what we're using for our length here. Now, by default, angles are measured counterclockwise in AutoCAD, and arcs are also drawn counterclockwise as well. So the arcs follow this little setting here. So make sure that your clockwise box there is not checked. You do not want a tick in there like that. You want it unchecked like that. And then down here we've got our insertion scale. Now we do cover this a little bit later on and in other courses as well. But ideally your insertion scale, if you're working in metric millimeters in the drawing, your insertion scale should also be millimeters. Just before I click on that though, you can see that we can measure all the way up to parsecs in AutoCAD. And for those of you that are Star Wars fans or sci-fi fans, parsecs are a known unit of measurement. So you'll often hear Captain Kirk in Star Trek, for example, say, oh yeah, we're such and such parsecs away from the nearest planet. It is a unit of distance. It's a massive unit of distance, but it's there. And we're going from the sublime to the ridiculous when we go back to, oh, we're going to measure in millimeters. But if you're working in metric millimeters in a drawing, ideally set your insertion scale to the same. If you're working in inches, set it to inches, for example. If you're working in feet, set it in feet. We're working in millimeters, so let's leave that at millimeters. Now, you can see your sample output now just there. Can you see 2 decimal places for a distance, 4 decimal places for an angle? Lighting here, you don't need to worry about. That's when you're working in 3D and setting lighting for visualization and rendering and so on. So you can leave that as it is. One more thing, we're going to click on the direction button. Now the direction control, I'll just bring that into the center of the screen, basically ensures that to the east is 0 and then to the north is 90 and so on. You get that with the 90-degree increments there on the readout. By default, it's normally to the east. So that's your X direction going off to the east at an angle of 0. And that's X equals positive. Going to the left from the 0, 0 origin is where X is negative. And for those of you that have done coordinates at school, this is quite easy to understand. I will explain this in more depth as we go through the course. But just make sure that that base angle is set to east and 0. Okay? Click on OK there. Click on OK there. And your units are now set in your AutoCAD drawing. We're staying in our units and options.dwg file. And we're going to take a look now at how quick and easy it is to set all your different options in AutoCAD as well. Now, the drawing itself is kind of superfluous at the moment. We're just kind of making sure that we've got a drawing open in AutoCAD so that all the tools are available and not grayed out in any way. And sometimes you'll find if you haven't got a drawing open and you're in AutoCAD, obviously your scope of doing things is very limited. So the drawing itself is kind of superfluous to what we're doing. But there are some settings that you can set in your options that allow you to work with your drawings, and that's what's really important here. Now, the quickest way when you've got a drawing open to get to your options in AutoCAD is literally just to right click once on the mouse. No command selected, no object selected, just right click once and it brings up what is called the default right hand mouse button shortcut menu, commonly known as the shortcut menu. And if you go right down to the bottom, there's our options right there. Click on options. That will open up the options dialog box. Now there's a lot of stuff in here, and I mean stuff. I'm just going to show you a couple of little things that will allow you to work a bit quicker and a bit easier in AutoCAD with your options. But the whole idea of all of this is you've got all these different tabs, you'll notice. So there's your files, all the different files that AutoCAD goes to run. You've got the display settings, all the different colors and settings on the screen. The open and save tab is really important. Okay, there's some settings in here that are important. I will also take you through some selection settings as well that are pretty important too. Now, you'll remember in the intro videos, I explained that all my DWG files are saved back as an AutoCAD 2013 DWG file format. So when I do a save as, I use this drop down here and I say, right, I want them to save back to a 2013. The default is 2018. And we're using AutoCAD 2024, so you can see there that that's the latest one. But I always set it to the next one down so that everybody using AutoCAD 2013 and above can read my DWG files. So it basically means that, you know, there's 5 versions of AutoCAD there from 13 to 18. If I set it to a 2018 file, it means that anybody with 2018 or below can't read my DWG files, if you see what I mean. So they have to go at least up to AutoCAD 2018 to read the files. Once you've got that set, it means every time you click on Save As or Save, it'll save to that file format, which is great. It means other people can read your DWGs. Now, there's loads of other things in the options that you can go in and set. There's things like plotting and publish settings, your system settings, user preferences, drafting settings, 3D modeling settings. It's the selection tab I want you to take a look at. There's a couple of settings in here that are really, really important. One of them here is noun verb selection. Make sure that that is checked. It's important and I'll explain it later. It basically means that you can select objects first and then select the commands to work with the objects rather than the other way around. And also over here in your grips, make sure that you show grips. Make sure that that is checked as well with a tick like so. Make sure that show grips within blocks though is unchecked. You don't want to tick in that box because if you've got a really complex block and you click on it, it will be covered in little blue squares in your little grips. So you don't really want that to happen. So that's pretty much how the options dialog box works. And the lovely thing is, it's one of those ones where you can go and have a look and investigate and see what they all do. Now, the one thing I will say about the options though is it will affect how your AutoCAD behaves. So just be really, really careful with switching things on and off. So for example, if you, let's say, turn off noun verb selection like that by unchecking the box and then clicking on OK, what will happen now is if I click on, let's say, that dimension like that, I can click on it, but if I want to now go up to erase and remove it, can you see as soon as I do that, it goes, oh, I've got to select it again. That's where noun verb selection is a little bit of a pain in the butt. And that's where you've got to make sure that you right click, go back to your options and make sure that noun verb selection is checked. Let me show you what I mean. I'll OK that now. I can select it, click on erase, and it erases the dimension on that first click, rather than making me select it again and then erase it again. I'll just undo that by clicking on undo from the quick access toolbar. But you see what I mean? How noun verb selection is one of those little important ones in your options in AutoCAD. Now, I'm not saying that you need to go and change everything, but investigate the options dialog box. If you're not sure, use your help screens in AutoCAD just to check that you're not changing something really fundamental and AutoCAD won't work the way that it should. But check out your options. There's some very cool tools available in there. We've got a different drawing open for you this time. It's called units-metric.dwg, and as usual, you can download it from the library to follow along with this particular video. Now, we mentioned units earlier with the units dialog box, didn't we, where we were setting all our unit display settings and so on. Now, what I want to get across here is the difference between metric units and, in the next video, we'll talk about imperial units. So you'll notice in this particular drawing, if you look at the dimensions, you can see that the dimensions are all in those metric millimeters that I mentioned earlier. Now, what I'd like you to do is zoom in on this top left area here. So get the crosshair sort of over that area and then roll up on the wheel a bit to zoom in, like so. And you'll see there's some small rooms with little circular tables in. Can you see them there? And you've got some door openings there. Now, the best sanity check that you can do in a drawing to check what units you're using is to measure a known distance. Now, in a floor plan, the perfect known distance is a doorway. So you see we've got some door swings. There they are there. And if you zoom in, you can see that there's some nice door openings that we can measure. So, Home tab on the ribbon, like so. We're going to go across to the Utilities panel, click on the flyout and select distance. Now, make sure that your object snaps are on down here, like so. There's your object snaps there. And click on that little flyout there as well. And just make sure that endpoint, midpoint and center are ticked, and intersection and extension are ticked. It's just a case of clicking on them, like so, and they tick. And that means that those snaps are on and they're running. And then click on the little flyout arrow again to lose the menu. Good thing is you can do that in the middle of a command. I'm still in my distance command, you'll notice. And it's asking me to specify the first point on the dynamic input next to the crosshair. So if I hover there, I should get an endpoint snap. There it is. Left click on the endpoint snap. Bring it down to the endpoint snap on the other side of the door opening and click again. And there's my distance. And the dynamic input goes to town. It shows me the angle, the distance, etc. But it's this little bit in the grey box. Distance is 882.65 millimeters. So we know that that doorway is 882.65 wide. Now, that's not going to be feet, is it? It's not going to be inches. We can pretty much suss out that it is 882.65 millimeters. So I'll just exit the distance command. That's your sanity check. Okay. Now, you'll also notice down here, if you look down here on your coordinate readout, remember we talked about coordinates and things as well. So down here on the little customization there, click on the three lines. Make sure that coordinates is on, that one there. And that's also a good little sanity check. So I'll just click on the three lines to close the customization menu. So you can see here that when the numbers are really big like that, you know, that's not feet or inches unless you're in a really big drawing, right? So I'll double click on the wheel now just to zoom extents again like so. Now, talking of customization and the status bar down here bottom right, if you click on those little three lines again on the customization, look there, can you see units? Switch that on and then click on the little three lines to lose the customization menu again, because that will tell you what your unit settings are. You're using decimal. Excellent. So if you're using decimal, that gives you an idea normally of what kind of units you're working in. Now, obviously, you can display imperial measurement in decimal. You can have 0.5 feet, for example, or 0.2 inches. But more often than not, if you're working in feet and inches, it'll be something like architectural, engineering, or fractional. So let's just hit escape there just to lose that menu. And you'll notice there it doesn't disappear. So just click on the little flyout arrow like so. So that's how you can quickly sanity check that you're using metric units in an AutoCAD drawing that you might be working in. We're in a different drawing this time round. It's called units-imperial.dwg. And as usual, you can download it from the library to follow along with this particular video. Now, in the previous video, I gave you a heads up on how to work out whether you were in a metric drawing. Now, the dead giveaway in this drawing is obviously the name of the drawing, units imperial, right? But you'll notice as well, look at the dimensions between the grid lines. They are all in feet and inches. So that's a bit of a dead giveaway, but sometimes the unit settings might be set to decimal and the dimension style is displaying in feet and inches. It happens, so just be aware of that. So what we'll do this time is we'll zoom in on the same area where the door openings were. So you'll notice there's a bit of text here and there and things like that. You'll also notice there's some measurements there. Can you see 74SF? There's a text label there, and that basically stands for 74 square feet. So that again is a bit of a giveaway. But the sanity check is to use that measure tool. So again, Home tab on the ribbon, Utilities panel over here, click on the flyout and select Distance in the measure command. Utilizing your object snaps, go Endpoint, left click, to Endpoint, make sure you get the endpoint, left click, and you can see there that it's 2 feet 10 3/4 inches. And that's pretty obvious from that readout, you can't miss it. So that's how big that doorway is in feet and inches. So that's your quick sanity check done on a known object or distance in the drawing. So I'll just exit the measure distance command there like so. I'll do a quick double click on the mouse wheel as well, and that zooms extents again back to where we were before. Now you'll also notice down on the status bar there are some giveaways as well. Down here in the coordinates, you can see the coordinates are giving us a readout in feet and inches. You'll also notice scalings and things. The annotation scale is in feet and inches. And you'll notice here, where we set the units on the status bar, it's currently in architectural. Architectural is an imperial setting for units. So that's pretty obvious that we are using an imperial drawing in feet and inches. Obviously, like I said though, the dead giveaway is the feet and inches in the dimensions on the drawing. But like I said, your unit settings could still be decimal and your dimension style could be displaying feet and inches as well. So just to avoid confusion, do that sanity check on measuring a known distance or object and just check other settings. The other thing you can do obviously is just type units. If you type units like so, that'll give you everything that's going on in that particular drawing. So you can see there that we're still using decimal degrees, but for anything that is a length or a distance, we're in architectural, and we're using a precision there of 1/16 of an inch. So that's how you can check these things. I'll just click on cancel to make sure that I don't make any changes to that particular drawing. So as you can see, it's very easy to check what units a drawing is using, but when you set up a new drawing, there's no way for AutoCAD to kind of go, oh, you're in millimeters or oh, you're in inches. You've got to set all of that up by setting your units display first and getting everything up and running in the drawing. So just be aware of that. AutoCAD won't do that part of it for you. We're starting this particular video with a new drawing, and the drawing is called simpletemplate.dwg. And as usual, you can download it from the library to follow along with this particular video. Now, what we're going to take a look at is creating, surprise, surprise, a simple AutoCAD template. Hence the name of the file, simpletemplate.dwg. Now, this simpletemplate.dwg file is a blank drawing, but it's got a few little settings set up here and there to allow you to save it as a template so that you can reuse it over and over again to create new DWG files. So let's take a quick look at the settings that have been set up. If you go to the Home tab in the ribbon and go to the Layers panel and click on the Layer flyout menu here, can you see we've got some preset layers in place, like so. And you could add some more there if you wanted to. Just pop to Layer Properties, click on New Layer here. You could potentially add some more layers that you might want to add. I'll close the Layer Properties Manager at this point. So we've got some preset layers in place. Now there are some other little bits that have been set up for us as well. If you type Units and press Enter, in the Drawing Units dialog, you can see that we're using decimal for length and 2 decimal places. We're using decimal degrees and 4 decimal places. Our direction, if I click on the direction button, is east is 0. I'll just cancel that and cancel that so that I don't make any changes. Also, you'll notice down here, it's a bit of a giveaway that we are using decimal because our little unit pop-up is there on the status bar bottom right. Remember to click on the little flyout arrow to lose that particular menu. You can't hit escape to switch it off. So that's our simple template.dwg file. It's got some very basic settings. One more thing while I remember, we've also got a layout tab set up. ISO A3 landscape. If I click on that, we've got a simple title block set up. And also if I right click and go into page setup manager, you'll notice here we've got a little page setup. ISO A3 landscape, PDF high res. So our page setup, if we plot the drawings, will plot to a high res PDF. I'll just close the page setup manager and I'll click on the model tab again. It's normally a good idea when you save your drawing to save it in the model tab or a specific layout tab. I tend to go with model. Some people save the layout tab with the title block, this one here. So I've made a few changes here and there and clicked on a few things. So let's just go up to save here on the quick access toolbar to save our drawing. That way all of the settings are saved, ready for us to create our template file. Now an AutoCAD template file is a DWT file. So instead of DWG at the end, it's got DWT. Now the way that you can check that is if I go up to new here on the quick access toolbar, it'll automatically take me to the default template folder in AutoCAD. Now your AutoCAD options decide where AutoCAD looks for templates. And this is just the default setting. When you install AutoCAD, this is the default template folder that I'm using at the moment. Now in AutoCAD, if you see a template that's got ISO in it, it's normally predisposed to metric units. If it hasn't got ISO in it, it's normally predisposed to imperial units. So you can see there we've got the acad.dwt file. We've also got the acad ISO.dwt file. And those are templates, just blank templates that you can use for new drawings. Now, if you're using AutoCAD LT, it won't have ACAD, ACAD. Instead, it will have ACLT. Just a little distinction there between full AutoCAD and AutoCAD LT. So if you are using AutoCAD LT to follow along with this course, be aware that the templates will have ACLT instead of ACAD, like so. Now, this template folder is where I'm going to save my little template that we're going to create. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to cancel this. I don't actually need to use a template. And I'm going to save my drawing file like so. So there's my simple template.dwg file. So what we need to do there now is save this as a template file. So we're going to go up to the quick access toolbar again and click on Save As, like so. And as you can see, we're in Chapter 2 using units and options, and there's the drawings we've been working with. Now, if I want to do a Save As, it gives me the file name of the existing file and the file type. At the moment, it's set to DWG. If I click on the flyout there, halfway down, AutoCAD Drawing Template, DWT. You'll also notice there's lots of different DWGs and DXFs. We need the DWT. Click on that, and surprise, surprise, it defaults to the template folder, which is where we were a moment ago. So I can now save a DWG, a blank DWG with all the settings that I want to use as a DWT in the default template folder. Now, the file name, I'm just going to utilize over here, our little layout tab here, ISO A3 landscape. So I'm going to call it ISO A3-landscape. So just type that in, make sure that file of type is set to DWT, and then you're going to click on Save. Now, as soon as you do that, it'll ask for a description of the template. So I'm just going to put in there default ISO A3-landscape template. So let's give it a little description. Again, you don't have to go wild there, but you can see there that it's got a description now. So that file, if I look at it, it'll have a description in a text field somewhere. Now, measurement, it's a metric template that I'm using. It's in millimeters and decimal settings and so on. English will set it to imperial. So if you're using imperial units like feet and inches, you want to make sure that's set to English. But I'm using metric. So when I click on OK now, it will save that. You can see you've got a big, long, weird file path at the top. And if I just click on Save, it'll lose the file path and just display the file name. So you've just created a DWT file. You've now got a template file that you can use to open drawings at any given time. And what I would like you to do is obviously go off and change some of the settings in that original DWG, maybe add some more layers, maybe add some more title blocks, things like that. Have a go at creating different template files that you can use, different sheet sizes, all that kind of stuff, different page setups and so on. Because that particular title block had a nice A3 page setup, and it was set up to plot, I think, if I remember rightly, to high-res PDFs. You might want a page setup that plots to a plotter. You might want a page setup that plots to a different sheet size. So have a look at that. And we do talk about page setups in this course. So obviously, once you've been through the course, you can jump in and work with your page setups and maybe set up some title blocks and templates that could be used within your organization on a day-to-day basis. Now, our DWT file is saved. You can see there it's got the name at the top of the screen. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to close this particular file. Now, what's really nice about AutoCAD is I can just go up to this little cross here on the File tab, click on it, and that closes the file. Now, you'll notice now I'm back in the Start tab, and there's all different drawings that I've been using, as you can see there. But if I just go up here to New on the Quick Access toolbar, you'll notice there's my ISO A3 landscape.dwt there, like so. So I select that, click on Open, and you'll notice now that I've got a drawing1.dwg at the top of the screen, but my drawing1.dwg has my layers, like so. I'll hit Escape there, type Units, press Enter, and there's all my units as well. So I can click on Cancel there, and I can perhaps do a Save As and save this as a different file of a different file name. You'll also notice there's the title block that we had pre-created as well. Back to the Model tab. That's how quick and easy it is to save a template file. And if you want to use the simple template.dwg file that's stored in the library for you to download, maybe use that as your base template and then change it, update it accordingly, and work with that one and see what you can do with it by changing the settings in the DWG file and then saving it as a template for future use. What you can do now in this particular drawing is you can close the drawing one, we don't need that. Save changes, no, we don't need to save them at all, and then you're back to the Start tab in AutoCAD, in my case AutoCAD 2024. We're starting a new chapter now where we're going to take a look at how we navigate our drawings in AutoCAD. Now we've got a drawing open that you may recognize. It's our floor plan again, and this time it's got a specific file name. It's 00GND for ground and then floorplan.dwg. So as you can see at the top of the screen, 00GND floorplan.dwg. You know the drill by now. Download it from the library to follow along with the videos in this chapter. Now the floor plan itself is a pretty simple floor plan. You can see we've got the grid lines, the dimensions, the layout of the floor, and so on. And it's all in this case, metric millimeters. So we're in our drawing, and what we want to do is we want to be able to get around our drawing. Now this isn't a big drawing by any sort of shape or form, but obviously we want to be able to zoom and pan and move around in our drawing. Now the benefit you've got is you're running AutoCAD on Windows. That means you've got a keyboard and a mouse, and they're known as human interface devices. And the lovely thing about the mouse is it allows you to zoom and pan within your AutoCAD drawings. So you've got the crosshair, sometimes known as the cursor, and that crosshair can be positioned anywhere in your floor plan. Now you'll notice in this central area here, we've got a conference table and a conference room. Get the crosshair over that conference room and just roll up on the wheel a few notches, and you'll notice AutoCAD uses the crosshair as the center of the zoom. So I can get in really close and really tight to our conference table. If I now hold down the wheel on the mouse, a little hand appears, And as I move around, you're kind of gripping the drawing and panning around the drawing like so. When I release that mouse button like that, that mouse wheel button, can you see there that I'm back to the crosshair again? Now, if I position the crosshair over the conference table and roll back towards me on the wheel, it zooms me back out again, like so. But I can zoom out a long, long way. Now, if I do that by mistake, just double click on the wheel of your mouse and it will automatically zoom to the extents of the visible drawn objects again. So you can see that your mouse allows you to zoom in and zoom out really quickly and really easily. We do cover another method of zooming later on called real-time zoom and real-time pan. We'll cover that in one of the later chapters. Just before we leave this video though, one of the things that you can do is utilize your navigation bar in AutoCAD over here. Now your navigation bar should be on by default, and in the middle there, if you click on the flyout, you can see we've got various zoom tools available. So you're looking for the magnifying glass, that icon there and the little flyout arrow underneath. And then you select which zoom function you want. Now, if you haven't got your navigation bar on screen, type NAV like that. And can you see the first one that pops up is nav bar display? Click on that and your nav bar display system variable should be set to 1, which means it's on. If it's set to 0, I'll type in 0 and press enter. It'll disappear. It's not there. So if your nav bar isn't displaying like that, just type NAV. The suggestion menu, you will see nav bar display. Select it, make sure it is set to 1, press enter, and there's your navigation bar. Now you'll notice, like I said, on the little fly out there, you've got various tools available. I'll show you one little bonus one there. Zoom window is great. I use it all the time. Click on zoom window. It'll ask you to specify the first corner of your zoom window. So you click once, release the mouse button, drag the window, click again, and it zooms you to the extent of that window you've just specified. Incredibly useful, right? Now, let's say that you want to get back out again. You can come back over here to the navigation bar and use zoom previous. Takes you back to the previous zoom that you were zoomed in or out at. Now, like I said though, one of the things with that double click on the mouse wheel, if you're zoomed in real close and you can't see the wood for the trees, just double click on the wheel of the mouse and it will zoom to the extent of the visible drawn objects and thus orientate yourself again within your AutoCAD drawing. We're staying in our 00 ground floor plan.dwg file. And as you can see, we're looking at the floor plan and we're in the model tab. If you look bottom left of your AutoCAD application window, we are in the model tab. Now this is where you work full size. So as I mentioned, this is a metric millimeters drawing. So do you remember when we checked out units earlier on in the course? We measured a known distance, didn't we, or a known object, so that we knew which unit we were working in. So in the model space, the model tab, we draw everything full size. So if I zoom in on, let's say, a door swing like that, and I go to the home tab on the ribbon, utilities panel here, click on the fly out there for measure and select distance, this will basically measure in millimeters like that. There you go, 882.65 millimeters. So basically what that means is I'm drawing everything in millimeters, real life, full size, in the model space in my model tab. I'll just double click on the wheel now to zoom to the extent of the visible drawn objects. Now obviously you're not going to fit something that big, if you look at those dimensions, onto in essence a sheet of paper on a plotter or an electronic sheet of paper like a PDF either. You don't want to either. That would make the file size absolutely massive. So what you do is you utilize what is known as the paper space, or more recently in AutoCAD, they're known as layout tabs. So you'll notice I've got an ISO A1 landscape layout tab. If I click on that, that sheet of paper there is an ISO A1 sheet, which is 841 millimeters by 594 millimeters. But you're looking at that and you're thinking, hang on, he's displaying the floor plan on that A1 sheet that is so much smaller than the actual physical floor plan in the model tab. Now, I'll take you through how to create title blocks and proper page setups and so on later on in the course. But what you do traditionally in AutoCAD is you draw everything full size in the model space in the model tab. And then what you do in the paper space in your layout tabs is you create these things here. This is known as a scaled viewport. Now, if I hover over that grey line, you'll notice in this particular drawing, it's on the layer viewports, and it has a standard scale of 1 to 100, a decimal metric scale of 1 to 100. So what that view there is in the layout tab in the paper space is a view that is 1/100th of the original size of the objects here in the model tab. And that's basically how paper space and model space work. You've got the model tab and the layout tabs. Now, I will explain how to create a title block, how to create a scaled viewport and so on later on in the course. But that's the concept that you need to get your head around. It's really important. AutoCAD is what they call a trans-spatial product. So you're transferring from one space to the other to do your operational work in the model tab and then to do your output work in the layout tabs, such as the ISO A1 landscape layout tab. Once you've got your head around that, it's a lot easier to understand and generate and create your drawings and designs in AutoCAD. We're staying in our 00 ground floor plan.dwg file. And what I want to take you through now is a really clever tool that allows you to navigate your larger drawings, and it's known as named views. Now, we're in the 00 ground floor plan.dwg file, and I want to make sure that you stay in the model tab for this one. They are normally set up in the model space, in the model tab. And what they do is they allow you to jump from named view to named view in your drawing. Now, we're going to create two named views in this particular drawing. The restrooms are here. We're going to create a view so that we can zoom straight to the restrooms and work on the design work for the restrooms. We're also going to zoom in on this larger conference room here. So we'll just call it large conference room or something similar. Now, depending on your version of AutoCAD, you can get to these views quickly and easily. There's two different ways of doing it. If you're in one of the newer versions of AutoCAD, I'm running AutoCAD 2024, the latest version, you can use the View tab on the ribbon and use this Named Views panel here, like so. If you haven't got that, you might as well jump back to the Home tab on the ribbon and click on the word Top just here on the View Control. And if I click here on the View Manager, that will also allow you to go to the View Manager here and go to your different views as well. And I'll explain how each one works as we create the named views. I'm going to click on Cancel now to lose that particular dialog. And I'm going to use the View tab on the ribbon and use the Named Views panel here. I'll also create a named view in the other method as well. So we'll do both so that we've covered both. Now I'm going to create a new view. So I'm going to click on New View and it asks me for a new view or shop properties. Now you'll notice here there's an arrow just there. If you get this dialog like that, just click on the arrow, it expands it out because I do want to explain a couple of settings here in your view properties. So the view name is going to be restrooms, as I said earlier. So there's restrooms there. We can type in a view category. So we'll call this a plan view. So we'll have plan views as our category like that. Leave the view type as still. We don't need any of the other settings. It should be still. And then we need to define the boundary of that view in the floor plan in the model space, in the model tab. You've got a choice. You can click on current display, or you can actually just click on this little button here. That will define the view window. So click on the little button there. That defines the view window. Zoom in a bit, and you kind of want to get a point about there. Left click, drag it over the restrooms like that. Left click again. And can you see that black area now is your named view? So when I press enter now, it will take me back to the dialog box. And in your view properties here, it's always a good idea to leave this little box here checked with a tick. Save layer snapshot with view, because then what it does is it remembers the layer settings in that named view. So every time you go to that named view, the layer settings that you had when you created that view are remembered. It's a useful one to have. Everything else you can leave as is, and then click on OK, like so. Now you'll notice you're zoomed in on the restrooms. Just double click on the wheel to zoom back to the extents in the model space. So we've created now a new view called restrooms. And if I go to this drop down here where it says unsaved view, we've now got a restrooms view. And you'll notice it's got a little black icon there next to it indicating that it is a model space view. These ones here with the blue are just preset views that you can use when you're working in 3D, and we'll cover a little bit of that later. But if I click on restrooms now, it zooms me straight to that restrooms view that we've preset. Let's double click on the wheel again on the mouse to zoom to extents. Let's use the other method of creating a named view to navigate our drawing. I'm going to go up here to top, see the word top, click on it and go to View Manager. And you can see now that I'm in the View Manager and there's our restrooms view there. I can click on New. And what you would normally do, this is the workflow you tend to use for an older version of AutoCAD. So the view name this time will be Large Conference Room. So I'll just type that in. There we go. View category, it remembers the categories you put in, so we can click on the drop down and select Plan Views. Keep the view type as still, as I mentioned earlier, and click on the button now to define the view window. Zoom in on the larger conference room and just get a point around the conference room. I'm going to go from there, left click, take it around there. Don't worry if you get the stairs or anything, and it doesn't have to be perfect, but I want to get it to about there and click again. So there's that black area is the boundary of our name view. Press enter to accept as per the prompt there on the dynamic input. That'll take you back to the dialog box. Again, save that layer snapshot with view, click on OK, and you'll notice now the large conference room has been added to our list of views in the View Manager. Click on OK, and then double click on the wheel to zoom to the extents. So this time, if I go to top here, and I want to get to my custom model views, there they are there. So that's for older versions of AutoCAD. There's the large conference room. If I click there, can you see large conference room? If I click there, custom model views and go restrooms, it takes me to the restrooms. Double click on the wheel on the mouse and it zooms to the extents again. Now in the named views panel here, I can click on the flyout here. There's restrooms. Click on the flyout again. There's large conference room. Double click on the wheel to zoom to the extents. And that's how you can create named views to navigate much larger drawings. You might be working on a large building that has an east wing and a west wing and an atrium and things like that, and you just need to get around the drawing quicker. Those named views are incredibly useful for getting to spaces that you need to get to quickly and easily. Also, as well, when you become more proficient with AutoCAD, those named views can be dropped into layout tabs in the paper space as viewports as well. So that's another thing that you could potentially look into once you finish this chapter. Have a look at how those named views can be added to your layout tabs. Once again, we're staying in our 00 ground floor plan.dwg file. And I want to talk to you now about the mouse and mouse settings in AutoCAD. As I mentioned previously, the mouse and the keyboard, when you're working with Windows and any Windows-based applications, are human interface devices. They are the way that you, as a human, interface with your computer. You type, you move the mouse, you click, and so on. The mouse is fundamental to designing in AutoCAD. So for example, I'll move the mouse, I'll go up to the Home tab on the ribbon. That then allows me to go and find my draw tools there on the draw panel. There's modify, there's annotation, I can move around in the drawing, I can roll up and down on the wheel and zoom in and out. I'll double click on the wheel there just to make sure that we are zoomed to the extent of the visible drawn objects again. So you can see how everything kind of works together. Now, one of the things you can do with your mouse is change your mouse settings. Now, one of the things I would suggest that you don't do is do not go into Windows and change your default mouse settings, because AutoCAD expects you to have those default mouse settings running so that it runs nicely, and AutoCAD runs nicely as well, with all of the technology going on with Windows and interfacing and everything else. But there are some nice features available in AutoCAD for your mouse settings as well. They're in your AutoCAD options. So with no commands running, nothing selected, just right click, and on that shortcut menu come down to options at the bottom and click on options. That will open up your options dialog box. Now, there's lots of stuff going on in that dialog box, as I mentioned previously, but if you go to System, you've got your hardware acceleration there, and you would have thought that your mouse would be defined here. Well, it's not. You'll notice that we are using our current system pointing device there. So if I click on that drop down there, you can see that I've got current system pointing device, my current system is Windows, and my pointing device is my mouse. You'll also notice, though, that you can use what is known as a digitizer or tablet as well. In the old days, we used to have great big tablets that we could use with AutoCAD and move what is called a puck around the tablet and click on things on the tablet. We had like a sort of template underneath the tablet, like a boilerplate, and you could click on a specific part of the tablet and it would kick off a command in AutoCAD. They're very, very old technology now. However, saying that, you'll notice a lot of the Windows-based laptops and so on, and some of the digitizers, the big flat digitizers that you can get that run Windows now, are actually basically big tablets that allow you to use a touchscreen, for example. So that digitizer interface is still important and required. Now, when I jump across all these tabs, I'm looking for my mouse settings. So where might they be? They're obviously not in System, but if I go there to User Preferences, Windows Standard Behavior, that's the one you're looking for right there. So what that means is our double-click editing is checked with a tick. That means I can double-click on an object in AutoCAD and I can start editing it straight away. Shortcut menus are available in the drawing area. So if I right-click in the drawing area, I get my shortcut menus as well. But more importantly, I can customize my right click. And this is quite clever. I quite like this. So if I click on this, it brings up the right click customization dialog. Now, I've got it set to the default settings right now. So default mode, shortcut menu. Edit mode, shortcut menu. Command mode, shortcut menu. So that's what my right clicks do in default, edit, and command mode. It's this one at the top I want to show you that's more important. Leave default, edit, and command mode to those settings. It's just easier, trust me, otherwise you start getting to a world of pain where it all starts doing different things. But switch on your time sensitive right click by putting a little tick in the checkbox. Leave the duration to 250 milliseconds. That does sound a bit weird that you're working in milliseconds, but that's fine. It's basically, in essence, quarter of a second. Click on apply and close and click on OK. Now what you've done is you've told AutoCAD that if I do a quick click, it's going to be the same as pressing enter in AutoCAD when I press enter on my keyboard. So we're going to zoom in on this little top left area a bit, just like that. Just get a little bit of space over here on the left like that. And I'm going to go to the Home tab on the ribbon, Draw panel, and click on the line command. I don't mind what layer you're using, that's fine. Click on line like that. And it asks you now to specify the first point. So if I click once, drag, click again, drag, click again, like so. Now if I just quickly right click, the enter kicks in, and that basically is your keyboard. That right click now represents an enter on the keyboard and closes out the line command. I'll just click on undo there to undo that line. Now let's try that again. If I click on the line command again, click once, drag, click again, drag, click again. Right click this time and hold the mouse button down and it brings up the shortcut menu. So I click on enter there and I've closed the AutoCAD command line that way. Now, it's a really nice feature if you are happy to use the right click on your mouse as a replacement for the enter on the keyboard. And it does make you just that tiny little bit quicker when you're drafting as well. So I'll just undo that now, undo the line command there, we don't need that. Double click on the wheel to zoom extents again. Now, what I'd like you to do is jump into that right click customization and test that out and find out which setting you prefer. So it's a right click. Now remember, I've got to right click and hold this time to get the shortcut menu. Options there, and you're in user preferences, right click customization. Now, personally, I'm old school. I press the enter key on the keyboard. But if you don't want to, turn on that time sensitive right click. I'm going to turn it off, apply and close and OK, because that's just my preference. But test it out. Try drawing a few lines and see which method you prefer. Some people prefer that right click customization on, some people don't. Like I said, I'm old school. I still use enter on my keyboard quite a lot. But I'm finding that a lot of newer users, younger users, who are used to the keyboard mouse environment, they might be gamers, for example, they use a mouse all the time constantly. So they like that right click customization. So have a go at it, test it out and see how you feel with each one. And then when you're comfortable, set it to whichever setting you prefer. We're in a new drawing for this particular video, and it's called Simple 3D Object.dwg. And it's exactly what it says on the tin. It is a drawing that contains a simple 3D object. When you're working with full AutoCAD, and I hasten to stress full AutoCAD here, not AutoCAD LT, you can work with 3D solids and 3D objects in 3D design. You can't do that with AutoCAD LT because you don't have the 3D interface. AutoCAD LT is in essence AutoCAD Lite, so it's a 2D drafting tool only. So if you're using AutoCAD LT, this particular video doesn't apply to you. So we've opened up our simple 3D object.dwg file. And what we're taking a look at here is how we work with things like the view cube and the preset views and the navigation bar. Now, what I'd like you to do first is just pop up here to the top left corner. Can you see where it says top and 2D wireframe? Now, at the moment, we're working in 2D wireframe, so it's all just single line drawing. But what I can do here is I can select a visual style. So if I click on 2D wireframe, I can go to something like conceptual. And all of a sudden, it's 3D. You might also get a little pop-up here talking about 3D display performance. You can click on don't show me this again. I'm just going to close it for the moment. Now, you'll notice now it looks 3D. You've got a bit of shading, a bit of perspective and things going on there. Now, the view cube is top right. Now, all of the views on the view cube are also available here where it says top. Click there like that and you can see there's all the views there, top, bottom, left, right and the isometric corners as well. And also if I just hit escape a couple of times, if I go to view and click on the views here, there's the views there as well. So all of these views are available in lots of different places. I'm just going to hit escape to lose that menu and I'm going to go over to the view cube. Now at the moment we're in the top view. I'd like you to hover just there on that little corner there. See where it goes blue? Click there and now you can see your 3D object like so. And I can look at the left view on the view cube. I can hit the arrows there and look at the front view, spin it around again. There's the right view, there's the back view. I can even look at the bottom view if I want to, like that. And then I can rotate round all the way back like so. Click on that arrow there, maybe go to an isometric view, click on the top again and so on. Now you'll notice we're now upside down. These arrows here allow me to rotate back round to get the orientation the way I want it to be, like so. There we go, like that. Now, I can do the same if I click on top here, like that. I can go to a southwest isometric. There you go. I can do the same in the view and the drop down here and go back to my top view, like so. Now, when you use these views here, notice it does a zoom extent as well. So you might need to roll back on the wheel a couple of notches because it kind of fills up the screen. So there's lots of different ways of navigating in AutoCAD, even when you're using 3D, as you can see. Now, there are some really nice 3D tools on the navigation bar as well. So I've got this one here. which is a full navigation wheel. Now, if I click on that and come into the drawing area, you'll notice now I've got things like orbit, zoom, rewind, center, and so on. If I do an orbit, click and hold on orbit on the wheel and move the mouse around, and I can pivot around like so. Notice the view cube is following that movement top right. And when I release like so, I'm now in a custom view. You'll notice up here it says custom view because it is just a custom view. If I want to zoom, I hold down zoom, hold down the left hand mouse button, move up and down, and you'll notice I can move up and down and zoom in and out. I can also pan, hold down pan, and I'm panning like I would in 2D drawings as well. And then if I want to close the steering wheel, I can just click there on the little cross. Now, just before I do that, there's lots of other little tools. Center, walk, up, down, look, rewind. Again, check those out. They're incredibly useful. I'd like you to have a look at how all that works. Rewind especially, because you'll notice I can rewind through my movement history as I go along like that, which is incredibly clever. And you'll notice you might get rewind thumbnails as well. Did you see that little message pop up? It's just letting you know that each of the rewind frames can be saved as a thumbnail in AutoCAD. So I'll close the steering wheel by clicking on the cross. Now, I've got one more setting on the nav bar. Click on this little flyout here where the up arrow is. And I can orbit, I can free orbit, or I can do a continuous orbit. Now, orbit itself, you've just seen that on the navigation wheel. But if I click on free orbit like that, notice I get these funny little green circles. Click on a circle and drag, and I can orbit in the axis of that circle. I can just click and hold down the left-hand mouse wheel, and I'm orbiting, can you see, around the circle as I move around like that. Can be a little bit hypnotic, just be careful with that one. And then if I right click, there's lots of different zoom, reset view, visual styles, name views as well. So I can click on exit there, and I can go back to the top view now on the view cube. So as you can see, lots of different ways of navigating using 3D, using the view cube, using the navigation bar, and also just generally using the mouse as well. In this chapter, we're going to take a look at some of the tools available in AutoCAD to allow you to draw accurately. And we've got a new drawing for that purpose. It's called Drawing Accurately.dwg, surprise, surprise, with the file name there. But the whole idea of this file is it's a nice blank file that we're going to work in. And I'm going to use some very simple examples to show you how these accuracy tools and precision tools in AutoCAD allow you to draft effectively. So make sure you've opened up the Drawing Accurately.dwg file. Again, download it from the library to follow along with the videos. And make sure that you go to the Home tab on the ribbon, go to the Layer drop down here in the Layers panel, and click on the word Objects to make sure that the Objects layer is the current drafting layer. It's a nice blue colour, so it will allow you to see what's going on the screen a bit more easily. Now, I normally use what is called the dark mode in AutoCAD. That's the grey and the black that you can see on the screen. Now, you can't really see the grid that I'm going to talk about that easily on the darker background. So I'm just going to make one quick change so that you can see what this grid is all about. So I'm going to right click, go to options, and I'm going to go to display and to colors here like so. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into 2D model space here and uniform background and change that to a white background. And then click on apply and close and click on OK for a moment. As you can see, your drawing area in AutoCAD now looks like a mathematics notebook, right, with the little squares that you use when you're doing your maths at school. And that grid can be used as a fantastic drafting aid because it allows you to draft accurately at regular spacings. So what I'll do now is I'll quickly right click and go back to options. I'll go back to the display tab, into colors. I need to go into the 2D model space here and I need to go to uniform background and I'll just restore it to the color it was. Crosshairs also needs to be restored, as does viewport control needs to be restored as well. If ever you change your background, you need to reset those 3 interface elements. I'll apply and close and OK. And you can see there now, obviously I'm back to my darker colors with my grid on the screen. Now, like I said, we're going to be using snap and grid. They're down here on the status bar. They're these two little icons here. So there's grid, there's snap. Right click on either of them and go to grid or snap settings, depending on which one you've right clicked on. And it will take you to the snap and grid tab in the drafting settings dialog. Now, what we're going to do here, we're going to set some settings so that we can work with our snap and our grid. So make sure snap on is ticked in the checkbox, and same with grid on there as well. You want equal X and Y spacing. You want that ticked in the checkbox as well. Now, make sure snap X and snap Y are set to 50. If they're not, just type it in like I'm showing you now. And then type in 50 there, press tab, and the Y spacing will update accordingly. So same with grid there, make sure that that's 50, press tab, and the Y value will update to 50 as well. I'm setting a major line every 5 grids. So if you look at the grid behind the dialog, can you see there's like a thicker grid line every 5 grid cells? Can you see that? So I'm going to click on OK there now. So that's my snap and grid settings in place. Now, we're not going to use any object snaps or polar tracking or anything at all. We're just going to use the grid. So polar tracking here, click on it, turn it off. Object snap tracking, click on it, turn it off. You see they go grey instead of blue? Same with your object snaps. Turn your object snaps off in this particular case. And then I'm going to roll up on the wheel a couple of notches as well, just so we can see the grid a little bit better. Home tab on the ribbon, and then I'm going to click on the line command. Now, the good thing about this is I can draw things now by snapping to this grid. Can you see the mouse movement has become jerky? And basically the crosshair is trying to snap to each grid line. Can you see that? And as I move from grid to grid, watch, if I go there, can you see 4250? Move to the next one, 4500. Can you see? If I zoom in closer, there's even more grids as well. So you'll notice there, look, I've got 4000, go across, that's 4250, 4500 and so on. So I want to zoom in like that. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to click, doesn't matter which grid you use, click there, move along 10 grid squares. So you're moving along 500, left click again. Notice that's accurate to the grids. Click there, 250, I'm coming vertically upwards, 5 squares this time. And each square is 50, remember, I set that in the snap and grid settings. So all I've got to do is move along these grids and click each time. When I get to there, I can right click and close, and that will close to where I started from, where I was using the line command. So that's how quick and easy that is, and I know that each of those lines is accurate. So I know the horizontal lines are 500 long, and I know the vertical lines are 250 long, because each grid square is 50 units in this particular drawing. And that's how you use snap and grid in AutoCAD. It's that quick and it's that easy. Just zoom out slightly in preparation for the next video. We're staying in our drawingaccurately.dwg file. And as you can see, I've left it in the same state as it was at the end of the last video. So you can see there's the rectangle that we created using the grid and snap function down on the status bar. Now what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to select these lines that you've drawn. Click on each one, get the little pick box in the crosshair over it and left click each time, like that. So that's selected all 4 of your lines, and then just right click on the mouse and you'll see the shortcut menu changes. It becomes a contextual shortcut menu based on what you're doing. Because you've got some objects selected now, you've got some extra tools on the shortcut menu, I'd like you to click on erase, like so. And that erases the lines that you've previously drawn. And then just roll back on the wheel a couple of notches like that. And you might even want to just double click on the wheel if you want to. As soon as you do that though, you'll notice, can you see you've got this green and red line. Now those indicate the X and Y axes in your drawing. So where that X and Y is intersecting at the moment is actually 0, 0. That's the origin there. So if I move to the right along the x-axis, that's the positive x value. If I go to the left, that'll be a negative x value. Same with y. If I go upwards, it's a positive y value. If I come downwards from the origin, it's a negative y value. Now what we're going to do, we're going to draw using coordinates, these x and y axes and basically specifying X and Y values for coordinates to draw the same rectangle that we drew earlier. Now, in order to do that, what I'd like you to do is come down to the status bar, turn off your snap function here. You don't need to snap to the grid anymore. We're going to use coordinates this time. Leave the grid on though, because it gives you a little bit of clarity and you can see that you are actually going to exact coordinates. Do not switch on polar, object snap tracking or object snaps yet. We don't need them. We're drawing using coordinates this time. So make sure you're on your objects layer like we did for the previous video. And then I'm going to go up to the home tab on the ribbon, back to the line command on the draw panel. So there's line, click on the line command and come into the drawing area. It's asking me for the first point of my line. We're going to type in that little blue box there on the dynamic input 2000. So that is my x-axis value. So it's positive. So I'm going to the right 2000 units along that red x-axis. If I then type the comma like so, as if I'm typing the coordinate, it takes me to the y-axis value. I can also use the tab key on the keyboard to do that. So I'll type in 2000 again, like so. So that's my x and my y value. So in essence, it's x comma y, 2000 comma 2000. Press enter once on the keyboard. And you should see now, can you see that your line is starting from a grid square? And all the dynamic input is kicking in, giving me distance, angle, and specifying next point. Now, I'm going to draw my rectangle using what is known as relative coordinates. So I have to put a specific prefix in, which is the @ symbol. You know that @ symbol that you use in your email address, or perhaps your Instagram name or something like that? It's that @ symbol, okay? So as soon as you type @ you'll see the dynamic input changes and you've got a distance there. So we need to now specify a coordinate that we're going from that first point, 2000 comma 2000. I need to move to the right by 500, but I don't want to move in the y direction up and down. So that's going to be 0. So I'm going to go 500 comma 0 like that. So I'm going from the original point of the line 500 to the right horizontally. Press enter and you'll see there's your first line segment. So I'll zoom in a bit now and you'll see obviously the grid update a little bit as well. So that's our first line segment. So the left hand end of that horizontal line is at 2000 comma 2000, which is an absolute coordinate based from the origin, that x and y where they intersect. The next coordinate that we put in, the @ 500 comma 0, means that we've moved 500 to the right horizontally because there's no y value. So I now need to come downwards. So I need to possibly use some negative values now. So I'm going to type in @ again. This time 0 in the x direction, comma, and then a -250 in the y direction because I'm coming downwards. Downwards is negative in the y direction. Press enter and you'll see I've got a vertical segment coming down. Can you see that? And there's the next line segment waiting to go in. So I need to go horizontally now to the left to basically replicate what we've got above. So it's going to be another @ but this time I'm going to the left. So it's going to be -500 comma 0 coordinates, remember? Press enter and there we go. Now the good thing is I don't have to remember the last coordinate because I can just right click and close like we did last time. So that's using coordinates in AutoCAD. So if you don't put that @ symbol in front, it's an absolute coordinate relative to that x and y, the origin where x and y intersect. If you put an @ symbol in front, it's a relative coordinate relative to the last point placed. It's quite clever stuff how you can utilize those coordinates in AutoCAD. Once again, we're staying in our drawingaccurately.dwg file. And as you can see, I've left it in the same state as it was at the end of the last video where we created our little rectangle using coordinates. Now, we're going to utilize dynamic input this time. Now, you'll remember when we talked about the interface way back, I asked you to make sure that dynamic input here was showing on your status bar. So if it's not there, that little blue icon there, just go to your little 3 lines here, near the top there, make sure that dynamic input is ticked, like that. Come down to the 3 lines again to close the customization menu, and then you want to make sure that dynamic input is on. Now, if you right click on dynamic input, you can go to dynamic input settings. Now, I don't change any of these settings ever. I never have done. I just stick with the default dynamic input settings in the dynamic input tab. I'll just click on OK there. Now, dynamic input is great because when you start drawing things, you start getting all these little prompts next to the crosshair on the screen. So let's have a look and see how those work. So leave the grid on there, like so, dynamic input on. We're not going to use our polar tracking, our auto snap, or our object snaps. Okay, we're just going to use dynamic input only. Now I'm going to go back up to the home tab on the ribbon, into the draw panel and select line. I'm not worried about where you click for this first point. Okay, it doesn't have to be on a grid line. If you want it to be on a grid line, you might want to switch snap on, like so, and get a snap point if you want it nice and neat and tidy, like that, and then come down to snap again and turn it off. Otherwise it'll interfere with the dynamic input. So look, you'll notice I'm moving around using the dynamic input there from that first point. So I want that to be 500, like so, like our other rectangle on the left. If I now press the tab key on the keyboard, that's the one with the little arrow that points to the right, top left on your keyboard. Notice now it's taken me to the angle. So if I type 0 there, horizontal, yeah, and press tab again, can you see it's done 500 at 0 degrees? If I now just left click to confirm that, it's drawn the first line of my rectangle. So now I type in 250, press tab, and I want to go vertically upwards, so that'll be 90 degrees based on the east is 0 unit setting that we talked about with the direction, remember previously. Tab again, and there's our vertical segment. Just left click on the mouse to confirm, and then it prompts you for the next part of the line. So I'm going to come this way now. Notice I'm going to type in 500 again. This time I'm going to the left. So that's not going to be 0, that's going to be 180. So when I tab, I need that angle. Can you see it there? 175 in blue. That needs to be 180. Tab again, and there's my segment there. Left click to confirm, and then like previously, right click, close back to where we started from. As you can see, that's using your dynamic input to create another rectangle. Really clever stuff, huh? But you'll notice there are easier ways of doing things. So coordinates, if you're using coordinates and you need to be that accurate, use coordinates. But you'll notice dynamic input is much quicker and much more visual. What I'm going to show you in the next video is how to use what they call direct distance entry, which is even quicker than the last two methods to draw the same rectangle. We're staying in our drawingaccurately.dwg file. And as you can see, I've left it in the same state as it was at the end of the last video with the two rectangles that we created previously using different input methods to draw accurately. I'm going to show you now probably the quickest and easiest method of drawing accurately in AutoCAD. It's called DDE, Direct Distance Entry. But we need to switch on some settings down on the status bar for this to work effectively. Now, we'll leave the grid on, and we're going to switch snap on initially. So switch snap on as well. We're then going to switch on our polar tracking again, this one here. We're going to click on the arrow next to it and make sure that we're using the 90-degree increments. It should be that anyway, the default setting. But if it's set to something like 45 or 30, just make sure you select 90 at the top of the list. We're then going to switch on our object snap tracking, our auto snap. We're also going to switch on our object snaps as well. Click on the little fly out there. Make sure that endpoint, midpoint, center, intersection and extension are ticked like so. So for example, if your midpoint isn't ticked, just click on the word midpoint and it's then selected and switched on. Click on the little fly out arrow to lose that menu there as well. Now we're going to start using a lot of the drafting settings all at once in AutoCAD. And this is basically how I draft everything now. You know, back in the day we didn't have all these settings, but they make your life so much easier, these drafting settings. Now, the reason I switched the snap on here is like with this rectangle here, we just want to be able to snap to the grid quickly. So make sure you're using your objects layer, we should be anyway. Draw panel there and click on the line command. And then pick a point on the grid. I'm going to go with that one there so it lines in with my other two rectangles. Again, doesn't have to be that particular grid point, it could be any grid point. But just get a point on the grid, like that. And then come down to the status bar and switch snap off. We don't need it anymore. Well, I just want to be able to show you the grid so that you know that you're drawing accurately. Now, you can see the dynamic input kicking in, like we used previously. This time, though, we're going to use these drafting settings. Now, I'm going to move the mouse horizontally to the right. Can you see that? The crosshair is going horizontally to the right. Now, the polar tracking kicks in, and it's letting me know that it's at 0 degrees, which is an increment of the 90-degree setting that we switched on earlier. But the nice thing is now, the polar tracking is taking over the angle. I don't need to input the angle. As long as I'm moving to the right and I can see that green dashed polar tracking line, all I've got to do is type in the distance where it says 491. So I'm going to put in 500 and press enter once. Done. There's my segment. I now move the mouse vertically upwards. Can you see I get another polar tracking line going vertically upwards, the 90-degree tracking line? I type in 250, enter. There's my 250 line segment. Drag now to the left horizontally. That's my 180 degrees. You'll notice there. Type in 500 and enter. And then it's just a case of right click and close. How quick was that? That's why these drafting settings are so useful, especially things like polar tracking, object snap tracking, object snaps, but more importantly, that direct distance entry. If you've got polar tracking on, all you've got to do is type in your distance and make sure that your polar tracking line is active when you type in that distance and press enter. So that's your direct distance entry method. Make sure you use it with your object snaps, your polar tracking, and your dynamic input. Makes life so much quicker when you're creating geometry in AutoCAD. We're starting a new chapter now where we're going to take a look at utilizing some of the tools in AutoCAD to create objects accurately. Now, we've got a drawing that you may recognize for you. It's groundfloorplan.dwg. So GND for ground and then floorplan.dwg. You can download this particular version of this file from the library to follow along with the videos in the chapter. Now, as I said, we're going to be looking at drawing objects accurately. So we're going to be utilizing things like object snaps and object snap tracking. And what they consist of is settings in your drafting settings on the status bar. So make sure you've got the drawing open, and then we're going to pop down here to the status bar. So ideally, you want these three icons switched on. There's polar tracking. There's your object snap tracking, or auto snap as it's now known. And there you've got your object snaps as well. Now, the most important bit when you're using object snaps and object snap tracking is you need to have the appropriate object snap switched on. So down here on the little flyer arrow, click here and just make sure that you've got these 5 object snaps running. They are known as your running object snaps. So you've got endpoint, midpoint, center, intersection and extension. They're my 5 go-to object snaps that I normally use. Sometimes, by default, midpoint is not switched on. So if it looks like that, just click on midpoint, a little tick appears next to it. And then click on the flyout arrow like so. Make sure that your auto snap is on, this one here, object snap tracking. And then here, you've got your polar tracking. Just click on the flyout there and just make sure you're using the 90-degree increments. It should be ticked anyway, but if it isn't, just click on it to make sure it's ticked. When you click on it, the menu will disappear back into the status bar. Now, once you've got that all up and running, what you need to do is zoom into this area here. So hopefully by now you've mastered zoom and panning and so on, but we've got a space here. Can you see the two small circular tables? We're zooming into that area there between the grid lines. So get that space nice and central on the screen. Now, what we're going to do is make sure that we're on the right layer for furniture. So we're going to come up here and on the layer drop down, layers panel, home tab on the ribbon, click on the flyout here. I want you to be using this layer here, A700MFFE. That's your furniture layer in this particular drawing. Now, obviously, it's got a bit of a weird name. That's because it's using standardization. So that layer, instead of saying furniture, is following a particular standard naming philosophy. So don't worry about the name of the layer too much. Now, we're going to go to the draw panel up here. So there's the draw panel on the home tab on the ribbon. And we're going to come up here, click on this little flyout here, and select rectangle. Come into the drawing area, and I don't mind where you place this in this space. I'm not worried about the first click, the first coordinate. I'm going to come down sort of towards the bottom left-ish, there like that, and left click. And then I'm going to drag the mouse upwards diagonally to the right. Can you see the crosshair moving? So take the crosshair sort of upwards and diagonally to the right, and you'll see the dimensions of your rectangle there. Now we're going to use a bit of direct distance entry. So horizontally, it's going to be 3500. Press the tab key, and then vertically, we're going to have 2000. 2, 1, 2, 3 zeros, and press the tab key again. And you can see we've got a rectangle now that is 3500 by 2000 millimeters. Now, bear in mind this drawing is in metric millimeters. That's my go-to unit when I'm working over here in the UK. You might be using feet and inches if you're US based and so on. So obviously utilize the dimensions that you're using accordingly. I'm working with metric millimeters in this particular drawing though, so just be aware of that. Once you've placed those two and you've tabbed each of those direct distance entry distances, just press the left click left-hand mouse button. That will place your rectangle like so. You can also press enter there if you want to. I always use the left click. That's just my personal preference, but you can just press enter and that will obviously close the rectangle command and put the rectangle at the right sizes that you've specified. So let's get into object snap and object snap tracking. I'm going to zoom in on my table a bit so that you can see what we're doing. Now I want to place a circular insert in my rectangular table. Now there's two ways of doing this. One, you use your object snap tracking, your auto snap. Two, you don't use your object snap tracking, auto snap. I'm going to show you the second one first because it takes longer. It's more clicks and it's just a little bit unwieldy. So then we'll go to the object snap tracking and you'll see how object snap tracking can save you a lot of time. I'm going to go up to the line command on the draw panel. Click on the line command, and using object snaps now, because they're switched on, I'm going to come down here. I'll get an endpoint snap on the corner, left click, drag my line to the opposing diagonal corner there, get the endpoint snap, left click. When you're happy with that, just press enter to finish. You've drawn a diagonal line. Now, one of the mathematical rules of a rectangle is if you've got a 90-degree corner rectangle like we have, each of the corners is at 90 degrees, and the lines are obviously perpendicular to each other, that diagonal, the midpoint of that diagonal, is the dead center of the rectangle. It's the geometric center. Now, there's ways and means of doing this and using object snaps. Now, I'm going to show you two ways first, and then I'm going to show you a third way, which will actually probably blow your mind a little bit, and you probably didn't know it existed in AutoCAD. But that's one of the little tips and tricks that I'll show you in a minute. So we've got our diagonal there. So I now go up to the circle command on the draw panel, center radius, just select the default center radius there. And when you hover over the diagonal, there's your midpoint snap there. That's why I wanted you to have the midpoint snap switched on. So left click, drag your circle outwards, and we'll give that a radius of say 800. Press enter to confirm. There's your circular insert on your table. So what you would do now is your sacrificial diagonal here, you would select it, right click, and on the shortcut menu just click on erase. So that erases it like so. So that's one way of placing your circular insert in your table. Let's do another way. let's delete the circle. Just click on the edge of the circle, right click, and erase on the shortcut menu. Now, you'll remember I got you to switch on down here, Object Snap Tracking, Auto Snap, and make sure that your polar tracking, like I said, is set to that 90 degrees. What I can do now is I can go back to the circle command here, center radius again, but I don't have a diagonal to work with. But what I do have are my midpoint snaps. So I hover there, so just hover over that midpoint, don't click on it. Otherwise you'll place the center of the circle there. And then come up to the midpoint on this one, the horizontal, like so. Again, don't click on it. Just come down a little bit, and as you come down, you'll get an intersection of those two midpoints that is utilizing the polar tracking. So what you're utilizing there is your object snap tracking, your auto snap, and your polar tracking at the same time. And as you can see, left click, drag the circle out, 800 radius again, press enter. Now that saves a huge amount of time, no sacrificial diagonal line whatsoever needed. Now that is normally my preferred way of utilizing object snaps and object snap tracking, is you can hover over, don't click on the points and find the intersection like we've just done. What I'd like you to do now is utilize just one object snap to place your circle. So we're going to select the circle, right click and erase like so. Now this kind of defeats the object of the object snap and the object snap tracking, but it is an object snap that is incredibly useful and just doesn't get used much. It's called geometric center. So this time I'm going to show you with your object snaps how to use what is called snap overrides. So we come up to the circle command, click on the flyer again, center radius. Now we need the radius obviously of the circle, but we need the center point first. Otherwise we can't specify a radius from that center point, right? So we've got a closed rectangle. It's known as a closed polyline. Now if I told you that all you've got to do is hold down the shift key, right click on the mouse, and on that shortcut menu, this is known as your snap override shortcut menu, there's geometric center. Click on it and then just touch on the edge of the rectangle. There's the geometric center. Click once and there you go, geometric center of your rectangle. Type in 800 for your circle radius. Boom, look at that. That's how quick and easy it is to use your object snaps with certain types of geometry in AutoCAD. So if you've got a closed geometric shape like a rectangle or perhaps a hexagon or something like that, use that geometric center object snap to place something dead center of the closed geometric shape. Now if it's not closed and perhaps you're just using some geometry in your drawing, you then want to use your object snap tracking, the auto snap, where you hover over certain points, move in a particular direction, you'll see the intersection of those points and you can place more geometry. But don't use the first method, the sacrificial method. You don't need to draw all those construction lines. You should be using your object snaps, your object snap tracking, and more importantly, some of those lesser used object snaps, such as geometric center. We're staying in our ground floor plan.dwg file, and I've left it in the same state as it was at the end of the last video where we created our rectangular table with the circular insert like so. What I'd like to do is just roll back on the wheel a few notches and just zoom out a bit, and then we're going to pan across and go into this space here in the floor plan. So zoom in a bit, make sure it's nice and centralized using pan like that. Ideally, if you can pan and zoom so that you can see your other table that you created in the previous video, that would be very useful because you can use that as a visual reference. So we're going to take a look now at polar tracking and also ortho in AutoCAD. Ortho stands for orthogonal, which means it basically ties you into vertical and horizontal sort of kind of planes. You'll see how that all works when we go through it in a moment. What I'd like you to do though is just make sure that you've still got the same settings down on your status bar at the moment. So you should have your object snaps on from the previous video, your auto snap, object snap tracking, and make sure your polar tracking is on, because we're going to use that directly this time. So click on the little flyout there, make sure it's set to 90 degrees as per the previous video. Now we're going to create the same size table, but just use the line command this time. In fact, we could use the polyline command. It doesn't matter. Either one will give the same result. The only difference is when you close the polyline, it will be a closed whole object like this one here. Can you see that's a polyline? If I drew that with 4 lines, it would be 4 lines sharing common vertices. So you can either do this using the line command here in the draw panel, or if you want it to be a closed boundary, such as a rectangle, you'd use polyline. Ideally, you should really use polylines as a preference, so I'm going to go with polyline there, like so, and come into the drawing area. Now, this is where I utilize my polar tracking and my direct distance entry. So I'm going to pick a point in this area. Again, it doesn't matter which point. You don't have to be specific. So just left click somewhere in the space, like so. There you go. And there's my polyline starting, like so. Now, as I drag horizontally to the right, you'll notice my polar tracking kicking in. Now, your polar tracking is really important. And I'll go into the polar tracking settings in this video as well, because at the moment it's working with basically angle increments of 90 degrees. So if you think about it, 360 degrees in a circle, that means I've basically got north, south, east and west preset in my polar tracking. Now, as long as that polar tracking line is displayed, that green dash line, you can just drag along it and type in a distance directly. That's your direct distance entry. So I can type in 3500 like that and just press enter. Done. That's drawn at that polar tracking angle. If I now move the mouse vertically upwards, can you see I get a green vertical polar tracking line? And you can see that's at 90 degrees. The dynamic input display has given me a 90 degrees there. I want that to be 2000. So it'll be the same size as the previous table from the previous video. I just press enter and there's my line at that polar tracking angle. Come across here to the left now, move the mouse to the left and you can see the polar tracking line going off to the left. That's at 180 degrees, the next increment along, 90 degree increment. And again, I'm going to type in 3500. Press enter. No coordinates needed, you'll notice. It's quick and easy with the direct distance entry. Now the good thing is, line command or polyline command, I can now just right click and select close on the shortcut menu, and that closes it back to where we started. Now because I use the polyline command, if I hover over that, you can see now AutoCAD is telling me it's a closed polyline. It's not a group of 4 lines. If I'd used the line command and hovered over that top line there of the rectangle, it would just tell me that that's a line, and it would only highlight the top line. Try and get into the habit, if you've got geometrical shapes, use the polyline command. It gives you a little bit more scope for manipulation. It also keeps your file size down because that's one object instead of 4 lines creating the table, so to speak. Now, what we're going to take a look at next is how we can do the same thing, but using ortho. Now, you can't use polar and ortho at the same time. If I use ortho, polar turns off. If I use polar, ortho is turned off. So what I'd like you to do is select the polyline you've just drawn, right click, and on the shortcut menu, click on erase. So we're going to draw the same polyline, all 4 lines, it's up to you, so that we can see how ortho works. But to do that, I've got to come down to the status bar and turn ortho on here. There you go, ortho mode. It's off at the moment, but notice when I switch it on, polar turns off, like so. So let's draw our table again. So we're going to go back to the polyline command, into the drawing area, left click for the first point. Now watch what happens with ortho on as I drag. I cannot go up and down. I can only go left and right and up and down from the point selected. Can you see that? So if I drag to the right, I can't go up and down. So direct distance entry, 3500, enter. I know that's horizontal because I've got ortho on. I can only go horizontally or vertically. So if I now come up vertically, notice there's no polar tracking because it's off. If I come up there and type in 2000, this is obviously tying me down now to vertical and horizontal. I can't go any other direction. So I drag that to the left, and again 3500, and then a right click and a close for the polyline. I've got exactly the same polyline. Hover over that. Can you see? It's a closed polyline, 3,500 by 2,000. So there's two different ways of getting exactly the same result. Now, the one thing I would suggest here is, obviously, ortho, you are restrained. You are literally constrained to the vertical and horizontal axes. That's it, X and Y axes. But with the polar tracking, you can utilize other angles of different values. So my suggestion is, unless you only want to draw horizontal or vertical lines, use polar tracking. So we come down to the status bar, there's polar tracking, click on it, you'll notice ortho turns off, polar goes on. Now, if you right click over the polar tracking icon and go to tracking settings, click on tracking settings, it opens the drafting settings dialog in the polar tracking tab. Polar tracking is obviously on. You see the box is ticked there, so the checkbox is ticked. And the increment angle is based on what we set previously, the 90 degrees. So I can set those in the drop down as well. There's the standard angle increments, like so. I can add additional angles in this box here by clicking on new if I want to. So if I've got some randomly weird angle like 67 degrees that I want to draw at, I can click on new and add my 67 degrees like that. Press enter, and now when I use polar tracking, when I hit that 67 degrees, you'll see a polar tracking line. Let me show you what I mean. I'll click on OK. I'll just draw a line now quickly, click on the line command, come off of this endpoint snap, and as I drag upwards, there's the 0 degrees. As I come up a little bit more, you'll start to see the angle change on the dynamic input. There you go. See the 67 kick in? So there's 67, but it's only an increment of that one angle value. It's not multiple increments of 67 degrees. And then there's the 90 degrees, like that. I'll just hit escape to cancel the line command. I'll right click on polar again, and there you go. There's my individual 67 there, like so. I'll go to tracking settings. If I don't want it anymore, I can select it like that, right click, I can delete it, and you'll notice I tried to right click there. You can't right click on these. There's the delete option right there. Sometimes in dialogues you can right click over values, sometimes you can't. Right click there, doesn't work, so you just delete it like that and the additional angle disappears. Click on OK, and when you click on your fly out now, all you've got is your default ones there, like so. Now if I right click on that, you'll notice that the 67 has gone as well when I right click too. So I'll just hit escape a couple of times there, and again you'll notice you can't escape. You have got to click on the little button there, like so, on that little fly out arrow. But you can see there how polar tracking and ortho can work well together and also individually. I would say the majority of the time though, utilize your polar tracking. But if you are constrained to horizontal and vertical for a specific project, put your ortho on. We're staying in our ground floor plan.dwg file, and I've left it at the same state as it was at the end of the last video. What we're going to do now is zoom extent. So it's a double click on your mouse wheel button, like so that you can see all of the floor plan. Now we're going to start looking at creating geometry in the drawing so that we can start adding to the design of our floor plan. So we're going to utilize the line command first. We're going to look at lines, circles and arcs in this particular video. So we're going to zoom out like we've just done, go to the layer drop down in the layers panel, and it's always a good idea to utilize your layers and be on the layer that you need to draft on as soon as you start drafting. So we're looking for this layer here, L910M site. We're looking at the site layer. So click on the name of the layer. That makes it the current drafting layer. So now you know that you're on the right layer first time before you start drawing. We're going to add a landscaped area to the right here of the floor plan. So you might want to do a little bit of zooming and panning and zoom in. And can you see there's a door in the middle there? That door is going to open onto this landscaped area. And we're going to utilize our grid lines where they intersect with the wall. So the grid lines are these purple dash dot lines here. So we're going to need that little intersection just there. So what we're going to do, we're going to use the line command. So I'm going to come up to the line command here, click like so, come into the drawing area, and this is where you can zoom in nice and tight. So roll in on the mouse like that, and you want that intersection just there. Left click. And then you can roll back out again and zoom out so that you get the overview of where you're going. Now, polar tracking is on, so just move to the right. Can you see like that? There you go, we're going to the right. And we're going to type in 15000, 15,000 millimeters or 15 meters. Press enter to confirm, and you'll see that that comes out to that point there. Now, one of the tricks you can do here is now hover on the end of that grid there, and then as you drag horizontally, can you see you get an intersection like that? There you go. Your object snap tracking and polar tracking working together. When you see that intersection, just left click, like so, and you know that's vertical and it's lined in with that upper end point there. We're then going to zoom in on this point here, and you should see another intersection just there of the grid and the wall. Left click again. Now zoom out so that you can see what you've done. Press enter to finish, and there's our landscaped area. So that will be landscaped. We'll have some nice chairs, tables in there maybe later. And as you design this, obviously you're thinking about your staff, and they've got an area now where when the weather's good, they can come out of the back door of the building, sit in the landscaped area, have their lunch break, coffee break, meetings, etc. So that's utilizing the line command to create geometry, and we've used a bit of object snaps and a bit of object snap tracking as well. What I'd like you to do now is zoom in on this area here. So we're going to zoom in a bit, like so. There's that table that we created earlier. Now, if you hover over that table, you'll notice it's still a polyline. Now, ideally, I'd like that to be 4 lines rather than a polyline. Now, there's a lovely command in AutoCAD. This is known as a component object. So basically, it's a component object made up of a group of compound objects. The polyline that we've created is the compound object made up of components. So ideally, what we want to do here is make sure that we work with our polyline. So there's our polyline there. Select it. And if you pop up to the modify panel, see this command here, you've got explode. Now, if you click on that, with that selected, you don't see any difference. You think, hang on, what have I done? Hover over it now, and you've broken the compound object into its component objects. Can you see that? There we go. So they're all lines now, and I want it to be lines. So use that explode command to explode your polyline. It's quite a useful tool. We're going to zoom in a bit so that we can see our rectangle. Now, we need to be on the right layer. We're on the site layer at the moment. So we click on the flyout and we come down and we want our FFE layer. That one there, remember, A700M FFE. That's our furniture layer. And we're going to place some arcs at the ends of the table. And then we're going to tidy up the table and add a circular insert in the middle using the circle command. Now, what we've got here is a quick and easy way of adding arcs. So we go up to the draw panel, click on the arc flyout, and we're going to use start center end. Now, the reason I'm using start center end is because we've got object snaps that allow us to specify that. So if I start over here on the top right endpoint and left click, and then come down to the midpoint here, that's the center point of the arc, left click, and then come down here to this endpoint, can you see there my arc's going the wrong way? That's because I'm placing it clockwise rather than counterclockwise. So I'm going against that counterclockwise default setting. If I hold down the control key though on the keyboard and then click on that endpoint of the arc, done. Quick and easy. So remember, when you're drawing arcs in AutoCAD, if you suddenly see with the preview that your arc's going the wrong way, hold down control, AutoCAD will flip it for you. It's a nice little keyboard shortcut that you need to remember. When you're drawing arcs, hold down control, it changes the direction of your arc. Now, if I come over here to the arc flyout again, remember that we're using start center end. So if I start at this point here, like this, there you go, start point of arc, end point snap, left click. Come down here to the midpoint, which is the center of my arc, and then come down here and click on the end point for the end point of the arc. That one placed perfectly first time because I'm taking it in a counterclockwise direction. So I didn't need to worry about the control key in that instance. But if I'd needed it, just hold down control before you click on the last point of the arc. Job done. It just flips the arc for you. It's very quick and easy to do. Now, what we're going to look at now is getting rid of these two lines, 1 and 2. So we select them like so, and we right click accordingly and use erase on the shortcut menu like that. So there you go. We've now got a nice large conference table with those curved ends courtesy of the arcs. Now we're going to place a circular insert in there as well. So staying on the furniture layer, we go up to the circle flyout here. Click on the circle flyout on the draw panel, and we just want center radius. Now I'm going to show you a neat trick. Because we've got arcs at each end, arcs also have midpoints. So we're going to use a little bit of object snap tracking. Let's use the auto snap that we've used previously. Hover over the midpoint of the arc, like so, and then come up here, hover over the midpoint of the line. As you drag down, there you go. There's the center of your shape. Left click like so, drag outwards for the radius of the circle. We'll say that's 800, as per the previous table we worked on in the previous video, and press enter. Now, the reason I used auto snap and polar tracking there was because these are individual objects. They're not a polyline. If they were a closed polyline, I could have used the geometric center that we talked about in previous videos, but I can't in this case. So I needed to use the auto snap, the object snap tracking, and the polar tracking to get my circle center in the center of my table. Zoom out ever so slightly, and I just want to show you another quick variation of the circle command. So draw panel again, click on the circle flyout and select center diameter. This time you're going to pick the center point of the circle and specify the diameter of the circle. So the diameter is 2 times the radius. So you're doing the whole distance across the circle. So pick a point sort of in here. So you've got this space here, sort of top right there, left click. And as you drag outwards now, can you see it looks a bit different when you drag the crosshair? The crosshair is kind of outside the circle. And what it's asking for this time is a diameter of the circle. Now you'll notice there's a default value there. This is really clever in AutoCAD. Notice the diameter of the circle is 1600. What was the radius of the last circle we placed in the drawing? 800. So AutoCAD's gone, hang on a minute, your last circle that you placed had an 800 radius, so a diameter there would be 1600. Look at the command line at the bottom of the screen. Diameter, specify diameter of circle, it's going, oh look, 800, 1600. It's worked it out for you. So it knows that if I want a circle the same size as the last circle I placed, I can now just press enter to accept that default 1600 value. Thank you very much. So that is now a 1600 diameter circle. So literally, place the center point, press enter. I don't even have to put the diameter in. But remember that with the circle command. It's a clever little feature, and it works with radius as well. So if you draw a circle of a specific radius, you then go back to the circle command and do center radius again, it will remember the last radius place. So just press enter, and it will place a circle with the same radius again. Saves you having to type in all of those radii and diameters. So that's using your lines, arcs, and circles to generate simple geometry in your AutoCAD drawings. We're staying in our ground floor plan drawing, and we're going to take a look at how we work with polylines and another type of drafting tool called the spline command, S-P-L-I-N-E. Let's take a look at polylines first. Now, you should have left the drawing on the same layer as it was in the previous video, which is this one up here, A700MFFE. Make sure that you're on that layer so that we can draw more furniture. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to utilize the polyline command. Now, you'll remember we created this table here with the rectangle command, and it became a closed polyline. So, I've already touched on this a little bit already. Remember, I got you to draw this table originally on a furniture layer using the polyline command. So, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at how we can create this table with the arcs using the polyline command only. So instead of creating a rectangular polyline, exploding it, adding the arcs on the end, and then tidying everything up, we're not going to do it that way. We're just going to do it as one whole polyline. So you might want to just pan across ever so slightly. I'm going to put it in this space here, like so. So I'm going to make sure I'm on the furniture layer, which we've already done, draw panel here, and click on the polyline command like so. Going to come over to this area here. Now make sure you've got your object snaps on, your object snap tracking and your polar tracking. You should really have them on all the time when you're drafting. I'm going to pick a point about there and left click. I'm then going to drag to the right utilizing polar tracking and type in 3500 like so and press enter. So that's the first line of my polyline. I'm then going to right click and you'll notice on the shortcut menu I can select arc like so. Now if I just come vertically down with my polar tracking, it allows me to define an arc with a diameter like that. Can you see? Make sure the polar tracking line is kicking in vertically at the 270 degrees. You can see it there like so. And I'm going to type in 2000 in the direct distance entry box and press enter. So there's my arc there with a diameter of 2000. Now it's trying to draw another arc, you'll notice. So we right click and go back to the line mode. We then come along here to the left. Make sure the polar tracking kicks in along to the left, the 180 degrees there. You can see it on the dynamic input. Type in 3500 again and press enter. So there's our second horizontal segment of our polyline. We then just right click again and go to arc. And then we can come up here, get the endpoint snap appearing. When it appears, left click. And then it's a right click and close the polyline. So that is now a polyline. If you hover over it, it's all one object, you'll notice. So that's how you draw a polyline with arcs from scratch. Now, obviously, if you now want to place a circle in the center of that, what we can do is go up to the circle command, click on the flyout, and we'll do center radius like we've done previously. And then it's a shift on the keyboard and a right click. Utilize your snap overrides down to geometric center. Left click on geometric center, touch on the edge. There's the geometric center of our polyline. Left click. There's our circle center in place at the geometric center. Type in 800 as our radius and enter. And now we've got exactly the same table that we created down here. But remember, this one's still made up of all its original arcs and lines. So what we can do now is we can convert those arcs and lines into a polyline very quickly and easily. We can use the polyline edit command. Now you've got a choice. You can either type this in, it's PE, like that, just type PE, and can you see on the suggestion menu, you get P edit, polyline edit. Hit escape to deselect the command a couple of times there. If you go up to the modify panel here and click on the flyout arrow and pin it open, you've also got edit polyline there. And notice that's the P edit command. Can you see that? Hover over it, P edit. If you hover over it long enough, it gives you a little flyout description of how it all works. So you can use it on the ribbon there if you pin open the modify panel. The quickest way, I'm old school, is just type PE and press enter. That will prompt you to select a polyline to edit. Now you've got a choice here. Notice on the command line it's saying multiple. So you might have a group of objects that you want to create a polyline from. So if I right click now and select multiple, it will now allow me to select the multiple objects, the two arcs and the two lines. So if I select all of those like that and then just press enter, it says convert lines, arcs and splines to polylines. I've got a choice of yes or no. Now, obviously, it's kind of a given that we want to say yes there, but you might not want to. So type Y for yes and press enter. And then you've got the option to join, like so. Now, you've converted them all to polylines, but they're not joined together yet. So you click on join on the menu, and then it says fuzz distance. And you're thinking, what is fuzz distance? So for me, with my beard, is that my fuzz distance in the mornings when I go to shave my beard? No, not at all. A fuzz distance is a tolerance distance. So when you look at any group of lines or arcs that you want to join together to make into a polyline, if there's a small gap, a small error, a small discrepancy somewhere, you can enter a fuzz distance that kind of covers that and make sure that they still join together to form the closed polyline. Now, I know that those arcs and lines are all joined together properly using object snaps and so on. But you might have received a third-party drawing from somebody and you don't know that. So there could be some discrepancies and some errors. So what you do is you enter a fuzz distance. Now, fuzz distance is very much a bone of contention in AutoCAD. You can make it really big and it covers all the gaps that are up to big gaps, or you can make it quite small just to make sure that it just covers those small errors and discrepancies that you might find. Roughly speaking, rule of thumb, if you're working in millimeters, you want a fuzz distance of up to 20 millimeters. So there's my fuzz distance. I press enter, like so. They are now joined together, but I'm still in the polyline edit command. So I press enter one more time. If I hover over that now, as you can see, it's a closed polyline. And if there were any little gaps where the arcs join the lines and things, anything up to 20 millimeters would have automatically been closed by the fuzz distance. Very, very useful functionality in AutoCAD. Now, double click on the wheel to zoom to the extent of your drawing. You'll notice in this area here, can you see we've got some sofas and some little chairs there? That's kind of a relaxation area in the floor plan. Zoom in on that area a little bit, like that. And ideally, I need you to see the corner of the wall here. We're going to use that spline command now. Now that's over here on the draw panel. Click on the flyout and just pin open the little flyout part of the draw panel there. Spline commands are here. You've got spline fit and spline CV. If you hover over each one, that one, when you hover over it, it draws a spline with fit points. This one draws a spline with control vertices. You want spline fit. Fit points are just the points you click on to fit the spline to. Control vertices are differing points where you draw the spline kind of in between the points. So we want this one here. We want spline fit. Click on it, come into the drawing area, and it asks for the first point. Now, you may need to zoom in to do this, but ideally, I'd like you to kind of zoom in to that corner there. Can you see it on the green wall? Click there and then zoom out a bit again so that you can see the furniture. And we're going to kind of click in a random wiggly line. So I'm going to go 1 and wiggle, 2 and wiggle up and down like that. Just a few times like that till you get to about there, and then just press enter to finish. There is your spline. Now a spline is an irregular curve using a logarithmic mathematical algorithm. Okay, just ignore the big words. Basically it's a maths equation that it calculates the curve between the points with. And it's known as NURBS, non-uniform rational B-spline. So if you hear anybody mention NURBS in an AutoCAD environment, that's what a spline uses to create that curve in the drawing. Now, the wall thickness in this particular floor plan over here, this wall thickness here, is approximately 120 millimeters. So we're going to jump up to the modify panel here, click on the offset command, this one here, and come into the drawing area and specify a distance of 120 and then press enter, like so. We're then going to click here on the spline, move downwards, left click for direction, and there's our little wall. It's a little curvy, sort of slightly abstract separation wall of the relaxation area and the corridor. Press enter to finish the offset command. Now we need to tidy this up, but more importantly, we need to make sure that it's on the right layer, because at the moment we're putting it on the furniture layer. Don't worry about that. I'll show you how to match the properties up in a minute. Zoom in on the left-hand end, line command here, like so, and just go endpoint to endpoint and press enter to finish. Zoom out a little bit, pan across. You're then going to go up to the modify panel, click on the flyout and select extend. And just click on the end of the spline and it'll extend it there to the wall like so. Press enter to finish. Last but not least, pop to match properties here. Select your green wall, this one here, that's your source object. And then AutoCAD knows the properties that you want to apply to the splines. So you're going to go click, and it just applies those properties to your splines. Remember to do the little line you placed at the end, close the wall. Do that like that, enter to finish, and if you zoom out now, job done. You've got a little abstract curvy wall separating the corridor from the relaxation area. Click on the little pin and the draw panel pops back into the ribbon as well. So as you can see there, we've used the polyline command, bit of polyline editing, and the spline command to create some geometry and designs in our floor plan. We're staying in our ground floor plan.dwg file, and up until now we've obviously been adding new geometry to the drawing, adding our tables, adding our landscaped area, adding our nice wiggly curvy spline wall as well. Now what we're going to look at now is another way of zooming and moving around the drawing, and it's based around the right-click shortcut menu on the mouse. And it's incredibly useful when you're doing a lot of close-up work and you're going in and out, zooming in and out of your drawings. So with no commands or objects selected, just right-click. And you'll see on the shortcut menu, you've got pan and zoom. That's real-time pan and real-time zoom. Click on pan first. You'll see the hand appear like we've used pan before, but the hand is open. So you move the hand to where you want it to go in the drawing, hold down the left-hand mouse button, it grips the drawing, and it pans from that point. Can you see? The hand is kind of hanging onto the back of the sofa there. Now the good thing is I can pan around, and as soon as I release the mouse button, the hand opens again. But here's the good bit. If I right-click now, I'm in real-time zoom and real-time pan. So I can change my mode. I'm in pan at the moment. If I now go to zoom, you'll notice I've got a magnifying glass. If I hold the left-hand mouse button down and move up, I zoom in. If I hold the left-hand mouse button in again and move down, I zoom out, like so. I can also right-click. I can zoom window. So if I click on zoom window and click and hold the mouse button down and drag, it highlights an area. As soon as I release the mouse button, it zooms to the extent of that area. I can also right-click and zoom original. That takes me back to the original zoom before I started moving around. And then there's another right-click where I can zoom extent, and that's the equivalent of double-clicking on the mouse wheel button. But I'm still in real-time zoom, real-time pan. Note the magnifying glass. So it's just a case of right-clicking and exiting real-time zoom and real-time pan. So that's just another little method of navigating your drawings when you're doing a lot of zooming and panning to place different bits of geometry in different places. Real-time zoom, real-time pan on that right click on that shortcut menu. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to take a look at some further drafting techniques that you can use in AutoCAD. Now we've got another drawing for you for this particular chapter. It's called Ground Floor Plan Rev 2, Revision 2. So you'll see the title of the file at the top of the screen there, Ground Floor Plan _ rev2.dwg. Make sure you download this particular version of the drawing to follow along with the videos. When you open up the drawing, just make sure you're in the Model tab and that you've zoomed extents so that you've got a view like the one you can see on your screen. Now, make sure you're using the furniture layer. There's our little flyout there on the layers panel on the home tab on the ribbon. And you want to be using A-700 MFFE, that particular layer there. Now you'll remember in the previous chapter we placed this landscaped area, didn't we, on the right hand side of the building. We're going to zoom in on that now and just pan a little bit, get it roughly central on screen like that. And we're going to place some outdoor furniture for the staff to use in the landscaped area when the weather's good. So we'll put some tables in. Now I'm going to use the rectangle command for the first table, and I'm going to place it up here, just near the door, so people can come out of the door, grab a seat at the table, have their lunch, have a meeting, even just sit and relax for a coffee break or a lunch break. So we go up to the draw panel here on the home tab on the ribbon, and there's a little flyout just there. You've got rectangle or polygon, select rectangle, and come into the drawing area. Now we've used the rectangle command before. I'm going to show you a couple of little methods of using it slightly differently. So first corner point, I'm going to pick a point near the door, about there, and left click. So as you drag upwards to the right, you can see, obviously, you've got the distances, the vertical and horizontal distances, the sizes of your rectangle. Now, previously, we used direct distance entry, didn't we? And then we just tabbed between each distance for our rectangle. This time, I'm going to use a relative coordinate. So I type at, like so, and can you see the input method changes on the dynamic input? So we're going at, and we want 3500, comma, type comma, as if you're writing the coordinate down, and then 2000, like that. So what that means is we're going to go from the first point of the rectangle that we clicked, and then we're going to go 3500 to the right along the x-axis, and then 2000 upwards on the y-axis. When I press enter, you'll see that rectangle looks remarkably similar to other rectangles we've created, other tables. Now you can do a quick sanity check there as well. So staying in the Home tab on the ribbon, we can go to the Measure tool on the Utilities panel there, select Distance on the flyout, and you can measure. Endpoint click, endpoint click. That's 3500. Select Distance again on the menu, click on it, and go Endpoint click, endpoint click. And you can see that it's 3500 by 2000. When you want to come out of the Distance command, just click on Exit at the bottom of the menu there. So that's another way of placing a rectangle. You start with the first point and then give a relative coordinate of the second point, and AutoCAD then calculates the sizes of the rectangle for you. Now select that rectangle again, click on it, right click and erase it. Now we're going to draw the same size rectangle, but we're going to use a slightly different method, which is quite clever. So we're going to jump to the rectangle command again. Now, a little trick I'm going to show you is if you right click anywhere and go to recent input on your shortcut menu, there's your rectangle command. So any recent commands that you've used appear in that list. So just right click, recent input, rectangle. There we go. Now it's asking us to specify the first corner point. I'm going to left click about there near the door again, like I did previously. And there's my rectangle waiting to be placed. Now you'll notice down on the command line at the bottom of the screen, I can specify an area, dimensions, or rotation as well. So if I right click, those input methods obviously appear on the shortcut menu as well. Select dimensions. And you'll notice now that you're prompt for the length of the rectangle. Now that is the x-axis distance. So that's going to be your 3500. Press enter. And you then want the width of your rectangle, that is the y distance, that will be 2000. And press enter again, and there's your rectangle. Now, notice it's kind of waiting for another input. And that other input is that you can now rotate the rectangle around the original origin point, the point that you clicked. So you can go in each quadrant around. Can you see a rotating as if that point is the 0, 0 of your rectangle? So when you've got the position you want it to be in, which is going to be there near the door, just left click and it places it at the appropriate location. So if you've got a rectangle that you need to place and you know the size of the rectangle, but you're not sure which rotation you want to put it in, which orientation, use that dimensions tool. Incredibly useful. Okay, we're going to jump to the draw panel again. Go to the circle command this time and select center radius. We're going to come over here to the top right area of the landscaped area. Pick a point about there, left click, and just drag outwards and type in a radius of 1700, 1700, and press enter to confirm. Just make sure that your circle is inside the green landscaped area. I'm going to show you now how to create an octagonal table using the polygon command. So what we'll do, we'll zoom in a bit so that we can see what we're doing. That's always useful. And then we're going to go up here to the draw panel again, click on the flyout here where you've got rectangle and polygon. Select polygon this time, come into the drawing area, prompts you for the number of sides. Now, here's the thing about AutoCAD. You can have 3 sides, which is the minimum. You can't have 2 sides. Think about that for a moment. You can't have a 2-sided polygon. Doesn't work. 3 sides you can. It's a triangle. So as we go up the number of sides, you can have a maximum as well. So you can go from 3 all the way up to 1024 sides in the polygon command. Now, I've never used 1024 sides, and I don't know what the name of it is. You might need to Google that. The maximum I've gone to is 12 sides, which is a dodecahedron. But this time we want an octagonal table. So that's going to be 8 sides for our polygon. Press enter once you've typed in 8, and it'll now ask for the center of the polygon. That's why I placed the circle first. So hover over the edge of your circle and you should see the center snap appear. Move into the center and left click on the center snap. Now, just before we do that, you will need your object snaps set like so. Make sure that center snap is on. Click on the arrow again to lose the menu. You're still in the polygon command, by the way. So center a polygon, use the center snap, left click. Now, it gives you 2 choices when you're using a circle to create a polygon. You can have it inscribed within the circle or circumscribed about the circle. Quick little memory aid for you here. Inscribed has the word in it, so you're in the circle. Circumscribed is about the circle. We're going around the edge of the circle. Circumference of a circle, circumscribed, there's the word relationship you can use. So if I go inscribed and select that on the menu, can you see now I'm going from the center of the circle out to a vertex on the polygon? So if I just go vertically upwards, utilizing my polar tracking there, I get an intersection there, left click. There's my octagonal table using the inscribed polygon method. Now I'll just go up to undo, click on undo once there on the quick access toolbar. I can then right click, recent input, there's polygon. And then number of sides again, I did an undo so it won't remember the number of sides. Type in 8 and enter. Specify center of polygon, same workflow. Touch on the edge of the circle, into the center, left click on the center snap. I'll select circumscribed this time, and notice it now goes out from the center to a midpoint on an edge of the polygon. If I come up here like so, can you see there the intersection? It places the polygon differently. That's the orientation I want, so I don't need the circle anymore. So I click on the circle, right click, erase the circle. If I zoom out a bit now, I've got a nice rectangular outdoor table and a nice octagonal outdoor table using the rectangle command and the polygon command. We're staying in our ground floor plan rev2.dwg file. And we're going to take a look now at using the points command in AutoCAD and also the donut command in AutoCAD. Now, I don't want to disappoint you, the donuts in AutoCAD are not edible. They are a geometric shape, so hopefully you didn't get too excited and order coffee in to have with your donuts. Now, we'll cover donuts in a moment. What we're going to look at first is the points tool available in AutoCAD. Now, I've left the drawing in the same state it was at the end of the last video where we created the 2 tables using a rectangle and a polygon. So I'm just going to do a little bit of zooming and panning. I'm then going to select my octagonal table. Now, you'll notice there's lots of grips there. Obviously, there are all the vertices and so on. Just with it selected, right click, and you want to go to move on the shortcut menu. Click on move. Pick a point inside the center of the polygon and left click, and then just drop it over here near the door and left click again like that, because I want this vertical side of the landscaped area. So I'm going to zoom in a bit now and centralize it like so. We're then going to go to the home tab on the ribbon and into the layers panel. We're going to click on layer properties. That will open up your layer properties manager palette. Now, these are all the layers that we've got in the drawing right now. We're going to create 2 new layers. So we're going to click on this little icon here, new layer. And the first new layer is going to be bike bays, B-I-K-E, like that, and then B-A-Y-S. It's where we're going to store our bikes when we cycle to work. Moving across, make sure you leave all of these as they are and then click on color. See the word white. It might not be white, it might be a different color. Don't worry about it. Click on the color box and pick a nice color that stands out. I'm going to go for this sort of purple magenta here, like that. Click on OK, and you'll see that's color 210. Make sure your line type is continuous, so when you click on it, it will prompt you to select line type, select continuous, and OK. and make sure your line weight is default, like so. So again, when you click on the line weight, there's the line weight there. Just scroll to the top, like so, and select default at the top of the list. Click on OK again. So that's our bike bays layer in place. What we're going to do now is click again on the new layer, and this time it will be bike bays, and then put a dash, and then SO for setting out, and then points, like that. So these will be our bike bays setting out points. Now you'll notice it should remember the settings of the previous layer you created, which is the 210, continuous, and default. Can you see that highlighted in the blue? Press enter to confirm the layer name, and just check that bike bays and bike bays SO points are both that color 210, and then continuous, continuous, default, default. Then you're going to click on the little sheet of paper next to bike bays SO points there. So just double click on that, and can you see it turns to a little green tick? Notice now your current layer is bike bays SO points. Up here in the layers panel, it is also bike bays SO points. And if you've got your layer drop down in your quick access toolbar, it's also there as well. Close your layer properties manager. So what we're going to do is we're going to place our bike bays setting out points down this vertical green line on the landscaped area. How do we do that? Well, we use the points tool in AutoCAD. But before we do that, we need to set up some settings. So we go to the Home tab on the ribbon, over to the Utilities panel here, and click on the little flyout arrow. And can you see there's one there called Point Style? Click on that, and that will open up your Point Style dialog. Now, the default point style in AutoCAD is a tiny little dot. There it is highlighted there. We don't want that. We want a nice symbol that marks out our setting out points. I'm going to go for this one here. It's a circle with a diagonal cross. And the reason I always choose that one is it looks like the object snap node, which is the object snap that snaps to points in AutoCAD. We're going to have a point size of 5% relative to screen. Don't set it in absolute units because that means they're 5 millimeters, and when you zoom right out you won't be able to see them. Always set your size relative to screen, and a point size of 5% of the screen size is pretty sensible. Make sure you've got that point style and click on OK. So how do we place our points? Well, we can utilize some really cool drafting tools in AutoCAD, such as Divide is a good one. Now I'm going to go up to the Draw panel here, click on the flyout and pin it open. Now you'll notice I've got Divide, that evenly spaces my point objects, or I can measure my points along an object at intervals if I want to. I can also just place multiple points by clicking on object snaps, etc. We're going to use Divide here, like so. So click on Divide, come into the drawing area and select the object you want to divide. That's our vertical line there. So when I click on it now, it'll ask me for the number of segments I want to divide that line into. I'm going to type in 10, like that, and press enter. And as soon as I do that, there's my point styles that I set up, the little circle with the diagonal cross, and they are 5% of the screen size at the moment. So if I zoom in a little bit, can you see they get much bigger? And then if I type regen, R-E-G-E-N, and press enter, they're 5% of the screen size again. So that's really useful. So make sure that you do that screen size option, not the absolute option. Now when I zoom out again, can you see they're really tiny and I can't really see them? So I type regen again, press enter. That regenerates the drawing, by the way, the regen command. And can you see they're 5% of the screen size again? I'm then going to go to my layer drop down here, like so, and I'm going to select bike bays as my current drafting layer. Now, before we do anything else, pop down here to your object snaps. Click on the little flyout menu, and you'll notice there is a node object snap. That is the object snap that snaps to AutoCAD points. Switch it on by clicking on it so that you've got the little tick next to it. Click on the little flyout arrow to lose the menu again. We're then going to go to the Draw panel, click on the line command, and snap here to our node. Left click. As you drag horizontally to the left, can you see there the polar tracking kicks in? We want a distance there of 2500. Press enter, and there's our first bike bay. Press enter again to close the line command. Now the good thing is I can select that line like so, right click, and you'll see I've got a copy selection command on the shortcut menu. Click on copy selection, and I just go from node or endpoint there and just snap to each node. And just keep clicking until I've placed a line on each of the setting out points like that. There we go, enter to finish. That's my copy done like so. Now, before you do anything else, you might want to just quickly pop down to your object snaps and click on node again, just to turn it off. You don't want it on all the time. And then click on the little flyout arrow to close the menu. Now, bike bays is our current layer. So if I now click on the layer flyout on the layers panel and come down here and click on that little sun symbol for the setting out points, you'll notice they disappear. I've got a snowflake now. They're frozen in the drawing, so they're hidden. If I click on the snowflake, can you see they come back again? So just freeze your little setting out points just to keep the drawing tidy. Hit escape a couple of times, zoom out, and you've utilized your setting out points there to place your bike bays. So that's using the points command in AutoCAD. Now, what about those donuts? Well, let's go to our layer properties again. Let's click on layer properties here. And we're going to click on new layer. And we're going to create a new layer this time, and we're just going to call it setting out points. So you can see I'm typing in the layer name, press enter, and it's remembered the colors of the bike bays. Do you remember? Can you see the 210, continuous and default? Setting out points, though, I'd like it to be a different color. So click on the color for your new setting out points layer. And I'm going to give it this sort of orangey red color, which is color number 20. As you can see, there you go, color number 20. Okay, that like so. Again, click on the little sheet of paper to the left of the setting out points. Just double click on it like that. And can you see there? It's now our current drafting layer. There you go, current layer setting out points. Close the layer properties manager. And you can see setting out points is our current drafting layer. Now I'm going to pan across and zoom in on this lower left corner of the building. Can you see that there? And there's the corner of the building right there. I'm now going to create a donut as a setting out point. Now it's up to you where you place this. You might use the intersection of the grid lines, you might use the corner of the building. It's entirely up to you which point you use. So I want you to try this out and have a go. So we'll zoom in, and there's the donut command on the expanded draw panel there. There's donut there. Click on it and come into the drawing area. Now it's asking you to specify the inside diameter of your donut. Okay, now at the moment it's set to 0.5 millimeters. It's a little bit small in a metric millimeters drawing. So I'm going to go with 250 like that and press enter. And then my outside diameter I'm going to say is 350. So that'll actually give me a donut thickness of 100 millimeters. Press enter to confirm that, and there's my donut. Can you see? And it's got the center of the donut on the crosshair. So I can now use an object snap, can you see? And I can place that donut wherever I want it to go using my object snaps. I'm going to use the corner of the building like that, left click, and there's my little setting out donut on my setting out layer. Press enter to finish, and when I zoom out a little bit, you can see my donut marks exactly the corner of the building. Now it's up to you where you place that donut. Try it out. Place it on the end of a grid line. Place it somewhere in the building. It's entirely up to you, but that's how donuts work, and they are a little geometric 2D object that has a thickness to it. Quite a clever tool for setting out points because they always have a center snap because they're circular. Very useful. So just unpin your draw panel, double click on the wheel of the mouse to zoom extents, and you've now utilized your points command and your donut command in your AutoCAD drawing. Another very useful drafting tool in AutoCAD is the ellipse command. Now we've got a new drawing for this particular video. It's called cylinder.dwg, and you can download it from the library to follow along with this particular video. So what we're going to do, we're going to utilize the ellipse command to create an isometric view of a 3D cylinder. Now bear in mind we're not 3D modeling here. This is a 2D drawing and it's an isometric view of something 3D. So it's a 2D representation of a 3D object, if you get my meaning. So in the cylinder.dwg file, when you open it up and go to the model tab, you've got these two vertical lines on the objects layer. There's the objects layer. So make sure that you're on the objects layer so that anything you draw will go onto that layer. We're then going to pop over to the draw panel here on the home tab on the ribbon, and the ellipse command is here. Click on the little flyout next to it. You'll see that you've got various options available. You can draw ellipses using a center point. You can draw ellipses drawing an axis and an endpoint. You can draw an elliptical arc. Now I'd like you to use the axis end option. Click there like so and come into the drawing area. So it's asking you for the axis end point of your ellipse. Notice on the command line you can also draw an elliptical arc, or you can go to the center option as well. So if I right click now, I can jump into arc or center. I don't want to, so I'll hit escape once to lose the shortcut menu, because I want to use the axis endpoint method, because I've got endpoints of these two vertical lines that I can use. So if I click on the left-hand endpoint there, can you see? So it's on the left-hand line, top endpoint. There's my first point of my ellipse. It's now asking for the other endpoint of the axis. So you're coming across to the corresponding endpoint here, left-click to confirm. And now as you move, can you see there's your ellipse? You're now specifying the vertical axis of the ellipse. And as you move the mouse up and down, can you see it looks like the ellipse is rotating around that horizontal axis? And you can actually rotate it around that horizontal axis. So if I now right click and select rotation, I can specify the rotation of the number of degrees around that horizontal axis. Type in 60, which is a standard isometric rotation angle. Press enter to confirm. And there is the first part of your representation of your 3D cylinder. So it now looks like the top of a cylinder. And it's the circular top of a circular cylinder, but imagine you've rotated it through 60 degrees to look at the top of it. That's exactly where you're coming from with ellipses. Ellipses are incredibly useful for this. We now need to create an elliptical arc. Now, the way to do this is very quick and easy. I can just jump back to the draw panel, click on the flyout and select elliptical arc. Come into the drawing area and now it prompts me for an axis endpoint of an elliptical arc. So what I've got to do now is use the endpoints at the bottoms of the lines. Endpoint there, left click. Endpoint there, left click. So now this is going to specify an elliptical arc. So I'm going to right click again and select rotation, like so. Again, type in 60 for that rotation around the horizontal axis and press enter. Now it wants the start angle. Now remember, you're drawing an arc, so it needs to go counterclockwise. So you need to go counterclockwise, not clockwise. So if I'm going counterclockwise, which way do I need to place my arc? Think about that for a moment. And if you want to go counterclockwise, you're going to have to go from left endpoint all the way through to the right endpoint. Clicking on each endpoint, and there's your elliptical arc. Roll back a notch on the wheel. You now have a nice isometric view of a 3D circular cylinder. So it is a 2D representation of something 3D. That's why ellipses are incredibly useful. And if you utilize that rotation option and either use 30 degrees or 60 degrees, that gives you the isometric view of something that could be a 3D object. In the previous video, we utilized the ellipse tools in AutoCAD to generate an isometric view of a circular cylinder. Now, in this particular video, I'm going to show you how to use more isometric tools in AutoCAD. We've got a new drawing for you. It's called isometric.dwg, and you can download it from the library to follow along with this particular video. When you open it up and jump into the model tab, you'll notice it's a half-finished view, an isometric view of what looks like a 3D rectangular solid. Now, make sure you're on the objects layer in the layer drop down here in the layers panel first of all. And then you need to make sure that you've got a particular setting switched on your status bar. It's a particular drafting setting. It's this one here. Can you see it there? It's called isodraft. If you click on it and switch it on, you see it goes that little blue color. You can turn off your polar tracking at this point so that you don't get confused. So you're only using isometric angles to draft. You'll also notice your crosshair goes a bit weird. It goes green and red at a funny angle. Now, if the isodraft setting isn't on your status bar, go to the customization icon. There you go, the little 3 lines. And you need to look for isometric drafting. It's that one there. Make sure it's on. If it's like that, tick it, make sure it's on, like so. And then come down to the 3 lines again to switch off the customization menu. Now, you'll notice that there's a little flyout arrow next to isodraft. You can go isoplane left, isoplane top, isoplane right. I'm going to go with isoplane left. That's the setting we need first. Now, the lovely thing about this is I've turned the polar off. But what it will allow me to do is it will now allow me to draft isometrically to finish off these lines that I need to draft. So I go to the line command on the draw panel, click on the line command, and I can snap to that endpoint. Now, the good thing is the polar tracking kicks in, even though it's off, because isodraft is basically polar tracking, but it's only using isometric angles, which are 30 degrees and 60 degrees, or increments of. So as I come down like that, can you see that's got a 270-degree angle, which is an increment of 30 degrees. So if I hover there and use my object snap tracking, can you see it's all doing it isometrically? So when I get that intersection there and left click, I know that that all ties in isometrically. I come to this endpoint snap here, left click, and enter to finish. So that was my isoplane left, because it's the left face of my isometric representation of this 3D rectangular solid. So I come down to isodraft again, click here, and go isoplane top. So I'm now working on the top face. Can you see how the crosshair now lines in with the top face? It's very clever. So line command again on the draw panel. I'm going to snap to this point here. Left click on the endpoint snap. I then hover over this endpoint snap and drag out this way a little bit. And as I get to that point, can you see I should get an intersection as I come up? There you go. There's the intersection. Left click, that's my isometric intersection. I come down here to the endpoint, left click again, enter to finish. I've now got my lovely little isometric view of my rectangular solid. Now remember, it's a 2D representation of a 3D object. But that's how quick and easy it is to draw using isometric settings with isodraft in AutoCAD. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to take a brief look at using the AutoCAD interface a little further. And for that reason, we've got a new drawing for you for this chapter. It's called Ground Floor Plan _ Rev3, REV3. Just make sure you've downloaded the appropriate drawing, open it up in AutoCAD, and make sure you're in the Model tab for this particular chapter. Now, when I say investigate the AutoCAD interface a little further, there are some new features available in the latest version of AutoCAD, AutoCAD 2024, and that's the version I'm using for this particular course. Now, some of the technology I'm going to show you works with older versions of AutoCAD, but also I'll clarify which bits are specific to AutoCAD 2024. So we're going to take a look at the tabs in AutoCAD. Now these are the File tabs, and we're also going to touch on the Model and Layout tabs a little bit as well, but it's predominantly the File tabs. Now you'll notice we have a file open in AutoCAD, obviously. And you'll see the File tab here, Ground Floor Plan Rev3. And when I hover over it, you can see it's a great big long file path. Please ignore that. That is just basically where the files are for this particular course. But you'll notice, look, when I hover over the Model tab, hover over the Layout tab, hover over the Layout 2 tab, can you see they're all there when I hover over them? And can you see the tabs at the bottom left of the screen change as I hover over them as well? So the File tabs are incredibly useful. Notice as well, I can plot and I can publish from any of these tabs. There's plot and there's publish for each one. So if I click on the ISO A1 landscape, it automatically takes me to the layout tab down here. There you go, ISO A1 landscape, and I can then click on the model tab and I'm back in the model tab again. So that's the file tabs. Now there are some other little bits of technology there as well. You'll notice there's a plus sign. If I hover over that, that will allow me to open up a new blank drawing using a standard blank template. And I can also go back to the Start tab. Whenever you start up AutoCAD, you get the Start tab like that, where you can go to recent files, you can open files, start new files, etc. You can also see here where it says, welcome Sean, I'm signed into my Autodesk account with my email address because that allows me to use my subscription version of AutoCAD. Let's go back to the ground floor plan Rev 3 tab like so. Now, that's all the technology that you get in all of your versions of AutoCAD going way back. Now, there is some functionality on the tabs now that is 2024 specific, and it's these little 3 lines here that highlight in blue when I hover over them, and these little 3 lines here that highlight in blue when I hover over them. So for file tabs, it's a really useful one. When I click on the 3 lines, I can go to the Start tab or my Drawing tab, as we did earlier. Notice it highlights again. I can start a new drawing, which relates to this here. I can also go New, Open, Save All, and Close All if I want to. So that's quite a nice little feature, and I can just hit Escape there to lose that menu. Down here with the Model and Layout tabs, if I click on the little 3 lines, again, I've got a new menu in AutoCAD 2024. I can create a new layout, which is also the little plus sign here. I can go from template, I can go into Page Setup Manager, select all of my layouts. I can also dock above the status bar and in line with the status bar for my tabs here. And I've got Model, ISO A1 Landscape, and Layout too. So if I click on ISO A1 Landscape, it opens up the ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab. And then I click on the Model tab, and I'm back in the Model tab again. Now these little tabs might seem fairly insignificant, but you will be using them on a day-to-day basis where you're using your drawings in AutoCAD. We're staying in our ground floor plan revision3.dwg file, and I want to take you through some of the really cool features that are available in the AutoCAD shortcut menu. Now, I call it the shortcut menu. It's also the right click menu. So when you right click on your mouse, there's your shortcut menu. Now you'll notice I've right clicked, I've got no commands running, no objects selected. This is my default right click shortcut menu. So I can repeat the last command. I can go to input there, recent input, so I can select a recent command that I may have used. I've got the clipboard where I can cut, copy and paste. AutoCAD provides you with some really cool cut, copy and paste tools, such as cut with base point and copy with base point. Now you'll notice the pastes are obviously grayed out because I haven't copied or cut anything onto the clipboard, but you'll notice I've got a regular paste. I can paste as a block, I can paste as a hyperlink. I can paste to the original coordinates of the original copied or cut object, and I can also paste special using special tools when I paste objects and geometry in AutoCAD. The isolate option here on the shortcut menu is very useful. I can isolate objects so that I can work on them more easily, or I can hide objects that I don't want to see. So I'm going to isolate some objects so that I can work on them more easily. So I'll click on isolate objects. I'm going to select my landscaped area here. So let's select the outline. I'll go for the 2 tables that we created in previous videos. And I'll also select the bike bays as well. So let's get all of those selected as well. Now I'm clicking on each one. You don't have to do that. You could use a selection window or a crossing selection. I'll press enter to confirm and it isolates those objects. That gives me just a bit of visual clarity, is a phrase I would use. I can go in and edit those, work on them, etc. To basically end that isolation, I right click again and bring up the shortcut menu, go to isolate and end object isolation. Everything comes back. Now let's say that I wanted to work on that wall where the landscaped area is, but I don't want all of this in the way. So I can right click again, isolate, and I'll hide the objects this time. So I'll just do a little crossing selection, click here, drag the crossing window over to about there, click again, press enter. It's now hidden those objects so I can work here easily. And then it's a right click, isolate, end object isolation. So that's just a few of the tools on the shortcut menu. Now let's select some objects. Let's select a rectangle. There we go. I'll zoom in a bit so it's more obvious on the screen, and I'll right click now and the shortcut menu looks different. Now the reason it looks different is the shortcut menu is context sensitive. So if I've got an object selected, the shortcut menu will give me the options I have, the tools that I can use in context to the object selected. So I've selected a closed polyline. So you can see there, polyline, I can edit the polyline, I can change a curve fit, a spline fit, etc. I've still got clipboard, I've still got isolate, but I've also now got erase, move, copy, scale, rotate, draw, order, and group. They're all object tools that I can work with, so I can move the rectangle, copy it, scale it, rotate it, etc. I can select similar closed polylines. If I select similar, like that, it might not look any different, but when I zoom out, all of the closed polylines in the drawing have been selected. How cool is that? I'll just hit escape a couple of times. I'll zoom back in again, select the rectangle, and I'll just do one more right click. That'll bring up the context sensitive shortcut menu again. You'll notice as well I've got sub object selection filters, I've got quick select, I've got my calculator. I can count blocks in my drawings, not that that rectangle is a block, obviously. I can find and I can open up the properties palette from the shortcut menu. So there's the properties palette, and it's telling me all about my selected rectangular polyline, the color, the layer, etc. Even tells me the area and the perimeter length of my little rectangular polyline. I'll just close the properties palette and hit escape a couple of times to deselect the polyline. Good CAD practice, double click on the wheel of the mouse just to zoom extents as well. And that gives you an idea of how your shortcut menu works in AutoCAD. What I'd like you to do is have a go with that and just click on some objects in the drawing. So typical example might be try a dimension like that. Right click and you'll see that you've got different dimension tools here. You've got obviously the same other tools like the object tools, select similar, etc. But the trick there is if you now go down to properties, gives you more information. As you can see, it's a rotated dimension this time, not a closed polyline. So have a go at selecting objects. If you want to deselect an object, just hit escape a couple of times. There you go, the dimension is now deselected. But have a little play around with that. It's a really useful feature where you can select an object, right click and see what editing tools are available on the shortcut menu. You'll find it's a great time saver as well, because you can select an object, right click, bring up the shortcut menu and do things like move, copy and rotate, rather than having to go and find them on the ribbon in the modify panel. So like I said, go away and have a play around with that with the shortcut menu and play around with the tools available. We're starting another chapter now, and we're going to start looking at how we can modify objects in an AutoCAD drawing. And for that reason, we've got a new drawing for you that you can download from the library to follow along with the videos. Now this drawing is called officelayout.dwg, and you can see it on the screen. It's a simple office layout with some very simple objects to go into the office layout. So you'll notice there we have a little desk, a plant, a very dated looking computer and a little executive chair. They're all on the appropriate layers. Now before we even start modifying this drawing, what we're going to do is look at how we select objects in AutoCAD. You'll start to find that there are various ways of selecting objects in AutoCAD. Now one of the quickest ways is to move the crosshair with the little pick box, hover over the object, click on it like that. That picks an object like that. And you can see that is an AutoCAD block because it's only got the one little blue grip right there. Now I'll just hit escape there to deselect that object. Now what I can do is select all of the objects. I'll just click on each one and you'll notice there that they're all selected like so. Now that's a default function in AutoCAD controlled by your options. I'll just hit escape a couple of times to deselect the objects again. If I right click and go to options now on the shortcut menu, which you should be used to by now, and go to the selection tab there, you'll notice that we've got this one here, use shift to add to selection. You'll notice the box is unticked. The checkbox is unticked, and you need to leave it that way. I'll just OK that, because that means that I can select like this, and then if I want to deselect an object, I just hold down shift, click on the object, and it deselects it from the selection set like so. If I just hit escape again, right click and go to options again, in the selection tab, if I switch that use shift to add to selection on by ticking the checkbox, and I'll OK that now, watch what happens. I click on that one, and then I click on that one. Can you see the selection is moved from object to object? And if I want to add objects to the selection set, I've then got to hold down shift and click on each one like that. I'll just hit escape to deselect the objects, right click and go back to options and untick the use shift to add to selection checkbox. Make sure that's unticked in your selection tab in your options. I'll click on OK again to make sure that we're back to where we were. Now, obviously, we don't want to select everything one by one. If we've got lots of different objects to select, we want to be able to select them kind of in one go. Now, there's two ways of doing this. You can use what is called a window selection or a crossing selection. So if I put my crosshair up here, left click and release the mouse button, and then drag the window over all the objects that I want to be selected, can you see they're all encompassed by the blue crossing window? If I left click again, they're all selected because I've used a window selection to select them. I'll just hit escape now a couple of times to deselect them. Now if I go from the top right this time, click, release the mouse button and drag, I get a green window with a dashed outline. This is a crossing selection. And as I come across, can you see the objects only need to be crossed by the objects? They don't need to be all in that green boundary. Some of them are, the chair, for obvious reasons. But if I click there, can you see they're all selected? So if you're crossing, the objects only have to be crossed by that green selection window. If you're using the window selection the other way, from left to right, the blue one, they all have to be inside that boundary to be selected. I'll just hit escape a couple of times to deselect the objects. Now, when we've done those two selection windows, both window and crossing, we've done a left click and released the mouse button. What happens if you don't release the mouse button? If I click and hold and drag, can you see I get this funny shape like this? It's known as a lasso. So I can lasso around the objects like that. Again, that's a window blue lasso, so that means the objects have to be inside that lasso. And if I go the other way, if I come up to the right and click and drag, can you see I'm getting a blue again like that? It does depend on direction. So you see I'm getting a blue on there, and you can make it look as weird as you like, as you can see. So if I left click up there again and hold down the mouse button and I come this way, can you see that's a crossing lasso? So the lasso only has to go through the objects. Can you see I've crossed all of them? They're not encompassed by the green lasso, like that. Now that's if you do a left click and hold the mouse button. Now that lasso function is available in AutoCAD and is available in probably, I think it's about the last 4 versions of AutoCAD. I'll just hit escape to deselect the objects. Again, if we right click and go to options, in the selection tab, allow press and drag for lasso function. There it is there. Now by default it's normally ticked. If you don't like it and you just like the regular window selection and crossing selection, just untick the allow press and drag for lasso box in your options. It's up to you. I leave it on and I do sometimes use it but not often. I'll OK that now. So remember, it's a click and release and then drag and click again for that type of selection. Hit escape to deselect, and then it's a click and a hold and a drag for the lasso selection like that. You'll notice only the objects inside the blue ones get selected, and then if I left click this way and go the other way, that lasso, as you can see, I can just take it through the objects like that, and you can see there that it quite happily selects all the objects. I'll hit escape again to deselect. So that's some of the selection tools that allow you to select your objects when you're working in AutoCAD. Now there's lots of other selection tools available in AutoCAD as well, so you might want to check some of those out. If you go to the help screens in AutoCAD and look up object selection, you can go through a lot of them and maybe investigate them a bit more. So I suggest you maybe do that at the end of this chapter. We're staying in our office layout.dwg file, and we're going to take a quick look at the move and copy commands available to you in AutoCAD. Now we're going to move some furniture around and place it in the little office layout here on the left. Now you'll notice on the modify panel on the home tab on the ribbon, we have move and copy up here. But you don't need to use those ones. What you can do is you can actually use move and copy on the shortcut menu, and it tends to be a little bit quicker. So I'm going to select the desk here, like so, and I'm not going to use the little blue grip. I'm going to right click and go to the shortcut menu and select move. Now you always, when it asks for a base point, when you're modifying objects and geometry, you go to a point on the object. It's the point that you're moving from. So I'm going to come here, there's the endpoint snap, left click, make sure your object snaps are on, obviously, to do this. And then we're going to come in here. Now, if you want to get this really neat and tidy, zoom in a bit and get that little endpoint intersection snap just there. If I roll back on the wheel now, you can see that desk has been placed nice and neatly inside that cubicle. Now, if I want to copy something, really easy to do as well. I can select the desk. Again, right click, use the shortcut menu to your advantage, it's less clicks. So there's copy selection. Again, we're prompted for a base point. So I'm going to go up to the endpoint snap on the desk, there it is there, left click. Come down to this endpoint here, left click, and I can copy ad nauseum. Look, I can do as many copies as I like. I'll just press enter though to finish the copy command. Now you might be wondering, why have I placed that bottom left desk? There's no way I can actually get in and out of that cubicle. The desk is in the way. We'll cover that later, so don't worry about that too much right now. We're working through all the different modify commands. So one of those is rotate, so we may use that later, or possibly even mirror. Let's see what happens with that. So I'm going to bring the plant in now. So click on the plant, right click, move. Get into that right click habit. When you move over the middle of the plant, you'll see an intersection snap there like that. Left click on the intersection snap, and I'm going to place one just there. Can you see I'll put that plant up there? You might want to avoid the polar tracking, just zoom in a bit if you want to, just move it up a bit. It's acting as a little bit of a privacy screen, so I'm going to left click there like that. So there's my plant moved. I can select the plant again, right click, copy selection, again getting into that right click and using the modify tools on the shortcut menu. I'll use the intersection there in the middle of the plant, and I'll copy one down here as well. Click there like that, and I can copy as many as I like. I don't need to, so I'll press enter to close the copy command. So that is move and copy. We're going to do a couple more moves though. Let's click on the computer, right click, move, and pick a point on the midpoint there, let's say. Click on the midpoint as the point you're moving from, and then we're popping it up on top of the desk there. Click there, that's the point you're moving to with the move command. Do the same with the chair, click on the chair, and again, right click, move. I'm going to pick that midpoint there on the chair, left click, moving from, moving to, left click on the point that you're moving to, and there you go, you're starting to occupy that office with the furniture. So that's pretty much move and copy in a nutshell. So we'll move on to the next video now, where we start look at some more modify commands in AutoCAD. We're staying in our office layout.dwg file, and we're going to take a look now at the rotate and scale commands in AutoCAD that allow us to modify our drawings. Now in the previous video we did a bit of moving and copying, and we moved the computer and the chair into this cubicle here. So you can see the computer is facing the wall and the chair is not really facing the desk. So we need to do a bit of rotating there to get them just to look better. They don't look really that professional right now, do they? So let's zoom in on that cubicle for a moment. Just come in a couple of notches so that you can see what you're doing. It's always good to get in nice and close like that with your zoom command so that you can see all the detail. Now we're going to select the computer first to rotate so that it's facing the chair over here. But before we do that, jump down to your polar tracking here, click on the flyout, and make sure that you select the 45-degree angle increments, that one there, second one down. Because you'll notice our desk goes around a corner, it's handed, and you can see we've got a 45-degree line. So ideally we can use increments of 45 degrees to make this look better. So as long as the computer tallies up with that 45-degree line and the chair tallies up with that 45-degree line, it's just going to look nicer. The drawing will look more professional. So select the computer, right click, and on the shortcut menu we're going to select rotate. Now we need a base point to rotate around. Use that midpoint snap there and left click. Now I'm using object snaps, you'll notice. Really important to make sure you've got those object snaps on. And then as I come round, can you see I'm starting to get green polar tracking lines at every increment of 45 degrees. So just move the mouse in a circle and you should get, can you see, a 135 polar tracking line like that. And can you see the computer is now facing the chair? When you see that 135 tracking line, just left click on it somewhere and our computer is rotated nicely to face the chair at the desk. Let's do the same with the chair. Let's select the chair. Again, right click and rotate like so. Now, it's asking for a base point. You can just pick a point in the middle of the chair this time. You don't even need to use an object snap, just left click. And as you can see now, you're rotating around that point you've just selected. And you can see the 45-degree angle increments kicking in. As you come down this way, can you see there? We've got a polar tracking angle of 315 degrees. Move down that polar tracking line and left click somewhere on it, and you can see the chair is now facing the computer. Click on the chair, click on the little blue grip on the chair, and that makes that grip hot. Just move it up towards the desk a bit and click again. Hit escape to deselect. If you roll back a couple of notches now, that looks much neater and much tidier. The chair is facing the desk, the computer is facing the chair, so it actually looks like if somebody sat in that chair they can operate the computer. Now we're going to do a little move over here of our plant, but we're going to do a copy. I want to leave the original there. So if you want to move this anywhere, but you want to leave the original in place, you're going to use a copy command. So the move command, you move the object individually. The copy is in essence a move, but you're leaving the original object behind. So we're going to select our plant, we're going to right click, and we're going to do a copy selection. Use the intersection in the middle of the plant and left click. Now, before you copy it, zoom in on this part of the desk up here. So roll up a couple of notches like that, just so you've got a bit more detail. And then we're going to use a little bit of object snap tracking. Hover over this midpoint here, do not click. Hover over this little midpoint here and do not click. As you drag to the left, you'll see the intersection of the vertical and horizontal polar tracking lines. Left click. So you've copied that plant to the middle of that rectangular part of the desk. Press enter to finish the copy command. Now roll back a notch and you can see that the plant is a bit big. So we need to use the scale command now to make that a little bit smaller. So what we'll do now is we'll select our plant. Again, right click, and on the shortcut menu select scale. Click on scale and come to the intersection in the center of the plant. There's the snap. Left click, and as you move the mouse out now, you can make it bigger and smaller visually, or you'll notice you've been prompted for a scale factor. Now the scale factor in this instance is going to be 0.6, which means it is 60% of its original size. Press enter. We've got a nice little plant that fits nicely now on the desk. Now if I zoom out a little bit, you'll notice we've got another desk, that one that's kind of in the impossible place to get to right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to select these three objects here, the plant, the computer and the chair. And then what we're going to do is do a right click and a copy selection. You want to pick a point that's easy to get to on both desks. So I'm going to go for that corner there. Can you see it, that endpoint snap there? Left click, that's the point I'm moving from. And then the point I'm moving to is over here. Left click again. And you can see there I've copied those nicely to that desk. Press enter to finish, and you've done a nice copy there, And if we just zoom in a bit, you can see that our desks and our chairs and our computers are all starting to fill up the office environment in this little office layout. However, the bottom left cubicle is still completely inaccessible. We will figure that out with some commands that we're using as we work through the chapter. We're now going to take a look at the mirror and offset commands in our AutoCAD modification tools. Now, mirror and offset do not appear on the shortcut menu. So this time we're going to have to use the ribbon. But the nice thing is, noun verb selection is on by default. So that means we can select our objects that we want to mirror or offset first, and then go and do the mirror or the offset if we want to. Now, sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. So just watch the workflows that I'm going to show you here with the mirror and offset commands. And then you can go off and test, obviously, those workflows and processes and make sure that you get used to them and build that muscle memory, because I can guarantee that mirror and offset will be used on a regular basis when you're working in AutoCAD. They are two of the most commonly used commands in AutoCAD, so I can guarantee you'll be using them. So we've got our cubicle up here. And what we want to do is we want to mirror that cubicle so that we've got the same workstation arrangement over here. So we select the objects we want to mirror: plant, desk, computer, and chair. Just those 4 objects there. Now they're in a selection set. So with the noun verb selection being on, which it is by default in AutoCAD, and I did explain that sort of earlier on in one of the previous videos, we can now go up to mirror here on the modify panel on the home tab on the ribbon. So there's mirror. Click on mirror, and you'll see now that you're prompted for the first point of your mirror line. Just roll back on the wheel a notch. You need a little bit of space for this one. Now you're going to make sure down here that you use the midpoint of the wall. Now you've got to make sure that you use the midpoint of the wall down here and come vertically upwards into this space. So zooming and panning is required. Zoom in and use that little midpoint just there. Left click. Then roll back on the wheel a few notches, pan a little bit if you need to, and drag the polar tracking line vertically up the 90 degrees like that. You can click anywhere on that polar tracking line. Left click. You can see the objects have mirrored, but you've now got the option, do I want to erase the source objects, the original objects here? Well, the answer in this case is no, because I want to make sure that I've got both sets so that I'm occupying both cubicles with the workstation arrangement. That's great. So that's mirror there, all sorted, and we're starting to occupy the office space. Let's jump down to the bottom left corner. Now, obviously we've got this cubicle, but the desk is arranged in such a fashion that we'd actually have to either hurdle or climb over the desk to get into the chair to operate the computer. This is where that mirror command comes in again, but we're going to utilize it in a slightly different way. So we select the plant, the desk, the computer, and the chair like that. Let's select those. We then go up to the mirror command here again. Now the mirror line is going to be in a totally different place. We're going to mirror basically along this little line here. So left click on the endpoint snap, come up, left click on this endpoint snap, like so. Now it looks a bit weird because you've got a mirrored object on top of the original object. So in this case, do you want to erase the source objects? Yes, we do. And you've mirrored that desk. Can you see over that line there? But you've erased the original objects, so now it means somebody can come round the big plant, sit in their chair and use their plant there as their privacy screen. If you zoom out a little, you can see that it all works now. You've got a nice flow in the office where everybody can get access to their desks. Now, just a quick sanity check on the layers panel here. Click on the flyout and make sure that you click on walls. There you go, the walls layer. You want to be on the walls layer for the next bit. And we're going to zoom in on the top left corner of the building where the wall is here, like so, and just pan across a little bit. We're going to have a little look at how we might utilize the offset command in AutoCAD now. Now, before we do anything else, always sanity check the distances that you're working with. So Home tab on the ribbon, Utilities panel, click on that Measure Flyout and select Distance. And you want to go from this internal corner here, left click, and just come vertically upwards until you get an intersection with the outside edge of the wall, and left click. It should be 150, in this case 150 millimeters, because we're working in a metric millimeters drawing. Just click on Exit after you've done that sanity check of 150. We're then going to draw some lines to represent an outer wall that is going to be the bin store outside the building. So we go to the Line command, Draw panel on the Home tab on the ribbon, and we're going to come to this corner just here. When you see the endpoint snap, left click, use the polar tracking to drag to the left, and direct distance entry there, you want to type in 2400 and then enter. There's your first line, and then come vertically down the polar tracking that way. So you see the polar tracking kick in at 270 degrees, and again we're going to type in 2400 again, enter once, and then enter again to close the Line command. So that's the outside edge of the wall of our little bin store that we're developing for this particular office layout. Now this is where the Offset command comes in. We measured the wall thickness, it's 150. So this time we don't select the objects first. The Offset command, you set the offset distance by clicking on Offset first on the Modify panel, and then it asks you for the distance you want to offset. So that's going to be 150, the wall thickness, and enter. We're then going to select this line here. Then you select the object, click on it, move downwards, can you see? Otherwise it goes outside, which we don't really want. So the brown line is the line that we're offsetting. Can you see that? The purple sort of highlighted line is the original line. So you want to come inside, see the 150 there, left click to confirm that direction. Now we're still in the offset command. So I can now go and select a different object to offset. Let's select the vertical line, and again, you don't want to be outside, you want to be inside. Can you see where it's crossing like that? So you want to move inside and left click for the positioning of the offset line, like that. And then press enter to finish. So that's your offset. So now using that offset, you've developed the wall thicknesses of the bin store. We do need to do a little bit of tidying up though. So we're going to draw another line, click on the Line command, and we're going to go endpoint snap to endpoint snap, and then enter to finish. That tidies up the wall at that end. And then we're going to go up to the Modify panel, and you might see the word either trim or extend on that flyout there. It's normally trim. So if it says trim, just click on the flyout like so and click on trim. Or if it says extend, click on the flyout again, and again make sure you select trim. We're trimming in this particular case, the one with the scissors. Click on trim and just move inside. Can you see when you hover over that little line there's a little red cross? Left click on it. Do the same with the vertical. Left click again. Enter to finish the trim command. Double click on the wheel to zoom extents. Roll back a notch on the wheel, and you can see how we're developing our office layout by using those modify tools. We're sticking with our office layout.dwg file. And as you can see, we're starting to occupy the office layout quite nicely with the desks and the chairs and the plants. We've got our doorway here, and we've got our new bin store as well. Now, something that I have noticed there is if you hover over that arc that forms the door swing, can you see it's on the wrong layer? Now, sometimes you just need to tidy up a little bit. So select that arc and select that line there, and then pop here to the layer drop down. Select the layer doors, click on the word doors, hit escape a couple of times, and you put the door now on the appropriate doors layer. Sometimes you do need to make those little changes. Now, another change with that door that's going to happen is somebody in their wisdom has decided they want that door to go from here all the way over to this side of the building. So you've got the bin store here, and the entrance area is going to all be here. So it's all going to have access this side of the building. So that makes our desk that we went to pains to rotate and change redundant. But what we can do is we can mirror that workstation arrangement and pop it up here, which is what we're going to do first, to clear this wall here. And then we're going to get our door moved over to here, and we're going to use some break and join commands as well to tidy everything up. So first things first, let's select our objects here: computer, chair, plant, desk. And then we're going to come up here to the mirror command, click on mirror, and then you might want to zoom in a bit now. And you want to get the midpoint on the end of the wall there. So if you want to zoom in a bit, it's going to be that little midpoint just there is the first point of our mirror line. Left click. And then you might want to zoom out a tad, and you want to go all the way horizontally across using the 180-degree polar tracking line. Anywhere along that 180-degree polar tracking line is your second point of your mirror line. Left click. Erase source objects? Yes, please, in this case, because we need the gap here for the door. Now, if you roll back on the wheel a few notches, you can see now that our big plant kind of looks a bit lonely there. Click on the big plant, click on the grip, and we'll pop it inside the bigger executive office like that. Click there, hit escape a couple of times. Everything's starting to look quite nice. Now, if you want to move this and just click on the grip there, maybe take it along a bit. Don't forget you can use a bit of object snap tracking as well if you want to. Just line that in like that, get it down there a bit. That should do it. There you go. It just lines in with that wall a little bit there. Hit escape to deselect and zoom out. So you kind of centered the plant on the vertical wall. It just looks a bit nicer. Now, the next step is we need to mirror the door opening. But you'll notice that we have a hatch pattern. Can you see the hatch pattern there? Now, we do cover hatching in this course, but we're just not going to cover it right now. Zoom out a bit, and you want to hover over the hatch pattern. See the hatch pattern highlight like that? And it says hatch, and it's actually on the wrong layer as well. Can you see that? It's on the walls layer. So select the hatch first, and you might need to go to the Home tab on the ribbon and go to the drop down here like that. And you should see there's a hatching layer. Can you see it there? So let's get it on the right layer first. So select hatching like so. Now with it still selected, select this blue centroid grip in the middle. Click on it and just move the hatch out using the grip. Click again and hit escape a couple of times to deselect. So the hatch still has all its shape and its properties, and it's on the right layer now. But we need to move it away so that we can change the position of the door. Zoom in a bit on the overall office layout. And what you want to make sure you select are these two little wall lines here. 1 and 2. Those two there, like that. And then the arc and the line that form the door. Again, we're going to use mirror. We're going to go up to the mirror command, click here like so, and then it asks for the first point of the mirror line. Now we want to use the overall horizontal distance of the outside wall to mirror the door. So the first point of the mirror line is going to be a specific type of object snap called a mid between 2 points. Hold down the shift key on the keyboard, right click on the mouse, and that will bring up our snap overrides. And it's this one here, mid between 2 points. Basically, you need to pick the 2 points that are going to form your midpoint, and that's going to be this outside corner of the building, endpoint snap left click, and this outside corner of the building, endpoint snap left click. And then as you drag upwards, can you see on the polar tracking line, we can see the door mirroring nicely to the left hand side. So come up the polar tracking line, anywhere there is your second point of your mirror line. Just make sure it's on that polar tracking line, left click. Erase source objects, yes please, because we want to lose the original door. Now we're going to use the join command to tidy up the holes first, then we'll use the break command to sort out the door opening, and then we'll just pop the hatch back into the walls as well. So let's zoom in where the gap is. We're going to go to the modify panel here and click on the flyout and just pin it open. And you'll see two little arrowheads there that kind of look like they're butting up against each other there. So click on join and you select this line and this line. They're collinear, press enter, they join nicely together. Join again, click on join, and you want this line and this line, press enter. So that's our gaps closed where the door used to be. Zoom out a little, pan across a little, zoom in a little. So as you can see now, our door opening is blocked by the wall. So we can use some break commands here. Now you've got some break commands here. Can you see we've got here break the selected object between 2 points, or we've got break at point. We're going to have a go with both. So there's the break command with the two little blue lines, just called break. That breaks the selected object between 2 points and tidies up any geometry in between. So we're going to select this lower line here, left click. Now you can see it's trying to break it there from where I've clicked on the line. So right click and select first point. I'm going to go for that endpoint snap there, left click. And then I'm going to come to this endpoint snap here. Make sure you get the endpoint snap. If you get the intersection, don't worry, but left click. And can you see that's broken that line beautifully between the two breakpoints? Now, the other way I could do it is just use a normal break, and that breaks an object at a single point. Click on that one, and I'll select this line here. And I'm going to break it at that point there. So what's happened now is I've got one line here. I'll hit escape to deselect it, and one line here, and I'll hit escape to deselect it. I need to do another break at point and select this line here, like so, and break it at this point here and click. So I've now got a line there, a line there, a line there. Hit escape to deselect them all, select this line here, right click, erase, and you've broken that nicely as well. You can unpin the modify panel, zoom out and pan a little, and you can see there that the door has been moved successfully. You've got the opening here now, and the opening, the original one, has been closed by using the join command. Now we're just going to jump into the hatch command real quick here and just tidy up our walls now. So I'm going to go to hatch here. There's the hatch command. So click on the flyout and make sure you select hatch like so. Now when you do that, the ribbon will go a bit weird and you're in your hatch creation tab up here on the ribbon. The only thing you need to click on is this one here, match properties with the paintbrush. Everything else just leave as is. Click on match properties. Select your red hatching here that we put on the proper layer earlier, and then just pick a point inside your wall. Can you see that? Can you see the preview? So you just come in there, click inside the walls, and there's your hatch, like so. All you've got to do now is click up here on the green tick, close hatch creation, and our wall has been hatched nicely with our new door position. Click on the original hatch, that one there, right click and erase. Zoom in, and you now have a nice office with a new door position. The hatch is all tidied up and the desks are all in neat positions in the office as well. We're staying in our office layout.dwg file. And what I want to show you this time is a different method of modifying objects in your AutoCAD drawings. And it's known as grip editing. Now, you've seen those little blue grips appear when we select objects and things in our AutoCAD drawings, but they're also a really useful editing and modification tool. What I'd like you to do is zoom in on the top right area of the office, like that. As you can see, we've got our two workstations happily mirrored about this partition wall here. Now, what I'd like you to do is select this computer, this desk, this plant, and this chair, and then right click and erase them. So you've got a clear space in the cubicle. Now we're going to put them back, but we're going to put them back using a different method of editing, and that's that grip editing. So what we're going to do now is we're going to select the plant, the desk, the computer, and the chair from the other cubicle. Can you see that? And you can see all the little blue grips appearing as I select them. Now, you can select any of those grips to edit from, but the one that we need to work with is this grip here on the corner of the desk. And as I hover over the grip, can you see it goes a sort of pinky color? Left click on that grip and now it's red. And can you see I can start moving the objects around like that? Now you'll notice it's only moving the desk at the moment. But if I right click now, I've got some editing tools available to me for grip editing. And you'll notice that mirror's there. So when you grip edit, mirror is available. So you click on mirror on the shortcut menu, and that will mirror all the objects about the selected grip. But that means that it's not really mirroring it exactly where I want it to go. Now the other thing you need to do is you need to right click again and make sure you select copy, because there's no yes or no erase source objects with the grip mirror tool. So make sure you copy the original objects when you mirror. So that's 3 points that we've had to do so far. We've selected the objects, we've selected the grip, and then we've started selecting the grip editing options. Now, there's lots of right clicking, but we need to do one more right click as well. So it's going to be 3 different grip editing options. We did mirror, we then did copy, we now need to right click and select base point as well. So it's all on the right click when you're grip editing. And again, we're going to use that little midpoint there on the end of the partition wall. Come vertically upwards, make sure you get that polar tracking line kicking in, and left click on the polar tracking line. Now that mirrors it nicely, but you'll notice you can carry on mirroring indiscriminately. Don't do that. Press enter to close the grip editing, and when you're grip editing, always press escape a couple of times to deselect the original objects. So when you zoom out now, you've still got the same arrangement, but you've used a totally different method of modifying, and that's your grip editing tools in AutoCAD. We're starting with a new drawing this time around. We're still modifying objects in AutoCAD, but we've got a new drawing. And it's a new office layout that's been revamped a little bit. It's called office layout _2.dwg. And you can download it from the library as usual. You'll notice it is similar to the office layout we have been using, but it's just been tweaked a little bit, and there's extra bits like the bins have been added to the bin store. We've got some extra desks, and we've got some extra little landscaped areas over here. Now, the first thing we're going to look at in this particular drawing is a command in AutoCAD called boundary. We're going to utilize some boundaries. So you'll notice we're on a layer here called hard standing. So make sure you're using the hard standing layer as your current drafting layer. And then we're going to zoom and pan over here to the right-hand side of the building. Now you can see there that we've got some polylines. There's one there, there's one there, and there's one there. And they basically surround this little space here. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a little hard standing boundary that we can then hatch and show that it's some paved stones perhaps. It's a little paved area. So that's what we're going to do. So make sure you're on the hard standing layer first. We're then going to go Home tab on the ribbon, into the Draw panel, and click on this little flyout here and select Boundary. Now that'll open up the boundary creation dialog box. Now, basically what we're going to do is we're going to pick a point inside this area here to create a boundary. So you can see there we've got island detection is switched on, which it does need to be. So make sure you tick that checkbox there. And the object type will be a polyline. We're not using regions. Regions tend to be used more in 3D. So we're going to go for polyline there. And it's in the current viewport, which is the model tab. And we click on OK, like so. Now, when we click on OK, it now asks us to pick an internal point. Can you see that? So I hover here like that and get my crosshair in that little area surrounded by the 3 landscaped polylines. They're rectangles, but they're also polylines. So if I click there, can you see it's picked a point and it's gone, oh look, there's a boundary there. So when you press enter now, you can see you've got a boundary on the hard standing layer. Can you see that? It's a polyline there, like so. Now, something you can utilize in AutoCAD here that might allow you to pick an object, because notice you might got the hard standing layer there. You might want to select this rectangle here. Now, you might be zoomed in like this, and it's a bit more difficult perhaps to select. Now, you've got a polyline there and a polyline there, and they're kind of sitting on top of each other. Go down to your little 3-line customization icon and click here like so. And you want to switch on this one here, selection cycling. And then come down to the 3 lines, click on it again to close the customization menu. Now, selection cycling is incredibly useful. It's this one here with the little green square on it. If you switch it on and then you click here, it'll tell you that you've got 2 objects, one on top of the other. So there's the polyline on the hard standing, and there's the green landscape polyline. So you select one of them, click on it, and it selects the one that you select from the list. So that is now selected in the drawing, as you can see. So selection cycling is incredibly useful for busy, congested drawings. Hit escape a couple of times to deselect the polyline and just turn off the selection cycling for now. Leave it on the status bar switched on, but just use it when you need it. We're now going to pop up to the hatch command, so draw panel again, same flyout here, click on hatch like so. We're going to use the angle hatch pattern, this one here. Now there's lots of hatch patterns, as you can see, by using the up and down arrows. Up at the top there you've got angle, so we're going to use the angle hatch pattern. In here you've got your scale, that's your hatch scale. Change that to 250 and press enter, and then when you hover here you should see a nice little hatch pattern that looks like little brick paviers that might form a patio kind of area like that. So just make sure that you click once, like so, and then don't hatch anything else. Obviously it previews, I haven't clicked there. So just press enter to finish, and you've got a nice little hatched area there that represents some hard standing at the right hand side of the building. And that's a very useful use of that boundary. Now let me just zoom in on it again, and what we'll do, we'll remove the hatch. I'm just going to hit the delete key to delete it, because there's something you can do with hatching. Ignore the non-associative hatch boundary grips, by the way. That's just a little message that pops up when you delete or edit a hatch pattern. I'm going to go back to the hatch command now. And it's remember the 250 scale, which is great, but I'm going to use a different boundary method to create the hatch. I'm going to use the select option, and that allows me to select our little boundary, like so, and press enter, and you get the same effect. But that's why you use those boundaries, because sometimes you do need a physical boundary, a polyline at an object that you might need to hatch, instead of obviously just an area that you might need to hatch. And that's why that boundary command is so useful in AutoCAD. We're staying in our Office Layout 2.dwg file, and you can see that I've zoomed to the extent of the visible drawn objects. In the previous video, we created our little hard standing over here using the hatch tools and the boundary tools. We're going to zoom in on these desks here, our little reception area. So let's zoom in a little bit. I've zoomed in a lot because obviously I'm making sure that you can see all the detail. You don't have to zoom in as close as me, it's entirely up to you. But obviously, to make sure that you can see the detail that you're working on, you kind of want to make sure that you're zoomed in at an optimum level to obviously be able to see what's going on. Now, we're going to utilize the fillet and the chamfer commands in this case. Now, you'll notice these desks are made up of a rectangle there and a rectangle there. Two polylines that are on the furniture layer. And what we're going to do is we're going to edit the left-hand desk and give it some curved corners using the fillet command. And we're going to edit the right-hand desk and give it some beveled corners using the chamfer command. So we're going to go up to the Modify panel on the Home tab on the ribbon and click on this little flyout here, and you can see that we've got Fillet, Chamfer and Blend curves. Select Fillet. Come into the drawing area and it's a right click. You make sure that you set the radius of your fillets. So click on Radius, and we're going to go for a fillet radius of 150, like so. Ignore the value that's there. That's just previously where I've been testing things. So I press enter. Now, I need to make sure that I can do more than one fillet. So I right click again and select multiple. So now I can click on this line, 1 and 2, and then this line here, 1 and 2, like that. Press enter to finish, and you've filleted those corners. Now you'll notice it selected the lines of that polyline individually when we were placing that fillet. Don't panic, it's still a polyline. It's just AutoCAD highlighting what you're clicking on in the polyline. Let's go back up to the Modify panel, click on the flyout and select Chamfer this time. And select first line. Now before we do anything, we right click, and you'll notice we've got various options available for chamfer in AutoCAD. We've got distance or angle. There's two different methods. Distance is you specify the chamfer using two distances. The angle, you specify the chamfer using a distance and an angle. And the method one here allows you to jump between those two different settings. We're going to use distance, so I click on distance like so, and it's asking for the first chamfer distance. Remember, there's two distances here. So I'm going to put in 150 as the first distance and press enter. It automatically goes to the first chamfer distance for the second chamfer distance. That'll give you a 45-degree chamfer, a nice regular 45-degree chamfer. If you want a slightly more abstract chamfer, you would obviously have two different distances, a first and a second distance. In this case, though, they're both the same. So just press enter to accept the 150. And again, remember that right click and multiple. And then you select your lines in the same workflow as you would for the fillets on the other one there. And as you can see now, we've got our nice little beveled corners. Again, press enter to close the chamfer command. And again, it's still a polyline. Even though when you're selecting the lines, it highlights the lines only. It doesn't highlight the whole polyline. So that's how quick and easy it is to use fillet and chamfer in AutoCAD. And you'll notice that it makes those desks look a bit different, doesn't it? They kind of stand out in the drawing. So utilize fillets and chamfers when you're designing. Not only are they visually nice and aesthetically pleasing, but also sometimes they are required on certain types of drawings as well. We're going to take a look now at how we can work with the divide and measure tools in AutoCAD. Now, divide and measure are really useful tools in AutoCAD because they allow you to divide an object into equal segments or measure along an object in basically measured segments where you know the distance. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to jump to our layer drop down here, like so, and we want to be using the nodes layer as our current drafting layer first. Now, we're still in the same drawing, still in the Office Layout 2.dwg file. I've zoomed out a little bit because we're going to be dividing and measuring along this line and this line here. Now we're going to look at dividing first. So we're going to zoom in on this little area here near the bin store. Those blue objects are the bins, and that's the bin store. And we're adding a little bit of landscaping along this line, like a little sort of vegetation shield, so to speak, where we've got some planting going on. Now, what we need to do is set up our point style first. So we go to the Home tab on the ribbon, Utilities panel, and click on the flyout and select Point Style. Now, the default point style is that little dot highlighted there, which obviously we wouldn't see very well in this drawing. You want to pick something obvious. I normally go for this one because it looks like the node snap that we're going to be using to snap to the divide and measure points when we place them. Now, the point size itself, always leave it at 5% relative to screen, because if you set it to 5mm as absolute units, it will get very, very small when you zoom out and very, very big when you zoom in. So if you always keep it relative to the screen at 5%, it's always going to stay a standard size. Click on OK. And now we're going to use the divide tool along this green line here. And we're going to place this little plant along the line. So let's have a look and see how that works. Now, if you just hover over this for a moment, you can see it's a block reference. Click on it, right click, go to Properties on the shortcut menu. Can you see the name of the block is Plant? Okay, just keep that in mind. I'm just going to close the Properties palette now and hit Escape to deselect the plant on the Plants layer. I go up to the Draw panel here, click on the flyout and just pin it open like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick look at the divide and measure tools. So there's divide and there's measure, like so. We want the divide command in this case. Click on divide and select the object to divide. So there's our line. We're going to click on that like so. And we want the number of segments we're going to divide it into. So I'm going to type in 5 segments and press enter. So there's our little node points there. Now, you'll notice on the command line there was a block option there as well. You can just divide the line with the blocks. However, these little nodes that we've placed on the node layer are incredibly useful. There are setting out points, and then we can freeze the layer later and use it again if we need to. So I'll show you what I mean. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to zoom in a bit, and I'm going to select our plant here, like so. Right click, copy selection, and you should be able to find an endpoint snap in there somewhere. Just zoom in, it's just there. You'll also get an intersection as well, like that. So you're copying this plant. Now you want to snap to the node snap. These are nodes, these pink objects. So come down here to your object snaps, click on the flyout, make sure node is on just for the moment, and then click on the little flyout arrow again to lose the menu, and then you can snap to each node like this. And I'll just pan up a bit. There's one more to go there. There we go. Enter to finish the copy command and zoom out. Now you can still see the little pink nodes there. Don't worry about that. We'll sort that one out later. What I want to do now is use the measure tool. Now ideally, when you're measuring along here instead of dividing, you want to make sure that you pick the appropriate end of the line to measure from, because you need to obviously divide this into equal measurements. Now the good thing is this line I know will divide into equal distances of 1,000 millimeters or 1 meter, and then I can just copy these along. So I'm going to come up here now to measure and come into the drawing area, select the object to measure. I'm going to use this end here like so, and we're going to specify the length of the segment. That'll be the 1,000 that I mentioned a moment ago. And there you go. Can you see they've all divided up neatly? And we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to select that like so, and we're going to right click, copy selection, and I'm going to zoom in, and I'm going to use the end, and then I'm just going to go to each node snap and just copy them along like so. Let's have a little look at that like that. Pan across, got a few more to go, and that's how we can divide and measure like so. So I'll just press enter to finish like that, and I'll zoom out a bit. Now you can still see those nodes on the nodes layer. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do something slightly different. I'm going to click on the layer drop down, and I'm going to select plants like so. And what I'm going to do as well is click on the layer drop down again, and I'm going to freeze the nodes layer by clicking on the little sun symbol. And can you see the nodes disappear in the drawing? Now that's great. I can switch them back on again, and can you see they come back? So you can see that little pink thing disappearing behind the plants each time. Just make sure that that nodes layer is frozen. Hit escape a couple of times to lose the layer drop down menu. Now there's another way, like I said, of dividing and measuring. So I'm gonna go here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 like that. I'm going to delete them. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back up to divide here like so, and select the object to divide, which is going to be this line. Now you'll notice there's a block option on the command line. If I now right click and select block, it'll ask the name of the block to insert instead of placing those nodes on the nodes layer. Notice that's why I went to the plants layer. So the plants layer is now the current drafting layer. The block to insert is called plant. Remember, we check that on the properties. Press enter. Align block with object. Yes, please. I'll just press enter for that. Number of segments 5. Watch what happens to that line. And there they go. Now they're big this time. You'll notice they're full size like this. So this is where you've got to be really, really careful when you're working with block references and the divide and measure tools, because the original block might be bigger. That small block that we used had been scaled after the block had been inserted in the drawing. So I've showed you the new method, but surprise, surprise, they're a bit too big. So we just undo one step, and we need to make sure that we go back another step, and we need to look at that there. Can you see that's much smaller? So what you need to do there is use the node method rather than the insert block method where you right click and block in the divide or measure command, because as I've just shown you, those blocks could be a very different size. They might have been scaled or altered in the drawing. So just be careful with that one when you're using the divide and measure commands. We're staying in our Office Layout 2.dwg file, and we're going to take a look now at editing polylines and also splines. Now a polyline we know about already. That's things like our rectangles that we've worked on, and some of these desks and things that we've created in this drawing are also polylines. Splines, on the other hand, are irregular curves using the non-uniform rational B-spline algorithm. Now, non-uniform rational B-spline is shortened to NURBS. So if you hear anybody talking about NURBS, you know that NURBS relates to splines. We'll look at splines in a moment. Let's look at editing some polylines first. We're going to zoom in on these two desks here, the little sort of reception area like so. Get yourself a little bit of sort of clarification there by zooming in nice and tight like that. And you can see that this desk here is a polyline. This desk here is also a polyline. We're going to explode both of those polylines. So we go to the Home tab on the ribbon, Modify panel, there's Explode there. Just click on Explode and use the pick box, select this polyline and select this polyline. And then just press Enter to confirm. And you'll see now that they're all broken down into their individual lines and arcs, etc. You'll notice. Can you see that? Now down here we have a line. There's a line there. Click on it. And you can see there that we now need to move that up. I'm going to move that up by 150 millimeters. So it's a right click with it selected and click on Move on the shortcut menu. Get the endpoint snap there on the corner and left click and just move vertically. Make sure the polar tracking line kicks in. Can you see that? There's your polar tracking line. So move upwards and type in 150 and enter. And you'll see that line has moved upwards. We're going to do the same this side. So we're going to click on this line, right click, move. I can use this endpoint if I want to, like that. Click there and I'm moving up the polar tracking line, typing in the 150 and enter again like that. We then jump to the Modify panel and we're going to select Trim from this little flyout here. Click on Trim and we're just going to trim here, click, and here, click. Same on this side, click, and click again, and enter to finish. Now, we've tidied up the desks, and the reason we've done that is this little gap here is going to be like a little electrical panel with plug sockets and USBs and things for charging devices. We'll put those polylines in a moment. We need to put these back as polylines. So we use the polyline edit command. So we type P-E-D-I-T, like that. Polyline edit, and press enter. You can just type PE as well, you'll notice. Can you see P edit there on the suggestion menu as well? So PE and enter goes into the polyline edit command. Select any part of the lines and arcs, or lines and lines in this case, that you want to become a polyline. I'm going to go for that arc there. And it says, do I want to turn that arc into a polyline? So just say yes to that. Just press enter to the yes. Click on join. And then you're going to select, and I always, just as a sort of belt and braces, I select the arc that I originally selected as well. And I make sure that I select all of the elements that I want to become a polyline like that. I then press enter to confirm and enter again to close polyline edit. You'll see now that that is now a polyline again, like so. There it is there. So again, I can right click like we've done in the past, repeat P edit, polyline edit. Select maybe that line there. Do you want to turn it into a polyline? Press enter to accept the Wi-Fi yes. Select join on the menu again and just make sure you select everything. I always select everything that I'm joining, including the original one that I converted to a polyline. I then press enter once, takes me back to the polyline edit menu, enter again, and what you'll find now is that is also a polyline. Let's just jump to the layer drop down. And we're going to go to electrical, click on the word electrical. Electrical is now our current drafting layer. Going to go to the draw panel now, and I'm going to go to the flyout here and select rectangle. I'm going to click here on this corner, and then I'm going to hover over this corner, and then just come downwards till I get a little intersection, left click. There's my electrical rectangle. So you'll have your plug sockets and your USBs in here connected to the main supply. Now, I don't need to draw another one of those. It's very easy. I can select that one, right click, copy selection, use a common endpoint snap, left click, copy it to this endpoint snap, left click, enter to finish, job done. So there's our electrical panels there for use with those particular desks. Double click on the wheel to zoom extents, and then zoom and pan to this corner area of our planting. Now I'm going to go to the layer drop down again, and we're going to select plants, and we're going to draw a spline. Now splines are on the draw panel. Click on the flyout on the draw panel and pin it open. You should have got used to that by now. And there's the spline commands there. Now we have talked about them a little bit already. So there's spline fit and spline CV with control vertices. We're going to go spline fit, click on it, and use the intersection in the middle of this plant. So there's the intersection there, left click. Zoom out a little bit, pan across a little bit, and you're going to kind of draw a little curve going like this. So click on each point as you come down, and then as you come in again, zoom in on the bigger plant here, get the intersection, click there, and then enter to finish. When you zoom out, you can see that you now have a spline that fits to the points that you selected. Now you can edit these splines fairly easily. If I click on the spline, there's the points. And I can click on a grip and I can make it bigger. I can make it smaller, a bit more pointy. Probably bring that in a bit to make it a bit curvier, actually. There we go. Be careful, obviously, to avoid that. You can just undo that like that and then do another undo. Takes you back to where you were before. But you'll notice when you select your spline, there's a little triangle drop down here. Click on it and I can change to a spline with control vertices. The spline CV that you see up here on the draw panel. Click there and there's my control vertices. So I can click on these and I can make things smaller. And I can click on that one, bring it down that way, click on that one, and I can alter the curve again if I want to, very quickly and easily, like so. I then hit escape a couple of times just to deselect. And there's our spline, and it provides a nice little abstract edge of the path. If you zoom out now, you can see we've got this nice little pathway, comes up to the entrance of the office there, but also we've got access to the bin store here, and it just provides a nice little decorative abstract edge to our pathway of our little office layout design. So that's utilizing your polylines, editing your polylines, also adding some splines and editing your splines should you need to. We're in the next stage of our office layout now for the next few videos. So we've got a new drawing for you. It's called office layout _3.dwg. So make sure you download the appropriate drawing from the library to follow along with the next few videos. Now in this video we're going to be taking a look at the trim and the extend commands in AutoCAD to modify your drawings. And what we're going to do is we're going to be trimming and extending in this area here above the actual office. If you zoom in, you can see that we've got some planting and we've got a spline. There's a lot of horizontal lines here as well, and it's those lines we're going to be trimming and extending. These lines here represent a decking area, and I want to extend these lines to the spline here to form a decking area outside the office for use by the staff for meetings, lunch breaks, etc., to get some fresh air outside of the office. So this will become some wooden decking that they can sit on at a chair or a table and relax for a bit and get away from work. And obviously, after the pandemic and everything else that we've been through, it's obviously really good to get outside and socialise over lunch break and so on. So let's have a look at the trim and extend tools in AutoCAD. I'm going to zoom in one more notch, just rolling one more notch up on the wheel of the mouse there. So I need to extend these lines to this spline here to form a nice decking area. Now, to do that, I go to the Modify panel on the Home tab on the ribbon, click on the flyout here and select Extend. Come into the drawing area and it's prompting me to select the object to extend or Shift Select to trim. So I can automatically start to extend each line individually, but I don't need to do it individually. I can right click and I can select Boundary Edges. So on that shortcut menu now, it's prompting me, after I've clicked on Boundary Edges, to select an object that will form my boundary edge. That's my spline. Click on it, highlights in blue, press Enter to confirm that boundary edge, and now I can extend straight away to that boundary edge. It's the only place where those lines will extend to. It won't try and extend to anywhere else. If I hadn't done that, it would just extend to the nearest available intersection. Now it knows it's got to go all the way to that spline. Now, something else I can do, which is quite a nice new feature in the last few versions of AutoCAD, is I can simply pick a point here above the lines and take a fence line through, and look at that, they all extend. Isn't that lovely? Take that through. When I get to that point there, just click once, and there you go. Press Enter to finish, and you've extended your decking lines to the spline nice and neatly. Now, obviously, we need to trim the lines inside the circle. The circle is going to be a piece of concrete hard standing that's going to have some planting around it so that people again can come out, sit outside the office, but the planting barrier around the concrete acts like a little bit of a privacy screen. So if you've got a meeting to have and you want to hold that meeting outside, you go and sit on the concrete hard standing, perhaps at a table and a chair kind of idea, and have a nice little outside meeting. So we need to do some trimming as well. So let's go back up now to the Modify panel, click on the flyout where it says Extend, because we've obviously just used Extend, and select Trim, like so. Now we're going to do the same workflow. You'll notice that Trim and Extend have a very similar workflow. So it's a right click again, and we want cutting edges this time, not boundary edges, but cutting edges. And just select the circle, pick box on the circle, left click, it highlights in blue, press enter. Now again, the lovely thing is we can do that fence idea again, but make sure you just get the pick box just inside. Now if you're worried about that, you can just click here and trim there first to give you a bit more space, and then click, drag through the rest of the lines, click again, and that's trimmed neatly. Press enter to close the trim command, zoom out a bit, and there's our decking in place. And our circle is nice and clear, basically acting as a circular piece of concrete hardstanding. So that's utilizing the trim and the extend modify tools in AutoCAD to obviously tidy up and enhance your AutoCAD drawings. Once again, we're staying in our office layout _3.dwg. And in this video, we're going to take a quick look at the array tool in AutoCAD. The best way to describe the array tool in AutoCAD is it's a copy command that is highly enhanced and does lots of different things. It allows you to put lots of different variables in, but also work with different methods of copying. The three types of arrays are rectangular, polar, and path. And we're going to cover each one, and we're going to work with the landscaping here above the office. So in the previous video, we used trim and extend to set up our nice decking area. We're now going to work with the planting, utilizing the array tools in AutoCAD. So we're going to zoom in a little. And I'm just going to zoom and pan a little so that I can see just above the office. There's the office at the bottom of the screen, but I've also got a bit of scope to see what's going on with the planting, the decking, etc. Now we're going to be looking at this little plant here. Now we're going to create a rectangular array of that one little plant. And to do that, we go up to the Modify panel on the Home tab. There's Array there. Click on the flyout and you can see there's our three different types of arrays. I'm going to select Rectangular Array, and then I'm going to select the little plant like so and press Enter to confirm. Now, as soon as I do that, you'll see the ribbon change. It goes into the Array Creation Contextual Ribbon tab. So there's all of our settings and variables for our rectangular array. And you'll notice it's defaulted to 3 rows and 4 columns. Now, I can edit that up here on the ribbon. So ideally, what we want to do is we want a taller, thinner array. So I'm going to change the number of columns to 2, like so. Just type it in, press enter, and you'll see it updates on the screen. Now, the number of rows, I want that to be much larger. I need, say, 10 rows. So I'll type in 10 and press enter, because I want a privacy screen so that people over here on the left can't see through it to see people who are on the hardstanding and the decking here in the garden of the office. Now, the good thing is I can change that at any time, those values. So the distance in between, let's make these sensible distances. So let's make that a distance of, say, 550 millimeters. And we'll do the same here, 550 again, just sensible numbers, basically. And you'll notice now, can you see everything's in multiples of 50? For the total and in between, etc. You can ignore levels. That's all to do with 3D arrays. We can ignore that because we're working in a flat 2D drawing. Now, the array itself is associative, you'll notice there. So that associative is on when I created this particular rectangular array. So if I now click on Close Array, it'll go back into the drawing, my ribbon's back, etc. as per normal. But if I now hover over this, it's all one object. It's an array rectangular. But you'll notice it's on the wrong layer. Can you see it's on the layer walls? So I need to select the array, go back to the Home tab, layer drop down here and select Plants, like so. Make sure it's on the right layer, because when you start creating arrays, it puts them on the current drafting layer. I'll just hit Escape to deselect that rectangular array, and you can see the current drafting layer is walls. So it put the original rectangular array on the walls layer. So let's make sure that we're using the appropriate layer first off. So make sure that Plants is the current drafting layer. So that's our little privacy screen using a rectangular array. We're going to zoom in a bit now on the circle, this concrete hard standing. And what we want is we want some plants going around the hard standing, not too dense, so that people can get in between them and walk from the decking onto the concrete. So again, array drop down here, and we're going to select polar array. The object that we select is the plant, and press enter to confirm. It will then ask for the center point of the array. Now, just to be sensible here, jump down to your object snaps, click on the flyout, and make sure you've got endpoint, midpoint, and center on, and intersection and extension. Node is a throwback to a previous video in this chapter, so make sure that node is off by clicking on it and losing the tick. We then click on the little flyout here again to lose the menu, and we're now back in the array command, basically being asked for the center point of the array. Touch on the edge of the circle, there's the center snap, into the middle, click on the center snap of the circle. And you'll see that it defaults to 6 objects around the circle forming the polar array. Now those gaps between those plants are a bit big. They're not going to provide much privacy. So again, we go to the Array Creation tab on the ribbon. Now you'll notice we've got levels again. You can ignore the levels panel. That's for 3D arrays. It is associative again. We can rotate the items as we go around the polar array, which I would actually turn off so that they're all, can you see, their own orientation individually rather than rotating around and following the circle. That's up to you on that one. You can either have that on or off, but make sure it's associative. Always useful to keep your arrays associative. So we're going to change the number of items. Let's go with 8. Let's try 8. 8 works. We could probably even get away with 10, I think, possibly. There we go. 10 is perfect. So as you can see, you've got enough gap to get through onto the concrete hard standing and perhaps have your private meeting, but also you've got a little bit of sort of space to move around and a little bit of privacy as well. It all works together. So click on Close Array. And when you hover over the array, can you see it's associative and it's on the appropriate layer this time. So it's showing there that it's a polar array on the layer plants. Zoom out slightly and we're moving over to the right now. Can you see we've got our little plant here on the end of a spline here. And that spline is going to form our path array this time. So we go to the array flyout here, look at the drop down and click on path array. We select the object to array, which is our little plant there, and we press enter to confirm. The path curve is the spline here. Click on that. And you can see there it's added a nice number of them straight away. And again, you've got the Array Creation tab up here on the ribbon. Now you'll notice at the moment you cannot edit the number of items, but you can edit the distance between the items. Now you'll remember when we did the points command and using divide and measure, we had the ability to change between divide and measure here. So you've got divide and measure for placing your little plants along your path array. So if you went for divide, you'll see that it's the number of items that you can change. So I might change that to say 20 and press enter, and that makes it that little bit more dense, you'll notice. Also, if you use divide, it'll put a plant on each end of the path array. If I change that to measure, you'll see there that I can alter the distance between. So I might change that to say 450. In fact, I might increase it. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Let's go for 500. And press enter. And can you see it just makes it that little bit bigger between. So it's measuring the distance between the objects on the path array rather than the number of objects on the path array, which would obviously be the divide, hence the N on there like so. When you're happy with that, you can close the array again. And if you hover over it, you can see now it's another associative array, but this time a path array. And again, we're on the appropriate layer plants. Double click on the wheel to zoom extents, and you're starting to see your office really take shape now. You've got the outside area all nicely landscaped with the decking and the planting. You've got the inside area all laid out nicely with the desks, the chairs, and the bin stores all nicely hidden now with obviously the privacy screens of the vegetation and the planting. So it's starting to look good with your modify tools in AutoCAD. We're staying in our Office Layout 3.dwg file. And we're going to take a look now at the lengthen and stretch commands. If you zoom in on the executive office, the bigger office here, you'll notice there's a little purple line just there, like so, and that's our carpets boundary. You'll notice there when you hover over it, it's just a very simple line, and it's on the carpets boundary. Now, what I'd like to do, if you just do a little bit of zooming and planning, is take this purple line all the way over to the wall edge here. Now, I could use the extend command that we've covered previously, but I don't want to. I want to show you the lengthen command. That's up here on the modify panel, on the home tab on the ribbon. Click on the fly out there and just pin it open. It's a lot easier. Then the fly out part of the modify panel doesn't keep popping back into the ribbon. The lengthen command is this one here. And it always looks like an oil dipstick from a slightly older model car, I always think. I don't know why, it just does. So I click on the lengthen command. Come into the drawing area and it says select an object to measure. Now this is where you right click because there's different methods of lengthening. You can use the delta method where you add a specific distance onto the existing length of something. You've got the percent method where you make an object a certain percent longer. You've got the total method which allows you to define the total length of an object, so you stretch it to the total length. We're going to use this one. Dynamic, very quick and easy. Click on dynamic, click on the right hand end of the purple line and just dynamically lengthen it until you get the intersection snap on the wall. Left click and it's enter to finish. Isn't that nice? Quick and easy lengthen of that line. Now that's our carpet boundary for the reception area and the offices here, the executive office and the two smaller office cubicles here. Now you'll notice that we've got some partition walls. There's one there and there's another one just in here. They don't actually line in with the carpet boundary. So we need to make that work. So we're going to utilize the stretch command to do that. So I'm just going to unpin the modify panel and you'll see the stretch command is just there on the modify panel. Click on stretch and zoom in on this first one of the partition walls. Now you need to use a crossing selection. Now a little cheat for you. At the select objects prompt, if you type C for crossing and press enter, it doesn't matter which side of the partition wall you define your little selection window. If I click left there and drag downwards, can you see my crossing selection goes from left to right or right to left? Doesn't matter. It's going to be a crossing selection because I've told AutoCAD I only want a crossing selection by typing C and pressing enter. So you want to do a little crossing selection like that. Make sure you don't get the carpet boundary. You just want it around the end of the partition wall. Left click to confirm. And you can see now that our object is selected. Press enter to confirm that stretch selection. Your base point is going to be the midpoint snap here. Left click on that, take it down until you get the intersection. Don't go off like this. Your partition wall will start to look weird if you do that. Just come vertically down, utilize your polar tracking and object snap tracking. When you see that intersection snap, just left click. When you zoom out now, can you see that our partition wall lines in nicely with the carpeting boundary? We'll do the same over here. Zoom in again. Now you've got some other objects in the way this time. So you've got the plant. You could potentially select that by mistake, but you've also got a desk there and a desk there. Don't worry about it. I'll show you how to fix it. We go to the stretch command, come into the drawing area, and remember, type C at the select objects prompt and press enter. And we're going to do the same workflow. Click here, drag like so, and when you get to here, like that, can you see you click and you've got a load of objects that you don't want selected. So the two desks need to be deselected, as does the plant. Hold down Shift on the keyboard, click on the desk, and click on the desk, and click on the plant. They're then removed from the selection set. You then press enter, and you've only got the partition wall selected now, so it's midpoint snap there again. Use the polar tracking down to the carpet line, get the intersection snap and left click, and then it's just a case of pressing enter to finish. And as you can see, you're now done. That's all nicely lined in there like so. So what you've got there now is desks with a little bit of a step in, which kind of gives you that little bit of privacy around the end of the partition there for those two offices. Double click on the wheel. Good CAD practice to do so that you can see everything and you've zoomed to the extent. And at this point now, you can save your drawing. You've done a great job there of modifying objects in AutoCAD to tidy up your office layout drawing. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to take a look at hatching and gradient fills in AutoCAD. And we've got a new drawing for you. It's called metal plate underscore 001.dwg. So you know the drill by now. Download the drawing from the library, open it up in AutoCAD, and make sure you're in the model tab for this particular video. Now, we're zoomed into a section view and a side view of a metal plate. So the side view is fine. We don't need any hatching or gradient fills on that. We're looking at the side of the metal plate, and the green dashed lines represent the hidden detail. So there's some holes going through the plate. Now, the section view, on the other hand, has some solid lines here, which indicate basically a break in the section. If I zoom out slightly, you'll see a plan view. And you'll notice here there is a slotted hole in the center of the metal plate. You'll also notice there's an extra hole there in the plan view. And we'll talk about that later when we're editing our gradient fill and our hatching. What I'd like you to do is pop over to the nav bar now and just do a zoom previous and do another zoom previous again. So click there, and that will take you back to your section and side view. On the Home tab on the ribbon in the Layers panel, go to your Layer drop-down and make sure you're using the hatching layer, like so. So that's our current drafting layer. And then what we're going to do, we're going to jump into the Draw panel here, click on the flyout and select Hatch. Now the hatch that we're going to use is a very simple hatch. It's this one here, ANSI 31. ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute, and it's just a standard crosshatch. So that's our ANSI 31 crosshatch. Now, you'll notice we've got various methods of selecting our hatch. Select Pick Points, and if you hover now, can you see that our hatching is coming in nicely with a little preview every time I hover over a possible internal point? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to hatch the area that is cutting through the metal plate. So where the slotted hole is, it won't be hatched. So we're going to pick this point here, 1, this point here, 2, this point here, 3. We're then going to move across here and do the same again, 1 and 2 and 3. Then you can press enter to finish or pop up to close hatch creation on the contextual hatch creation ribbon tab. So we've got our hatching in place like so. So that's how we generate our hatching. Now, obviously, hatching is pretty easy to set up. We've set all of that up. It's on the right layer and so on. But here's the clever thing. If I hover over this, can you see there that each hatch pattern that we've put in each of those boundaries is a separate hatch? If I go back to the hatch command, you need to go to this options flyout here on the hatch creation tab. And notice create separate hatches has been set, like so. So that's on when I'm creating the hatching. So it's creating separate hatches each time, which might be something that you don't want. So just hit escape a couple of times to cancel the hatch command. And what we'll do, we'll select the hatches, click on each one. You'll notice you get some weird sort of messages pop up about non-associative hatch boundary grips. You can ignore those. So we're selecting the hatches like that, and we're just going to delete them. So it's a right click and erase on the shortcut menu. We then go back to the hatch command, like so, and we pick the internal point again. Make sure you're using ANSI 31, but make sure you go here to the options and turn off create separate hatches. It is normally on by default. Now, the reason I want you to turn it off is I want the hatch pattern just to be one object. So I'm going to click here again, 1, 2, 3, and then click here again, 1, 2, and 3. Press enter to finish or click on close hatch creation. And when you click on the hatch this time, can you see it's all one object? And that's what you want. You want one hatch pattern in this particular case. Just hit escape a couple of times, and that's pretty much how you place a hatch pattern in AutoCAD. We're staying in our metal plate underscore 001.dwg file. And in this particular video, we're going to take a look at how we can place a gradient fill. So go to your layers panel, click on the flyout and select gradient fill this time as your current drafting layer. Now it's always good to have your gradient fills and your hatching on separate layers. Now you'll notice the gradient fill layer has the same color assigned to it as the hatching layer that we used in the previous video. Don't worry about the color of the layer for your gradient fills, because your gradient fills are set up with independent colors within the gradient command. So let's see how that works. So again, we're in the Home tab on the ribbon, Draw panel over here on the left, click on the flyout and select Gradient. Now you'll notice the Hatch Creation tab on the ribbon appears again. Now the only thing that has changed here is up here. It is still the Hatch Creation tab on the ribbon. All we're doing is, instead of using a pattern, which is what we used before, we're simply using a gradient there, like that. So all those icons do on the ribbon in the Draw panel is take you to a different setting of the Hatch Creation tab on the ribbon. Now again, we're going to pick internal points, so make sure you've got pick points selected here, like so. And then what we're going to do, we're going to play around with the gradient fills. You can see the blue and yellows, those are our gradient fills. Now this is a metal plate, so we're going to set some colors here. So color number 1 is currently set to blue. Let's change that. Let's make it a nice palish blue like that. That color there, that would work. And then color number 2, I'm going to go with this gray here, like that. And can you see we get a nice bluey gray metallic look in the pattern. Now we're going to change the angle of this particular gradient fill. We want it going horizontally. At the moment, can you see the colors are vertical in the little previews there? So we just double click in the angle box, rotate it through 90 degrees, press enter, and can you see they're now nicely horizontal. So I'm going to select GR linear. GR just stands for gradient, so it's gradient linear, that pattern there. And remember to click on pick points, but also in our options, remember you want to check that separate hatches isn't switched on. So if it looks like that, it's off. If it's blue like that, it's on. So make sure you click on it and it's off like that. And then up to pick points, and we're going to do the same as we did for the hatching in the previous video. Highlight, click, highlight, click, highlight, click. Same on the other side. Click there, click there, click there. Now you'll notice something a bit weird is going on. Your gradient fill has now gone on top of your hatch pattern. And in the next video, I'll show you how to change the draw order of the gradient fill and the hatch pattern. But before we jump into that video, just make sure that you click on Close Hatch Creation or press Enter. And as you can see, you're now back into the drawing. Now, weirdly enough, your hidden detail, the green dashed lines, still show through the gradient fill. But the hatch doesn't, and that's what we need to rectify in the next video. We're staying in our metal plate _001.dwg file. And in the previous video, we placed our gradient fill, and it kind of ended up on top of the hatch pattern that we'd placed previously. Now this is all to do with the draw order function within AutoCAD. At the moment, the gradient fill is at the front and the hatch pattern is at the back, and we need to obviously reverse that so that the hatch pattern is sitting on top of the gradient fill to give us an indication of what that section's actually doing. The hatching is showing the part of the plate that we've cut through. The gradient fill is giving it a nice metallic color to make it look more realistic. So we need the hatch pattern there to kind of show where we've sliced through the metal plate. Now, the reason I got you to switch off separate hatches earlier when we were placing the hatch pattern and the gradient fill is because when you hover over them now, they're just one object. So you'll notice there, can you see I've got a hatch and it's on the layer hatching. If I move around a little bit, maybe come to an edge, can you see now I'm on a polyline there as well? So that's the outside edge here. So the trick is just zoom in a bit and you want to hover like that. When you see that hatch appear, can you see that? The little sort of hatch and the layer hatching, click like that. Now it doesn't matter which one you get. Just ignore the message at the top here. That's all about boundary grips for hatching. Now you'll notice you can see the grips for what is the gradient fill. How do I know it's the gradient fill? Well, for a start, it's a solid block of colour on the section part of the drawing. But more importantly, the hatch editor has kicked in up here. So this is the hatch creation tab, but we're editing an existing hatch pattern. Gradient fills are classed as hatches, by the way. So you can see there, look, the pattern is showing me different gradient fill patterns. Again, just ignore this hatch boundary grips. It will pop up every so often. So at the moment, what we can see there is our gradient fill, and that's at the front, and we need that to go to the back. Now, if you've clicked and you've got the hatch pattern, the hatch pattern needs to come to the front. So what you do next is pretty important. So we right click with either the hatch or the gradient fill selected, and we go to draw order here on the shortcut menu. Now you've got a choice. You can bring to front or send to back. So at the moment, I've got the gradient fill selected. So I would need to select send to back. If you've got the hatch pattern selected, the crisscross hatch pattern, you're going to bring it to the front. I'm going to click on send to back, and as soon as I do that, can you see the gradient fill has gone to the back and the hatch pattern has appeared. And it gives us a really nice, realistic sectional view. So the hatching is showing where we've cut through the metal plate in section, and the gradient fill makes it look like it's actually a material, a metal plate in this particular case. So that's how we can utilize draw order with our hatching and our gradient fills. And it actually gives us a really nice professional looking drawing. More importantly, when you do decide to plot this drawing, what you'll find is the gradient fill, that colour, will show when you plot the drawing as well. So it might be that your dimensions, your outlines, your objects are all in black, but the gradient fill will have that lovely bluey grey colour, and it makes a sectional view really pop out when you plot a drawing. Once again, we're staying in our metal plate 001.dwg file. And you can see I've left it in the same state as it was at the end of the last video, with our gradient fill that's gone to the back and our hatch pattern that's come to the front. What I'd like you to do now is go to your layer drop down and make hatching your current drafting layer. And then we're going to go to the layer drop down again, and gradient fill, we're going to click on the little sun symbol and actually freeze it in the drawing. So what that means now is I've just frozen it, I've hidden it. If I click on the snowflake for gradient fill again, it comes back. But just freeze it for the moment, and then hit escape a couple of times to lose the layer drop down menu. Now what we're going to do is we're going to edit some of our hatching. Now you can edit gradient fill in the same way, but we're going to edit the crosshatch here. So I'm going to click on the crosshatch like so. And when I click on that now, it takes me into the hatch editor tab on the ribbon. And again, we've got our boundary grips there. Just click on the little cross there to close it. You can click on don't show me this again if you want to, and it will never ever pop up again. But I'm just going to close it for now. Now I'm going to edit some of the angle and the scaling of this hatch pattern. Now the angle at the moment is 0. Can you see that? So at the moment it's 0. If I change that angle to say 180, watch what happens to the hatch pattern. Nothing. If I change the angle to say 90, it flips the other way. 180 would just literally kind of have the same effect one way or the other. But 90, can you see it's flipped the hatching the other way? I've changed the angle of my hatch. So you can edit angles of hatching at any time. We could go wild there and change that to say something random like 67. And can you see there, it gives you a totally different look to that hatch pattern. What I'd like you to do is go and have a play with that. Play with the angles of your hatch pattern. It's quite a lot of fun. Now, the other thing I'm going to change is the hatch scale. At the moment, it's set to 1. Let's say I change that to 5 and press enter. Can you see the gaps between the hatch lines change? Let's change that to say 2.5. And that gives me a nice hatch pattern there. It's a bit wider. I could probably go a little smaller actually. Let's try something like 2. 2 works quite nicely. And I'm going to change this to a sensible number like 90 again, like we had earlier. So there we go. I've changed the distance between the hatching lines and I've changed the angle of the hatching lines. Now, obviously, at the moment, this is one whole hatch pattern. I can still go to options and create separate hatches from it if I want to. I can separate the existing hatches. You can see the boundaries there on the hatch pattern shown by all the little blue grips. So what it would do is it would separate them all into 6 separate hatch patterns. Not a good idea at the moment. I'd rather leave it as it is. And then I'll close the hatch editor like so, and that's now hatched totally differently. I'll go to the layer drop down, select gradient fill here and click on the snowflake, and our gradient fill is back as well. Hit escape a couple of times to lose the layer drop down menu, and you can see we've now edited our hatching quite nicely. Now, if I selected the gradient fill, like so, hopefully there you go, I've got the gradient fill this time. I could also change that if I wanted to as well. So let's be really random here. Let's put a yellow colour in. And can you see, when I hover over each of these, I get a nice sort of preview of what's going on. I'm going to stick with the original colour I had though. Close the hatch editor, and as you can see, we've got our gradient fill and our hatch pattern all set up in our drawing. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to take a look at how we annotate our designs in AutoCAD. Now, you may remember the metal plate drawing from the previous chapter. Well, we've got a similar type drawing this time. We've got a plan view of a metal plate, sectional view, and a side view, and we're going to annotate them accordingly. It's called metalplate_002.dwg. So make sure you download the appropriate drawing from the library and open it up in AutoCAD. And we're going to be working primarily in the Model tab, bottom left there in AutoCAD. Now, we're going to be placing text on the drawing itself. So let's have a look at the layers that we've got. Have we got a text layer? Yes, we have. Let's go with the text layer. Let's make that our current drafting layer so that when we place text in our AutoCAD drawings, it's on the right layer. Now, here's a nice thing about AutoCAD 2024 though. If I go to the Annotate tab here on the ribbon, you'll notice that in the Dimensions panel here, I've got a dim layer override. Can you see that? So there's a dim layer override. So I can tell AutoCAD to use the Dimensions layer to place dimensions, even when here, my current drafting layer is the text layer, like so. Quite clever. Now, we're going to be creating some text styles first in this video. Now, we're going to take a look at the annotation panel on the Home tab on the ribbon. Click on the flyout there, pin it open, and you can see that we've got a style for most types of annotation. So I can go to my text styles, my dimension styles, my multi-leader styles, and my table styles. If I unpin that, it pops back into the ribbon. If I go to the Annotate tab on the ribbon, you'll notice here that I've also got a text panel, a dimensions panel, leaders panel, and a tables panel. And these little angled arrows here again take me to text style, dimension style, leader style, and table style. So I can get to it in lots of different ways. At the moment though, we'll just jump to the Home tab and we'll expand the annotation panel here and just pin it open for the moment. And then we're going to come up to the A with the paintbrush and click on it like so. That'll open up the Text Style Manager. Now you'll notice that we've got various text styles available in the drawing already. Now notice that annotative is the current text style. I'm going to click on New, and there's my new text style name. Now the first new text style I'm going to create is going to be called Notes. And then I'm going to put an underscore, and then I'm going to put Layout. And what that tells me is this is where this text style is going to be used in AutoCAD, in the Layout tabs. I then underscore again and type in 3.5 millimeters. That's going to be the height of the text in this style. I click on OK, and there's my Notes Layout 3.5 millimeters. Now, because annotative was the current text style at the time, it's made this particular text style annotative. So I need to uncheck that box there. I don't want my Notes Layout 3.5 millimeters to be annotative. And we'll talk about annotative scaling later. Now, we can use all the TrueType fonts in Windows in AutoCAD. That's what that little TT means there. So I click on the flyout. I'm going to type C on the keyboard, and And if I go all the way to the top there, there's Calibri. So I'm going to use the font name Calibri, and the TT indicates it's a TrueType Windows font. I'm going to leave the font style as regular. I could use italic or bold. I want it to be regular. And the height there will be the same as the name of the textile, 3.5 millimeters, like that. I don't need any effects like upside down, backwards. Leave all of that as it is. Click on apply, and that is an invalid height. Hang on a minute, do we want 0 or a minimum of a number there? Hang on, let's check that out. What have I done wrong? It needs a number. I've put mm in there, remember? So just put the number in, not the actual unit of measurement. Click on apply. There we go, sorted. So there's our notes layout, 3.5 millimeters. Click on new again, and we're going to create another one now. This one's going to be called labels, then an underscore, and then model this time, and then underscore again, and 15 millimeters. Click on OK, and there's labels model 15 millimeters. We're going to stick with the Calibri, but I'm going to change it to bold this time, and the height will be 15. Remember, don't put the mm on for millimeters. No effects needed. We could have it upside down or backwards, but we don't really want to, so just uncheck those. Click on apply again, and that will apply those settings to that particular text style. Now, what we're going to be working on is potentially labels and notes there. So there's labels, there's notes, and we can pick one of those to make it the current text style. So if I now click on labels model 15 millimeters, so that particular text style gets used in the model tab down here. I can set that as the current text style, close the text style manager, and can you see it change there? And if I click on the drop down there, I can pick any particular text style I want to use at any given time. I'm going to click on the pin there just to unpin it, and that will pop back into the ribbon. So you've now set your text styles in your AutoCAD drawing ready to start placing text annotation in the drawing. We're staying in our metalplate underscore 002.dwg file. And in the previous video, we set up the text styles that we wanted to use. What we're going to do now is we're going to zoom in on this right-hand edge of the sectional view and the side view, like so. So you've got a bit of space over here to the right of them. Make sure you're using the text layer, like so. And then what we're going to do is clarify which text style we're using. Click on the annotation flyout for the panel there. Click on this flyout here. And you want the labels model 15 millimeter text style that we created earlier. We're then going to place some single line text as labels for each of the views. So I'm going to click here on the flyout like so and select single line text. And again, that's off the annotation panel in the home tab on the ribbon. Now it's asking for the right endpoint of the text baseline. I'm going to right click there and go to justify and specify which justification point I want to use. So we've got a choice of left, center and right, self-explanatory. We can align it with an object, we can put it in the middle of an object, we can fit it into a space. TL is top left, TC top center, top right, middle left, middle center, middle right, bottom left, bottom center, bottom right. We're going to go for the top one, left. Now the start point of the text is going to be this endpoint snap here, left click. And then as you move away, can you see it's prompting for a rotation angle? It's not asking for a text height because the text height is preset in the text style. Press enter to accept the 0 rotation of the angle of the text. That's horizontal. And there's our little flashing cursor just on the end of our sectional view. So what we're going to do now is type section view, like so. And that's one piece of single line text. Press enter and it will prompt you for another line of single line text. We don't want another line, so just press enter again, and that closes out the single line text command. Now the problem we have there is the section view text is literally on the section view. So just click on the text once. There's a little grip there, that's our left grip based on the justification that we set up earlier. If I click on that grip and just move slightly across to the right, using your polar tracking, just move it across to the right like that, type in 50 and enter, and that moves it 50 millimeters to the right, like so. Now, with that text still selected, you can now right-click and copy the text. And we're going to cheat. If we use this base point here and click, and then come down to this base point here, the second point, and click again, and then enter to finish, you'll see that that uses the same spacing on each one. Now, we've got a section view there. This is our side view. So we need to double click on this text. Just click there like that. Can you see the arrow is after the W of view? You can now use your arrow keys on the keyboard to edit the text. So we'll go to the section bit and type in side. Make sure you take the cursor back to the end of the text before you press enter. And then press enter again to close out, and we're done. So you can see we've got a section view and a side view. There's our labels, nice and neat and tidy. Now I'm just going to roll back on the wheel a few notches to zoom out. So we've labeled the section view and the side view nice and neatly. What about our plan view down here? Just grab one of these bits of text, doesn't matter which one. So select it, right click, copy selection. And just pick a point on the text. It doesn't need to be exact. Left click. And we're copying it, and we're going to pan, pop it underneath the plan view here like that, and click. And then press enter to finish. Now it says section view, so we need to update that first of all. Just zoom in a bit, double click on the text like we did before, click after the word section. So when you click on it, it puts the cursor in the right place, and we'll just backspace and type in plan for plan view. Get the cursor towards the end where the W is. Enter once. That will obviously move away from that piece of single line text. It now prompts you for another bit of single line text. So just press enter again so that you're obviously not editing any more text. Now you'll remember that the two bits of text for the side view and the section view, we used the left justification. Now ideally I want this plan view text to be in the middle, using the midpoint of the plan view. Select the plan view text and then just right click, and on the shortcut menu go to properties. And what we'll do is we'll go to justify here where it says left, click on the little drop down and set that to top center, that one there. And you'll notice it moves slightly, but now we've got a top center grip. Can you see that? So close the properties palette by clicking on the cross, click on the top center grip, and just hover over that midpoint there. See the midpoint? Bit of object snap tracking, just move down the polar tracking line a little, left click, and there's our plan view text label. Hit escape a couple of times, double click on the wheel to zoom extents, roll back a click, and you can see that all of our views are nice and neatly labeled. Now we're going to change our layer and our text style. We're going to go to the drop down for the layers here, and we want title text, that one there. And also we want to make sure that we go to the annotation flyout here, click here, and we now want notes layout 3.5 millimeters. So we've got the notes layout 3.5 millimeter text style, and we've got the title text layer. You'll notice bottom left we've got a plan view and a sections and elevations view there. They are layout tabs. Click on the plan view layout tab and you'll see there that we've got a nice little title block. It says plan view LinkedIn Learning. I want to place some multi-line text in this top left corner. Now we're just going to click on the viewport, click on the grip there and just drag vertically down a bit and click a bit more. Hit escape to deselect. That clears us a little bit of space top right so that we can place our text, and then it doesn't interfere with this viewport. Zoom in a bit and pan a bit so that you can see the top right corner of the title block. And then we're going to go up to the annotation panel here on the home tab on the ribbon. Click on the little fly out there for text and select multi-line text. You're then going to basically place a rectangle where your multi-line text is going to go. Multi-line text fills a space. Single line text are just single line text objects. So I'm going to click about here. See the little ABC on the crosshair? That's how big your text will be. It's giving you a little preview of your text. So I'm going to left click there, drag my multi-line text rectangle to about there and click again. Now it all gets a bit weird. Basically what's happened is we're now in the text editor in the Layout tab. So you'll notice we have a Layout tab on the ribbon and a Text Editor tab on the ribbon. We've also got a little ruler here as well. So that little ruler and these little indents and things are very similar to something like Microsoft Word, where you're word processing your text to create a document. And ideally, your notes should kind of be in document style on your title block. So what we're going to do, just a quick sanity check, make sure that we're using Notes Layout 3.5 millimeters. We are, you see it's highlighted there, and it's 3.5 millimeters high. So what I'm going to do now is click in the text editing area, and holding down my Shift key, I'm going to type Notes, so it's in capitals, and then put a colon like that. If I now press Enter, it takes me down to the next line down in the multi-line text area. I'm going to go up to the paragraph panel, click on bullets and numbering here and go numbered. And can you see it puts a little indent in for me for the numbering. So I'm going to put here all dimensions in millimeters. And I'll spell that the English way, just so you know, just in case the AutoCAD spell check catches up with me. And you'll notice there, can you see it's not in the dictionary, so it's put the little red dash line underneath it. Obviously, American, it would be ERS at the end of millimeters. Press Enter again, automatically numbers, and I'll put do not dimension from the drawing. So we'll pop that in there, just a little bit of text to fill up the multi-line text area. There we go, like that. And if you want to, you can highlight the word notes, perhaps make that bold. You can see formatting wise, I can make that bold there like that. And I can either click on close the text editor, or I can just click away from the text and it updates accordingly. Now, when I click on this again, can you see we've got some little grips? That's the positional grip. I can move it around. That's the column height grip. And this one is the column width grip. So if I click on the column width grip, I can make that a little bit narrower like that. I can then click here on the location and perhaps move that over there like that. And then just hit escape to deselect. So as you can see, I've put some notes in that particular layout tab. Now I can also copy those notes. So if I click here, and what I'll do is I'll do a right click and copy selection. And I'm going to go from that little point there, end point there, and I can copy it. Now I can copy it in this layout tab, but that's the only place I can put it. I want to put it into another layout tab. How do I do that? I'll just hit escape a couple of times, click on the text again, right click again and go to clipboard, and I'll copy with a base point. And that base point is going to be that corner of the title block there, left click. And then all I'll do is I'll hit escape a couple of times to deselect it, double click on the wheel to zoom extents. Make sure that you do that with your layout tab so that everybody can see all of the title block. I'll then go to sections and elevations here, and I'll right click, clipboard, and I'll paste. And can you see that little crosshair there is where the corner is? So I want to click there, and you can see I've copied that across, and it's in the same position in that layout tab as it was in the original layout tab. So I've put my notes on each of my layout tabs using my Notes Layout 3.5mm text style and using the title text layer. We're staying in our metalplate_002.dwg file. And what we're going to take a look at now is creating a dimension style for any dimension annotation that we might want to place on our drawing. Now, I'm back in the model tab of the drawing as well. Notice the model tab here. And what I'm going to do is just show you a couple of little things that you need to remember when you're creating styles and adding annotation to your drawings. I'm currently in the Annotate tab on the ribbon. And in the Dimensions panel here, you've got your dim layer override. It's always a good idea to have that set to your dimensions layer, like so. And then when you're dimensioning, your dimensions automatically go onto the dimensions layer and not the current drafting layer, which at the moment you can see there in my quick access toolbar is title text. Also, talking of text, if you expand the text panel here and pin it open, you'll notice there is a text layer override as well. So it might be worth setting that to text like so. and then unpinning it and popping it back into the ribbon. Now that text layer override is an AutoCAD 2024 thing. So you might not find that in previous versions of AutoCAD. Let's jump back to the Home tab on the ribbon. Go to the Annotation flyout here on the Annotation panel. Click on the little paintbrush with the dimension. That will open up the Dimension Style Manager. Now we're going to set up an annotative dimension style for our drawing. So we're going to click on New, and the new style name will simply be Training, and then put a dash and then Anno in capitals like that. Then you know that it's an annotative dimension style. We're going to start with ISO 25 there, like so. That's one of the default dimension styles in the drawing. And I'm going to make sure that I check the annotative checkbox like that. Put a tick in it like that. And we're going to use it for all dimension types like so. So Training Anno, ISO 25, annotative checkbox checked with a tick. And we're going to use for all dimensions. Click on Continue and it opens up a rather large dialog box. Click on the Lines tab there like so. Now we're going to work through this piece by piece. So Lines tab. And all the color line type line weight there, set it to by layer. Now you'll notice something when you do this, everything starts to go orange, because what it's doing is it's putting everything onto the current drafting layer, hence the title text layer. Don't worry about the color of the layer, because what's going to happen here is when you use your dim layer override, your dimensions will automatically go onto the appropriate layer, hence the by layer setting. Baseline spacing. Set that to 10 millimeters. Bear in mind we're working in metric millimeters for all of these settings. If you're working in feet and inches, the settings would be different and would basically apply to your imperial units that you're using. Now, your dimension lines are the lines between the arrowheads, as you can see. When I start setting the extension lines, the vertical lines that go between, can you see, and go to the geometry, we set these to by layer as well, and you'll see that everything starts to go orange. Extend beyond dimension lines is this little distance here past the arrowhead. I'm going to set that to 2.5 millimeters. Offset from origin I'm going to set to 4 millimeters. If I press the tab key after that 4, can you see there's the 4 millimeter distance, the offset from the origin. So the origin point for the dimension will be on the geometry, and then 4 millimeters away will be the end of the extension line. Let's go to the Symbols and Arrows tab at the top. Closed-filled arrowheads tend to look nice, they're okay. Leaders though, I would set that to a dot. So when you place a quick leader, you can obviously have a dot there instead of an arrowhead to avoid confusion. And I'm going to go for a 3.5 millimeter arrowhead size to tally up with our notes that we put in the title blocks of each of the layout tabs. Center marks, I'm going to set that to none. We don't need center marks anymore because we can use the center mark and center lines on the Annotate tab on the ribbon. Dimension break, 3.75 millimeters works fine. If you want to do an arc length dimension, you can have an arc length symbol on the dimension. Just leave it preceding dimension text for now. Radius jog dimension, 45 jog angle, jog height factor 1.5. They can stay as they are. Go to the Text tab now. Now the text style, we have one of these set up already. It's called Dims Model, and it's just a Calibri font, and it's set to be not annotative because the dimension style is annotative. Again, text color by layer, that'll go orange. Fill color, you can have it yellow, for example. Set it to none though, and the text height will become 3.5, like so. Vertical above, obviously the dimension line. Horizontal is centered along the dimension line, and the view direction is left to right. If you set it right to left, everything goes upside down. That's for different types of views and orthogonal views. Leave it left to right. Text alignment, you've got 3 options. Horizontal, everything's horizontal. You can have it aligned with the dimension line like that, or you can have the ISO standard where any radii or diameters have this little horizontal crank coming off of their dimensions. Go with aligned with dimension line. That tends to be the most economical for space on a drawing. Now we're going to go to the Fit tab now. Leave everything as it is. The only thing you need to check is that the annotative box is ticked. There, the checkbox should be ticked with a tick. Primary units, we are decimal, and we're going to go for a precision of 1 decimal place for length, and the decimal separator there will be a period. Now that's an American description. A period either goes as a decimal place or at the end of a sentence. In the UK, we have a full stop at the end of a sentence and a decimal place for numbers. Just be aware of that, just in case you're not aware of what that means. Everything else you can leave as is there. Zero suppression, make sure that trailing is ticked. And then for angular dimensions, we're going to use decimal degrees, and we're going to use 2 decimal places. Again, make sure the trailing zeros are turned off. Just check the box. Can you see the 60 degrees is exactly 60? If I leave the trailing zeros on, they're after the decimal place. So the trailing zeros there can be turned off for both length and angles. Alternate units, you can have alternate units if you want to. I can tick display alternate units and perhaps go for architectural. And if you look very closely now in the brackets, you can see an architectural imperial measurement in each of the dimensions. I'm going to untick that. We don't need them in this particular instance, but you could potentially display metric and imperial on the same dimensions. Tolerances, you can have different tolerances, cutting tolerances, spacing tolerances, and so on. You can have different methods as well. So if I went for something like limits, can you see there, if I had an upper value of 3 and a lower value of 2 like that, and press tab, can you see the values update? Method in this case, please set it to none. We don't need any tolerances. Click on OK, and you now have your training anno dimension style. Select it, click on set current and close, and you're all ready to go now to start placing dimension annotation in your drawing. We're staying in our metal plate 002.dwg file. And in the previous video, we set up our dimension style. So what we need to do now is make sure that we're using the current dimension style and also the appropriate layer to put our dimensions on. Now, I always use the Annotate tab on the ribbon for this because in the Dimensions panel, I've got a higher degree of control of all of my dimensional tools. So, Training Anno is my current dimension style, and notice the little blue symbol, that makes it annotative. Also, dim layer override, I can control that there. Make sure you select dimensions so that the majority of your dimensions go on the dimensions layer that way, because it automatically puts them on the dimensions layer. Now, something else that we do need to set. Remember, our dimension style is an annotative dimension style. So, go to your plan view for a moment here, your layout tab, and just hover over this viewport. If you hover over it, can you see the standard scale there is 1:2? Now, because we're using annotative scaling, in the Model tab, we want the Annotation Object Scale down here set to 1:2 as well. Otherwise, our dimensions will not appear in our viewports. Now, I'm going to set that all up now, and then you'll see those dimensions will automatically appear in the viewports. In fact, I'm going to take this a slightly different way. Let's have a bit of fun with this. Let's set it to 1:1 and see what happens. Zoom in on your section view and your side view, like so, and we'll place the dimensions with an annotation object scale of 1:1. I'm just going to do one dimension very quickly. So I'll do a linear dimension, like so, and it will prompt me that I'm using 1:1 and saying that I'm creating an annotative object. I'll click on OK there, and I'm just going to go endpoint snap, left click, endpoint snap there. Try and get the endpoint if you can, and intersection's fine, and click there like that. Now, I've used the 2 endpoint snaps there, or endpoint intersection I should say snaps, and that's placed a 250 dimension. Can you see it there? There it is there, like so. Now, it looks quite small. Now, if I go to my Sections and Elevations Layout tab, that dimension does appear, but it's not the right size. And what I can do here is if I take this off, Show Annotation Objects Always, it doesn't appear. Now, there's a reason for that, because this viewport, you'll notice, is again at that 1:2 standard scale. So what it means is I've got the wrong Annotation Object Scale in the Model tab. Let's do this slightly differently. Let's delete that dimension there. Just hit the delete key to get rid of it. And I'll change my annotation scale here in the model tab to 1 to 2. Let's place some linear dimensions now. So I'm going to create a linear dimension from here to here using the object snaps. Always use your object snaps to place dimensions. Notice it looks bigger. Right click, repeat dim linear. I'm going to go from this point here, the end point, over to this point here, and use the end point on the arrowhead to position like that. And then we'll do one more, right click, repeat dim linear, and I'll go from that end point to that end point, and again end point on the arrowhead, 3 clicks, like so. And then you might want to do another linear dimension, zoom in a bit, just get the corner to the corner, take a little 15 dimension out there. Let's do that again. Let's do another linear dimension, right click, repeat dim linear, do another one from there to there, and again use the end point there to position it nicely. Now obviously on the side view the only thing you're actually going to dimension is the overall length of the metal plate. So we don't need an overall length there, because if I zoom out a bit the overall length can be covered on the plan view like so. Let's check that sections and elevations layout tab, and you'll notice the dimensions appear, and they're appearing because the annotation object scale in the model tab matches this viewport scale here. That's what annotative scaling is all about. So as long as your annotative objects have the appropriate annotation scale that's the same as the viewport scale, they should appear quite happily. Let's jump back to the model tab. I'll do another linear dimension. Let's go from this end point to this end point and take an overall view like that. Can you see there's a 500 there like that? We'll do another linear going from this end point to this end point and take that one out that way. So there's our overall dimensions of our metal plate. You then might want to drop on the fly out here. Let's do a diameter dimension. We'll do one on the hole there. There's a diameter there. Do another diameter dimension on this hole here, like that. And then we'll do some radii. Click on the radius dimension type. And we'll do one, let's say here. Let's do a radius there. And we'll do another radius on, let's say, an arc there like so. And as you drag that in or out, can you see it positions it quite nicely like that as well? So we've got some dimensions there. Again, I'll leave this entirely up to you. Place as many dimensions as you like. Investigate how the different dimension types place and what you need to snap to. So for example, a dimension, a linear dimension, it's normally the 2 endpoint snaps and then another third click to place the dimension. Circles and arcs, obviously you click on the circle or the arc and then it's a second click to place the dimension and so on. Go away and have a go at those. Build up your muscle memory on dimensioning, because it's going to be a very standard thing that you probably do on a daily basis in AutoCAD. Double click on the wheel now to zoom extents in the model tab, and then if you click on the plan view you'll see those dimensions are there, but it's all looking a bit messy. We'll tidy that up in a second. Check sections and elevations. Well, that looks okay, but look, we've got a dimension appearing there as well. So we need to tidy up our viewports a little. Click on this viewport here in the sections and elevations layout tab. Click on the grip, just move that up a little bit, click again, and we've resized the viewport a little bit. Hit escape to deselect. That looks better, doesn't it? Notice that section view is not quite right though, so we need to click there, drag that out a little bit so we can see that W on the section view. Again, just hit escape a couple of times to deselect. Let's jump back to the plan view tab now, and our dimensions aren't appearing very well at all there. So we click again on the edge of the viewport, click on the grip, move that up a bit, and there's our 500. Click on this grip here, move out a little bit, and we need to kind of tidy that one up a little bit, don't we? So how do we do that? Well, let's bring this in here, click here, and bring that to say there. And then with the viewport selected, we're going to right click and move on the shortcut menu. Click on this corner of the viewport here and bring it this way. So bring it in like that, and then click here, click on the grip, take that out that way, and there's our 300. Hit escape a couple of times to deselect. Just make sure that with your text is in the layout space, the paper space. The viewport is showing you what's in model space. Be aware of that. So try not to allow them to clash like so. So you might need to just click on that viewport again, right click and move ever so slightly. I would click here, just move it this way a little bit now, like that. and possibly even move it down a bit. Click on it again, right click, move, and take this grip here and just take it down a little bit like that, just to move it away from the text there in the notes column. And as you can see now in the model tab as well, we're all dimensioned up and ready to go too. So everything's working. The annotative scaling is working. We can see our dimensions in each of the viewports, and all our dimensions are neat and tidy in the model tab as well. We're staying in our metal plate underscore 002.dwg file. And you'll remember in our dimension style, when we set it up, we set up a leader arrowhead, didn't we? We changed it to a dot. Now, that's normally used for what is known as the Q leader command, the quick leader command. Now, in more modern versions of AutoCAD, people tend to use the multi-leaders, which are these ones here on the leaders panel on the annotate tab on the ribbon. The quick leader command is slightly old technology, but it's still useful. It's a bit like single line text and multi-line text. Single line text is great for a single line of text. Multi-line text is great for an area of text. Q leader is great for just that one-off leader that you need to place, whereas multi-leaders are great for placing more than one leader in your AutoCAD drawing. We'll cover multi-leaders in a little while. Let's have a look at Q leader though. We're going to zoom in on our section view and our side view like this. So get them nicely in the middle of the screen, bit of zooming and panning. Now make sure that you've got your dimensions layer set here on your dim layer override, but also either go to the Home tab and click on the drop down here in the Layers panel and set it to dimensions there as well. Or you can do it here if you've got layers set in your Quick Access toolbar. Now the reason I've done that is Q leader does not work with the dim layer override. And also there's no icon anywhere for Q leader. You type it. So you type Q, the letter, and then leader, the word, like that. Can you see that? There's a little icon there, but it's not on any of the ribbon panels anywhere. So type Q leader, press enter. Now you'll notice on the command line there is a settings sub option. So if I right click, it comes up on the shortcut menu and I'll select settings. Now these are my Q leader settings. So I can have an annotation type, M-text, multi-line text options, annotation reuse. So if I'm placing more than one, I can reuse for the next quick leader as well. Leader line and arrow, that is all set here. The arrowhead is dot from your dimension style and so on. You can have a straight leader line or a curvy spline leader line. Now I'm going to just leave it as straight with number of points 3 as a maximum and the angle constraint to any angle. The attachment, that's where the text or whatever you've got associated with your quick leader attaches to the leader line. I'll click on OK there, and I'm going to pick a point in the slotted hole space here. I'm going to go over here a little bit and click there. And as I come downwards or upwards, doesn't matter which way, can you see there's my Q leader. So I'm going to bring it down at an angle, click, and then come out horizontally for like the landing part of the leader line and click again. Now those are my 3 points, my maximum 3 points that I had in the style, and now it's asking me for the text width. It says 0 there. When you specify a text width, it will fit the text into the width. 0, it's up to you how you space it. So just press enter for 0, and it'll ask for the first line of the annotation text. So I'm going to type in slotted hole, like so. And then I press enter for the second line. And just like single line text, I press enter again, and there's my slotted hole text. Notice everything ties in, all the text is the same height as the dimension text, because we've got the 1 to 2 annotation scale going on here for our 1 to 2 viewports in our layout tabs. So if I now go to the sections and elevations layout tab, there's my slotted hole appearing nicely on that section view. I'll jump back into the model tab now. And that's how you use your quick leader. Now, obviously, your quick leader is controlled by your dimension style. When you create multi-leaders in AutoCAD, you use a multi-leader style, and we'll cover that later. But Q-leader, as you can see, it's just that quick little one-stop shop for a leader, and as long as you've remembered to set it up appropriately in your dimension style, it's a quick and easy tool to use. Once again, we're staying in our metal plate 002.dwg file. And we're going to take a look at creating a simple table style so that we can add some table annotation to our drawing. Now we're going to create a non-annotative table style, and we're going to place it underneath our section and side view here. So we'll have a little table under here, and it will just mention our whole types. Now, you can set this up to be annotative if you want to. Tables can be annotative if you really want them to be. And what that means is everything will size accordingly to that 1:2 scale. Remember we set that earlier? So we'll leave that at 1:2 because we want this to appear in a viewport. Now, what we're going to do is go to the Annotate tab on the ribbon. There's our Tables panel, and click on the arrow there. That'll bring up our Table Style Manager. We're going to click on New, and the new style name will be Whole Types, like so. And we'll start with Standard. As you can see, it's just a standard table style. It's the only one in there. So we'll click on Continue. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a table that looks a bit like this. Now, you've got your title, header, and data. So your cell styles are here. So I'm going to go here and go to title first. And then we've got general, text, and borders. So general, fill color, we'll leave that set to none. Alignment, middle center is fine. Format is general, and it's a label. Now we're going to give it some margins here. I'm going to go for 3 millimeters as a margin, and then vertically 3 as well. And you'll notice it update here in the little preview. We'll now go to the text. Text style, we'll use our DIMS model for now because that's a non-annotative text style. Text height at the moment is 6. That should work. I think we'll be all right with that. Text color by layer as well because we'll put it all on a tables layer in a moment. Text angle 0 is horizontal. Borders, we'll just leave all of that as it is for now. So we'll go to the next one down, which is the headers. Now, normally, when you go to the headers, you're going to have text that's a little bit smaller, and then the data will be a little bit smaller. But fill color, we won't have any fill color. Middle center, general, and label. Make sure you change those margins so they match the title one, which was 3 and 3, like so. Can you see you've got that space around the headers now? Go to the text. We'll use the DIMS model text style. Text height has gone to 4.5. That works. That's fine. You might want to update it maybe to 5, possibly, like that. And then text color, again, will be by layer, and the text angle will be 0. Borders, we'll leave them as they are. Last but not least, we'll do the data as well. So there's our data, like so. And we go to general again, and our fill color will be nothing. Alignment, for some reason, on data always goes to top center. So change that to middle center. And then it's a general format, but it's data this time. And change the margins to 3 and tab again and 3 there as well. Check the text, make sure that's using the DIMS model text style, and the text height this time will go with 4, and the text color will be by layer like so, with a text angle of 0 to keep it horizontal. So once you've done all of that, you can click on OK, and there's our whole types table style. So what we'll do now is we'll set that as the current table style, like so. So we've created a new table style ready to be used in our AutoCAD drawing. Click on Close, and you'll see up here there's our whole types table style ready to go. And what we'll do in the next video is we'll get a little table set up in our AutoCAD drawing. We're going to place a simple table now in our metal plate 002.dwg file. We're still in the same drawing, and ideally you want to zoom into an area in between the plan view and the section view and the side view, so about here. And then we're going to basically create a simple table that basically lists our whole types in our drawing. So in order to do that, my suggestion is that you go to the Home tab on the ribbon, go to the layer drop down, and we need a tables layer. We don't have one right now. So we click on layer properties here. Click on it once to lose the drop down menu. Click on it again to open layer properties. Click on your new layer icon here. And this will just be a layer called tables, like so. And you want to make sure that you set the appropriate colors and line types. So there's the tables layer. Click here on the color. It's going to be red, this index color 1 here. Click on OK. Make sure that line type is continuous. Select it and OK it. Make sure that the line weight is default, which is at the top of the list, and OK that too. Double click next to the tables layer on the little sheet of paper, and the little green tick will appear. You will notice now that your current layer is tables. Close the layer properties manager, and we're now in a position to place our table. Now you can operate the table command from the annotation panel here on the home tab on the ribbon. There's table there, or you can use the annotate tab and use the tables panel here, and there's the table command there. Just make sure that you are using the whole types table style. Click on table and the insert table dialog will appear. Make sure that the table style is set to whole types. We're going to start from an empty table, and always have the preview checkbox ticked like that. Don't know why you can switch it off. I always leave it on. Insertion behavior, we're going to specify an insertion point, and the number of columns we're going to have is going to be 3. And the column width, we're going to go for, let's say, 150 millimeters in this case. Data rows, we're going to have 2 with a row height of 1 line. The set cell styles should be title, header, data, like that. Click on OK, and there's our little table. Now line it up underneath your side view like that and click. And you'll notice now that you've got a little flashing cursor in the title part of the table. Now you'll notice the text editor's kicked in because multi-line text is what you use in any table you bring into your AutoCAD drawing. So this will be whole types, the same as the table style, whole types like that. Now if you use the tab key and the arrow keys on your keyboard, you can now go to the first header like that. So this will be whole type, like that. There you go, whole type. We then hit the tab key, and we're going to put in there radius, like that. And then we're going to put diameter, make sure you spell it right, like that. And then we'll tab to here, and we're going to have a whole type of 1. And when we tab across, the radius of that will be 30 millimeters. And then we'll tab again, and the diameter will be 60 millimeters. And we'll tab again to there, and the whole type will be 2. Tab across, and notice it gets a bit bigger sometimes. It does that occasionally. If it does that, just click away from the table, zoom in a bit, and then double click on the cell that you want to edit like that. So this time the radius will be 25 millimeters, and tab across, and the diameter will be 50 millimeters, like so. Now there's 2 different types of holes as well. So we've got hole type 1, hole type 2. What I'd like you to do is double click here in hole type 1, and just move the cursor to the other side of the 1, and then what we're going to do is do a space dash space, and we're going to call that a bolt hole, like so. And then go down 1, and it will say, oh, hang on a minute, what's going on there? Just change the data type, you'll notice. And again, double click in this one, like that. And you want to make sure that you're moving to the other side like that. Can you see the cursor there? Just click in there like that, space dash space, and this will be slotted hole. And when we put our multi-leaders in, what we'll do is we'll make sure that we've got a 1 and a 2 set up there for the bolt hole and the slotted hole, like so. Now, obviously, these are over to the right. Now, what you might want to do is click away from the table and just change the data type for that one as well. And then click and drag here, like this. And it highlights those cells. You can then change the justification to middle center, like that. Hit escape a couple of times, and you've created a nice, simple whole types table in your AutoCAD drawing. Have a little look on your sections and elevations here, and can you see we just need to make that viewport a little bigger. So click there, click on the grip, drag it down a little, and there you go. There's our whole types table with our section view and our side view. Hit escape to deselect the viewport, and we'll jump back to the model tab, and we'll start moving forward onto the next video in this particular chapter. We're staying in our metal plate 002.dwg file, and we're going to take a look at creating a simple multi-leader style. Now, the multi-leader style will relate to the hole type that you can see in the table that we created previously. So go to your Annotate tab on the ribbon. There's your leaders panel, and you're going to click here on the little arrow to open up the multi-leader style manager. Now, these also need to be annotative because they're part of your annotative scaling for your dimension annotation. So you'll notice we've got some in there already. There's a training anno, there's a text anno, there's an annotative default and a standard default as well. We're going to select training anno like so, and then we're going to click on new. Now, we're going to have a copy of the training anno multi-leader style, and we're going to call it holes dash anno. Anno obviously explains that it's annotative. We're going to start with the training anno, and we're going to make it annotative by ticking the annotative checkbox. Click on continue. And this is very similar to setting up your dimension style, only it's not so involved. Leader format, you'll see here that some of this is already preset. We've taken it from the training anno style for the multi-leaders. So we're going to use a spline, which is a nice curvy leader line, as you can see. Color by layer, line type by layer, line weight by layer. Symbol is going to be a dot, and the size is going to be 3.5. If there's any breaks where you have to put any dimension breaks through the leader, they'll be 3.75. Leader structure, we're going to have a maximum number of leader points of 2, and it's annotative, so that box is ticked, the checkbox is ticked. And then the content we're going to have as a block, like so, and the source block will be circle, and as you can see it's going to be a circle with a little attribute in it known as tag number. Attachment will be center extent, color by layer, scale will be 1. Click on OK, and there's our holes anno multi-leader style. So what I'm going to do now is set that as the current multi-leader style and close. So you'll notice there we've got holes anno, like so. Now, what we're going to do in the next video is we're going to place some multi-leaders that mark out the hole type, so the bolt hole and the slotted hole. And we're going to use the tools in our multi-leaders to mark those up, hole type 1 and hole type 2. And you'll see what I mean in a minute. And then what we'll also do is we'll jump back to the table and edit the table so it's a bit more visually intuitive as well. So zoom out slightly by double clicking on the wheel. That'll zoom to the extents of your model tab. And then what we're going to do in the next video is have a look at placing some multi-leaders. We're staying in our metal plate 002.dwg file, and in the previous video we set up our multi-leader styles, and in this video we're going to place our multi-leaders and adapt our table to highlight the multi-leaders as well. Now, just before we do that, jump to the Home tab on the ribbon or the Quick Access toolbar, and what you want to do is we'll pop our multi-leaders on the dimensions layer for now. Make that the current drafting layer. And then I'm going to jump back to the Annotate tab because I've got all of my controls here for my multi-leaders in the Leaders panel. Zoom in on your plan view. This is where we're going to place our multi-leaders so that they appear nice and neat and tidy on the plan view, showing anybody that interprets our drawing which hole type is which. So I'm going to go up to multi-leader, like so, and that creates a multi-leader object. It's asking for the arrowhead location. Now remember, we used a dot, didn't we, for the arrowhead? So I'm going to position it just inside like that and click. And as I come out, can you see there's my spline? Can you see that there? Like so, there's my spline coming in there. And I'm going to click there like that. And then I get asked for this tag number. That's because the little circle on the end of the multileader that I chose in the multileader style is a block. And it's got a little attribute in it called tag number. So this will be hole type 1, like that. Click on OK, you can't press enter, and that puts a little bubble, little circle with a 1 in it. Now, the diameter 60 here, we've already got one over there, and that's the same hole. So that dimension there could actually be deleted. Just hit the delete key. And I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to do another multileader. I'm going to come off of this hole here. Remember, don't snap to anything. Get it in the little space and click. And I'm going to drag it to, say, there. Again, tag number 1. Click on OK. And there's our little block with the attribute in it, marking that as hole type 1. Now, quick sanity check. Zoom out. Just check our table. And you can see that number 1 is the bolt hole in the table. So we've got that right. We've got the right number in the bubble on the multileader. We'll do another multileader now. And I'm going to position this inside the slotted hole somewhere. Left click and drag upwards like that. Click again. And the tag number this time will be 2. Click on OK. And that's a slotted hole, which is hole type number 2. Now, you can see there that we've got 1 and 1. They're not really lined up, are they? So we could align them very neatly and quickly. You'll notice we've got some tools here where we've got align and we've also got collect. We want align. So we select the multileaders, 1 and 2, like that. Press enter to confirm. And we select the multileader to align to. Now, I'm going to align to this one. And can you see there, if I come vertically downwards with my polar tracking and click, it just lines up the 2 holes nice and neatly. So the number 1 hole there and the number 1 hole there line up nice and neatly. And the multileaders and the blocks are all nice and neat and tidy too. So now people know the 2 hole types in our drawing. Now zoom out slightly and pan and zoom in on your table here. Now you'll notice we've got hole type 1 bolt hole, 2 slotted hole. Click once on the 1 bolt hole, like that. Now, you'll notice that we can edit this particular table cell. Now, what I can do here is instead of having text in here, I can put a block in here instead. So if I click on Insert Block there, I can find my tag circle. Can you see that there? It's my tag circle. And if I come down, it is actually the only block that I'm really using in the drawing right now. The other one is a dot, and that's what's used in dimensions. So select tag circle, and you can see it there like so. Use auto fit and a rotation angle of 0 and an overall cell alignment of middle center. Click on OK, like that, and it'll ask for the attribute again. So let's put 1 in there. Click on OK, and can you see we've got bolt hole 1. And it shows the little bubble on the multileader. Click once on 2 slotted hole here. Do the same. Block, tag circle, auto fit, middle center. Click on OK. And we'll put a tag number of 2 in there. Click on OK. And it shows the little block there as well. Click away from the table. Hit escape a couple of times to deselect. And now it's easy to relate the little bubbles on the multileaders to the hole types in the table. So that's utilizing our multileaders from our multileader style. Just double click now on the wheel to zoom extents. In the last video of this particular chapter, we've got a different drawing for you. It's called Ground Floor Plan Rev4.dwg. So make sure you download the right drawing from the library to follow along with this particular video. Once you've got the drawing open and you're in the Model tab, just jump into the Layer drop-down here in the Layers panel in the Home tab. Make sure you're using the A010H Room layer. And that's the layer for the room numbering in this particular drawing. And then we're going to zoom in on this little area here. You can see there's 2 little conference rooms. And you can see we've got EL5, EL4. You want to be looking at conference room EL4 here, like so. Now you can see we've got some single line text here in our little box there. Now I take that back, it looks like single line text, doesn't it? If you hover over it though, it will tell you exactly what text it is. And you'll notice when it flashed up a moment ago, it's actually multi-line text in that box, but it looks like single line text. always check because they do behave differently. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our Home tab on the ribbon and into our annotation flyout of our panel here. And we're going to select the text style that we want, which is going to be Arial 2, that one there. So that's our text style that we're using at the moment. And then we're going to go up here to our text flyout and select single line text. Now, we're going to right click for justify, like so. And this time we're going to align our text to that little box there, bottom left of room EL4. So I select a line, like so, and you want the first endpoint of the text baseline. I'm going to click here, like that, and then I'm going to click here, like that. So that should align the text quite happily with that box. Now, if you look really closely, there is a tiny little dot cursor flashing in that box. Now, it's asking for the second point of the text baseline, which we've already done. So now we type EL and then 4, like that. So there's our text. It suddenly appears when we start typing. Press enter once and then enter twice, like you do with single line text. And it aligns it beautifully in that vertical fashion in the box for the room EL4. Now, if we select that text, we need to make it a bit smaller. So select it, right click, go to properties on the shortcut menu, and you'll notice here that the height is 367.87. Now I should be able to click in there and type 150 like that and press enter, and that will make that text smaller. No, it doesn't do it. It goes back to 367.87. Now, why is it doing that? Well, it's doing that because you've aligned it vertically to that vertical line of that box. And that includes the text height. So not only is it directionally aligned, but it's aligned for its height as well. So that doesn't quite work. So we can't make that text smaller. Close the properties palette by clicking on the cross. And with the text still selected, or if you need to select it again, just select it, right click and erase it. We'll try something different. So we've got our text style selected. We're on the right layer. So all we need to do is really place some single line text in that box and utilize a little bit of object snap tracking. So we're going to go back to the annotation panel, click on the flyout here and select single line text. We're then going to right click and justify. And this time we're going to go for MC, middle center. Now it wants the middle point of the text. Now this is nice and easy. We hover over that midpoint snap there. Don't click on it. We hover over that midpoint snap there. We don't click on it. Move into the middle and there's the intersection of the two polar tracking lines. We click there for the start point of the text. As you move away, it's prompting you for a text height. Now remember, we wanted 150, which is 150 millimeters high in this metric millimeters drawing. That's about 6 inches if you're working in imperial. So I'll type in 150 like that, press enter, and then it goes, oh, do you want the rotation angle of the text? Now normally I've encouraged you just to press enter to accept the 0, so the text is horizontal. Let's think about this for a moment. If I type in 90 degrees there, it's going to rotate the text by 90 degrees. So I'll just press enter after I've put 90 in. Now the cursor makes it look as though the text is going to go in horizontally. It won't. Just type in EL4, press enter once, and then enter twice, and there's our text. Nicely rotated, the right height, all aligned to our box, just like EL5 is above here, like so. So that's how you can align your text and your annotation in your AutoCAD drawings as well. Just double click on the wheel to zoom extents once you're done. We're starting a new drawing now for a new chapter, and the drawing is called Ground Floor Plan, nice and easy, GND floorplan.dwg, and you can download it from the library to follow along with the videos in this chapter. Now in this chapter we're going to be looking at more dimensioning techniques, and in this particular video we're going to be looking at editing dimensions and also dimension overrides. Now the drawing itself is a ground floor plan with some dimensions, some walls, and there's a few other little bits and pieces in there as well. What I'd like you to do is zoom in on this horizontal dimension here. So we're going to zoom in on it a bit. There you go. It's 8342, like that. And just hover over it, double click on it. And as soon as you double click on it, you'll notice the text editor kicks in on the ribbon. As you can see, the blue tab up at the top of the screen there. Now, this is something you can use on any piece of annotation. It doesn't have to be a dimension. You can double click on a piece of text like multi-line text, single line text, but it's really useful for editing dimension text. Now you can see there's a little flashing cursor there. If I use my arrow keys just to flip that by using the right hand arrow key, can you see the cursor flips to the right of the 8342 dimension text? I'm going to put a space in and then UNO. UNO stands for unless notified otherwise. Then all I've got to do is pop up to here to close the text editor, and it updates that for me. Now you'll notice it's prompting me to select another annotation object. I'm not going to, so I just press enter again. That closes that text edit command. And the command is literally text edit. You type the words text edit, all one word, press enter and select a piece of annotation, and that's what you'll get. Now if we pan across slightly, you'll see that we've got another horizontal dimension there, 5910. This time select the dimension and right click and go to properties on the shortcut menu. That will open up the properties palette. Now in the properties, if you use the slider bar here and come down, you'll see there's an entire area in the properties and it's all about dimension text. Down here you've got the text override. Can you see that? So I'm going to click here in the text override box and I can put any type of text. So I'm going to put in there measure on site space dash space, and then I'm going to put approx with a dot, and then I'm going to put less than greater than. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, why am I putting less than greater than in a text override? Well, what will happen is it'll actually put the measurement 5910 where that less than greater than is. Watch what happens when I click back there and press enter. Can you see it's updated and there's the 5910. So that's a really useful tool with your text override like that. And if I close the properties palette, hit escape a couple of times, I can add any type of text override to my dimension text like that. It's really useful. So if I zoom out slightly, as you can see there, we've used a dimension edit and a dimension override in this particular video. Very quick and easy, and it will make your life a lot easier when you're working with dimension annotation in your drawings. We're staying in our ground floor plan, and we're going to zoom in on this little sort of bottom left area here where there's some dimensions. So get the crosshair roughly there, roll up on the wheel a couple of notches so that you can see what's going on with that bottom left corner of the building. You might need to pan a little as well. Now in this particular video we're going to take a look at the dimension break and dimension space commands, and it's always a good idea to work from the annotate tab for this, because dimension break is right there and dimension space is right there. They're known as dim break, dim space. Dim space is also known as adjust space. That's the terminology for it, but the commands, if you type them, are dim break and dim space. Now we're going to utilize dim space first. You'll notice we've got a 6420 dimension, a 7501 dimension, and a 14701 dimension. And they're not that evenly spaced, are they? I haven't really spaced them very well in the drawing. So I'm going to go up to the dimensions panel and click here on dim space, adjust space. Come into the drawing area and it's prompting me to select my base dimension. So I'm going to click on 6420 and then I'm going to select the 7501. Now you can click on the dim text or the dim line. Doesn't matter which, still selects it. And then you want the 14701 as well, that one there. Press enter once you've got all three selected and it will prompt you for a value, or you can see there an auto setting. Now one thing I will say here, depending on how you've got your scaling set up in your drawing, auto can behave a bit weirdly sometimes. So it's sometimes actually better to work to a known value and just type that in. So I'm going to type in 250. There's my value there instead of using the auto option. And when I press enter, can you see it neatly spaces those 3 dimensions? So the distance between here and here is 250. The distance between here and here is 250. And that's 250 millimeters because this drawing is a metric millimeters drawing. As I stated previously in the course, I'm from the UK. My unit of choice is normally metric millimeters. Now, let's have a little look here at what's going on with the 6420 and the 2791. Let's zoom in a bit. Now, what we've got is some cardinal sins of dimensioning. First of all, our 2791 dimension text is kind of in the wrong place, really. So what we're going to do first, I'll pan up a little bit. I'll just click on the text and click on that grip there. Now, if I click on the grip, that will adjust the dimension, which I don't want to do. So hit escape a couple of times and select the dimension again. Don't click on the grip, hover on it. And you get a little menu. And you want move text only. That will move your 2791. Just pop it sort of over here somewhere, like that. And then just hit escape a couple of times. Now, it doesn't matter if that 2791 looks like it's in a weird place right now. We're going to move it back in a minute. What I need to do is use dim break to break these 3 horizontal dimensions by using this line here as the dimension to break them with. So, dimensions panel, there's dim break there. So I click on dim break and come into the drawing area. I'm going to select the dimension I want to add or remove the break to. So I'm going to click here and then select the object to break the dimension. That's this aligned dimension here. Click on it. Can you see it adds a nice little break there? It then says select object to break dimension again. Now I'm not going to do that. I'm going to press enter because I need to do this for each individual horizontal dimension. But I can just right click, repeat dim break, and I'm going to select this horizontal dimension, the 7501, and then click on the aligned dimension again. And then press enter to finish, and then another right click, repeat dim break, this horizontal dimension here, and then the aligned dimension again. Press enter to finish. Now it looks neat and tidy. You're not confused by each dimension. The aligned dimension is obvious, the horizontal dimensions are obvious. Zoom in a bit now, pan up a little bit, and just select your 2791 dimension like that. Hover over the grip again. Remember, hover, not click. Go to move text only, and you want to move that text all the way over here to about there and click. Hit escape a couple of times. That now looks so much neater. Now, if you're worried about that 48-degree angle there, just click there, click on the grip, maybe bring that out a little bit so it kind of sits there like that, and hit escape a couple of times. You might want to do another dim break, so let's zoom in. We'll do a dim break there and we'll select this dimension and then use this dimension to break it with. Press enter to finish, and it's now much, much neater, much tidier. So that's using the dim space and the dim break tools in AutoCAD to tidy up and enhance your dimension annotation. Once again, we're staying in our ground floor plan.dwg file, and we're still in the annotate tab on the ribbon as well. We're going to take a look at the continue and baseline tools for dimension annotation in AutoCAD in this video, and they're up here on the dimensions panel. Click on the flyout here, you've got continue and baseline. Now, one of the things you've got to do with continue and baseline is you need to place a linear dimension first. Now, what I'm going to do is place a continuous line of dimensions horizontally along the top of our floor plan. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit on the top here and pan down like that. You need to be able to see this corner here and this corner here, like so. Now, I'm going to go to the flyout here and select the linear dimension type. Click on linear and make sure down here you've got 1 to 30 selected for your annotation scale. Can you see it there? 1 to 30. If you don't have it, you can go to custom and add, like so. You put 1 to 30 in here, paper units are 1, drawing units are 30, click on OK, and then it'll appear in the list. Click on OK again. I don't need to do that, so I've been clicking on cancel, obviously, because I've already got 1 to 30 set up there, like so. So I'm going to go for my linear dimension now, and I'm going to go endpoint snap there, left click, to endpoint snap there, left click. Drag my dimension up a little to about there and click. There's my linear dimension. Now, if I go up to the dimensions panel and click on the flyout and select continue, it automatically starts placing the first continue dimension from the last linear dimension placed. So I can just now click on each endpoint snap as I go along. Can you see that? Just a left click on each endpoint snap as I'm moving along. I'm coming down here for that opening, all the way along to the end, and then you just press enter to finish. It will prompt you select continued dimension as if you're going to go and do another continued dimension elsewhere. You're not, so just press enter again to close out the command. Look at how quick and easy that was. A string of continuous dimensions all the way along the top part of the floor plan. They're all lined in with each other. They are all separate dimensions as well. So if you need to remove one, you can just select it and erase it. So select it, right click, erase, like so. If you want to bring it back, just hit undo, brings it back again. Quick and easy for continued dimensions. Roll back on the wheel a couple of notches, pan up, and you need to be looking at this side of the floor plan this time. We're going to look at the baseline tool, but again, it needs a linear dimension first. So dimensions panel, on the flyout, select the linear dimension type, and I'm going to go endpoint snap there to endpoint snap there and drag it out this way a little, like that. Now, I don't have much screen real estate when I'm recording these videos. I've only got the one screen. So zooming in and out to try and get this baseline to look good, I'm just trying to make it fit on the screen for you like that. What I could do perhaps is a zoom window. So on the nav bar here, click there, zoom window on the list, and I'll click and I'll drag and I'll click. So that will kind of show that side of the building in the floor plan for me. I'm going to go up to the dimensions panel, click on the flyout and select baseline, and can you see it's coming off of the last linear dimension placed. So again, I'm snapping to each endpoint as I go. Can you see that? Just left click on each endpoint. When I get to there, it's an enter to finish, and just like the continued dimension, it's asking me to select another base dimension. I haven't got one, so I just press enter to close the command. And can you see it's using that extension line of the first linear dimension, and it's using that as a baseline to create the other dimensions. I'll just double click on the wheel there to zoom extents, and you can see how we're starting to dimension this floor plan really quickly and easily, utilizing those tools for dimension editing and annotation. We're staying in our ground floor plan.dwg file. And did you know there's a tool in AutoCAD that automatically dimensions your drawings for you? It's this one here on the dimensions panel in the annotate tab on the ribbon. And it's this one here, dimension, with the little sun symbol and the dimension above it. Now the good thing is I can be working in the home tab as well. And it's also here on the annotation panel as well. So there's dimension there. Just be careful though, if you're working here in the annotation panel on the home tab on the ribbon, make sure your current drafting layer is set to your dimensioning layer. If you're working in the annotate tab, you can cheat and use dim layer override and set it to dimension, so it's automatically using the dimensions layer. I tend to work from the annotate tab when I'm dimensioning anyway. It just gives me a bit more control over everything that I need. It's all in one place in that dimensions panel. So I'm going to click here on the dimension tool, or dim command, as you can see there on the little prompt on the screen. Now it's asking me to select objects or specify the first extension line origin. Now this is where it's really clever. I'm going to zoom in down here, and you'll notice, can you see there where the 48-degree angle is? There's a line there that hasn't been dimensioned yet. I can just literally hover over that, and can you see it's giving me a dimension? So I left click on the line, and I can drag out, there's my 2791 aligned dimension. It's done it for me straight away. Go to that little intersection there and click, and that all lines in together, and looks neat and tidy. Look at that. How quick and easy is that? But you'll notice I'm still in the dimension command. So I can now zoom in on, say, one of these columns, hover over it, and it gives me a diameter dimension. Can you see that? Click once, and then drag out a little bit to position the diameter dimension. Click again. And then I'm still in that dimension command. It's incredibly useful. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit now. I'm going to zoom in on the doorway. And this time, I'm just going to pick some points. I left click on the endpoint, left click on the endpoint. It knows it's a linear dimension. Click again, and there you go. I've dimensioned my doorway. Zoom out a little bit, pan across. Let's do a wall. So I'll go, let's say, endpoint to endpoint, clicking on each endpoint, dragging the dimension, click again, and I'm still in that dimension command. It's so clever, so quick and easy to use. So it will pick out automatically the type of dimension I need, or I can carry on dimensioning quite happily just using the origin points, the end points of my dimensions, like I did with the door opening and the wall, or I can also right click. So if I right click now, not only have I got the ability to automatically dimension, but I can change the type of dimension I'm automatically working on. So I can use angular dimensions, baseline, continue, ordinate dimensions. I can align my dimensions. I can distribute my dimensions evenly across a group of objects. I can change the layer, and I can undo the last command within the dimension command that I used as well. So it's incredibly useful. What I'm going to do now, though, is just hit escape a couple of times to cancel the command and double click on the wheel to zoom extents. But that is a really useful tool because it allows me to almost automatically dimension what I'm putting on my drawing. Now you'll notice on the floor plan I've zoomed out quite a bit there, even more than the zoom extents, purely so that you can see everything that's going on. And you can see how quickly we've been able to add more dimension annotation to our floor plan. What I'd like you to do is play around with all of these dimensioning tools. Get used to them. They're going to become your bread and butter when you're using AutoCAD. Dimension annotation is fundamental to AutoCAD drawing, so get used to it, build up your muscle memory, and if you want to, this is the end of the chapter, maybe take 10-15 minutes outside of your learning and play around with this drawing and play around with the dimensions in the drawing as well. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to be taking a look at object and layer properties. We've got a new drawing for you as well. It's called ground floor plan _ rev 5, revision 5.dwg. Now make sure you download the appropriate drawing from the library to follow along with these videos. It's the revision 5, the rev 5 drawing. And it's our floor plan again that you probably recognize from other chapters in the course. Now we're going to be looking at layers and properties, and we're going to be looking at how we work with those in this particular chapter. Now you'll remember when we created the little landscaped area here with the lines, the bike bays, and the exterior external tables. Zoom in on that area and get it nice and central on the screen. Now, what we're going to take a look at is the properties of the object. So make sure you're in the Home tab on the ribbon, like that. Now, you'll notice if I hover over this rectangular table here, it tells me that it's a polyline. The color is by layer, and I'll just hover over it again because it does disappear quickly. It's on the layer, the furniture layer, the FFE layer, and the line type is also by layer. Now what that means is that basically all of it is adopted by layer. So if I click on it, you'll see up here it's telling me what layer it's on in the layers panel, like so. And also over here in the properties panel, the color is by layer, the line weight is by layer, the line type is by layer. So what I can do here is I can change individual object properties very quickly and very easily. So what I'll do is I'll go to the color where it says by layer. I'll change that to a nice bright, let's say purple color there, that one there. And you'll notice now if I hit escape a couple of times, it's a different color. If I hover over it, it's still on the furniture layer, the FFE layer, but the color has changed and the line type is still by layer. Let's select that rectangle again. I'll go to the Properties panel and I'll click on the line type, the bottom one there, and select that grid line type. Hit escape a couple of times to deselect the table. Notice it's adopted the dash dot dot line type as well. If I hover over it now, it's still on the FFE furniture layer, but the color and the line type are individual to that object. They're not adopting the layer, color, and line type anymore. Now, this is really clever stuff because it means I can individually change properties of objects to highlight them in the drawing. Now, there's another way that you can do this as well. What I can do is I can select the rectangle, right click, and on the shortcut menu, select Properties. So you'll notice it's telling me all about the properties of that particular polyline. There's the color there. I can click on there, click on the drop down, scroll up and set that back to by layer. That sorts out the color. There's the line type. Click again on there, click on the drop down, set that to by layer again. If I now close the Properties palette and hit escape a couple of times, you'll notice now that we're back to where we were before. So it's all now by layer again. Now, something else I can do is, let's say I wanted to change the color of all of the objects on that particular layer. Well, what I could do there is go to the layer drop down on the layers panel, and I'm looking for my FFE. There they are there. So there's A700M FFE and the MH FFE. You want this one here, the one with just the M in it. Click on the color box. And what we'll do, we'll change that to a nice bright yellow color. Let's go with that color there. Click on OK. And you'll notice all of my furniture on that layer has gone to that yellow color. If I double click on the wheel to zoom extents, notice everything that's on that layer has gone yellow. So that's that by layer function kicking in. So all of these objects that have gone yellow, their color is obviously by layer and adopts the layer color. Now, obviously, I want to get that back to where we were before. So a couple of undos on the quick access toolbar will get everything back to where it was before. Double click on the wheel just to zoom extents and you'll see everything's back to that orange furniture layer color. We're staying in our ground floor plan rev5.dwg and we're going to take a look at the LT scale in an AutoCAD drawing, the line type scale. What I'd like you to do is zoom in on the top right corner. Now if you zoom in, you can see that the grid lines do have a dashed line type. But if you hover over them, can you see there that it's using an individual line type? It's not using the by layer setting for the grid lines. So I'm going to double click again on the wheel to zoom extents. I'm going to click on one of the grid lines like that, and then I'm going to right click and I'm going to use select similar. And can you see that selects all the other similar grid lines? So if I now right click and go to properties on the shortcut menu, there's all the properties of my 12 grid lines. Now, ideally, what I want to do is change my line type here to by layer. Now, I can do that because I've got all 12 of them selected. So I'm going to click like so, and I want to go to by layer, like so. And then what I'm going to do now is close the properties palette and hit escape a couple of times. I'll zoom in on that top right corner again, and now it looks like it's a continuous line. So maybe it is. We need to check the layer that these grid lines are on. So if I hover over one of the grid lines, you'll see it's on the Z030M grid layer. Go to Layer Properties on the Layers panel on the Home tab on the ribbon. They're down at the bottom here. So there you go. There's your grid layer there. And it is using a continuous line type. So we can click on the word continuous, change that to our grid line 1, 2 there, and OK it. So that updates the line type of the layer. So if I now close the Layer Properties Manager, you'll see now that all of those grid lines are using the same line type, but the line type is now set by the layer rather than each grid line having its own individual line type. I'm now going to double click on the wheel again to zoom extents and select one of my grid lines like so. And then we're going to use that select similar again. Right click and select similar. And then we're going to right click and go to properties again. Because what we need to do is change the line type scale. Basically, those dashed dashed lines that we're using, and it is a dashed line, it's a small dash and a large dash, they haven't got a line type scale that displays them properly. The line type scale is too small. So I'm going to click here in the line type scale and change that up a bit and change it to 25. So I'm going to make all of those dashes 25 times bigger. Press enter to confirm. And can you see the change in the drawing there? If I now close the properties palette and hit escape a couple of times, those grid lines are a lot more obvious because the dashes and the spaces between the dashes are much bigger. It stands out a lot more on the drawing. And if you zoom in on that top right corner now, you can see that the grid lines are a lot more obvious. You can see that they're grid lines because they're using their own specific line type. I'm going to double click on the wheel again now to zoom extents, and I'm going to go to layer properties. I'll scroll down, just roll back with the mouse there all the way down to the bottom, and there's mgrid again there. I'm going to click on the line type, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to load a new line type. Now I can load a line type anytime just by clicking on that load button in the select line type dialog box. And what you'll find is there's a nice center one there. Can you see that center one? I could potentially use that. There's also a nice dash dot, which is a nice one to use for center lines. And as I come down, there's a nice divide line as well. That's a good one. And we've got various different line types that we can use. Now, all of these line types will stick to that particular line type scale that we set, the 25. So I'm going to come back up again, and I'm going to use the dash dot, this one here. And I'm going to OK that, and it adds it to my line types available in the drawing. I'll select dash dot like so, and I'll OK that, and it changes that particular line type for the grid layer. I'll close the layer properties manager, and you'll notice now when I zoom in, because of that line type scale, can you see the spaces between the dots and the lines are a bit big now? So potentially I need to change that line type scale again. So double click on the wheel to zoom extents, select one of the grid lines, right click, select similar, right click, select properties. So we'll just bring this line type scale down a bit. Let's take it to say 20, see what happens with that, and press enter. Again, it's still a little bit big. Change it again, maybe to 15, press enter, and that works nicely in the drawing. So we've got a new line type scale of 15. Close the properties palette by clicking on the cross, hit escape a couple of times, and those grid lines now are nice and clean and clear in your AutoCAD drawing using that line type scale. Once again, we're staying in our ground floor plan rev5.dwg file. I'm going to zoom in on the restrooms in the floor plan over here. So get your crosshair over the restrooms, roll up on the wheel a few notches like so, so that you can clearly see the outline of the restrooms there. Now the restrooms have got their little sinks like so, the little basins, the little cubicles and so on. But there's quite a lot of geometry around that, and I might just only want to work in that particular space without all of these water closets and panels and cubicles, etc. Now what I can do is I can click here once and release the mouse button, drag a window selection around all of those cubicles like that, and then left click again. So they're all selected now. What I can do is I can then right click, go to isolate, and I can hide those objects so I can easily work on the walls, perhaps the doors, and so on. Now I haven't got rid of them completely. I can right click, go to isolate again, and end that object isolation. Now the other way of working it is I might want to work on the cubicles, the water closets, and the basins and things individually without all this other geometry around them. So let's do the same again. Let's click about here, release the mouse button, and drag again like so. Get it to about there and click. And you can see all of those objects highlighted in blue are selected. So if I now right click and go to isolate, and this time I want to isolate the objects so that I can work on them, I click on isolate objects, and if I zoom out I can just work on that quickly and easily without any of the other geometry getting in the way. I can then right click, go back to isolate and end the object isolation, double click on the wheel, to zoom extents, and I'm back to where I started from. So hide and isolate are incredibly useful. They allow you to hide and isolate geometry in your drawings so that you can work smarter, not harder. Those two little commands, get used to them. They are incredibly handy, and I can't stress enough how much you need to go off and practice using those. They will make your life so much easier when you're working on complex floor plans like this. We're staying in our ground floor plan rev5.dwg file. I want to take you through using layers in AutoCAD. So we're going to talk about the Layer Properties Manager and the Layer drop-down in this particular video. And it's a bit of a show and tell. I just want to explain the differences and how it all works. Now, obviously, looking at the drawing, you can distinguish the grid lines, you can distinguish the dimensions, the doors, the stairs, the tables, the landscaped area that we created, and our bike bays and our external tables here. All of it is on its own separate layer to distinguish one object from the other. Now, if you go to the Home tab on the ribbon and go to the Layers panel here, you've got two tools that are incredibly useful and, more importantly, totally fundamental to the operation of AutoCAD. The first one is the Layer Properties Manager here, and that'll open up in a big palette like this. And if I slide up and down here, you can see there's quite a few layers in this drawing. And I've created a lot of these layers to help you learn how to use AutoCAD as we've gone through the course so far. So if I slide down the slider bar here, you can see we've got the bike bays layer. You can see we've got the bike bay setting out points layer. We've got setting out points, title block, title text, and so on. We've even got a rogue layer 1 layer that I can select, right click, and on the shortcut menu select delete layer. We don't actually need that one anymore. I don't know why it appeared there. It's just a default layer that appeared out of nowhere. So that's been removed, and as long as it's not being used by any geometry or objects, you can delete a layer. You can't delete a layer that's been used in the drawing. Now, you'll also notice that there's lots of different little control icons and settings here. So you'll notice that I can turn layers on and off using the light bulb. I can freeze and thaw layers using the little sun and snowflake symbols. So you'll notice the setting out points for the bike bays are frozen. The setting out points generally for the drawing are also frozen, which means you can't see them in the drawing. They're still there, they're just frozen off the drawing. Now, I can also turn them on and off using the light bulbs, and the same visual effect will apply. So if a layer is turned off, it still won't show up in the drawing. But there is a difference between on and off and freeze and thaw. If a layer is on or off, when the drawing is regenerated, those layers will still be considered. When a layer is frozen from the drawing and the drawing is regenerated, that layer will not be considered. So if you've got a drawing with thousands of layers that you don't need to see, freeze them in the drawing and you'll find your drawing opens a lot quicker. The lock icon, well, that's self-explanatory. You lock a layer because you don't want somebody changing the properties of it or changing objects on that layer. You then unlock the layer if you want to use that layer. Plotting is self-explanatory. Notice the viewports layer there is set not to plot because you don't want to see the viewports in your layout tab. You don't want them to plot when you're plotting and printing your drawings. We can also work with the color, like so, the line types of the layers, we've touched on that as well, and the line weights of the layers as well. You can also make layers transparent. Now, we're going to create a new layer by clicking on the new layer icon, and we're going to call it landscaping, like so. Press enter once you put the name in, and what we'll do, we'll just roll down a bit, there we go, using the wheel on the mouse. There's the landscaping layer there. Now, it's adopted the properties of the layer above, the viewports layer, because I had that highlighted, didn't I? So I need to make sure that I click on the printer so that it plots okay. I'm going to click on the color so that it's a nice green. I'll pick that green there because it's landscaping. Maybe I come down a bit. Maybe I go for color 80 or 90. Yeah, that's a bit greener. Color 90 is a good one. So there you go, color 90 there. Okay, that. Make sure it's using the continuous line type. It is, but just go to the line types here, select continuous, click on OK. It's using the default line weight, and you can give it any type of line weight, but I'm going to give it a default line weight for now. I'm not going to worry about it being thicker than any of the other lines. And then last but not least, I can select it, and if I click on this little green tick here, that will make it the current drafting layer. I'll show you a little quick double click to make that quicker. Hover over the sheet of paper to the left of the layer name, double click on it, little green tick appears, it's now the current layer. So when you're working with layers, just double click on the little sheets of paper next to them, to the left of them, and that will make them the current layer when you need them to be. I'll close the Layer Properties Manager now, and you'll notice that landscaping is now the current drafting layer. Now, way back at the beginning of the course, we also put the layer drop down up here in the quick access toolbar. So I can click there and find my layers there. I'll just hit escape a couple of times. I can click there and find my layers there as well. And I just scroll up and down and I click on the layer name that I want to be current. So at the moment, the landscaping layer is current. You can see it's highlighted in a darker color. So that's our current drafting layer. So anything I draw right now will go on that landscaping layer. So that's how you utilize your layer properties and your layer drop down. Most of the time you'll be in and out of the layer drop down because you can turn layers on and off, freeze and thaw them, lock them and change the color in the drop down menu. It's only when you really need to create and change properties of layers that you go to the Layer Properties Manager in the palette. So quick and easy. Quick overview there of your layers and how you would use your Layer Properties Manager and your layers drop down when you're working in your AutoCAD drawings. We're staying in our ground floor plan rev5.dwg file, and I want to take you through some of the fantastic tools that are available on the Layers panel on the ribbon. So make sure you're in the Home tab on the ribbon. There's the Layers panel. Click on the little fly out there and just pin it open. Now you'll notice there's some tools here talking about layer states. We'll cover those later. I want to cover some of these fantastic tools up here. There's some really clever stuff going on. So for example, you'll see we're on the landscaping layer right now. If I click on Make Current here and select an object on a particular layer, if I click here on the bike bays, now it doesn't have to be a layer that I know either. It can be a third-party drawing that I've received and I'm working on it. I just click on that line there and bike bays becomes the current drafting layer. Very quick and easy. The one underneath it is even more clever. I love Match Layer. I click on Match Layer and I select the object whose layer I want to change. So I'm going to click on that rectangular table there. It highlights and I press Enter. I now select the object on the layer that I want the table to go onto. So if I click on my bike bays layer there, look at that. That's gone onto the bike bays layer. That's great. So how do I get that back again? Well, let's use Match Layer again. And select the object that you want to change, which is going to be this one, and press Enter to confirm. Select the destination layer here, takes it back to our furniture layer, that FFE layer that we worked on previously. That's how quick and easy it is. Now, there are some other really clever tools up here. So I can turn a layer off quickly by just selecting the object. Click on Off here, the one with the blue light bulb. Click on, say, that line there. Turns everything off that is on that layer. So if I now press Enter to finish and go to my layer drop down, I need to look for a layer that is turned off, and it's the site layer here, remember? The green site layer. So you can see it's a blue light bulb, it's off, click on the blue light bulb, comes back into the drawing, hit escape a couple of times, and that's back where it should be. I've also got, you'll notice on here, I can turn all layers on in the drawing at any time. I don't really want to do that. But what I can also do is freeze the layer of a selected object. So if I click on freeze and click on the same one again here, this green one, you'll notice it disappears. Press Enter to finish. If I go to the layer drop down again, you'll see this time that the site layer is frozen with the snowflake. Click on the blue snowflake, goes back to the sun symbol, and it's back in the drawing again. Hit escape a couple of times to lose the layer drop down menu. Now there are some fantastic tools on that layers panel. I'm not going to go into all of them. I could talk to you probably for hours about layer properties and tools and so on. Again, it's another one of those ribbon panels that you need to play around with and investigate. And what I'd like you to do is at the end of this chapter, maybe just expand the layers panel, pin it open and play around with all those tools and see what happens. If you make a mistake with it, don't panic. You've got undo and redo on the quick access toolbar top left if you do need to undo or redo anything. So have a go with those layer settings in the layers panel. Once again, we're staying in our ground floor plan rev5.dwg. In the previous video, I talked to you about some of the layer tools that are available in AutoCAD. And I did mention that I was going to look into the layer states for you. Now, I've dedicated an entire video to this because it's a really clever little function in AutoCAD. Now, layer states are basically different states of different settings for your layers. So you might have different colors, different line types for layers in different layer states to highlight objects in a drawing. Normally what you do is you utilize the layer states manager for this. So we've got the layers panel still pinned open from the previous video. Where it says unsaved layer state, click on the down arrow and you want to go to manage layer states here, like so. And you'll notice that we haven't got any layer states at the moment in the layer states manager. So what we're going to do, we're going to click on new. And our new layer state name, we're going to call it existing. So this will be our existing settings. So the description might be existing layer settings, for example, like that. Click on OK. And there we go, it's existing, and at the moment it is the same as the DWG because everything is still the same in the drawing at the moment. So what I'll do now is I'll click on close, and you'll notice now that I can go to existing at any time, and we're now using our existing layer state. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the layer properties manager. And I'm going to change some of the layer settings. So for example, grids are now going to be red, like so, and they're going to be continuous. So when I OK that and close the layer properties manager, can you see they're all red? Now what we'll also do is we'll do some of the furniture as well. We'll change the color of the furniture. So we'll go layer properties again, and the furniture layer was, if we scroll up a little bit, there you go, it's MFFE, that one there. I'm going to change the color of that to yellow, bright yellow. Click on OK, and I'll close the layer properties manager. That's all bright yellow. So what I've done there is I've changed some of the layer settings. Basically, I've changed the colors. Now I can change line types, I can change line weights, all that kind of stuff too. But I'm going to go back now to my manage layer states. And this layer state, can you see it's not the same as the DWG now? So what I need to do is create new, and this time it will be highlight, like so, and this will be highlighted layer settings. Click on OK, and that is now my new highlight one with the yellow and the red. Click on close, and now what I can do here is I can select the existing colors like that, or I can select the highlighted colors like that. Very quick and easy. Now if I don't want those layer states to exist anymore, I simply go back to my manage layer states like so, and I can remove these. I can delete the highlight one. Are you sure you want to delete it? Yes please. And there's the existing, and yes to that, and close that, and you'll notice now that it's stayed in the last layer state. So you've got to be careful when you delete these layer states. So you might want to do a couple of undos, like so. Make sure you're in the existing layer state first before you start deleting the layer states. So the trick is, go back to the manage layer states. You want to get rid of the highlight one first. So delete that one first because you're not using it, and say yes. And then you're now in the existing, delete it this time and say yes and close. And you'll see it remembers the settings that we had before we created the layer states. So you see how clever that is to highlight objects on different layers using differing layer states. Also, more importantly, those layer states might include layers that are on or off, or frozen or thawed as well. Really important that you remember that too with those layer settings when you're creating layer states in your drawings. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to be taking a look at reusable content in our AutoCAD drawings. We've got a new drawing for you. You may recognize it. It's called New Office Project.dwg, and we have used a similar drawing for other chapters in the course. Make sure you open up the new Office Project.dwg file once you've downloaded it from the library, and we're going to be taking a look at how we utilize groups in AutoCAD. Now, one of the nice things about AutoCAD is it allows you to group basically separate objects together in a named group so that you can manipulate them a bit more easily. Now, we're going to take a look at our little bin store over here, over on the left hand side. So you might want to zoom and pan a little, like so, get it into the center of the screen like that. And the Groups panel is on the Home tab on the ribbon. It's over here, Groups. Now, a lot of people use this command here, Group, and it creates a group of objects. Now, that's great, but you might need to give it a name. Your group might need a name. Now, what will happen is if you just group a group of objects together, that'll end up as an unnamed group. And the quickest way to do this is to expand the Groups panel and just pin it open. Now, the reason that I expand this is there's two things on this little expanded flyout on the ribbon panel. You've got the Group Manager, which we'll cover in a second, but you've also got the Group Bounding Box. Now, by default, your Group Bounding Box is on. You'll notice, look, it's off now. Click on it again, it's on. Leave it on, because then when you select a group, it has a little bounding box around it so that you can distinguish it from other objects. Now, the way that I would approach creating a group is click on Group Manager, like so. Now, what I like about this is I can go and set my groups quickly and easily from this particular dialog. Now, the group name, you need to give it a name. I'm going to call it Bins because it's our bin store. And when I click on New here, we're going to make sure it's selectable. So make sure that selectable is checked. That's really important. You need the group to be selectable so that you can move it, copy it, etc. Give it a group name Bins, click on New, and it will prompt you now to select the objects that you want to go into the group. Now, my suggestion is pick a point here, left click, and release the mouse button and drag. And then you can drag your crossing window over all of the bins. Can you see that? Left click there like so, press enter to finish, and you now have a new group called Bins like so. And as you can see, you set it to be selectable like so. So I'm going to OK that now. And now when I hover over this, can you see it's a group? Click on it, and there's my little group of bins. Now you can just see the little bounding line around it. You can't really see it very well, but if I click and I move the group, there's the bounding line there like so. I'll just undo that move. So that's our little group all set up, and every time I go to the Group Manager, that group is there like so. There it is there. Now, what I can do here is I can change the group. Now, I can do it here. I can remove objects from the group, add objects to the group, rename it, reorder it, etc. I'm just going to OK that, because what I can also do up here is I can do a group edit. And it's a similar way of doing things. There's Group Edit. I select the group like so. And it says add objects, remove objects, or rename. I'm going to remove objects. And I'm going to select this polyline, this polyline, this polyline, this polyline here. Press enter to finish, and the group will now look very different. When I click on it now, as you can see, it's a smaller group with less objects. These are just basically standard AutoCAD polylines now. So I'll just hit escape a couple of times there to deselect the group. Now, you've got two ways of removing groups in your drawings. Now, the quickest way is to use this one up here. As you can see, ungroup. So if I click on ungroup and select my group, which is there, that is now ungrouped. And you'll notice on the command line it says Group Bins Exploded. So now these are all just their original polylines again. But always, always, always just check in your Group Manager that your group has disappeared. Remember, there are settings in here, selectable, unselectable, all that kind of thing. So just make sure that your group has gone from the object grouping dialog in the Group Manager as well. I'll click on OK there. I'll unpin the groups panel, and that goes back into the ribbon. And that's basically using groups in your AutoCAD drawings. A very useful tool for grouping objects together to allow you to move more than one object at once. We're staying in our new office project.dwg file, and you can see we're zoomed in to the bins like we were in the previous video. Just double click on the wheel to zoom extents. Now we're going to take a look at creating and inserting blocks into your AutoCAD drawings. Now blocks are incredibly useful. They allow you to reuse design content left, right and centre. And the good thing is any AutoCAD object or objects can be made into a block. Now we're going to create some workstation blocks. So before we do that, we go to the Home tab on the ribbon, go to the Layer Properties here and click on New Layer, like so. And we're going to call the layer Workstations, because ideally you want your blocks to go on their own respective layers. Press Enter after you've put the name in. I'm going to change the colour here to colour 210, so I'm just going to type it in here, 210, like so, and then click on OK, and you can see it's a magenta type colour. Make sure that line type is continuous, line weight is default. Do a little double click on the sheet of paper to the left of the Workstations layer, and you'll see that the current layer is now Workstations with the little green tick there next to the Workstations layer. Close the Layer Properties Manager by clicking on the cross. Now, the workstations that we're going to create are made up from existing blocks in the drawing. So you can see there we've got a desk block. There you go, there's a block there. We've got a chair block. We've got a computer block, and we've got a little pot plant block. Now all of those are existing block references in the drawing. And what you can do is you can create a block of a number of blocks. And that number of blocks inside the block, they're known as nested blocks. So if you hear anybody mentioning nested blocks within a block, you now know what they are. Now we're going to go to the Insert tab here on the ribbon. And you'll see here in the block definition panel, click on the flyout, you've got create block and write block. We'll cover write block later, but let's click on create block. That'll bring up the block definition dialog box. Now there's various settings in here, but the most important one is the block name. So we're going to call that workstation, nice and simple, like so. And then you're going to pick a point where the workstation block is going to be inserted into the drawing. So click on the pick point button, and you're going to use this bottom corner here. Try and get the endpoint snap. You might need to zoom in a little. Click there, there's the endpoint snap. Now as you can see, there is no way you could have guessed those X and Y values. Now the next panel across is objects. We need to click on select objects, like so. And we're going to zoom out a bit so that we can get all the objects. So you want to pick on the desk, the chair, the computer, and the plant. Press Enter to confirm, and you'll see a little preview up here, and you'll see 4 objects selected. Now I'd like you to select the delete option here. So click on the delete button, like so. And then the behavior, they are not annotative. There's no annotative scaling involved, but we do need to scale uniformly. So if we make that block bigger using the scale command, we need to scale uniformly in the X and Y axes. We're going to allow exploding because we can then explode the block back to its original objects and perhaps create a slightly different block and give it a different block name when we create a new block. So always allow exploding. Block unit will be millimeters. We're working in a metric millimeters drawing. You can even add a hyperlink if you want to as well. I'm going to pop a simple description in here, so it'll be workstation. And then you might put something like metric, because it's a metric one, and in brackets millimeters. So this one's measured in millimeters like that. You can open it in the block editor. I don't want you to do that right now. I want to make sure that that open in block editor box there, that checkbox should be unticked. Now, here's the scary bit. When you click on OK, it disappears. And it's like, where did all that information go? Well, it hasn't really gone anywhere. What it's done is it's gone into our drawing. So what I can do now is I can come up here to the block panel and click on Insert. And if I just scroll down a little, you'll see there's a workstation block now that exists in our drawing. So if I click on workstation now, there's our block, there's our little insertion point on that bottom corner. If I hover now here like so, make sure you get the right point. You want that little intersection there. Zoom out a bit, and you've now got a block called workstation, and it's on the layer workstations. There we go. So you can see it there. It's on the layer workstations, and it is a whole block. And that's the whole idea of blocks in AutoCAD. I'll just hit escape to deselect the block. They are there for you to reuse content quickly and easily. So make blocks of all your standard bits and pieces in your drawing. So if you're a mechanical engineer, you might make blocks of all your nuts, bolts and washers. If you're an architect, you might make blocks of all your furniture, for example, here, like you do in an office layout. So those blocks are incredibly useful to allow you to reuse content in your drawings. We're staying in our new office project.dwg file, and you can see we're still zoomed in where we created the workstation block here. I'd like you to just double click on the wheel to zoom extents. Now over here you'll see that we've got all our original objects, our original blocks. Now the good thing is if I select these, let's say I just click there, release the mouse button, drag a little crossing selection up past the plant, click again, it selects all of those objects that form that workstation. I can then just right click and erase those. I don't need to worry about losing the blocks because they still exist in the drawing database. If I go up here to insert in the block panel on the insert tab, you can see it, they're all still there. There's my plant, my PC. If I scroll up, you see we've got things like chair and desk and so on. I've got my title blocks in there and my workstation block. I'll just hit escape a couple of times just to cancel out that command. Now we're going to obviously remove these ones here. So again, click, release the mouse button, drag, cross everything with your crossing selection, left click again, right click and erase. Now what we're going to do is we're going to insert our blocks using a new tool. It's been around in the last few versions of AutoCAD, and it's called the Blocks palette. Now if I go to the Insert tab here on the ribbon, and you've got the block panel here, if I click on Insert, I've obviously got the blocks that exist here in the drawing, but if I go to Recent Blocks, this will open up the Blocks palette, and this is a really clever little tool. I really like this. This works really well. You've got all your different options for inserting blocks here. I've got blocks in the current drawing. You see there's quite a lot of blocks in the current drawing. I've got my recent blocks that I've worked with, which is my workstation. I can add blocks to my favorites if I want to. So for example, if I went to recent here, there's my workstation block. Right click, copy to favorites. And if you go there, it's now in my favorites as well. Now the nice thing about the blocks palette is it's not drawing specific. So my recent blocks could come from various different drawings. My favorite blocks can also come from various different drawings. So you're not then tied to your drawing. If you open up the blocks palette, you might think, oh, I used that block a couple of drawings back. Go to recent and that block will be in your blocks palette and you can bring it into the current drawing. Useful stuff. You can also create block libraries. Now I'm not going to go into block libraries right now. You can see I've got a library for bolts there that I've worked on a different project. And all my different libraries are here on this drop down. So I've got all different libraries that I can use. What I'd like you to do is go to the current drawing tab. Scroll down and workstation is at the bottom of the list. Click on workstation. Just click and release the mouse button. And there's your workstation. Now you'll notice at this point down on the command line I can right click and I can rotate. So I want to specify the rotation angle. We're going to rotate it through 90 degrees. So type in 90, press enter, and can you see it's a different orientation. Now I can obviously move this around and I can place it wherever I want it to go. Now it doesn't matter how I rotate it. I can rotate it at any angle. And you'll notice as I move around, it's also kind of moving around and jinking a little bit as well. Don't worry about that. It's just where I'm kind of touching on the palette and things. But you can see how I can rotate that around very easily. I'm going to hit escape a couple of times. Now, the reason that I want to be able to rotate it is obviously I might want to bring it in at a different angle. Now, you'll notice there I've got insertion point, auto placement is why it kept flickering, because I was hovering near the palette and near other objects. That auto placement allows it to auto place with suggestions for locations for the block. So if I just click on the workstation block again and come in, can you see as I kind of zoom out a bit and touch on areas, can you see it kind of says, oh, do you need to place it this way, for example? Do you need to place it here? And it kind of rotates around. It's a new feature in AutoCAD, this auto placement, and it's very useful. I'm actually going to turn it off, though, in this particular case, because I don't want it to kind of confuse the issue. So I'm going to click on the workstation block again, like so. I'm just going to bring it in, and I'm just going to snap it to that endpoint there, like that. That's all I'm going to worry about right now. And then I'm going to close the blocks palette. What I'm going to do now is just quickly bring these in to the two cubicles. Now, what I can do here, I can select the block, click on the grip, right click, rotate on the grip, and I can just bring that polar tracking line down to there. Anywhere on the polar tracking line, left click. Click on the grip there, and just pop it up to that corner there like that. Quick and easy. Hit escape to deselect, and I've placed that in that cubicle quite nicely. I'll now select the workstation block and jump into the Home tab, into the Modify panel, click on Mirror. And do you remember how we mirrored using the wall? So I need to use that little midpoint there, zoom out a little bit, and I'll just bring that polar tracking line vertically upwards. Click on the polar tracking line, and erase source objects? No, not in this case. And as you can see, we've now basically changed our workstations to workstation blocks. Now what we need to look at now is how can we redefine our blocks in our drawings. Now this is using a thing called the block editor, and it's a very useful tool, but there's a lot of stuff in there that we don't need to worry about right now. So what we're going to do, we're going to select one of the blocks, doesn't matter which one, right click, and we're going to go to block editor. Now you kind of go into a different space, and there's all these palettes over here. All these palettes here you can ignore. They're for the design of dynamic blocks, which we don't really cover in this course. But what I'm going to do with this particular workstation block, I'm going to select the computer, and we're going to have new computers on the desk, so I'm going to delete that computer there, like so, in the block editor. Now, all I'm going to do now is go up to Close Block Editor on the ribbon. That's all we're going to use the block editor for. And it will prompt me, do I want to save the changes to my workstation block? Click on Save the Changes, you go back into the drawing, and you'll notice now that each block is missing the computer. You have changed the definition of your block in AutoCAD. So what happens now if I bring a workstation block in? If I go to Insert here, and click on the Insert Flyout, find my workstation block, and you'll notice, I'll just pop it there for now, that workstation block now doesn't have the computer, the little red PC on it, because I've changed that block definition in the block editor. So it's a really useful tool, the block editor. It allows you to edit your blocks kind of on the fly, and also more importantly, the blocks palette is an incredibly good facilitator of bringing blocks into your drawings quickly and easily. Just delete this workstation block here, right click and erase, and we'll jump into the next video about reusable content. We're staying in the office project.dwg file, and I'm just going to zoom in a bit so that we can see what we're doing with our workstations here in the cubicles. Now, there will always be that particular time when you need to explode a block back to its original objects. So at the moment, as you can see, these are all blocks. That's a block, that's a block, that's a block. We're going to go to the Home tab on the ribbon, into the Modify panel, and click on this icon here, Explode. And we've used it before. I'm going to click on the blocks though this time, 1, 2, and 3. And when I press enter, they are now exploded. They don't look any different, but you'll notice now that they're exploded back to their original objects, like the desk, the chair, the plant, etc. And so are these ones here, as you can see. Now, you don't need to worry about losing your workstation block. It's still in the drawing. So what I could do is I could select these objects here, like so. Let's get rid of those. And I'll just do a right click and an erase. And then I can come up here to Insert, click on Insert here. There's workstation. Notice it's updated now. The little computer is missing off of the workstation. There's my workstation block. And I'll just zoom in, make sure I get the right insertion point, zoom out again. And you can see there that that is now back to being a block again. It's that easy. I'll hit escape to deselect the block. And these ones here, I'm just going to leave as their original objects for now. But that's how quick and easy it is to explode a block. Now, you must make sure, though, that when you're creating your block, in that block definition dialog box, remember I told you about allowing exploding, that checkbox that has to be ticked. If that checkbox isn't ticked, you cannot explode the block. And that can cause a little bit of chaos later on down the line. So always allow exploding when you're creating new blocks for your reusable content in AutoCAD. We're staying in our new office project.dwg file. And in the previous video, I did mention about the fact that we don't normally cover dynamic blocks in this course. Now, this particular video, we're going to look at creating a very simple dynamic block, because what I want to do is just show you how the tools work, but we're not going to go into any depth. There's a huge amount of things that you can do with dynamic blocks in AutoCAD, and there is a separate course in the library all about dynamic blocks. I don't want to dwell on them too much because we can spend hours talking about dynamic blocks. So I've zoomed extents in the drawing so that you can see everything in the drawing, and I'd like you to zoom and pan to the little door here in the corner. Now at the moment, if you hover over the line and also the arc there, you can see that they are actually on the wrong layer. So select the line and the arc like so, go to the Home tab on the ribbon like that, go to the layer drop down, and you want layer 0 right at the top of the list. So put the arc and the line on layer 0. Then hit escape a couple of times to deselect the objects, and then click on the layer drop down again and set it to doors like so. Now you might think that I'm being a bit weird there because I've put the two objects that make up the door on a different layer to the doors layer. There is a reason. If you create a block and put it on layer 0 when you're creating it, when the block comes into the drawing, it will automatically adopt the current drafting layer. So if the objects you're making the block from are on layer 0, the block that you then subsequently save and bring into the drawing will adopt the current drafting layer. Current drafting layer is doors. So when I bring this block into the drawing, it will adopt the doors layer. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to make a simple block. Now, we're going to go back up to the Insert tab, click on the flyout here and Create Block. Now, this will bring up the Block Definition dialog box. Now, we're going to call this block Door -dyn. So like we've done with annotative stuff, we're now going to put dyn to let people know that this is a dynamic block, and it's a very simple dynamic block. Now the base point that we're going to specify, pick point here like so, and it's just going to be the end of the line there. Use that end point snap there, left click. The objects that make up the door, well, that's pretty simple, isn't it? Click on select objects, we're going to select the line and the arc, and then just press enter to confirm that selection. Make sure that you've got the delete button here switched on. You don't want convert to block or retain. Now the behavior will not be annotative, but make sure that we scale uniformly and allow exploding like we did with our workstation block previously. And this time we're going to tick the open in block editor checkbox, and the description here will be, we'll do something like door dash dynamic dash metric, and in brackets we'll put the millimeters again like we did previously with the workstation. So door dynamic metric millimeters. I try to give my blocks a description. It's always a good idea. Now when we click on OK, what you'll find is the line and the arc will disappear from the drawing, but will also go straight into the block editor this time as well. Now this time we are going to utilize some of this block authoring palettes over here. So make sure you can see them. Make sure you're in the parameters tab. Now every dynamic block you create, you give it a base point. So click on base point here, and the base point's going to go to that end point there. Left click. and you'll see the little circular base point appear, like so. Now, all we're going to do is put a simple flip action on the door so that we can flip the door swing from side to side. That's all we're going to do. So we go to the Parameters tab here on the block authoring palettes and we select Flip, like so. Come into the drawing area. Now, we're going to flip vertically, so we need a vertical reflection line. So the base point of the reflection line, you're going to do a shift and a right click, and you're going to use mid between 2 points. And you're going to go endpoint snap there, left click, endpoint snap there, left click. And you'll see your mid is now in between those two endpoints. Drag it vertically upwards past the door swing and click on the polar tracking line. Now I'll give it a name, Flip State 1. You can change these in the Properties palette. I'm not going to worry about it in this case. Just put the text for the Flip State 1 just near the top of the dotted line there. And as you can see now, there's a little arrow there that indicates the flip grip. Now you can move the flip grip if you want to. Don't worry about it in this case. It's fine where it is. But it's got a little yellow exclamation mark because we haven't applied the flip action to our parameter. Roll back a couple of notches on the wheel and you'll see that that little parameter there goes quite a long way down. So we're going to go to the Actions tab now and we're going to select the flip action. There it is there. Now as soon as you do that, it will prompt you to select the flip parameter. So that's our dotted line. Or you can click on Flip State 1. Can you see it highlights everything? Click on it. Now it will prompt you to select all the objects that you want to flip using this flip action. You need to select everything. So my suggestion is get your pick box up here, left click and release the mouse button and drag a window selection, a blue one, can you see, from left to right across everything. Then you know everything in that window will be selected. Left click again to confirm the opposite corner of the window and you can see everything is highlighted in blue and selected. Press enter to confirm and you'll notice now the exclamation mark disappears and there is your Flip 1 action that you've just applied. Now, I'm going to zoom in a bit now and just pan a little bit, and before I close the block editor and save this block, you're going to pop up here to the block editor in the ribbon and you've got a test block option. Click on test block, takes you into a space where you can click on the block and see the little flip grip there, click, click. Can you see? That's flipping it from either side. So that's our dynamic block with our flip action. We'll pop up here now to close test block on the ribbon. Takes us back into the block editor. Click on the green tick for close block editor and it will say save the changes to door DYN, which we want to do. Click on save the changes to door DYN. Now you'll notice that our door isn't there right now. We now need to insert our door DYN block. So I'm now going to go to the Insert tab on the ribbon. Let's just check though. Home tab first, check we're using our doors layer as the current drafting layer, which we are. Then Insert tab. Then Insert flyout here. And if we just scroll up a bit, remember they're in alphabetical order, you'll see door DYN. There it is there. And it's showing as white because it's on the 0 layer. Remember, we put it onto the 0 layer. Click on it and come into the drawing area and there's our block, as you can see, with an insertion point. I'm going to pop that on the end point just there like so. As you can see, it's come in on the doors layer because we created the block on the 0 layer. Now if I select my block, there's my little flip grip and I can use that flip grip to flip the door swing of my door. There's my base point and insertion point of my block there. Hit escape a couple of times and you can obviously deselect the block. One more thing though, click on the flip grip and you'll see the insertion point move from one side to the other. That's that base point setting that we put in. If we hadn't done that, the insertion point would still be over here. The base point flips with the dynamic action, as you can see. Very useful. Hit escape a couple of times to deselect the block. Double click on the wheel to zoom extents. We're staying in our new office project.dwg file. And as you can see, I've zoomed extent so that we can see all of the new office layout. Now at the moment, you'll remember we've got this workstation block here. Now the other ones over here, remember we exploded them and we didn't bring them back. They're just original objects there, so chair, plant, etc. Now it may be that you're working with many incidences of the same block, hundreds of the same block, especially if you're working on a complex floor plan with lots of workstations. Let's say you've got 600 workstations on a floor plan and you want to change all of those blocks in one go, but keep a reference of that change in a separate drawing file. Well, you can do that using the write block command, the W block command. And it's write block as in W-R-I-T-E, as in writing with a pen. You're writing the block to its own separate DWG file. So if we jump to the Insert tab now here on the ribbon and go to our block definition panel here and click on the flyout here, you've got Create Block that we've used already. Here's Write Block. Click on Write Block and that will open up the Write Block dialog box, the W block dialog box. Now you can go and select objects, you can select the entire drawing, click on the block button and you can pick a block from your existing drawing. So there's workstation there, like so. Notice as soon as you select the block, your base point and objects are grayed out because it's using the settings from the workstation block we've selected up here. Now the file name and path is correct, I've already preset it, but if you need to change the file name and path for your W block location, just click on this button here and it'll open up a standard file selection dialog box and you can locate it wherever you want it to go. Insert units is millimeters, we're working in a metric millimeters drawing. So when I click on OK now, I might get a great big file path here. Now you won't get this because you haven't saved the workstation.dwg file elsewhere already. I have to test that it works. So that's my big long file path there, obviously where the workstation.dwg file is located. I'm going to replace it. Click there like so, and that replaces the workstation.dwg file with the block I've just selected. So what I've got now is a separate drawing with my workstation block in it. So if I go up to Open now and look in my folder, there's my workstation.dwg file and there's a little preview of it there. I'll click on Open in the dialog box and you may find that when you first open it you can't see anything. Just double click on the wheel to zoom extents and there's all our objects that form our workstation block. But they're separate objects in the workstation DWG file. So let's remove the chair, click on it, remove the plant, click on it, and then it's a right click and erase like we've done before. And then we'll save the workstation DWG file. Now a quick little tip there, you'll notice the workstation file tab is now missing a little asterisk on the file name there. That's because the file is saved with no new changes. You'll notice New Office Project has a little asterisk next to the file name on the File tab because there are changes there waiting to be saved. I'm going to close the Workstation DWG by clicking on the little cross, and we're back to our New Office Project. And as you can see, everything is situation normal. Now, if I go up to Insert on the ribbon, on the Insert tab there, and look in the Block panel, and click on the Insert flyout here, I've got no way of inserting a DWG file as a block. It's all about the blocks in this particular drawing. Hit Escape a couple of times and literally type in Insert Block, all one word. And you'll get this funny little prompt, ACDC Insert Block. So type Insert Block, press Enter, and it'll bring up the really old-fashioned insert dialog. It does still exist, even though you've got things like the blocks palette and obviously the block panel on the ribbon. Insert Block still brings up the older legacy insert dialog. So if I now click on Browse, there's my Workstation DWG. Notice the chair and the plant are missing. So if I now click on Open, there's my workstation, there's my big long file path again. I need to specify an insertion point, so I'm going to check the checkbox. Scale, I'm going to leave at 1. Rotation, I'm going to leave at 0. So it should all be the same size. Notice the little preview there hasn't updated yet. That will update the next time you save the drawing, as in the drawing here, the new office project.dwg file. But if I click on OK now, it'll prompt me now, do I want to redefine my workstation block, the one with the plant and the chair, with the new workstation.dwg file that doesn't have the plant and the chair? Click on redefine block, and there you go. It's redefined the existing block in the drawing, and there's a new instance there of the block. I'll just drop that there like so. So it's redefined this one in the drawing itself, and this one here is the drawing that I've brought in as a block as well. So I can remove that. I don't need that one. I'll just hit the delete key to get rid of that. But I've redefined my block in the drawing. Now if I just go back to insert now and scroll down a little bit to workstation, you'll see that that particular workstation there is obviously without the chair and the plant as well. I'll just hit escape just to cancel that command out. But that's how you can utilize the W block or right block command when you're reusing content in AutoCAD. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to be taking a look at attributes in blocks and working with tables in AutoCAD as well. Now, for the first part of the chapter, we're going to be looking at attributes in blocks, and we've got a new drawing for you. It's called Office Workstation.dwg. So if you download that drawing from the library, open it up in AutoCAD and go to the Model tab. When you open it up, you should recognize it. It's got the desk, the computer, the chair, and the pot plant. And we've used that in previous videos in this particular course. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take all of these blocks, like we've done in previous videos, and make a workstation block. But what we're also going to do is add some attributes to the block itself. Just pop to the Home tab on the ribbon. Make sure that attributes is your current drafting layer. And what we're going to do is we're going to add some attributes to the block that give the block more description, is probably a good word or a bad word. But we're going to give the block more description by way of applying attributes such as employee name, employee number, and extension number on the telephone exchange system. That way, when you're inserting these blocks into a floor plan, you can start adding identity to the block, so you know who's sitting where on a particular floor of a building, for example. Now, we're on the attributes layer. Pop to the Insert tab on the ribbon, and in the block definition panel, you'll see a Define Attributes icon. Click on the Define Attributes icon, and that will open up the Attribute Definition dialog box. Now, if you look at the command line, you can see @def. You can just type that, ATTDEF, and that will open up the Attribute Definition dialog box as well. Now, there's quite a lot of information going on in this particular dialog, and the only things you really need to worry about are insertion points, specify on screen, and your text settings here. I'll go through how to actually name attributes with their tags in a moment. Now, the text settings are going to be left. The text style, select standard from the drop down, and the text height will make that 150 millimeters. This is a millimeters drawing, this Office Workstation.dwg file. So it's going to be 150 millimeters, about 6 inches high in real life. Now, when you're naming your attributes, you can't use spaces in the tags. So we're going to go for EMP for employee, underscore name, like that. So instead of a space, I'm using an underscore. Now the prompt itself is actually a prompt. So that would be EMPLOYEE, employee name, with a question mark. Now make sure you spell that right, otherwise it will look silly in the dialog box it pops up in a moment. So make sure that looks good. Professionalism at all times. And the default here, let's just say it's Joe Blogs. Like so. There's Joe Blogs there. Now, I'm just going to click now on OK. And there's my employee name attribute. I'm going to pop that about there. Doesn't have to be exact. Now, if I right click and repeat @def and tick this little box in this checkbox here, a line below previous attribute definition, you'll notice insertion point, text settings, and everything else grey out. All I've got to worry about is the attribute itself. So the next tag will be the employee number. So that'll be EMP underscore, say, NO for number. And the prompt, you know where I'm going, will be employee number and a question mark. Now, the employee number, default, let's just do 12345 for now. When I click on OK, it pops that one directly below and spaces them nice and neatly. Use that little align checkbox. It's really good for getting the attributes to line up nice and neatly for your blocks. One more right click and repeat at def again. Remember to align, and this time the tag will be, let's put EXTN underscore NO, extension number, and the prompt will be extension number with a question mark. There you go, extension number, like that. And the default there, let's say, I don't know, let's go for something like 999 for now. And again, make sure it's aligned so that the insertion point and text settings are grayed out. Click on OK. And now you have your attributes ready to go into your workstation block. So in the Insert tab on the ribbon again, we're going to go to Block Definition, click on the flyout here, and we don't want Write Block, we want Create Block. And the block definition here, we'd probably have something like Workstation, and then I'm going to put underscore ATT, attributes, ATTR, might look a bit better actually. And I'm going to go for pick point, and you've done this before, you've created blocks before, so just pick a point. I'm going to use the endpoint snap there, left click, select objects, and we select everything. So you want all of the objects and the attributes. So a good idea here, get your pick box there, left click and release the mouse button, drag the blue window selection over everything, like that. Make sure it's all encompassing. Left click again, everything is selected and highlighted in blue. Press enter to confirm that selection. Now I'm going to use delete here, so make sure the delete button is in place like so. And behavior, it's not going to be annotative, but make sure you scale uniformly and allow exploding by ticking the checkboxes. Block units will be millimeters. Hyperlink I'm not going to worry about. Description I'm not going to worry about this time. But make sure that open in block editor is unchecked. You want that open like that. You don't want it ticked. You want that little tick box open. You don't want it ticked. Click on OK. It will delete obviously the information in the drawing, but the block is now in the DWG file. So if I now go up here on the Insert tab again, Insert Flyout on the block panel, and there's my blocks there. If I come up a little bit, you'll see that I've got my blocks available, and they're all there, and it's right down near the bottom. Remember, Workstation ATTR. So if I click on that block now and bring it into the drawing area, can you see the attributes have updated to the information I put in when I was creating them? So I'm just going to left click, but as soon as I do that, the Edit Attributes dialog box appears. Now this is basically saying, hey, hang on a minute, you're inserting a block with attributes. What values do you want applied to those attributes? So you'll notice extension number, employee number, etc. So we can change these. And the good thing is, for each individual block that you bring in, you can have different attribute values. So we might change the extension number to 123. The employee number might be 99999. And the employee name might not be Joe Bloggs. It might be Fred Bloggs, his brother. Like so. Click on OK. And there's your block with the attributes. When you click on the block, you'll notice it's all one object with the attributes as well. Very quick and easy to add that extra layer of description to a block in your AutoCAD drawings. We're staying in our Office Workstation.dwg file, and I've left it in the same state as it was at the end of the last video. So this is my block with my attributes. When I click on it, you can see it's highlighted there in blue. Now, there are other ways of editing the attributes in an existing block in an existing drawing. Now, I don't have to bring in another block and change the attribute values. I can simply hover over the block and double click. AutoCAD then knows what's going on. It's kind of thought it out and thought, oh, okay, you've double clicked on a block with attributes. I'll open up the Enhanced Attribute Editor. Now this is a really lovely little tool in AutoCAD, and it's very, very underused and very, very underrated as well. I love it because it allows me to tweak my attributes in my drawings quickly and easily. And the nice thing is as well, I've got the option there, I can go and select a block. So what this will do is it will temporarily close this dialog box and allow me to go and pick a block with attributes where I need to make the necessary changes. Now there's three little tabs: Attribute, Text Options, Properties. Now the attribute itself allows you to select each individual attribute in the block. So there's extension number, employee name. Now I can change the value of the attributes quickly and easily, like so. Now I'm not going to worry about that, it's kind of self-explanatory. If I want to change the extension number, I go in there and I type in, say, 555. And you'll notice it updates there in the drawing. If I go to the employee number, let's put that back to 12345. And again, it updates. Employee name, quick and easy. Let's change that back to Joe, his brother. As you can see, that's all updated like so. The text options are great though. I can change the text style, I can change the justification, the height, etc. So if I now select an attribute, let's go with extension number and go to text options and change the height of that to 100, that will update and become smaller. And what I might do is change the properties of that and give it a different color. Let's say I want it to be red. Click on apply, click on OK, and it all updates like so. That's how quick and easy it is. I can just double click on it again. Enhanced Attribute Editor kicks in. So if I now select my extension number again, text options, let's change that back to 150. And let's go to properties and change that back to by layer. As you can see, it's all updated back to where it was before. Click on apply, click on OK. And that is the Enhanced Attribute Editor in AutoCAD. You just double click on a block with attributes. It's that quick and easy. It's a really nice tool. If you've got a lot of blocks with attributes in your drawings, it's just that double click. And the nice thing is as well, if I bring in another block, what'll happen is, let's bring in another workstation attributes block and I'll line it in. Let's do it all nice and neatly with a bit of polar and object snap tracking. And what we'll do is we'll change the extension number there to, let's say, 995, and the employee number will be 12346, and this will be Fred, like before, his brother. And we'll click on OK. There we go. So now we've got two different blocks with ever so slightly different attributes. So if I double click on this one, like that, and I want to edit a different block, I click on Select Block, click on that one, and I'm now editing a different block. Click on that one, I can now edit that block. It's that quick and easy. I'll just cancel. For now, I don't want to make any changes, but you get the idea. Now, the Enhanced Attribute Editor, like I said, underrated, underused. If you've got those blocks with attributes in your drawings, make sure you just double click, and all you've got to do then is edit those attributes in your blocks. As promised at the beginning of this chapter, we're going to be taking a look at tables as well as attributes, and we've got a new drawing that we're going to work with while we look at tables in more depth in AutoCAD. The drawing is called simpleobjects.dwg. Just make sure you download it from the library to follow along with the next few videos. When you open it up in the Model tab, and you will literally see three simple objects: a rectangle, a circle, and a hexagon. Now you might think, what have those simple objects got to do with a table in AutoCAD? Well, one, you'll see, but also two, it's really important that I keep this as simple as possible so that you understand the workflow and the process. Now we're going to create a new table style. Now in order to do that, you can do it in two ways. You can do it from the Home tab on the ribbon and the annotation flyout here and select table style here, or you can go to the Annotate tab and over here on the Tables panel, click on the little arrow, and that will also open up your table style dialog box. I'm just going to close that and go back to the Home tab and make sure here on the drop down that I'm using tables as my current drafting layer. I'm going to go to the annotation flyer again here and click on the little table with the paintbrush on it, table style, and that will open up the table style dialog. Now we're going to create a very simple table style, but I'm going to go into it in a bit more depth and explain what a few of the bits and pieces do in the table style. So click on new, and our new style name will be our shape areas. Okay, so we want shape space areas, like that, shape areas. And we're going to start with standard. We can't start with anything else. We've only got the standard table style in the drawing right now. So click on continue, and this will open up the new table style shape areas dialog. Now we're going to go into this bit first, general table direction down. If I change that to up, you'll notice the title is now at the bottom of the table. So I can flip it around if I want to. Make sure you've got it set to down. Now you've got various cell styles available in a table. You've got title, header and data, and you can select them here. Now you'll remember we did this earlier in some previous videos. So there's title, there's header, there's data. Now click on title, that's the one we're going to work on first, but notice here I can actually create new cell styles. I can also manage the cell styles dialog. So if I click there, I can create different cell styles if I want to. And if I click here, I can create a new cell style as well. So I can actually add different cell styles. I'll explain that in a moment. Click on cancel and make sure you've selected title in the drop down. And then I'm going to click on general. Now this is where you could create new cell styles because the format could be different. You don't have to have a general format. You can have a number, a date, an angle, and so on. So you can create as many different cell styles as you want. We're just using the standard ones for the moment. So make sure it's title. Make sure you're in the general tab. Fill color will be none. Alignment middle center. It's just going to be general, and it's going to be a label. It's not going to be data. Now a label in a table you can't add formulas to like you can in Microsoft Excel and so on. A label is quite rightly a label. Your data cells though would need to be a data type, and we'll explain that when we get to the data cells in a minute. Now we're going to go to text, and the text style I'm just going to use standard, but I'm going to give the text height 150 in the title cell, and text color I'm going to use by layer like so. And make sure in the general here, notice that the margins are 1.5. I'm going to change those to 25 like that, and then press tab. It does start to look a bit weird in the preview, don't worry about it, but in the general tab, none, middle center, general label with margins of 25. You want to merge cells on row column creation as well, so make sure that that is checked. Click on text, standard 150 by layer, text angle 0. Borders, just leave them exactly as they are for now. You could make them by layer if you wanted to, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'm then going to go to the drop down at the top again and select header. Go to the general tab, fill color none, middle center, general, and label again. Remember those margins, 25, tab, 25. And when you tab that again, can you see your headers are starting to show up? We go to text, standard text style, change the text height to 125. By layer there, and as you can see the headers now look neat and tidy. Text angle 0, borders left as they are. Last but not least, we go to the drop down again and select data. Go to the general tab, fill color none. Alignment, for some weird reason, AutoCAD always aligns data to top center. Personally, I prefer middle center. Up to you on that one. Format, I'm just going to have as general again. I'm not going to worry about any of these other formats, but as you can see, leave it at general for the moment and OK it. But the type should be data, because your data cells you should be able to manipulate and add formulas to and so on. Now margins again are going to be 25 and vertical 25. When you press that tab after that last 25, you'll see that you've got your data cells there. And then we go to the text tab, standard, text type will go with 100 for this, and text color by layer. So you can see there we've got a fairly simple table. Text angle 0, borders, just leave them as they are. So when you click on OK now, you've got your shape areas table. There we go. Select it, set current and close. We're now ready to start thinking about how we work with our tables in our drawing. And we're going to look at that in the next video. We're staying in our simpleobjects.dwg file, and in the previous video we created a table style that we're going to use in this drawing. Now what we're going to do in this video is design our table so that we've got the appropriate number of cells for what we want to show with our table annotation in our drawing. Now I've got the style already in place. I can click here on the annotation flyout, and you can see that we've got shape areas is our table style. We've only got two. We've got shape areas and standard. Make sure you've got shape areas set as your current table style. Now the nice thing is, in the Home tab on the ribbon, I can go to the annotation panel and click on table and start the table command there. Make sure you're using the tables layer to put your table on the tables layer. I'm going to click on the table command and that will open up the insert table dialog box. Notice the table style is listed there. We're going to start from an empty table. We don't need a data link or object data in the drawing. Now the preview, as I've mentioned previously in previous videos, can be turned off. I don't know why. Just make sure that you tick the checkbox so that you can see what's going on with your table. We're going to specify an insertion point for our table. We're not going to specify a window. Basically a window will squish the table to fit the window. We don't really want that. Now, the designing of your table is where you define the column and row settings. Now, when you're doing this, the only things you need to worry about are your data rows and the number of columns going across the table. Now, what we're going to do is set the number of columns that we need. Now, we've got our shapes, so we need the name of our shapes, and we also need the area of our shapes as well. So we're going to need 2 columns. And I'm going to set the column width for these to, let's say, 750. And that's millimeters. This is all a millimeters drawing, by the way. Now, the data rows are important because we've got 3 shapes. So we need at least 3 data rows. But we're going to need a 4th data row. And there's a reason for that. We're going to be totaling up the areas of our shapes. The row height for each of those data rows will be 1 line. Bear in mind you can make them bigger and smaller if you want to. I'm using 1 line. And then our cell styles will be title, header, data, title, header, data. Now I could turn off the title if I wanted to. Don't need to. I'm going to leave it as it is. So I'm going to click on OK. So there's my little table there. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pan up a little bit so the shapes are near the top. And then I'm just going to bring this into the middle here and click. Now as soon as I do that, it goes into the text editor. We've done this before with a simple table, remember? So the text editor is multi-line text, and you use multi-line text as the text in your tables. So what we're going to put as the title of our table is shape areas. Like that. And then we're just going to tab, and then we're going to put in capitals the name of our shape, and then tab across again, and then area of our shape. Like that. Now the area, I'm going to put that in lowercase. In fact, no, let's be consistent. Let's put that in upper as well, like that. And then I'm going to tab, and then we're going to put the name of each shape in the A column in our table. So we'll have rectangle, like so. And then using the down arrow key, I'll go to the next one, and that will be my circle. And then the next one will be my hexagon. Like so. Now, the areas themselves, I am not going to worry about. I'm going to put the areas in later. But what I'm also going to do now is use the down arrow again, and I'm going to put in here total area, like that. And then I'm going to click away from the table. Now, it doesn't look that great at the minute, so I'm going to click on the table itself, and I can make my columns a bit bigger. I'm just going to roll back on the wheel 1 notch. Click there, and I'm going to make that column a little bit wider. There we go, that looks better. And then click here on this grip, make that column a little bit wider as well. It just looks a little bit neater and tidier. And then I'm going to hit escape to deselect and zoom in a bit again like that. It just makes the table look a bit better. Now bear in mind, I can double click in any of these cells highlight the text like that, and I might want to change the text color. So up here at the moment it's by layer. I might want that to be red, and click away from the text, and there we go. Shape areas is now red. Now the name and the area, I might need to change the colors of those as well. So let's highlight that one, and we'll make that a nice yellow color. And I'll select that one there, highlight that one, and again make that a nice yellow color there as well. And then the total area, I'll highlight that one, double click in the area like that, and we've got red again. We'll go with red like so. So now can you see things are standing out on the table just with a simple bit of table editing. So we've now designed our table. Now, I haven't put any area values in the area column yet, because what I'm going to do now is in the next video, I'm going to show you how you can take the actual physical areas of your shapes and put them into the cells in your table. Once again, we're staying in our simpleobjects.dwg file, and as I mentioned in the previous video, we're now going to start looking at how we can bring actual information from the drawing, from the geometry, into the cells in our table. Now, we've got the rectangle there, the circle and the hexagon, and we need to add an area into each cell. So there's the rectangle. Go over to the cell that represents its area and double click. So that cell is now ready to have information put into it. Now we can utilize a thing called a field in AutoCAD. In the text editor up on the ribbon, you'll see it in the insert panel. There's field there. You can also right click over the current cell and insert field on the shortcut menu. It has the same effect. Now you'll notice when I click on field, it opens up the field dialog, and there's a lot of stuff going on in here. There's lots of different fields for lots of different things in AutoCAD. If you go to field category and select objects, it starts to hone things down a bit. And then you're going to select object in the field names here. And then we go to object type and click on this little button here where we can select the object in our drawing. So we're going to select, obviously, in this case, the rectangle. And there you go. There's the area of our rectangle. Now, bear in mind that's square millimeters, just before you worry about the huge number that it is. Now, at the moment, it's using decimal and the current precision. I'm not too worried about all those zeros. So let's lose all those zeros by changing it to no decimal places. And we'll click on OK. And there's our area of our rectangle. Click away from the table, and you'll see that it's added the area. Now the reason it's got that grey background to it is because it's basically distinguishing it from a piece of text. That is a field. It's an intelligent piece of information linked to our rectangular polyline here. I'm going to double click in the circle cell now, and I'm going to right click in the cell and go to insert field again. It remembers that we're using objects as the field category and object as the field name. I click on select object again and select our circle. There's the area at the top again. That's the first one that comes up, so obviously we're using area. Notice it remembers the precision with no decimal places, so I click on OK again. Double click in the next cell down. Notice when you click on it once, it goes a funny sort of yellowy, pinky kind of color. We'll cover that in a minute. I'm going to double click in that cell again like that. And again, we're going to use field. I'll use it from the ribbon this time. Object, select the hexagon. And there's our area of our hexagon. Remembering the precision, click on OK. Click away from the table now, and you can see that we've got the areas of our three shapes, which go into our shape areas table. Now we want the total area of all three shapes. Now that's very quick and easy to do as well. All you do is you click into this cell once in the total area cell like that. And you'll see now that we have a table cell tab up on the ribbon. Now we need to basically create a simple formula like you would in Microsoft Excel. In the insert panel here, click on the flyout for formula and select sum. And then what you do is you click and drag over the three cells that you want to sum. And there you go. It gives you a little formula there. Recognize that from Excel? I'm hoping that you do. And then what you do is you just click on Close Text Editor, and there's our total value. Now you'll notice that it's got the decimal place and the decimals there. Now we don't really want that, so I can click on the cell and I can go to data format in the cell format here and come down to custom table cell format. And that's when we can set our precision to the same as the areas of the shapes, to the no decimal places. Click on OK, and that updates nicely like so. Hit escape a couple of times and you've now got a shape areas table with a total area of all three shapes. Now, because they are fields, you can update the shapes, the geometric shapes, and the field data will update. If I click on the rectangle, and what we'll do, we'll just click on a grip on the corner, and I'll just make that a weird shape like that. And I'll hit escape a couple of times. Now, it hasn't updated yet, but if I now type regen and regenerate the drawing, so regen, R-E-G-E-N, and press enter, keep an eye on the rectangle area and the total area, and you'll see they update like so. If I now undo that, and undo again to bring it back to the regular rectangle shape, and then type regen again, keep an eye on rectangle and obviously the total area, and they go back to where they were before. So you can see that those fields in your tables are incredibly useful. If you're calculating areas, especially, let's say room areas, floor areas, and so on, as long as you've got a polyline around the floor or around the room, you can start generating table annotation that allows you to calculate and sum areas in your drawings. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to take a look at a thing called external references, more commonly known as XREFs in the AutoCAD fraternity. Now, an XREF is another drawing that is in essence paperclipped to your existing drawing. So you'll notice we've got a new drawing for you at the moment. It's called New Office Proposal.dwg, and you can download that from the library to follow along with the next few videos. You'll also notice I've got another drawing open as well called the Landscaping Area. Also, open that drawing after you've downloaded it from the library as well. And then in the File tabs, make sure that New Office Proposal is your current drawing. So New Office Proposal.dwg becomes the host drawing, and we're going to XREF in the landscaping area as an external reference file. Now you want to make sure that all of your external references go on their own layer. So in this particular drawing, you'll see that we have an XREFs layer right down at the bottom of the list there. Make sure that is your current drafting layer before you bring any external reference files in. Now, the quickest way to bring in XREFs is to go to the Insert tab on the ribbon, and you've got your reference panel here. Now, there's various tools to allow you to work with reference files. Click on this little arrow in the corner of the reference panel on the ribbon. That will open up the External References palette. And this is the quickest and easiest way to bring in a reference file, an external reference file. Because if you click on this little flyout here, you can attach all the different types of files that can be an external reference. Top of the list, attach DWG, our drawing file. Now, if I do that, you can see that I'm in 15 external reference files XREFs. That's my chapter folder, and that's where all my drawings are for this particular chapter. And you'll notice that landscaping area is there, like so. Ignore the complete ones. They're for my reference only. So you've got New Office Proposal, that's your current drawing, and the landscaping area becomes the reference file, the external reference file. When I click on open there, it'll take me to attach external reference. Now, moving the dialog over so that you can see what happens on the right hand side of the building in our New Office Proposal drawing. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to set the reference type as an attachment. Now, you can have an attachment or an overlay. So if I'm XREFing in the landscaping area into the New Office Proposal drawing, and then I subsequently XREF again, if it's set to an attachment, the landscaping area will appear in the new XREF. If it's set as an overlay, when I XREF out both the New Office Proposal and the landscaping area won't appear. It's just shown as an overlay on the new office proposal drawing. If you look up attachment and overlay in your AutoCAD help screens when you're looking at external reference files, it explains all of it in there. We're going to use an attachment though for now. Our scale will be 1. Everything will be 1 to 1. Our insertion point I've left as 0. It's all sharing the same origin, where X, Y and Z are 0. We don't need to worry about Z because it's a flat 2D drawing, but the X and Y values are important. The path type is a relative path. What that means is that our landscaping area XREF is in the same folder as the new office proposal drawing. That's what a relative path means. You can also specify a full path because it might be a different location. It might not be the same folder. You can also specify no path as well. But for the purposes of what we're doing, they're both in the same folder, so it's relative path. Make sure that new office proposal.dwg and landscaping area.dwg are in the same folder if you're using relative path. Rotation of the angle there will be 0 because obviously we want it to be horizontal, and the block units are going to be millimeters because everything's millimeters in the two drawings. If I click on OK now, you'll see that the landscaping area has appeared quite happily next to our new office proposal. I'll close the external references palette now. I don't need it now because my external reference is now attached to my host drawing. You'll notice when I click on it, it goes to an external reference tab up there on the ribbon, and I can work with the XREF file in my host drawing, and we're going to cover that over the next few videos. Just hit escape a couple of times to deselect the attached XREF. We're staying in our new office proposal.dwg file, and make sure you are in that particular file and not the landscaping area file. You can leave the landscaping area file open, that's absolutely fine, but make sure that your current drawing is new office proposal like so. Now what we're going to take a look at is altering and clipping our external reference file. Now let's have a look at altering the file first. Now altering the file would normally mean that you open up the landscaping area drawing. Now I've already got that open, so altering the file is actually really easy. I can just jump in here, landscaping area, and I can alter it accordingly and save the changes. So what I'll do is I'll click on the hatch pattern and I'll just hit the delete key and I'll delete that like so. And then I'll save that drawing. So I'll just save it like that. Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll jump back to the new office proposal drawing, and you'll notice there, oh look, an XREF was modified. A little pop-up comes up. You can use the XREF compare tool if you want to compare the changes. I'm not going to cover that in this course. I'm just going to untick that. We don't need to worry about XREF compare right now, but we will reload our XREF. So if I click there, it reloads, and you'll notice it's obviously disappeared. The hatching's gone. If I go back to the landscaping area now and do an undo, that'll obviously bring the hatch back. I save it again, like so, go back to the new office proposal drawing, and again, the XREF was modified. I'll reload it again, and we're back with our hatch. So that's how you can alter your XREFs really quickly and easily. So if you've got the drawing open, you can go in and make some edits, jump back into the host drawing, our new office proposal drawing, and you can see the little pop-up bubble kicks in straight away and lets you know if any changes have been made and that you need to reload the external reference file. Now, clipping the XREF is another way of working with external reference files. Do a little bit of zooming and panning, just get it a bit bigger on the screen this time. And then select the XREF where it's been attached to the right hand side of the building like that. So there's create clipping boundary there, and you can remove a clipping boundary. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump to the home tab like so, and I'll just use the XREFs layer for now. That'll be fine, and I'm going to create a rectangle. So draw panel on the home tab on the ribbon, click on the rectangle command, and I'm literally just going to place a rectangle over part of the XREF like that. There we go. So you can see there's a rectangle there. Now that's just a random rectangle. I'm not worried about what size it is, where it is, so to speak. I just want to show you how clipping works. So if I now select the XREF again, and I can create a clipping boundary. So if I don't want to see part of the external reference file, I get the option now to select a polyline. I can draw a polygonal boundary or a rectangular boundary, or I can invert the clip. So if I select a polyline now and click there, can you see it's now clipped the XREF to the extent of the polyline? Now what I can do there is I can flip that. There's a little flip grip there. If I do that, can you see it's now showing the other part of the XREF based on the clipping boundary where I selected the polyline, like so. So can you see I'm clipping it to either side of that boundary I created. Now if I go back up here and remove that clipping boundary, can you see it removes it, and I can then quite happily just delete that if I need to. I'll hit escape a couple of times, click on the rectangle, right click and erase. Now, there are other ways of creating clipping boundaries as well. So if I now jump back to the XREF and click on it and create a clipping boundary, what will happen now is when I move into the drawing area, let's create a polygonal clipping boundary. So now I can actually create my own clipping boundary. Now this is quite clever. So what I'll do, I'll just snap to a few points. And as I'm coming around, the boundary will start to take shape, as you can see. So if I'm coming up here, I'll come to that endpoint there, go to there and back to there. So there's my boundary, press enter, and there's my clipping boundary. Can you see it's only keeping those two areas? So you'll notice there's the little flip grip just there, and can you see I'm flipping between the two there, like so. So I've got the two boundaries, each way I'm flipping it either side. I can remove the clipping boundary like that, hit escape just to deselect the XREF, and you'll notice there's no polyline this time. You can draw a polyline on a specific layer to create a clipping boundary, or you can just create a clipping boundary using that clipping boundary tool. Very quick and easy to alter and clip your XREFs in your AutoCAD drawings. So check that one out. Go away and have a little play with your clipping boundaries and see how they work and how you can flip them when you're working in your drawings. Editing your external reference files, your XREFs, is actually really quick and easy in AutoCAD nowadays. So we're staying in the same view in our new office proposal.dwg file, and I'm going to select the landscaping area external reference there like that. That'll bring up the external reference tab up on the ribbon. Now we've got two ways of editing our reference file. We can edit the reference in place, which I will cover in the next video, but we can also just open the reference. Now the landscaping area drawing is already open there, so if I click on open reference, it automatically takes me to that open drawing file. So landscaping area.dwg is our XREF file, which is part of our host drawing, which is our new office proposal drawing. So what I could do here, for example, is make some changes to the landscaping area drawing. It's very similar to what we did in the previous video. So I'm just going to stay on the 0 layer and I'm just going to draw some lines. So I'm going to draw a line from there to there like that. And I'll right click and enter, and then I'll draw another line, let's say from there to there like that. So 2 lines, and I've added those. I'll now save that drawing. And like we did previously in the previous video, when I jump back now to the new Office Proposal tab, it lets me know that that XREF was modified. If I reload it, you'll see I get the lines there like that. Now here's the weird thing. I drew those lines on the 0 layer in the landscaping area drawing, but they've come in on the XREFs layer here. Now there's a reason for that. If I click on the down arrow here, you'll see that we've got some landscaping area layers. Can you see that? And those landscaping areas there are what I've got here. Anything on the 0 layer, you'll notice, has come in on the XREFs layer. But anything that has a name in the XREF will have landscaping area, then the little symbol, then the name of the layer. Just so you know that. Because I drew those on the 0 layer, what AutoCAD has done is it's just put those straight onto the XREFs layer here in the host drawing. Now obviously I can select the XREF again, open the reference, I'll remove the lines this time like so. I'll just hit the delete key, they've gone, and I'll save the drawing like so. back to the new office proposal, and again I just reload the XREF and those lines disappear. So that's how quick and easy it is to edit your reference files in AutoCAD. So what you do is you select the reference file like so and click on Open Reference in the Edit panel there. If the drawing isn't open, it'll open the drawing straight away and add it as a File tab up there at the top of the screen under the ribbon in AutoCAD. So just hit Escape a couple of times just to deselect the XREF, and we'll jump into the next video where I show you how to edit one of your XREFs in place. Once again, we're staying in the host drawing, the new office proposal.dwg file, and you can see the XREF here on the right hand side of the building in the floor plan. I'm going to click on the XREF again, which is our landscaping area.dwg file. And the external reference tab here on the ribbon kicks in, and we're going to go to the edit panel and select Edit Reference in Place. Now what you'll get is a little dialog box pop up, and this is our reference edit. Now the reference name is landscaping area. It's the only XREF attached to the new office proposal.dwg file. So we can automatically select all nested objects, or we can prompt to select nested objects. Just leave it set to automatic, click on OK. And now it's letting you know, this is quite clever actually, I like this. It's letting you know that the XREF selected references a previous release drawing file format. That's the 2013 DWG file format. If you edit this and the edits are saved back to the XREF file, the landscaping area.dwg file, it'll go to the 2018 DWG file format. Now, the reason it's prompted you for this is all the DWG files, the exercise files for this course, I save back to a 2013 DWG file format. So it's a previous release drawing file format. It allows people with older versions of AutoCAD to follow along with the exercises. So it does depend on what version of AutoCAD you're using, but it'll always, when you're doing the edit reference in place, update it to the latest DWG file format. So I'll click on OK there, like so. Now it's saying that the XREF cannot be checked out for editing. A file lock already exists on the drawing. Now the reason for that is the drawing is open. There's the File tab there. So I'll click on OK. What I'll do, hit Escape a couple of times, because when you try and do the edit in place, the drawing has to be closed. So there's landscaping area. I'll close it like so, and that takes us back to our new office proposal drawing. If I now click on it and edit reference in place, there's the landscaping area, click on OK, and it lets me know about that previous DWG file format. When I click on OK now though, you'll see that because I've closed the file, it's now letting me edit it in place. So just be aware of that. If you've got your reference file open, like we did have, the landscaping area drawing, you can't edit it in place unless it's closed. So what we could do here is we could potentially add some new information to the XREF and make some changes. Now I'm not going to make any changes in this particular case, but what I could do is if I make the changes, there's the edit reference tools there. So I can add to the working set, I can remove from the working set, so I can add information, take information away, I can discard any changes, or I can save the changes. I'm going to just save the changes this time. So I'll save the changes, and as you can see, all reference edits will be saved. Now, you'll notice I haven't actually made any changes, but I have. There's one change, and that's the file format. So as soon as I click on OK, that'll now go to the latest DWG file format. So my landscaping area.dwg file is now an AutoCAD 2018 DWG file. It's not a 2013 DWG file anymore. So just be aware of that file format thing. It's important because sometimes people with older versions of AutoCAD might not be able to see your XREF files when you're collaborating across external reference files on a project. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to take a look at how we work with viewports and annotation. So we're going to start looking at how we work with viewports in our layout tabs, how we work with annotation, things like annotative scaling for dimensions and text annotation and so on. Now, for that reason, we've got a new drawing for you. It's called newmetalplate.dwg, and if you download that from the library to follow along with the videos, you're in a good position to get going. Now, remember, when you open up the drawing, it needs to be in the Model tab at this particular point in time. Now, you'll notice in the Model tab, we've got a simple metal plate plan view. We've also got a section view and a side view there as well. And what we're going to be working with is our viewports and how we set those up to work with our annotation in our drawings to communicate our design intent. Now, we've got a plan view layout tab. Bottom left here, click on plan view, and there's our plan view layout tab. Now, you can see the plan view is showing quite clearly in the grey viewport here. Now, the viewport is set at a standard scale of 1 to 2, so it's half size in that viewport based on the size it is in the Model tab. But here's the thing, if I double click inside that viewport, can you see that the viewport is now active? And if I look down here on the status bar, can you see this little padlock icon? It says selected viewports are not locked. So if somebody rolls back on the wheel, they've now completely messed up your viewport scale. You'll notice there, look, you've got a weird number now. Now, ideally, what you want to do is lock your viewports. So I'm going to click on this flyout here and go back to 1 to 2 to set the viewport scale. I might need to do a little bit of panning to get my plan view back into the viewport. So let's get that panned into the right place. Make sure we're still at the 1 to 2 scale. I'm just going to click on it again to make sure. And then what I'm going to do is double click outside the viewport in the grey area here to make sure the viewport is not active. I'm then going to click on the edge of the viewport and click on the little padlock here. That now locks the viewport. Notice the scale is greyed out on the status bar. So what that means now is if I hit escape a couple of times to deselect the viewport and then double click inside the viewport boundary, if I roll back on the wheel now, notice the viewport doesn't change. Double click outside the viewport to deactivate. It basically means that the scale of the viewport is maintained. You're maintaining the integrity of your viewport. Let's jump to the sections and elevations layout tab. Let's have a look at the same thing again. Let's double click inside the viewport like that, and you can see that this one isn't locked either. Now, you don't have to use the padlock on the status bar. I'm just going to double click outside the viewport. I'm going to click on the edge of the viewport and right click. On the shortcut menu, you've also got display locked. If I click on yes there, like that, and then click on the viewport here, you'll notice it's locked down here on the status bar. So you can use the shortcut menu to lock your viewports as well. Just hit escape to deselect that viewport, and we're going to jump back to the Model tab, like so. And then what we'll do, we'll jump into the next video as we start moving forward with our viewport and our annotation. We're staying in the newmetalplate.dwg file, and you've noticed that I've gone back to the Model tab, like so. So we're back in the Model tab. Everything's all looking good. You can see we've got our section view, our side view, our plan view. All our dimension and text annotation is there on the drawing as well. Now, there's a lovely feature when you're working with viewports in AutoCAD. So let's jump to that plan view layout tab again, like so. Now, you remember in the previous video we locked our viewport, didn't we? So I'm going to select the viewport. I'm going to come down to the little blue padlock and unlock the viewport. Hit escape a couple of times just to deselect the viewport. Now, the viewport is unlocked, so don't zoom and don't pan, otherwise you'll mess up the view and the scale of your viewport. But move into the viewport boundary and double click. Now, the reason I've got you to activate the viewport is I want to show you the layer drop down on the layers panel. So home tab on the ribbon, layers panel, and then the layer drop down. Now, you'll notice we've got a new icon here. Can you see it? It's a little square with a sun symbol on it. And it actually allows you to freeze or thaw layers, but only in the current viewport. So if I freeze or thaw my center lines layer, can you see my center lines in the viewport disappear? If I now come down to dimensions and freeze those, they also freeze in the viewport. I'm going to freeze the text layer as well, like so. So we're just left with the outline of our plan view. Hit escape a couple of times to lose the layer drop down. Double click outside the viewport to deactivate it. Click on the viewport like so, and then lock the viewport by clicking on the padlock again. Hit escape to deselect the viewport. So now our viewport looks very different. If we go back to the model tab though, everything's still there. Strange but true. Yeah, so what we've done there is we've locked those viewports with a setting where the layers are frozen only in the viewport itself. The layers are not frozen in the model space where we do all of our operational work. So the good thing is I can be working on everything in the model tab, but in the plan view tab, the layout tab, nothing is displayed. Now you'll notice in this plan view layout tab, there's a circle here in the middle on the plan view. Jump back to the model tab. You'll notice that this circle here with the center lines has not got any hidden detail here on the side view or the section view. And it's what's called, I jokingly call it, a sanity check. It kind of maintains my sanity when I'm checking drawings. So what we're going to do, we're going to erase the circle and the center mark. Click on both of them, right click and erase. So now the drawing is geometrically correct because there's no hidden detail up here, there's no hole through the plate in the plan view. But what we have done there is we've erased some objects that obviously were on a layer that we froze in the current viewport, and that was the center lines for that particular circle down here on the plan view. So if I now jump back to the plan view here, select my viewport, unlock it again. Double click inside the viewport, go to the layer drop down, and what we'll do is we'll thaw out the center lines, we'll thaw out the dimensions, and we'll thaw out the text. You'll notice the hole is gone and the center lines have gone as well, regardless of the fact that that particular layer, the center lines layer, was frozen in the current viewport. Hit escape a couple of times to lose the layer drop down, double click outside the viewport to deactivate, and like usual, select your viewport, and I'm going to right click, display locked, and yes, this time I'll lock it that way. So that viewport now is visually correct. I've maintained my sanity and obviously checked up on my CAD Manager OCD there just to make sure that everything is correct before I send that drawing out of the door. We're staying in our new metal plate.dwg file, and we're going to take a look now at working with some annotative text. Now, annotative means that it works with the annotation scales in your AutoCAD drawing. So we need to do, again, another little bit of sanity checking. Now, we're going to be working with the section view and the side view here. So you might want to do a little bit of zooming and panning in the model tab, like that. So let's get that looking nice like that. In fact, I'm going to be working on this end. So I'm just going to bring that sort of to the middle and pan across like that. Now, looking down here, there's our annotation scale of 1 to 2. Can you see that there? And that means that any objects that we place have an annotative object scale of 1 to 2, like so. But we need to make sure that that's going to work with the objects in the viewport in the layout tab. So jump to your sections and elevations layout tab. Just hover over your viewport here, and it will tell you that that standard scale is 1 to 2 as well. You can see it there coming up. If you want to click on it, you can also see that it's 1 to 2 down there on the status bar as well. Hit escape to deselect the viewport, jump back into the model tab, and make sure that this is also 1 to 2, which we've already done, but it's always worth doing that little sanity check just to make sure that this all tallies up. So we're working with an annotative text style. Make sure you're on your text layer in the layers drop down. There we go. Placing text on the text layer is fairly self-explanatory. And then in our little annotation flyout here, you want to make sure that you click on this little down arrow here like so. And you want to be using your labels model anno there like so. So you can click on it there, or you can click on the flyer again, click on the A with the paintbrush, check out all of your settings for the labels model anno, just check that they're all correct, and you can see it's annotative, and anything that is placed using this text style, the paper text height will always be 5mm. So paper text height means that that's in the layout tab, where our viewports are and where we're communicating our design intent. Everything else is fine, so we'll just make sure that we select that particular style, and we'll click on Set Current to make it the current style and close the text style dialog box. So now we need to place some single line text, and it's annotative. You'll notice this text is annotative and using the same style. I'm going to go up to the annotation panel here on the Home tab on the ribbon, click on the flyout there and select single line text. Now before we place the text, we're going to right click and justify, and we're going to use the ML, middle left, and it will now ask for the middle left point of the text. Now it doesn't matter exactly where you place this, you'll see why in a minute. I'm going to pick a point about there and left click, and then it'll ask for the rotation angle of the text. It doesn't ask for the height because the height is defined in obviously the text style, but we just press enter to accept the 0 rotation angle, which is obviously horizontal. There's our little cursor, and we're just going to type side view in the same way as the section view appears above. Press enter once, and then it'll ask for another line of single line text. Just press enter again. So there's our side view text label. Now when I click on that, you'll see it's got two grips. Zoom in a bit closer, and you can see that there's our middle left grip, and there's the default left corner grip. You'll always get that one no matter what you do with the justification of your single line text. I'm going to click on the grip, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hover over that midpoint there, like so, and I'm going to use a bit of object snap tracking. I'm going to hover up here like that, and ideally I want to get the insertion snap appearing, but it's not appearing. So just hit escape a couple of times, go down to your object snaps, and you want to switch on insertion there, like so. Once that's on, click on the little arrow again like that, and then click on your text again and click on that middle left grip. Hover now on the midpoint there, and as you come up this time, you should see, there you go, there's your insertion there. So just hover over that as well. As you come down, your polar tracking intersections will kick in. There you go, left click. And as you can see now, that's all neatly lined up just using a bit of object snap tracking. Hit escape a couple of times to deselect the text. Make sure you just drop down here and turn off that insertion on your object snaps as well. Otherwise it will start picking up all the insertion points of all your text. I'm going to zoom out slightly, like so, and then I'm going to jump back to my sections and elevations layout tab, and you'll see that my side view annotative text has appeared like so, and the height of that will be that paper view height that we had in the text style. So that's utilizing some annotative text and an annotative text style to add more text to our AutoCAD drawing. We're staying in our new metalplate.dwg file, and what we're going to take a look at now is using some annotative dimensions. Now we have touched on this a little bit already, and I just want to make sure that you're kind of aware of the concept. It's a little bit of a head spin sometimes when you're dealing with annotative stuff, and I just want to make sure that you're aware of the workflow and the process so that you can go away and play around with it and use it more and more to your advantage when you're working in your AutoCAD drawings. So we're going to basically dimension up the side view here in the Model tab. Now before we do that, we always do a quick sanity check, and that is we go to the viewport where this view is going to be. That will be the Sections and Elevations Layout tab here, and in this viewport here. So there's our side view, and we're waiting for the dimension annotation on the side view. Now it's a very quick, simple check. If you just hover over the edge of the viewport there, little tooltip pops up and it tells you the standard scale is 1:2. Now if you want to do a full sanity check, just click on the edge of the viewport and you've got 1:2 down here on the status bar as well. Hit escape to deselect the viewport. Let's jump back to the Model tab now, and we want to make sure that we're on the right layer. So I'm going to make sure that we're on the Dimensions layer. Now, here's a little trick for you. You don't have to change your current layer to dimensions. What we can do is we can jump to the Annotate tab on the ribbon. Now, the good thing is, when you're in the Annotate tab on the ribbon, you've got your Dimensions panel here. And you've got what is called your Dim Layer Override. If you set that to dimensions, the dimensions that we're going to place are going to automatically go on the Dimensions layer, even though you'll notice here the current drafting layer on the Quick Access toolbar is text, like so. Now, we want to make sure that we're using the Training Anno dimension style. It's annotative. Little blue symbol there indicates it's annotative. Last but not least, we need to set our annotation scale in the model space to 1 to 2 down here on the status bar. And the reason we're doing that is so that it matches with the 1 to 2 viewport in the Sections and Elevations Layout tab. We're just going to place a couple of simple linear dimensions. So I'm going to click on the little flyout here in the Dimensions panel, click on Linear, and what I'm going to do is endpoint there, left click. Endpoint there, left click. Drag your 15 dimension out a little bit to the left and then left click again, like so. Now you might want to match that on the section view as well. So click on Linear again and just go endpoint to endpoint like so and line it in with that one, and there we go. We've got a 15 and a 15 like that. They are the same dimension, but it just looks nice with both views dimensioned like that. Last but not least, we'll do another linear dimension and we'll just go endpoint here to endpoint here and just drag it down a little bit and click like so. And that will be an overall 500 dimension there, because you shouldn't really dimension the green dashed hidden detail lines. Now, the good thing is that's all annotative. How do we know it's all annotative? Well, we can hover over it and you can see there the little annotative symbol, the white sort of triangular symbol appears. So we know that they are all annotative. And what we can do as well as a final sanity check, select all 3 dimensions that you've just placed, like so. And then right click and go to Properties. That will bring up the Properties palette. Now you'll notice that we've got 3 dimensions selected, and in here we're using the Training Anno dimension style with the annotative symbol there letting us know it's annotative. It says it's annotative, yes, and the annotative scale is 1 to 2. And that way, if we click there and just click on this little box here, Annotation Object Scale 1 to 2. Now I can add other scales if I want them to appear in other scaled viewports as well. I don't, so I'm just going to click on Cancel and close the Properties palette. Hit Escape a couple of times just to deselect the dimensions. And if we jump to the Sections and Elevations Layout tab, you'll see that our new dimensions are nice and clean and clear at that scale of 1 to 2. So I hope that clarifies the annotative scaling workflow process for dimensions for you. Fingers crossed now you can go off and utilize that effectively on the drawings that you're working on, or perhaps on new drawings that you're creating as you start your AutoCAD journey. We're staying in our new metal plate.dwg file. And you can see I've left it in the same state as it was at the end of the last video in the Sections and Elevations Layout tab. In this video, we're going to take a look at the Revision Cloud command. Known as RevCloud, basically what it allows you to do is draw polylines made up of arcs around objects, to highlight them on your drawings, to show new revisions, to show new iterations in your design. Now, it's up to you which space you put your revision clouds. You can put them in the paper space in the Layout tab. You can put them in the model space in the Model tab. Now, personally, I prefer putting my revision clouds in the model space, in the Model tab. And I'm going to show you why I don't put them in the Layout tabs. So we're currently in a Layout tab, the Sections and Elevations Layout tab, and I'm going to place a revision cloud. Now, I'm just going to leave my layer as the text layer. So Home tab on the ribbon, Layers panel, Layer drop down, just select text for now. We could create a new layer for our revision clouds, but text will do for now, that's fine. Now what we're going to do is place a revision cloud in the Layout tab. So the revision cloud command is on the draw panel. Click on the flyout there and just pin it open, and there's your rev cloud command there. So you can have a rectangular revision cloud, a polygonal revision cloud, or a freehand revision cloud. I'm going to go with freehand in this particular case. Now you can see it's prompting me there for a first point. Right click and go to arc length, and it should give you an approximate length of arc that is suitable for the scale you're working at. So we've got 39.3669. I'm going to take that down to 30, like so, and press enter. And what I can do now is I can just click, and as I keep clicking, can you see it's starting to create the revision cloud? So each click adds another arc. And as I drag, the arcs get a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller, and it's very much freehand. Each time I'm clicking, I'm just taking this around like so. Now I can keep clicking to do the length, or watch. As I just drag, it draws those arcs at a regular size. And that's the size I specified, the 30. So I can either click or just drag it round. Now, I have to say, it's actually nicer to click when you're doing a freehand revision cloud because it gives it a little bit of variation. Otherwise, it all looks a bit samey. So if you look along the bottom here where I just dragged it, all the arcs are exactly the same length. As I've clicked, you've got a few little smaller ones here and there, and it just kind of gives it a little bit of a hand-drawn kind of look if you want to go down that route. Now, here's the interesting bit. This rev cloud is in the layout space, okay? So it's in the layout, in the sections and elevations layout. The information in the viewport is in the model space. Now, if I click on the edge of my viewport here and unlock my viewport by clicking on the padlock on the status bar, what happens if I change the scale in the viewport? Well, let's change it to something like 1 to 10, just to go a little bit to the extreme. And you'll notice now the rev cloud is useless. It's way too big for the view in that viewport. So let's put that viewport back. Let's put it back to 1 to 2 where it should be, like so. And we'll double click outside the viewport just to make sure that it's deactivated. And what we'll also do is we'll make sure that that is locked again at 1 to 2. Deselect the viewport by hitting escape. And I'm going to click on that rev cloud, right click, and just before I click on erase, you can see all the different grips there on that rev cloud as well. So I'll erase it like so. Now let's jump back into the model tab now. Let's have a look at placing a rev cloud in the model tab. Now what we can do here is perhaps use a different type of rev cloud. Let's go to the draw panel, click on the flyout and select rectangular. I'll come into the drawing area, and again it's a right click and arc length. And you'll notice the arc length has stayed the same. It's 30, so I'll press enter to accept that. And I'll just click and I'll just drag it round like that. And then drag it down like that. So let's get it just to fit exactly like that. That should do. There, click. Now it's not perfect, you'll notice, but because it's rectangular, you'll notice I can just click on the grips. Let's move this up a little bit so that it encompasses everything, like so. There you go, like that. Hit escape to deselect. So that's been drawn in the model tab. So if I now go back to the sections and elevations layout tab, there's my revision cloud. It looks perfectly acceptable. But the good thing about it is if I now unlock my viewport and I change the scale of my viewport to that 1 to 10, notice the rev cloud follows the view, like so. If I change that back to 1 to 2, the rev cloud again follows the view. Lock the viewport with the padlock, hit escape to deselect the viewport. So that's why I prefer putting my revision clouds in the model tab, because if I scale my view, the revision cloud sticks with the objects or dimensions or details that I've got the rev cloud around. And that's tends to be the best way to do it. Do it in the model space like so. Now, last but not least, we do have the polygonal rev cloud. So I'm going to delete the rectangular one, select it, hit the delete key, and I'll go back here to the polygonal rev cloud. Now again, I'm going to do a right click and arc length. I'm going to take the arc length up a bit to say 40 and then enter. Now a polygonal rev cloud is quite clever because you're clicking and you're taking the rev cloud around the object. Can you see that? So as you go around, this is where you are clicking, obviously, to create a polygon. And as you come around, you can come down here, come out this way, come down here like that and take it in a bit. And the nice thing about the polygonal one is it follows the shape that you're clicking, which means you can be pretty accurate with your revision cloud. So when I get to about there, let's stay there, enter to finish. There's my polygonal one, and it's gone nicely around the two labels there. If I jump back to the sections and elevations now, that's probably the nicer of the three revision clouds that you can use. So get into the habit of using your revision clouds to highlight elements in your AutoCAD drawings. But also remember, it's normally better to put your revision clouds in the Model tab rather than the Layout tabs. Starting another chapter now, and we're going to take a look now at how we communicate our design intent. Now, when I say communicate our design intent, we're going to start developing a title block, scaled viewports, so that we can communicate our design that is currently in the Model tab in the drawing onto some Layout tabs. And it's always good to have a title block and viewports to allow our design intent to be communicated effectively. We've got a new drawing for you. It's called GF, which stands for Ground Floor, -1031 Southeast Madison.dwg. And it's a basic floor plan, dimensions, grid lines, etc. Now, in order to generate a simple title block, what we're going to do is we're going to basically use some rectangles, some offset, and some text. What I'd like you to do is do a little bit of zooming and panning first. We'll zoom in towards the top left corner here. Can you see you've got grid A and grid 1, and you kind of want a bit of space to the left of that over here. And then what we're going to do, we're going to use some preset layers in this particular drawing. Go to your Home tab on the ribbon, Layers panel, and jump in the layer drop down here. Scroll all the way down to the bottom, and there is a title block layer. Click on it. That's now your current drafting layer. Now, we're going to be working with an A1 ISO sheet, which is in metric millimeters. It's 841 millimeters by 594 millimeters. And we're going to use the rectangle command to create the outline of that in the Model tab first. So I'm going to go up to the Home tab on the ribbon, into the Draw panel, click on the flyout here and select Rectangle. You should be used to that by now. I'm going to pick a point about here, left click, and drag upwards to the right. What I'm then going to do is just utilize the dynamic input for the rectangle. 841 is the distance horizontally. Press the tab key, and it's going to be 841 by 594 is the vertical side of the rectangle. Press the tab key again, and you can see how tiny that is. It's really small, and we've got to get everything in the model space, that floor plan, onto a sheet that size. Press enter or left click to confirm, and then we're going to zoom in on the rectangle. So we'll get it nice and central in the drawing area. We're now going to use the offset command. So that's the modify panel here on the Home tab on the ribbon. There's offset there. We're going to click on offset and come into the drawing area. The offset distance is going to be 10. Press enter, and you're going to select the edge of your rectangle and left click. Move inwards, okay, so that you don't go outside the sheet size. So when you look at the offset command, the selected object that you are offsetting is the purpley pink color. So that's the outline, the 841 by 594. The orange line you can see is the offset by 10 millimeters inside the original, and it must be inside the original, otherwise your sheet size is then incorrect. So make sure that orange line is inside and left click, and then you're going to select the inner rectangle, the one you've just placed, and move inside that one. So you should end up with another orange line inside. So it should now be orange and then the pinky purple and then orange again. When you see that orange again on the inside, left click again to confirm the direction of the offset, and then just press enter to finish the offset command. It now looks like a picture frame. We're going to utilize the explode command now. So come up to the modify panel again. There's explode there, just above offset. Click on explode and click on the two innermost rectangles, 1 and 2, like that. Press enter to explode, and you've confirmed that now, and can you see they're all made up of lines now, whereas the outer rectangle is still a polyline. Now, on these inner lines that you've now exploded from the rectangles, I need you to select this one, and this one, and this one. And then just hit the delete key or do a right click and an erase like that. So you're left with that sort of one line there, like so. We're now going to do another offset. So there's offset again on the modify panel. This time the offset distance will be 30, 30, and press enter. And you're going to offset the middle line, this one here. Click, move upwards for direction, click again, and then enter to finish the offset command. What you've done there is you've created a little title bar. Can you see that, so that we can put some text in there? Zoom in on the lower left corner of the title block like that. Now the good thing is we've got a preset text style to put some text on our title block. But before we do that, go to the layer drop down and you now want the title text layer. Get into the habit of putting title blocks and text on different layers. Then you can switch one off or both off or whatever. It just means you can switch them on and off or freeze and thaw them if you need to. So on the annotation panel on the home tab on the ribbon, you should see that we've got a standard text style. Click on the A with the paintbrush and you should see that the standard text style is using txt.shx. So what we might want to do here is use a different font for this standard text style. So what we're going to do there is we're going to go to standard and just change it, and I'm going to type C for Calibri, like so. There's Calibri there on the flyout menu. And the font style I'm going to go with bold italic. Don't worry about the height, we'll figure that out in a moment, and we don't need any special effects either. So click on apply and select standard and set current and close. So standard is now our current style. Can you see that? We're going to place some single line text. So again, annotation panel here, click on the flyout and you want single line text. Right click and justify, and you want the left justify option. And we're going to pick the end point of that little line there that is just instepped from the title block. Click on it, come away from the line itself. Can you see it's asking you to specify height? Because the text height in the standard text style is just set to 0. So it's always going to ask you what the height is. We want that to be 10 in this case. And then press enter. Rotation angle will be 0 for horizontal. Press enter to confirm the 0. And there's our little cursor there. So we're going to call this 1031 Southeast Madison. That's the name of the drawing as well. Space dash space, and then we're going to put ground floor because it's our ground floor plan. Enter once, it'll ask for another line of single line text. Enter again to close out the single line text command. Zoom out slightly, pan across, zoom in again on the right hand corner, and we're going to go back to the single line text again here, like so, and the start point of the text this time will be the right hand end of that line. So it's a right click, justify, and select the right justification option. Again, we're going for this little endpoint snap here, left click. It'll ask for the height again. It's remembered the 10 from the last piece of text, so just press enter to accept the 10. Rotation angle again will be 0 horizontal. Press enter again to accept the 0. There's our cursor, and I'm just going to type in linked in learning. That will be our owner of our drawing, let's say. So enter once, like so, prompts us for another line of single line text. Enter again to close. And as you can see, we've now created a very simple title block. Now that line there can go. We don't need that line anymore. So hit the delete key on that, or just right click and erase. And then what I am going to do now is I'm going to jump into the top right corner here. And what I want to do now is place some text that is different to the text that we were using earlier. Now you can create different text styles for this if you want to. So let's jump into the annotation flyout, click on text style here, and what I might do is create a new text style. So this time I'm going to call it notes underscore, and then I'm going to put layout because that's the only place it would get used, and then underscore 3.5 millimeters. So this text style will always be 3.5 millimeters high. When I click on OK, there's Notes Layout 3.5 millimeters. Font name, it's adopted it from the other text style we were using, the standard text style. So Calibri there. I'm going to set this to regular, set a height of 3.5 millimeters to go in line with the name of the text style. We don't need any effects, so I'll apply that, set current, close. So now when you look, I'm using Notes Layout 3.5 millimeters instead. And we're going to go to text on the flyout and multi-line text this time. You can see the little ABC there. That's how big the text is going to be. I'm going to click and drag and click again, almost as if I'm creating a rectangle. Now, the multi-line text, it places the text inside that rectangle we've just specified, and it goes to the text editor on the ribbon as well. So you've got a lot more functionality, justification, bullets and numbering, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to put some very simple notes, then a colon, and then press the enter key like that, and then bullets and numbering. I'm going to go numbered, and I'm going to put all dimensions in millimeters like that, and I'm going to spell millimeters the English way. The AutoCAD spell check will pick that up because obviously it's set to an American English dictionary right now, and there you go, there's the little red dash line to let you know that it's not spelt quite right. And then number 2 there is going to be do not dimension from the drawing. You shouldn't really dimension from any drawing. Now you'll notice we've got some spell checking going on there, so I might need to just quickly make sure that that is correct. There you go, do not dimension from the drawing. Let's put the millimeters in the American way, and you'll notice that little red dash line disappears. Click away from the multi-line text, and as you can see there, we've got some text for notes as well. I'm going to just click on the text, click on the column width grip, make that a little bit narrower, click on the location grip and move that over a little. So if you want to zoom in a bit, maybe move that over a smidge to the right. There we go. Hit escape a couple of times, just in a better place there in the corner. So if I zoom out slightly, you can see now that we have a nice title block with some notes there, and we've got the title bar at the bottom. So we've created a nice title block. And what we're going to do in the next video is position that title block in a better place so that it works in one of the layout tabs. Once again, we're staying in our GF1031 Southeast Madison.dwg file. In the previous video, we set up a simple title block, and I've left that displayed in the Model tab on the screen at the moment. Now, what we need to do is get that title block into this layout tab here, the ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab. Now, this is just a sheet of paper right now, and that little dash line indicates the printer limits. So anything outside of that dash line will not print. It has to be inside the dash line. Let's jump back to the Model tab. What I'm going to do is put my crosshair over here, top left, left click and release the mouse button, and drag a window selection all the way across the title block. Left click again, and you'll see that all the objects that make up the title block are selected. I'm going to right click now and go to clipboard, and I'm going to use copy with base point. And the base point I'm going to select, I'm going to hover over that little lower left grip on the outside corner there. Ignore the menu and ignore the dimensions on the dynamic input, just left click once. Hit escape a couple of times, and that is now copied to the Windows clipboard, which means I can now jump into the ISO A1 Landscape tab and right click in this space and go to clipboard, and you should be able to paste. If it's grayed out like mine, don't panic, it's fine. Hit escape a couple of times and just do a Control and V on the keyboard. Control and V is the standard paste keyboard shortcut. Sometimes AutoCAD has a bit of a tizzy and it won't let you paste even when you've done a copy with base point. It just does that sometimes. Don't worry about it. Just do a Control and V on the keyboard instead. Now, because we've used a copy with base point, it's asking us where do we want to insert our pasted title block. So that's going to be 0 in that box. Type comma as if you're writing the coordinate, and then 0 again, and press enter. And it should do something a bit strange like this when I zoom out. Now, don't worry about that whatsoever. We haven't set up a page setup yet. We need to set up a page setup so that our A1 title block sits on our A1 sheet. So right click now on the ISO A1 landscape tab, and you can go to the page setup manager like so, or with the new tools in AutoCAD 2024, you can click here and also go to the page setup manager. Doesn't matter which one you go to. The current layout is the ISO A1 landscape. That's this current layout tab here. And you'll notice we already have a page setup in place. There's our ISO A1 landscape PDF high resolution. Now, what I'd like you to do is create a new one. So we're going to create a new page setup. And what we're going to do is we're going to call it ISO A1 landscape, so that it ties in with the layout tab, and then dash, and we're just going to call it PDF like that. But we are going to utilize the existing settings of this one here, the ISO A1 landscape PDF high res. Click on OK, and it might say that Adobe PDF can't be used, the driver can't be found, it's not finding the driver. That's okay, because what it'll do is it'll put a printer plotter of none, which is absolutely fine. So you can just ignore that error message because it'll still open up the page setup. It's just letting you know that that particular driver is not available on perhaps this computer that I'm using. It doesn't matter, because what we can do is we can click here and we can use a driver that is already installed. And I'm going to go for the AutoCAD PDF General Documentation PC3 file. A PC3 file is a printer configuration file, and that's what AutoCAD uses for all the settings. So you'll notice as soon as I do that, you can see there that I'm starting to get a preview. I can set my PDF options if I want to. I now need to set a paper size. Now my paper size will be an ISO A1. And because it's an electronic PDF, what we can do is we can either use a full bleed or an expand. I'm going to go for an ISO expand A1 841 by 594 millimeters. So that fits my sheet and my title block. Now, in the little preview here, I'm getting red lines all the way around. I'll explain why in a moment. What to plot, we're going to set that to extents, and we're going to center the plot. I'm doing a quick sanity check here, just making sure these are all set. It was already ticked anyway, so I'll just tick the checkbox again to center the plot. We're just going to use the monochrome CTB color table there, because it's just one of the default AutoCAD ones. It's black and white. Make sure that you are set to landscape. That's always important because you're using a landscape orientation for your title block. So make sure it's landscape and the A is in the appropriate location in the little preview. I can now click on the little preview button here, like so. And what it will do is it will preview that. And can you see we're slightly off? It's slightly too big for that particular sheet. That's why you do the preview. So I'm going to click on the little red cross here and close the preview. It takes me back to the page setup. Now that's why this little preview here is going red, because we're slightly outside the printer limits. And also remember that rectangle we originally created for the title block? That'll be right on the edge of the sheet, so that'll always be red. Now we're using a PDF. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change my paper size, and I'm going to go for an ISO full bleed A1 841 by 594. I'm going to set that to extents, and I'm going to center the plot again. Make sure it's set to 1:1 and not fit to paper or anything. Remember, we've got an A1 title block and an A1 sheet, so it's 1:1. We'll go with monochrome, check the landscape. If I preview it now, can you see it all fits on the sheet? And it all fits nicely on the sheet now because we're using a full bleed on the sheet size. And that means that basically we can come out all the way to the edges of the A1 sheet. I'm going to right click now and exit that preview. I'm going to OK my page setup, and it adds it there to the list of page setups. Now at the moment, the ISO A1 landscape is using the older page setup, the high-res one that we used to create our new page setup. I'm just going to double click on that new one that we've created, ISO A1 landscape PDF, and that then applies that, as you'll notice on the screen, to our ISO A1 landscape layout tab. Click on close, and you've now set up your page setup for your title block in your drawing. Once again, we're staying in our GF1031 southeastmadison.dwg file. And I've left us in our Layout tab, our ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab. And we set up the page setup in the previous video, so now we're ready for some scaled viewports. Just before we do that though, you'll remember in the Model tab, we created our title block. And I'm going to zoom out now and just give you an idea of how big the actual ground floor plan is. There's the ground floor plan. If we zoom in there, there's the title block. Now we don't need that title block anymore, so I'm just going to click there, release the mouse button, drag, click again, select the objects that form the title block, right click and erase. We don't need that anymore because obviously it's now in the Layout tab, the ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab. I'll just double click on the wheel to zoom extents in the Model tab. Good CAD etiquette to remember. If I now jump back to the ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab, there's our title block. Now, just have a little bit of visualization going on there in your head and think, hang on a minute, that title block was really, really tiny compared to the ground floor plan, which was drawn real life, full size in millimeters in that Model tab. So we need to scale it by a reasonable scale to get it to fit onto the title block. On the layer drop down on the layers panel, on the home tab on the ribbon, we're going to select the viewports layer as our current drafting layer. Now, just before we do anything else, jump to the layer properties as well. And if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see that viewports there is the current drafting layer, got the little green tick, but you can see there that the little plot icon has a little sort of no-go, no-entry symbol. If I click on that, it disappears. If I click on it again, it reappears. It's a little on-off switch. When a layer has that little sort of no-entry symbol, it means that that layer will not plot when you plot the drawing. And you'll see why when we get to the end of the chapter as well. Close the Layer Properties Manager, just making sure that you have got that little red dot there on the viewports layer. And what we're going to do, we're going to create a simple rectangular viewport and then possibly a smaller viewport as well. So we're going to place a couple of scaled viewports in our ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab in our title block. We're on the viewports layer. We're going to go to this little blue layout tab on the ribbon. Now, because we're in a layout tab down here, our ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab, it basically is letting us know that we've got some layout tools on the ribbon we can use. Now, we're going to create standard rectangular viewports. So there's our layout viewports panel on the layout tab. Click on the flyout here. You can have lots of different types of viewports: rectangular, polygonal, and object. I'm going to select rectangular. Come into the drawing area and I'm going to click about here and just drag my viewport all the way to about there. Now what it does is it's now given me a view from the Model tab that is zoomed to the visible extents of the objects to the extents of that viewport. Now that viewport, I haven't got a clue what scale it is. I've just drawn a random viewport. So what I do is I click on the edge of the viewport like that to select it. And if I look down here on the status bar, I've got a weird little number going on. Now it's just a random ratio scale there. If I click on that number, I then get my scales that are available in AutoCAD. These are my default metric scales. Now if I wanted both sets of scales, imperial and metric, I'd go to custom here and I'd do a reset. And I can reset so that I show both of them, or just show imperial, or just show metric. Just follow the prompts on the screen. I'll just cancel there for the moment. So I'm going to select the viewport again, click here and set that to 1 to 100. And now you can see how I can now fit my ground floor plan onto that really small title block. So that's at a scale of 1 to 100 now. What I can do is double click inside the viewport. And what I'll do, holding down the wheel on the mouse only, do not zoom because you'll mess up your 1 to 100 scale. Just hold down the wheel and pan upwards a little until that goes sort of up to the left there. Can you see? And release the pan like that. Release the mouse button. Double click outside the viewport. Click on the edge of the viewport. Click on the grip and just drag. And do the same down here. Click on the grip and just drag a little bit. Just to resize to be economical with space on your sheet. Hit escape a couple of times. Now the viewport itself isn't locked. You should always lock your viewports. We've covered that already. So what I'm going to do is click there and just click on the little padlock so that I know that that 1 to 100 scale is locked. I'll just hit escape a couple of times. Let's place one more viewport. So we'll go back up to rectangular here. And I'm going to pick here and drag to about there and click again. Now again, it has zoomed to the extent of what's in the model space. I'm going to double click inside the viewport and I'm going to zoom and pan now until I can see the restrooms. There's the restrooms, so we've got a plan there of the restrooms. If I now come down here, can you see that I've got another weird number? 0.027463. Click on it and go for something like a 1 to 30. That's a little bit big, so let's go with 1 to say 40. That fits quite nicely there in that viewport. I'll double click outside the viewport, click on the edge of the viewport. Again, I can right click and use display locked and yes on the shortcut menu. That also locks the viewport. So you'll notice now I've got a 1 to 100 viewport and a 1 to 30 viewport all scaled nice and neatly on my sheet in my title block in my drawing. We're staying in our GF1031 Southeast Madison.dwg file. And in the previous video, we placed a couple of scaled viewports in our Layout tab, our ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab. Now, in the 1 to 100 viewport here, you'll notice the dimensions are appearing. Now, that's because they're set to a known annotation scale. If I jump back to the Model tab now, you'll notice here, can you see the annotation scale is 1 to 100? So basically, any dimensions, annotative dimensions that I place, they will be at a scale of 1 to 100 and they'll appear quite happily in the 1 to 100 viewport. If I hover over one of these dimensions, select it, right click and go to Properties, you can see there, look, it's using an annotative dimension style, which is M for metric, arrowheads, millimeters. It is annotative and it's using 1 to 100. So that's great. Those overall dimensions appear quite nicely in the 1 to 100 viewport. But I want to add some dimensions that will only appear in my 1 to 30 viewport of the restroom. So zoom in on the restroom, like so. Get that nice and central on the screen. And then come down here and set this to 1 to 30. Like so. Now, if I remember rightly, I don't think we set 1 to 30. I think we went for 1 to 40. How do we check that? Jump into the Layout tab, hover over the viewport and just check. There you go. Standard scale 1 to 40 on the tooltip that pops up. So in the Model tab, we need to make sure that this is 1 to 40. So it appears in the 1 to 40 viewport. Always do that quick sanity check. I was a little bit confused then. I thought we'd set the viewport to 1 to 30. We hadn't. Remember, it was a little bit too big with 1 to 30. It didn't fit the viewport very well. So we've set that to 1 to 40. We're now going to go to our drop down here. We can set our current layer to dimensions if we want to. But remember, if I go to the Annotate tab, I can use the Dim Layer Override, which is the A010D dim layer for our dimensions. Notice we're using the M arrowheads millimeter dimension style, which is the one we saw in the Properties palette for these dimensions here. So I'm just going to place literally 2 or 3 linear dimensions. So I'm going to go linear, like so. And what I'll do, I'll just dimension up these cubicles here. So I'll zoom in on the end point, left click, come down to the next end point, let's say there, and move that out a little bit and click. So there's a dimension there. Notice the difference in the size of dimensions because they're using different annotation scales. So I'll zoom in again, and I'll do another linear. I'll come off of, say, that point there and come down to that point there, like so. Zoom out a bit, pan a bit, and I'll line that in with the endpoint snap there, like that. And then we'll do one more. Zoom in again, get that endpoint there. Zoom in again to this one and get that point there. Zoom out so that you can line it up with the other ones. There we go. So I've got 3 little 1 to 40 annotation scale dimensions there. I'll just double click on the wheel now to zoom extents, and you can see the difference. Look, the text is much bigger than on those ones. But if I go to the ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab now, the dimensions are all showing the same size in each viewport. That's what annotative scaling and annotative dimensions are all about. So basically, the dimension style all has the same sizes, but the scale, the annotation scale, ties up with the viewport scale and displays everything at the same size that the dimension style tells it to display at. It's really clever stuff using this annotative scaling. So all of your annotation is consistent and the same size, regardless of the differing viewport scales in the drawing. We're now in a position in our GF 1031 Southeast Madison drawing to plot the drawing. We've got our page set up in place for our layout tab. We've got our scaled viewports in place with the views from the model tab. We've got our annotation in place with our annotative scaling, so our dimensions are all appearing the same size regardless of the scale of the viewport as well. Now you can plot from the output tab on the ribbon. There's the plot command, there's the preview, there's the page setup manager. I can also right click on the layout tab, bottom left, and I can go to plot there as well. So if I click on plot from there, that'll open up the plot dialog box. There's my page setup that's applied to this particular layout. All the settings are based on that page setup. I can click on preview, and that'll preview the plot before I actually plot it. So you can see there, if I right click now and go to plot from the preview, it will just plot it for me, and you'll notice that the viewports aren't appearing. Remember, that layer is set not to plot. I'll just exit the preview, and there's the plot dialog box again. I'll just click on cancel like so. Now, as you can see, plotting is really easy once you've got everything set up the way that it should be set up. And don't forget, I can plot from here as well. The output tab, I can do another preview there. It'll preview it, I can check everything, I can right click and exit the preview. And then what I can do here is click on plot, and that will then plot the drawing there as well if I want to. So there's loads of different ways of plotting once you've got everything set up. I'll just click on cancel now because I don't really want to bore you by making you watch a PDF plot on my computer. But as you can see, once you've got everything in place, plotting a drawing and communicating your design intent is fairly easy. It's just going through that workflow and process to get it to where you want it to be first that's really important. So hopefully this chapter gives you a good idea about how you would plot your drawing and set it up ready to plot before you plot it out and send it out. We're starting a new chapter now, and I'm basically calling this chapter Creating Output. Now, in the previous chapter, we covered setting up things ready to plot and communicate our design intent and create output that way. I just want to take it to another level with the creating output here, because obviously there's ways and means of creating different types of output. So we've got a new drawing for you. It's called GF 1031 Southeast Madison _ rev1.dwg. And you can kind of think that, oh, this might be the next revision of that drawing I was working on in the previous chapter, for example. Now, obviously, it looks slightly different. The viewport's different in the layout tab there. And if we go to the model tab, you can see everything set up in a very similar fashion. There's a few extra dimensions here and there. Now, the ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab is all set up with a viewport ready to go. There's our viewport, and that's at a scale of 1 to 100. Our title block is all in place, and we're ready to go. Now, we may need to duplicate layouts and change them accordingly so that we've got more than one layout available in our drawing. Now you'll notice we've got the ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab. The Layout 2 there is just a default layout that you get when you start a new drawing. I'm going to right click on Layout 2 and I'm going to delete it on the shortcut menu. Click on Delete, you'll get prompted there, click on OK, and that disappears. So all we've got now is the ISO A1 Landscape Layout tab. Now we may need to duplicate that and add some different viewports to it. So I'm going to right click on it, and we're going to go up to Move or Copy, like so. And that will bring up the Move or Copy dialog. We want to move it to the end and obviously check the Create a Copy box as well because we want a copy of it. Click on OK, and we've now got ISO A1 Landscape 2. As you can see, exactly the same. I'm going to right click on it and just rename it, and just for argument's sake I'm going to call it ground floor. It is exactly the same. I'm not going to make any changes, but obviously you can duplicate these layout tabs to your heart's content, obviously as you need them when you're working in your DWG files. So we've now got ISO A1 landscape, that looks like that, ground floor, that looks like that. Now obviously, like I said, they are the same, but you get the idea. You can generate more layouts as and when you need them. Now here's something really clever though. Did you know that you can plot from the model tab? Let's jump into the model tab. Let's say that I just need a really quick view of this conference room here, top right. I'm going to zoom in on it like so. There we go. So there's our conference room. I need to just get a layout of that conference room onto a small sheet quickly, print it off on the small printer at my desk, and just take it with me to a site meeting that's been called quickly because there's an emergency about the finishes on the walls or the windows haven't been fitted properly or something similar. How do I do that? How do I plot from the model tab? Well, did you know you can just right click on the model tab and go to plot, and the plot dialog box opens from the model tab. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change my printer plotter. This is going to be a one-off, by the way. I wouldn't save a page setup for this. This is just a one-off print that I need to get sort of printed off and taken with me quickly. So I'm going to go for a high quality AutoCAD PDF. On the sheet size here, I'm going to go for something like an ISO A4. So there's all the American sizes. Keep scrolling down. I'm going to go for a standard ISO A4, and I'm going to go for 210 by 297, so it's in portrait orientation. What to plot? I'm going to set it to extents and center the plot like so. This time it will be a fit to paper option on the plot scale. I'm not plotting this to scale, I'm just picking a view from the model tab to place on that sheet size. Plot style table, I'll just use monochrome, black and white. Assign this plot style table to all layouts. Say no to that because it could affect your layout tabs. Now, what to plot? I've got it set to extents at the moment. I don't want extents. I need to pick an area, so I select window. And now I can just do a little window, click, drag, click. There's my window there. Can you see there? It's on the sheet like so, fit to paper. I've centered it on the sheet. What I'm going to do now is a quick preview. And there's my A4 sheet. Now, you'll notice the orientation doesn't look quite right. I picked a portrait sheet orientation. Let's just right click there and exit for a moment. And we need to check there. Look, it's the wrong way round. Go to portrait and now click on preview. And there you go. I can take that with me now. It's an A4 sheet. It's a nice small sheet size. Print it off from my printer on my desk. Take it with me to the site meeting. I can then sketch out and make notes on that if I need to. Now, some might say that's very old school, printing off a sheet of paper to take it out on site with you to quickly draft notes. There are a lot of us out there that still use paper for printing and for plotting. And sometimes it's the quickest and easiest medium to make notes. I've been called out to a quick emergency meeting on site about this particular room. Now, I could utilize AutoCAD on the web or AutoCAD mobile to check out the drawing as well, and we're going to cover that later on in the course. But sometimes it's just really quick and easy to print off that one sheet of paper and take it with you, make notes on it and bring it back into the office. So this is the way to do it from the model tab, like so. So I'll just right click there, exit the preview, and I'll just cancel the plot for the moment. But that's how you can just quickly and easily print something off, take it with you to a meeting. It's very useful knowing that you can plot from the model tab. We're staying in our GF 1031 Southeast Madison rev1.dwg file. And we're going to take a little look now at creating a different type of output. We're going to create what is called an e-transmittal, using the e-transmit command available in AutoCAD. Now what you do with an e-transmittal is you set it all up and send it to somebody, normally as an attachment via email. Now the e-transmit command normally requires you to save the drawing first. So type e-transmit like so, and you'll notice that the drawing hasn't been saved. In later versions of AutoCAD, you couldn't go any further. You had to save the drawing before you committed to the e-transmit. Now, in later versions of AutoCAD, it says, do you want to save the current drawing before continuing? Say no, and it will still allow you to create a transmittal. Now, the transmittal will kick in with the files tree. You've also got the files table. I personally prefer the files tree, that one. As you can see, the DWG file is added. And if I just expand this out, you can see that various bits have been added as well. So you can see that the grayscale CTB, the color table for plotting, has been applied to the drawing. And you can see there that the print PC3 file has also been applied, the print configuration file. And that's using the AutoCAD PDF high quality print PC3. Now the good thing is, I don't just have to include these files. I can add other files. I click there and I can go and find any file I want to add. It could be a Word document, could be an Excel spreadsheet, doesn't matter. You can add it all to the transmittal. We've got the one standard transmittal setup available in AutoCAD normally by default. I'm just going to click on the transmittal setups button here and just bring this dialog box up here. I'll click on modify just to show you what a transmittal setup does. So you can see here that we've got a transmittal setup where we can go in and set up all of the settings ready to send this out as a transmittal. Now the package type is important. If you click on the flyout there, you can send it out as a folder, which you normally use for an internal transmittal, let's say on the server or using the cloud. If you're sending it externally, send it as a zip file, that one there. Now, what you'll find is a lot of people now, their antivirus software will be very, very cautious about a zip file. So the trick is there, send a pre-transmittal email, just saying, oh, I'm going to be sending you an e-transmit from AutoCAD. It will be a zip file, so just be aware it's there and check your spam folders for it, for example, because zips now are notorious for delivering things that they shouldn't. So always let people know that you're sending a zip file out. File format, we can keep the existing file format or change the DWG file format if you want to. Transmittal file folder, that's where it will send the zip file ready for you to go and find it and obviously add it to an email. And we can prompt for a file name. There you go. That's what our zip file will look like there. It will prompt for a file name, but that's the file name it will go for at the moment. I can change that when it prompts for the file name. Path options, I can use an organized folder structure, so it's got the same folder structure that I'm using. I can put all the files in one folder or keep the files and folders as they are. Now we've got some actions as well. We can send an email with the transmittal. So as soon as it's done and zipped, it'll automatically open up your email client and attach it for you. You can set the default plotter to none. If they haven't got your plotter where you're sending the transmittal, don't worry. Just tick that box, set default plotter to none. If you've got any external reference files, XREFs, you can bind or insert them. And you can also purge the drawings before they go out to get rid of any extraneous information such as layers that aren't being used, blocks that aren't being used, that kind of idea. We've also got include options where we've got fonts, textures, files from data links, web files, and any unloaded file references. We can even give the transmittal setup a text description at the bottom. I'm just going to OK that and leave our standard transmittal setup in place and close. Obviously, you can create different transmittal setups for different projects. You might have different criteria and specification for transmittals on different projects. So you might need to set up different setups for that reason. Once you've got it all in place though, you select the setup you're going to use and you just click on OK. And what it'll do now when I click on OK is it will say, where do you want to save that? So you'll notice there, I do actually have a Rev 1 complete standard there already. So I could call it Rev1 complete. I'm just going to call it Rev1 standard.zip, as you can see there. Click on save and off it goes. It packages all of that into that zip file. It's that quick and easy. And all of that information can then be sent as a zip attachment to whichever stakeholders you need to send it to via email. We're staying in our GF-1031 Southeast Madison Rev 1 .dwg file. And we're going to take a little look now at batch plotting in AutoCAD. When you've got more than one layout tab, you can batch plot all of the layout tabs in one go. Now, the best way to access your batch plot or publish command is on the output tab here on the ribbon. There's batch plot there. If I hover over it, you can see it says publish. And you can batch plot to different file types. Now, those different file types are incredibly useful, and you can batch plot to them at any time. Notice as well, you've got export to DWF and PDF here on this panel, which means you can override your regular plot settings to plot to different file types as well if you need to. I suggest you have a little go and explore this panel at a later date after you've been through this particular course. It's useful because you can quickly plot a layout and override your existing page setup settings. That's what this is all about here, exporting to different file types. Let's get back to publish. Now, what you need to do is make sure that the drawing is saved before you publish. Otherwise, it may cause issues later. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump into our save here. Now, normally I would just click on save and not think about it. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to save this to the next revision. So I'll do a save as, and let's save this to revision 2, for example. Let's say we've made some changes and I'm saving it to revision 2. I'll just click on save again, and you'll see there that when I click on save again, it just gives me the file name at the top of the screen rather than the big long file path there in the title bar. So now we know the drawing is saved and we want to batch plot it, or publish it as the command calls it. So I click on batch plot, and this will open up the publish dialog box. Now it's pretty big and there's a lot of stuff going on. If it opens up like this, click on show details, because this little bit at the bottom is quite important. Now, sheet list. We don't have a sheet list yet because we haven't set up any settings. A sheet list is saved in what they call a DSD file, a drawing set description file. I'll explain that in a moment. Now, we're going to publish to PDF, or we can publish to the plotter named in the page setup. So we can override here as well to different file types. I'm going to go to plotter named in page setup because we've already got a page setup set up for this particular DWG file. Now, down here, you can see that it will automatically load all open drawings. Now, we've only got the one drawing open, so that doesn't matter too much. But if I have more than one drawing open up here, with more than one file tab, it would add everything in this list, in this sheet list. Now, I don't want to plot my model tab. So I select it, and I can click on this little minus sign here. That removes that particular sheet. Looking at the names of the files as well, we can change the sheet names in a minute. Now, the files themselves don't get changed. This is just sheet names in a list. So what I can do is I can select this one and right click, and what we're going to do there is we're going to rename the sheet. We don't need the actual drawing name. So I'm going to click here, delete all of that, and just call it 001 like that, and enter. And then I'm going to come to here, right click again, rename sheet. We've got ground floor there. Let's do that, and let's call that 002. And what we'd probably do with different layout tabs, we'd probably add different numbers, different names, etc. The page setups have a green tick and no errors because we've already tested our page setup. We know it all works. We've done some plot previews, etc. You can also see the location where it's publishing this particular set of drawings. So you'll notice there, because I'm using a setup in my page setup, all of the file type and naming is grayed out. If I override it to say PDF like that and go for a PDF high quality print, notice I can edit my publish options if I want to. Now the publish options, if I go to my page setup, my plotter named in page setup, are preset in the page setup, so I don't need to worry about them. Down here at the bottom, selected sheet details, I can look at the actual sheet itself or look at the sheet details as well, the location, the layout name, etc. I'm publishing one copy. Precision I'm not going to worry about because that's all preset up here in the plotter named in the page setup. I will include a plot stamp though, and I will publish in the background. Publish in the background, I always tick that box, and I could potentially open it up in the viewer when done. If I've got Adobe Acrobat, I'm plotting to PDF, it'll automatically open it up in Adobe Acrobat for me if I want it to. Plot stamp settings are here. Click on the plot stamp settings button. It takes you to the plot stamp dialog box. So we've got drawing name, date and time, device name. I can add user defined fields on my plot stamp as well. Make sure that you've got the appropriate plot stamp parameter file. There's 2 of them. Load, and you've got inches or millimeters. If you're working in metric, as I am, it would be millimeters. If I'm working in imperial units, I'd set it to inches. Click on open, and that applies that plot stamp parameter file just there. I'm going to click on advanced, and the advanced options are that I'm taking it from bottom left and I want it to be vertical, and I'm going to do a little offset there of say 10 millimeters each way from the X and Y offset in the bottom left corner of the sheet. Offset relative to printable area, I'm going to go with paper border. I don't need to create a log file, so I'll untick it. I'll change this to something like Calibri and make it 2.5 millimeters high. In fact, let's take that to 1.5. It doesn't need to be really big on the sheet. And we can have a single line plot stamp if we want to. Units and millimeters we preset in the previous screen. Click on OK, click on OK. Now once you've got all those settings set up, this is where you save up here. You save your sheet list, and you'll notice there that I've got a class file there, that I've got a metal plate file there. So I can save this anywhere I want it to. So can you see there? I'm saving this to my essential class files. So I could potentially save it there. I could save it anywhere I want to. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to save it onto my desktop for now so I know where it is. So you can see I've got lots of bits and pieces there, and I'll save my DSD file on my desktop. Notice we now have a sheet list. Now that DSD file might go into a project folder. I've just popped it onto my desktop on my PC at the moment. But what that means is that it's always there, set up to what I've just set up. So the benefit you've got here is if you've got to publish a load of drawings on a Friday afternoon, you save the sheet setup in your publish dialog to that DSD file. And then come each Friday, you go and open up the DSD file for this particular drawing, and all of those sheets pop up with the settings that you've preset. Now, I'm not going to click on publish. I've already saved the sheet list, that's done. So I can now just click on cancel. Now I've deliberately clicked on cancel because when I go and click on batch plot again, you'll notice it's all gone back to the settings I had at the beginning. So now I go up here to open. Do I want to save the current list of sheets? No, I don't. And I go to my desktop and I go and look for my little DSD file, which is right there. Can you see it, the little red DSD icon? Load it up, replace all the sheets in the list, and there's all my sets of sheets with all the settings that I need to do my batch plotting for that Friday. So when you batch plot, remember, set all the settings, save the DSD file. Make sure that you're either plotting to a named page setup, or if you are going to override, like so, to say a PDF, make sure you're using the appropriate PDF preset that you might want to use, such as high quality print. But make sure it's all set and then save your DSD file. Saves a lot of work later on. So make sure that DSD file is saved in a known location. Once you're done, you hit publish and off it goes. It publishes all of your sheets, and because you set it to publish in background, it will just plot away and you can carry on working in AutoCAD until that particular publish job is finished. We're starting a new chapter now, and we're going to take a look at a couple of drawing management tools that are available in AutoCAD. The first one we're going to look at is the DWG compare command, and it's great for comparing different versions of the same drawing. Now you'll notice in the drawing area we've got simple objects 001.dwg. I've also got another drawing open, Simple Objects 002.dwg. You'll notice Simple Objects 002, we're missing the hexagon. Simple Objects 001 has got the little hexagon in it. So the two drawings follow the same theme, but they differ. They're missing the little pink hexagon on the right hand side in Simple Objects 002. Now if I just jump up to the Collaborate tab on the ribbon, there's the DWG compare command there. So what we need to do is we need to compare one drawing against the other. So at the moment, our current file is Simple Objects 001. I need to go to DWG Compare, and I need to tell AutoCAD that I want to compare this to Simple Objects 002, the one without the hexagon. I click on Open, and it goes into the DWG Compare mode. So what you'll get is you'll get this blue box around the drawings like so, and you get this DWG Compare ribbon here with a few little commands on it. The settings are here. So if I just pin the settings open for a moment, you've got the difference, not in the current drawing, only in the current drawing, no differences, draw order, cloud display and filters. Now what you'll notice is one of these is only in the current drawing, and that's marked in green. So the hexagon is only in drawing 001. There it is. It's not in drawing 002. The cloud display can be polygonal or it can be rectangular. Now what I can do is if I set it to polygonal like that and change the size, can you see it kind of gets bigger and smaller? If I set it to rectangular again, it gets a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller. And it's a revision cloud basically that is around the object based on the differences here. Now the draw order can be changed as well. Green is on top at the moment, and you can see there if I click on it I can flip that round. Now obviously at the moment the only one that's appearing is green because it's in this drawing but not in the other drawing. I'll just unpin the settings now. Now the other thing you can do is you can jump to any changes in the drawing. As you can see, that jumps me there. That's the only one that's available right now. I can zoom back out with the wheel if I want to. Notice here as well, I can import the objects from the compare drawing, which would be difficult at the moment because this hexagon is only in the Simple Objects 001. And I can also publish out an export snapshot. That will create a drawing showing all of these comparisons as well. And then I can close the DWG compare like so. And then we're back into drawing 001. So let's flip that the other way. Let's go to Simple Objects 002 like so. Let's go to DWG compare, and let's go to compare that against drawing 001, the one with the hexagon in it. Click on Open, and can you see it's different this time? If I go to the settings now, it's not in the current drawing. It's red, as you can see. And I've got the same settings as before. Notice all blue indicates that both are in the same drawing. And if I click and pin the settings open, the cloud display, the size, I can also filter hatch and text if there's any on my drawing as well. So DWG Compare is a fantastic tool for literally comparing one iteration of one drawing against another. I'll just close the DWG Compare like so, and that's how quick and easy it is to use DWG Compare in AutoCAD. It's a really clever little tool. It allows you to compare really complex drawings against each other so that you can see the differences between each of those drawings. We're in a new drawing now called New Office Project Final.dwg, and this is the second drawing management tool that I want to show you in this particular chapter. And basically it's a really cool tool that allows you to count all the blocks in your AutoCAD drawing. Now the drawing itself is pretty simple. It's an office layout. It's got various blocks in it. If we go to the View tab now on the ribbon and click on Count here in the Palettes panel, that will open up the Count palette. Now I'm just going to pan across a little like so, so you can see all of the new office project floor layout there. And you can see that all of the different blocks in the drawing are numbered. Now this is really quite useful because what this is letting me know is how many of these blocks are in our drawing. So I can count 4 chairs. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 chairs. How many desks? I've got 1, 2, 3. How many dynamic door blocks do I have? 1. How many monitors do I have? 1, 2, 3. Office workstations, there should be 2. So there should be 2 blocks there where there are office workstations. I should also have 3 computers. There they are. 1, 2, and 3. So you'll notice there, can you see the office workstations? There's 1 there, and there's 1 there. This one is still all original blocks, but it's still counting the PCs and the desks and the chairs, even though they are nested blocks inside another block. So what I can do here is I can create a table like so. So when I click on that create table button, it's now saying to me, what do I want to see on my table when I'm counting the blocks? So ideally, I need to see the number of chairs, the number of desks, the number of doors. I don't need the number of leaves. That's the leaves on all these pot plants. Do I need to see the number of plants? I do. PCs, yes. Office workstations, yes. Monitors, not so much, because the monitors are that little bit sitting on top of the PCs. So leaves and monitors I don't need. So I click on Insert now, and you'll see that I have a little table, and I'll just click there like so. And if I zoom in on that, you'll see that it's got a count there. Let me close the count palette for a moment. Now you'll see that these here are fields. So if I, for example, removed a block from the drawing, what would happen? Let's have a look. I've obviously got a workstation there, and I've got a workstation there. Let's remove this workstation like so. I'll just delete it by hitting the delete key. So if I zoom in on my table now and just type regen and press enter, that regenerates the drawing. Keep an eye on the office workstation listing in there, and can you see it updates to 1? So this is a nice little intelligent table. So when I'm working on my drawing and adding blocks and removing blocks, this table will update when I regenerate the drawing or save the drawing. When you save the drawing, it automatically regenerates as well. So you've got a tool there now where you can tabulate and count all of the blocks in your AutoCAD drawings. Great for content reuse when you're reusing blocks in your AutoCAD drawings as well. We're starting a new chapter now, and I'm going to take you into the collaboration tools that you can use when you're working with AutoCAD. We're working in an environment now where we can utilize things like the cloud and various tools in the cloud to work with our drawings in AutoCAD. AutoCAD provides you with some Autodesk specific tools where you can work in the cloud, and also you can work with other cloud-based providers such as Microsoft, who provide OneDrive, and Google, who provide Google Drive, and there's Dropbox and Box and various other cloud-based provisions out there. Now we've got a new drawing for you. It's called GF1031 Southeast Madison _cloud.dwg. So when you download it from the library and open up the drawing, you know which one it is. It's got the cloud suffix before the DWG file suffix. So you know that it's your cloud-based drawing that you're going to be working with. Now, the drawing itself you'll recognize. It's the floor plan that we've been using previously. But this particular file, we're going to save it to the cloud in various ways. Now, you can use the AutoCAD web and mobile folders, but bear in mind, like I said, you can use other cloud-based providers as well. So, for example, if I went up to Save As here on the Quick Access toolbar, I can save the file on my C drive if I want to. I can save the file anywhere I want to, but I can also save it to my OneDrive folder. So there's a LinkedIn Learning AutoCAD 2024 Essential Training folder. So I can now save that to the cloud like that. So that is now saved to the cloud. Now, as soon as I do that, you'll see it's talking about AutoCAD Web, AutoCAD Mobile. You can just close that if you want to at the moment. We'll talk about AutoCAD Web, or as it's now known, AutoCAD on the web, in a moment. Now you'll notice I've got a big long file path there. I can just click on Save, and the drawing that I'm working on now is the drawing that is stored in my OneDrive account. My Microsoft OneDrive now has this version of the DWG file saved in a cloud-based folder. It's that quick and easy to save to the cloud. Now, AutoCAD is a subscription-based product. Now, because you're signed in with your subscription details when you're running AutoCAD, you'll notice up here I've got a little head and shoulders symbol. It's blue, indicating that I'm signed into my Autodesk account. Now, I can use these folders here. You'll notice I've got an open from web and mobile, and I've also got a save to web and mobile. So I'm going to click on that now, save to web and mobile, And what will happen is a folder will open up and it will allow me to save to my AutoCAD web and mobile folders. Now what I've done before I set up this video was I set up a cloud-based folder in my web and mobile folders, LinkedIn Learning, AutoCAD 2024 Essential Training. Now if I double click in there, I can now save this particular file, which is my GF 1031 Southeast Madison Cloud. So when I click on save now, that is now saved in my AutoCAD web and mobile folders. So again, if I just click on save up here, it gives me the file name, but that file is now in my AutoCAD web and mobile folders. That means I can use AutoCAD on the web and AutoCAD on mobile to edit the drawing if I want to. And we're going to cover that a little bit in this chapter in a moment. But what I want to try and get across here is you're not just tied down now to your computer's hard drive. You're not just tied down now to the server in the office. You can upload your files to the cloud, which means they are completely mobile. It also means that you can work on those drawings when you're out on site or on the factory floor, utilizing tools such as AutoCAD on the web and also AutoCAD on mobile. AutoCAD mobile is great because it runs on a smartphone or a tablet, so you could be out on site with an iPad editing your drawing as long as you've got internet access. And you can also work offline and synchronize as well if you need to. But ideally, the internet access helps because you've got live, real-time access to your drawings in the cloud. But I just want to get across that that technology is here now. And that technology will make you a lot more mobile with your AutoCAD designs. We're staying in our GF 1031 Southeast Madison _cloud.dwg file. Now, in the previous video, I talked about how you could save this cloud-based file to different places in the cloud. So I saved it to my Microsoft OneDrive, and I also saved it to my AutoCAD web and mobile folders. Now, I'm going to obviously open up the file now that is from my AutoCAD web and mobile folders. Now, obviously, based on my naming philosophy there, it could be that I'm opening this or saving it from any particular location. Don't be fooled. I am definitely going to open up the web and mobile based version of the drawing. I've saved it there, so I should be able to open it from my AutoCAD web and mobile folders. And that's the one we're going to be working on. So don't worry about the one on OneDrive. It's going to be the AutoCAD web and mobile folders version of the drawing. Now, the way that I can check that is I can go up here to the Quick Access toolbar and click here on Open from Web and Mobile. And again, this will take me to my AutoCAD 2024 Essential Training folder that I set up earlier, and there's my cloud.dwg version of this particular file. So that's the one I'm going to open. Now, when you're working with the web and mobile folders in AutoCAD, if you're using them for the first time, you will be prompted for a little driver to install to allow this particular dialog box to display in AutoCAD. But you'll notice it's open from AutoCAD web and mobile. It's in my LinkedIn Learning AutoCAD 2024 Essential Training folder, and there it is there. So I can now open that up, and that will open this particular version of the file. And what we're going to do is we're going to work with this particular version of the file through the next few videos. We've moved to a different location this time for this particular video, and you'll notice I'm in a web browser. And you can see there that I'm waiting to sign into the AutoCAD web app, known as AutoCAD on the web. Now you'll notice up at the top of the screen here, you can see the URL is really easy to remember. It's web.autocad.com. If you go to that, you'll go to the login page. Now I need to sign in to my Autodesk account to gain access. So I jump in here like so, put my password in. Let's make sure I get the right password, always a good idea. And this is all using the same credentials that I use for my Autodesk account for my subscription to AutoCAD. Now what you'll find is AutoCAD on the web and AutoCAD mobile are part of your AutoCAD subscription, even if you're using AutoCAD LT as well, the light version of AutoCAD. Now I'm now in AutoCAD on the web. And as you can see, we've got AutoCAD over here. We've got new drawing. I can upload drawings. I can create new folders. Notice I can go to AutoCAD Web, which is my web and mobile folders. I'm also connected to my OneDrive account. So if I click on OneDrive there, you'll notice my OneDrive account isn't connected at this point. So I can sign in and connect to it and perhaps access the drawing I put in there. At the moment though, I'm going to use AutoCAD Web, like so. And I can add other storage providers, like I said, like Box, Dropbox, and so on. I can also add Autodesk Docs and Autodesk Drive if I wish. And I can also manage any support files that might be required. Now, because it's web-based, I get notifications like this as well, where I can see the new features from the last several releases. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to click on the cross there, but you can check them out if you want to. So you'll notice now that I'm signed in, there's my LinkedIn Learning AutoCAD 2024 Essential Training folder. If I click on that, there's my GF1031 Southeast Madison cloud.dwg file. So let's open that up now in AutoCAD on the web. I'll click on it like so. It takes a few minutes to load up. Give it a few seconds. It does depend on internet bandwidth. And what you'll find is when you open it up, the interface looks remarkably similar. The whole idea of AutoCAD on the web is it gives you that legacy AutoCAD technology and interface. So you'll notice the Model tab is here. There's the Layout tab, like so. Model tab, Layout tab. There's the command line. There's the status bar. You've got icons along the top in the ribbon. You've got various tools here, such as layers, blocks, XREFs, properties, etc. And also, zooming in and out is just like it is in the desktop version of AutoCAD as well. Now, utilizing this AutoCAD web technology, it means now that I can be using AutoCAD in a browser anywhere around the world if I want to. And it's a really useful tool. But don't forget as well, the interface here is remarkably similar to the mobile interface with AutoCAD Mobile as well. So I could be on an iPad or perhaps an iPad Pro using a browser in AutoCAD Web, or I could even use the AutoCAD mobile app on that iPad Pro or on my smartphone to check drawings as well. As we work through the next few videos, I'll start to show you how we can utilize AutoCAD on the web and the AutoCAD mobile app to collaborate with our drawings on the fly while we're mobile. We're staying in AutoCAD on the web, and I want to show you one of the features in AutoCAD on the web that is a really useful collaboration tool. So what we're going to do is in the drawing area here, I'm going to do a little bit of zooming and panning, just like I would in the regular AutoCAD. I'm going to zoom in on these two dimensions here, the two 3048 dimensions. And then what I'm going to do on the left-hand side of the AutoCAD web screen is go to traces here, like so. Now there are no traces in this drawing yet, but we're going to use the trace functionality in AutoCAD Web and AutoCAD Desktop to collaborate on a drawing. Now what we can do here is create a new trace. So I click there like that, and it takes us into the trace mode here, like so. Now what I can do here is I can utilize the existing AutoCAD drafting tools. So I've got certain draw tools, annotate tools, modify tools, and so on. So I've got some of the AutoCAD functionality, just not all of it in the AutoCAD web app. But the whole idea is I'm going to name this trace once I've placed it so that people who are then using AutoCAD Desktop can see this trace in the web-based drawing. Now, like I said, we're going to work with these 3048 dimensions here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the Annotate tab here, into the Annotate panel, click there, and I can place a rev cloud. Now notice on the command line, arc length is here. I can click on it, come into the drawing area, and it's giving me an approximate arc length of 1949. I'm going to go with, say, 2000 there, and just press enter. And I'm going to go for a rectangular rev cloud in this particular case. And I'm just going to click, let's say, about there. Bring the rev cloud up to there. There's my 3048. Let's get that nicely positioned. There we go. There's one there. If I want to change that slightly, I can zoom in a bit, click on it. I can still click on the grip and make that a little bigger. There we go. So there's the 3048 there, like so. Hit escape to deselect. And then what I'll do is I'll just copy that, like so. So let's select that one, right click, and you'll notice the right click menu is different. It's not the same as your regular AutoCAD. You don't get that context sensitive shortcut menu. So just hit escape once. If I need to copy, I need to go up to modify here, and copy is there. So I click on copy, and I'll just pick a point, let's say on the end there, and I'll copy this across to about there, like so. Just hit escape a couple of times there just to cancel that as well. So we've got those two little traces there now where it's just kind of highlighting those two 3048 dimensions. Now what I might do is pop a bit of text in. So there's the text command there. It's mtext, by the way, multi-line text, and we'll come into the drawing area again. Now it's asking me to specify a little area where this text is going to go. So I'm going to place it here, click and drag and click. Now you need to specify the height of your text here, because 3.5 millimeters in a millimeters drawing is going to be tiny. We want something more along the lines of 200 there, like so. So do 200 and enter. Notice it looks a bit big and crazy. All I'm going to put there is check and then dims, like so. And then what I'll do is I'll click on the tick and it will take me back into the drawing, and it's gone a little bit big there. So let's zoom in, and there's my check dims. Now the reason it did that is obviously it had gone to a much smaller text size. So just be aware of that sometimes with mtext. That doesn't just happen in the web app, that happens in the desktop app sometimes as well. So check dims is there. Click on that little grip there and just move it down a bit and reposition it in the middle, like so. Hit escape a couple of times, and there's our check dims text and our little rev clouds in our trace. Now what I'm going to do now is rename the trace, because we don't want to call it trace 1. I'll rename it, and this will be something like 001, let's say check dims. The good thing is I've got a time, a date, and who created the trace. That's me. So I'll just press enter to confirm that. So that's all in place. I can now close the trace mode here. And when I do that, you'll notice it takes me back into the drawing. Also, double click on the wheel, does a zoom extents, just like it does in the desktop AutoCAD. So what I need to do now is I need to save this drawing in the web and mobile folders in the cloud. So I'm going to pop up here to save, like so, and just keep an eye on that. It's caching, saving, and then when it goes back to save, you know that obviously it's saved the drawing. Remember, you can click on the flyout and do a save as if you wish, and there's various other tools available like plotting, settings, and so on. Now I'm just going to hit escape a couple of times and make sure that I log out of my AutoCAD web app so that I know the changes are all saved. So I click on my little icon here, sign out, and it will take me back to the login screen in my browser. So we've added a trace to that drawing in the web and mobile folders in the cloud using AutoCAD on the web. Now I could have done exactly the same workflow in AutoCAD mobile while I was mobile with, say, a phone or an iPad or whatever. What I'm going to do in the next video is show you how those traces can be picked up in your desktop version of AutoCAD. We're back now in the desktop version of AutoCAD rather than the web-based version. And what I'm going to do now is go to my AutoCAD web and mobile folders and open up the updated cloud-based drawing. Now remember, we made the changes in AutoCAD on the web in the previous video. So I go up here to the quick access toolbar and I want to go to open from web and mobile. And there's my AutoCAD 2024 Essential Training folder. And there's my Southeast Madison cloud.dwg file. So I select it and I open it. So that'll open up quite happily now in AutoCAD on my desktop. There's the file name at the top of the screen. You wouldn't know it was a cloud-based drawing, and that's the magic of it. However, I can check whether that trace has been added to this cloud-based version of my drawing. I go to the Collaborate tab here, and you'll notice I've got the Traces palette. When I click on that, it should let me know that there is a trace available in the drawing. And lo and behold, it does. There's my 001 check dims. If I hover over that, it gives me all the details, the contributor of the trace. When I click on it, there's the trace itself. You'll recognize the text, you'll recognize the little revision clouds like so. Now the benefit I have is in the desktop version of AutoCAD, I can also add a trace if I want to. So I can add a trace there and I can go and check that trace or change to a trace in obviously my web-based version of AutoCAD. Now I'm not going to bore you with that and logging into AutoCAD Web again. Just take it as read that this will allow you to add another trace. As you can see, there it is there, trace 2. So I can add a trace in the desktop version of AutoCAD as well. I'm just going to right click and delete that. We don't actually need that one right now. But the check dims one is there, and as you can see, that's come across from AutoCAD on the web using a web-based version of AutoCAD. I could also create those traces in the mobile version of AutoCAD too. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to have a look here and see what settings I've got for my trace. If I click there, I've got overlay effect and geometry. If I click here, you'll notice that actually kind of takes me out of the trace mode. It puts the trace to the back, you'll notice, and then if I click there, it brings the trace back to the front. So when I set the trace to the back like that, I can work on the drawing and edit the drawing based on the contents of the trace, and then when I click there, the trace comes back to the front and I can add more trace elements if I want to. I can then close trace mode like that and I'm back in my regular drawing, and I can close the traces palette. That's how quick and easy it is to collaborate with the web-based version of AutoCAD and the mobile-based version of AutoCAD. Very quick and easy to collaborate with them, and remember, they are all part of your AutoCAD subscription. We're staying in our GF1031 Southeast Madison _cloud.dwg file. Now, I'm obviously using one of my cloud-based versions of this. It doesn't matter which version you use. It can be a desktop-based version, cloud-based version. I want to show you another really cool tool that is available to you to collaborate in your AutoCAD drawings. Now, you'll notice this funny little blue paper plane, Share. Now, it's on the Quick Access toolbar. It's also on the Collaborate tab. There you go, Share Drawing. Now, if I click on it, what you'll find is it allows me to share a link to the drawing. Give it a few seconds to load up the dialog there. So I can send a view-only version of the drawing or an edit and save a copy version. So that means anybody with a link can edit and save. View only, anyone with a link can view the drawing. You'll notice it has the web.autocad.com URL. So basically, when you share a link to a drawing with view only or edit and save, it's taking you to a version of AutoCAD on the web, basically. So you're basically sharing the drawing so that people can view it or edit and save a copy in a web browser using AutoCAD on the web. You can preview the file and you can copy the link, and the link will be copied, and that means you can pop it into an email so that somebody can click on that link in their email and obviously view the drawing or edit and save a copy of the drawing. I'm just going to close that dialog now, and then what I want to show you as well is the ability to share views on your drawings. So I'm going to shared views button here, like so. This will bring up the shared views palette. Now I don't have any shared views running at the moment, so I need to create a new shared view. So I click here, new shared view. Now this does require an internet connection, be aware of that. So the name of the drawing obviously is our name of the drawing, same as the DWG file there. Now we've got views to share. I can share the current view, which is my model tab, or I can share the model view and all the layout views. I am going to tick create 2D views only because it is a flat 2D drawing, and I am going to share the object properties. So when I click on share now, it'll say that background processing of this shared view is ready to start. So it calculates all of this in the background and sends it to the internet, and we use a thing called Autodesk Viewer. I'll click on proceed, and you'll notice down here, can you see there's a little cube with a little circle cranking around, and it's publishing my shared view. Now it does depend on your internet speed with this, be aware of that. You need reasonable internet for this to work well, but there you go, share view upload complete. I'll click on view in browser, and off we go. It goes to the browser there, like so. Takes a few seconds to load up, and as you can see, it's processing, and it's this file here. So it's the actual DWG file name and then .collaboration. Now the Autodesk Viewer is a fantastic browser-based viewing tool, and what it allows you to do is view pretty much any file type out there. So all of your Autodesk bits of software, AutoCAD, Revit, Inventor, and various other tools, you can view any of the files from any of those Autodesk products, plus loads of other file types as well. Now you'll notice I've got the option to sign in. That gives me more functionality in the Autodesk Viewer. So I'll now click on sign in, like so, and I'll just sign in quickly, and again it loads quickly. Now the reason it's loading again is it's giving me more functionality. It's allowing me to add things like comments. So you can see I can add a comment there, and what I'll do is I'll add a comment to the file, and I'll just say something like check dimensions, like so, and I'll post that against the drawing, and there you go, there it is there, 2D view, check dimensions. So I can also show that as resolved. So this can be issues with the drawing. I can zoom in and I can add something else. So I could zoom in, let's say on the staircase there. Let's get that nice and central like that. And I'll put another comment. So I can add another comment there if I want to. So comments are here like that. So I'll add another comment there. Let's pop another one in. Let's scroll up. So I've got those there and I've got that one there, check dimensions. So I might want to just jump in and add a new comment perhaps. Now if I want to add a new comment, I need to resolve the existing comment first. But bear in mind I can add a comment here as well. So I've got add a comment there, so I'll do check stair risers, for example. And I'll click on post again. So I've now got two comments in place. And those two comments are there. Can you see in the comment path? Now there's lots of other tools available in here. I can measure. There's all my measure tools. I can mark up. So I can mark up now and I can actually put something like a rev cloud around something. Like that. There you go. There's my rev cloud there. So I'll pop a rev cloud and I'll save that. So that goes in as well. So you'll notice now I've got that as well. So I've got a link to that and I can copy that and I can send somebody that link and they'll be able to go to the viewer and have a look at that as well. So this is all cloud based. So what I can do now is really quickly, if I jump back to AutoCAD, like so, you'll see here if I refresh this like this, as you can see, there is my little shared view. If I click on it, there's all the different comments that I made. So somebody in the desktop can be obviously looking at these comments. Somebody could be on a browser somewhere on site making those comments in the Autodesk Viewer to allow for the drawing to be revised, changed and edited. So I'm just going to close that shared views palette now, and that's how shared views can be utilized in the Autodesk Viewer on the internet as well. So it's another cloud-based, web-based collaboration tool. Well done on completing your AutoCAD 2024 Essential Training course. What are your next steps now that you've completed the course though? You now have a basic understanding of AutoCAD and you have all the necessary skills to use AutoCAD. You can now consider other AutoCAD titles in the LinkedIn Learning Library, such as the AutoCAD Electrical Toolset course and the AutoCAD Mechanical Toolset course. You can move forward now with the knowledge you've gained and even consider getting certified with the Cert Prep AutoCAD for Drafting and Design course in the library. You can also now work on existing designs, modifying and updating drawing information on a project to make sure the appropriate design information gets to the project stakeholders and collaborators on time. You can communicate your design intent quickly and easily using your newly gained annotation skills with text, dimensions and tables. To put it simply, you're now in an envious position. You know AutoCAD, which can lead to a world of opportunity out there. You can feel empowered putting it on your resume when applying for jobs, knowing that you have the skills required for that CAD role that you want. Or if you're already using AutoCAD, you can use your new skills to work smarter, not harder, and be more efficient in your role. You could even become the AutoCAD guru where you work, right? You now have valuable AutoCAD skills. It's now up to you how to use them. Good luck out there, and I wish you well on your AutoCAD journey.